goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues, and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Should a party member be willing to die for the cause? I think whether they're willing to die is irrelevant. Are they able to die for the cause? Don't underestimate that by itself, because then they can die for the cause unrelated to their willingness, and that is much, much more flexible. I'm not advocating the death of party members before their time. By and large, a coworker is much more valuable when still alive, most of the time. But like so many things, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And don't forget, in most cases, a cause is unsympathetic to how it is achieved. If the party's goal was to save someone's life, that person might want to say something about it before the party takes action. For example, if you had to imprison 1,000 people in Avernus to save one person, they might say, "Don't put yourself out on my account. I like it down here." It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool. The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. It's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree, it's worth you dying for. Probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, "I'm not giving away my shot." If you had one shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the Book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this talk brought to you by Latinx in Games. This shouldn't be a surprise if you're here, but if you are, let me give you a little background. This talk is going to be me going over the history of Latinx game characters, and then kind of following up with where do we think we can go next with that idea. So let's talk. Let me just quickly give you some background on me and who I work for and why I'm here. So I am a co-founder of Latinx in Gaming. Latinx in Gaming is a pretty cool advocacy group that works within the gaming space to help support, promote, and increase diversity within games and also within the gaming industry itself. It was founded in 2017, and it's now a nonprofit. If you want to check out the things that we do, which are really cool, you can go to latinxingaming.com. Also, we have a Twitch channel, which you should check out at the end of the stream. What I'm going to try and do is be live on that stream when this happens, because I'm pre-recording this whole thing. And what I'll do is I'll be able to answer your questions there on stream. So it's twitch.tv/LatinxinGames. You should come hang out with us. I'll put a link in chat. Probably I'll be lurking. But anyway, hi, what's up? Good to see you. About me, my name is Joe Torado. I'm the comms and marketing lead at Systemera Softworks. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm the co-founder of Latinx in Games. And before this, I worked in all sorts of industries doing creative stuff. So working in movies and television and the graphic design world, working at creative agencies, making content. So I have a good background in a lot of different things. And I've been in games now for about 5 years or so. Okay, cool. So what we're going to cover today, we want to go through the major sort of inflection points in the history of games and call out points where Latinx game characters are there. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of those. And then talk about some major milestones within the history of Latinx in game characters. This isn't going to be an exhaustive list. I wish I had the time to really go through and pick out every single game character, but that's just not possible within the scope of what we're doing here today. And we're going to talk about some good and bad examples and why they're good and why they're bad, and kind of go in between and figure out and pull out the good stuff while also being honest about what isn't working necessarily with some of these characters. Okay, so some background that'll be, I think, helpful for everyone. The math. So just popular culture type stuff. 20% of moviegoers are Latinx. That means 1 in 4 people who are buying a movie ticket in North America are actually Latinx descent, which is crazy to think about. 18% of the U.S. population is Latinx, which is, I don't think, a surprise. We're the second largest group of people that live here. And then just another sort of thing here, 397 million gamers in Latin America. So that's a lot of people. I'm sure there's many millions in the United States and across the world. So something to be thinking about. Unfortunately, with all this math, we aren't actually represented at all. I mean, you can read up on statistics about our representation in games, in popular media, in movies and television shows, and it is abysmal. It's awful. So let's talk about what good representation looks like. Unfortunately, I wanted to pull some examples, but there's just not a lot of them. They don't exist. I know there are characters, but I just mean I don't have a plethora of them to choose from. So what I think good representation means, and an important way to define it, is good representation is free of stereotypes. So people are not, you're not reducing people down to their basest form in order to present it. Especially when you're talking about the next point on here, which is the diversity within Latinx. So I'm Colombian, but I'm also Puerto Rican, and I grew up in the United States. My version of Latinx is going to look way different than someone who is Colombian and Puerto Rican but grew up in Puerto Rico or grew up in Colombia. And so there's a humongous amount of diversity within Latinx cultures, even within countries of Latinx. I mean, it's a wide variety of people. And so sometimes I don't even like necessarily using a term like Latinx or Latino or Latina, because you are basically bucketing a lot of people together who don't always reconcile with each other. And I mean that in a way of just like they're just going to have completely different interests and needs. The needs of someone who is born in the United States, who is went to American schools, is going to be completely different than the needs of someone who grew up in Puerto Rico and, you know, experienced that school infrastructure. So just something to be thinking about. Like within regions and countries, you're seeing different cultures and customs. And then so for a good representation, most characters that you want to see that represent you or you can put yourself into, they have a purpose beyond tokenism. And what we're going to see a lot of is tokenism and options, right? Like there are only Latinx characters because they just needed more options, and this was a way to add more variation to a game. But they're not necessarily core to the experience. They're just there as a way to give you a bigger menu, which is not really cool and not what you want. And then also what you want for good representation is characters that are grounded in reality. So, you know, people who have actual real motives that match up with things that you're into, or people who are written in a way that doesn't just like focus on their Latinx-ness and nothing else, which I think happens quite a bit, unfortunately. That, you know, we want characters with depth that feel real, that feel like they're grounded in the Latinx experience, which can be very wide and shouldn't be boiled down to the sort of tropes that we're seeing very often. You know, we don't want to be another option in a fighter list or a character choice screen. We want to be there, contributing to the story, and doing so in a meaningful way. So stereotypes. This is one of the biggest things that characters of, you know, the pitfalls of a Latinx character, if you're writing one or if you're putting one in your game or if you're playing as one. Unfortunately, there are these existing stereotypes that kind of tread the same ground very often, and what ends up happening is because that ground gets treaded, people who aren't necessarily exposed to Latinx people or people who aren't necessarily exposed to Latinx culture don't explore it anymore in order to come up with cool new versions of ways to represent Latinx characters, which then means that people don't even try, right? They go, oh, well, we can't do the luchador thing, we can't do the drug dealer thing, and we can't do the sexy lady thing, so we're just not going to put a Latinx character in there at all. Which, you know, if you're writing game characters or if you are creating games with Latinx characters in them, I challenge you to come up with more interesting ways to represent the game characters in a way that just doesn't walk in these same paths, because it's tired, it's busted. Like no one is into this kind of stuff. That's not to say that luchador culture is bad. I don't think it's bad, but I think, you know, unfortunately in popular culture, it has been treated so similarly that you know, people are looking at it and say, why even do this? Okay, so why are they harmful? They take away your agency as a person of Latinx descent, right? You start to look at those things and you feel like everyone who looks at you, or if you identify with Latinx culture, that people are just going to look at you and prescribe those tropes and those stereotypes to you, with you not even doing anything but just existing. They perpetuate harmful ideas, right? They're putting ideas out in the world that are not good, but also like can be dangerous to like you and how people view you in the world. So, you know, they can be more than just hurtful. They can be super harmful to you in a way that is pretty scary. And then also I've fallen into this trap where, you know, everyone sort of has this point of reference about Latinx people, and then you just like fall into the trap of like living that life or towing the line that is previously there, because that's all people know, and you don't even want to spend the time to try and like expose them to other parts of your culture, because they're just going to brand you as, oh, sombrero or this or that, which is like super treaded ground. So they're really bad, and we should try and eliminate them as much as possible. Okay, so let's go back. I just like this GIF. It doesn't really have anything to do with what we're showing off right now. Pardon me, need some coffee. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a quick crash course in video game history. You could spend many hours talking about what is happening on this timeline between 1965 to 1980. We're gonna breeze through it, but I think it's important to talk about, especially because when you talk about representation, I mean, you're talking about 15, 20 years passing, and there's just like literally none. I'll let you off the hook there. Between 1970 and 1980 plus, there is no representation of Latinx characters. It's partially due to the medium, so I'll get into that. So before 1970, video games are mostly distributed between high level thinkers, people who have big computers at their schools, researchers. They're using the processing power to create games. I think the first game that you might think of as far as the modern gaming industry comes in 1971/1970, and Pong. It's an arcade cabinet, it's a co-op game. Games existed before this, but not video games, right? Before this and during this time and all throughout this time, you're still seeing people play pinball machines and other arcade things. They just don't play games. And so in 1971, Pong comes out, changes all that. It's a video game. It's what you would consider a video game today. In 1972, the first video game console comes out, and that is the Magnavox Odyssey. So unfortunately, this console is basically just a Pong for your home. It's got that little controller and you spin the wheels to move your paddles, but that's about it. It doesn't do anything else. It doesn't swap out. It just plays Pong, but it's a Pong home machine. So some really cool stuff happens. 1976, 1978 are when some of the most important, like the video game industry and the video game console industry go through these like iterations where, you know, it's about arcade cabinets, then it's maybe about consoles, then it's maybe about you know, like they kind of swap and switch around. But in 76, Breakout comes out, and that's like a huge success for Atari and kind of establishes them as like as a mainstay in the industry. They'd already been doing stuff. And then in 1978, Space Invaders comes out, and this is one of the first games that kind of does things that modern games do, which is like records a score, it has lives and it's tracking those, it has different levels. It's kind of doing some stuff that like previously hadn't necessarily been thought about before. And then in 1979, Pac-Man comes out, and that's where you start to actually see video game characters, where you start to see franchises being built around specific characters in games. And I think actually in 1980 as well, like right after Pac-Man, that's when like the first Donkey Kong game comes out, which is the one with Mario climbing the ladders. So you start to actually see franchises appearing and characters being put out there. 1980 is the first handheld, you know, so you're seeing a lot of advancements in video games, but none of this stuff is happening within Latinx culture. None of it is a lot of it's not really being produced by Latinx people. It's usually Japanese or you know, people with access to certain kinds of technology. So we're going to jump forward so you got the little crash course, you know where the lay of the land is. You got some video game consoles existing. You have arcade games still being really popular. You have video games starting to become a thing that rely on character development. And then in 1982, this happens. So at this point, the Atari 2600, I think, has been out for a year, maybe more. And this is one of the first video game consoles that is like what you would think of today. It's got multiple games. You swap them in and out. You plug it into your TV. And for my money, the first, I guessed, representation of Latinx culture within video games looks like this. So yeah, you know, 12, 16 pixels on a screen, on a pitch. And I wouldn't necessarily call this representation, but we'll get into that more later. But this is actually where the Latinx people kind of get involved in the gaming industry. And I think it's no surprise that it has to do with football. So, yeah, Pele Soccer comes out in 1982, and it's one of the first games that actually includes the likeness of a person in order to sell it. So I'll just give you a little a little taste of what that
At
looks like.
Atari, our game cartridges undergo grueling tests. We put Kareem Abdul-Jabbar up against Atari basketball.
Oh, man, what a move.
We let Mario Andretti test drive Atari Night Driver.
This game really cracks me up.
And the great Pele himself tested Pele's championship soccer.
What a gig, it beats me again.
At Atari, we take our games seriously, so you have more fun.
How'd you do, Kareem?
Glad I won't face Atari in the playoffs.
No other video game company
Look
stacked
at how much taller he was than both of them. So as you can see here, it's an ad calling out the fact that like they got multiple games in different genres. They got 40 of them, and you plug them in there. So for my money, this is actually where Latinx people get involved in video games, and people see how Latinx characters can actually be really beneficial. Unfortunately, at this point, most video game characters are like literally just box art, and then you play some pixels and you kind of put your mind in there. But it still is a pretty interesting one to call out, because I think it's a theme that we'll talk about later. It kicks off a theme that I'll talk about later. So the verdict on Pele as a video game character. Pele is cool. He's one of the most well-known people on the planet at this point. I mean, everyone knows who the guy is, and that's actually really cool that they showcase him for this thing. Unfortunately, I don't think he counts as the first video game character, because it's like just a square on a screen, and there was no like name, there's nothing. It was literally like, if you saw the gameplay, it's like 3 players moving around and you're just bouncing the ball in between them. You're just kind of ping-ponging it back and forth. But I do think it's an important step, and something that will be kind of play into some stuff that happens later. So in 1982, we're staying in the same year, this happens. So like I mentioned, arcade cabinets are still doing their thing. They're still out there, and Nintendo, a little company called Nintendo, puts out this cabinet, which is Punch-Out. And Punch-Out is if you're not aware, it's a boxing fighting game. It was re-released many times. It's been on many Nintendo consoles, but I'm pretty sure this is the first iteration of it. And yeah, it's an interesting one, because I think actually, for my money, the first time you see a Latinx game character in a game where you could see them and understand who they are and understand their identity is in Punch-Out. And the name of that character is Piston Hurricane from Cuba. So I actually really like this character. Piston Hurricane is an Afro-Latino from Cuba. He's a fighter in the game that's like they're not relying on any weird tropes or anything. If you've ever played some of the later Punch-Out games, they lean heavily into some terrible stereotypes. The dialogue is so sketchy. Like, some of that stuff is super cringy right now when you watch it and kind of go like, oh man, what are they doing? Like, Piston Hurricane in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and later versions of Punch-Out changes over to Piston Honda, who's a Japanese fighter who has like, you know, the physical features are super exaggerated and the lines he says are really bad. It's just like really not great writing. Sorry, Nintendo. But Piston Hurricane, the original, is pretty cool. You know, he's got the afro, he's got the curly hair, which is actually really interesting, right? You wouldn't think about that at this time, especially considering the other game that we just showed off. But yes, in later versions, Piston Hurricane, when they kind of redid him, he even gets darker and gets a super awesome afro hawk thing that like wraps around the back. And they did play on like a play on words here. They, you know, Nintendo likes to do the puns. And what they're basically saying is Piston Hurricane is from Cuba, and his whole thing is like the hurricane rush, right? Because like Cuba gets hurricanes because it's in the South Atlantic. Yeah, I don't think it's super problematic considering some of the other tropes that are in these games, but he's got a good record. He's young. He doesn't have any like weird idiosyncrasies that are just like based solely on the fact that he's you know, an Afro-Latino character. So I actually think for the first one, for what I'm sort of looking at it, I think this is actually pretty good. Piston Hurricane rules, and I'm happy that they didn't lean into some really questionable stuff from Cuba, right? Like, they could have done something with communism and like had it be weird. No, they didn't do any of that. He's just a good fighter, and he's like the second or third fighter that you face, and he doesn't say any weird stuff. So I'm actually happy with this one. Okay, now we're going to jump ahead a bit more. So lots of things are happening in video games at this point. In 1982, you also see the release of the Commodore 64, which is one of the most popular PCs ever created. I think they sold the most out of all computer systems ever. Widely distributed, has a ton more processing power and some really cool games. But for what I like from my research, the video game characters you see on there that are of Latinx descent are enemies. You know, they're people you shoot, they're people that blow up. They're not main characters, they're not protagonists. And mostly same goes for the Nintendo Entertainment System. So we're already in 1986, which is kind of crazy. If you're not aware, the Nintendo Entertainment System basically changes home consoles. It was paired with a robot called Rob for a while. I mean, there's some cool stuff there, but that's where we're at in time right now, which I think is important to think about. Like, we've already passed a ton of time in video game history, and we have maybe a handful of characters. That's not great. Okay, so next we're going to go forward a year, 1987. In 1987, Atari releases Atari RBI Baseball, which is one of the first times you see licensed players in a video game, which is actually really cool. Baseball is a sport that's played by lots of different cultures. Obviously, Central and South America are pretty well known for being good at baseball at this point, and there's a bunch of awesome players. And so the way they did this is they didn't get the full baseball league to be sign on. It's the Players Association, which means you can put players' names in. The characters don't necessarily look like anyone. I mean, they all look very similar. They're just like this sort of regular color tan person. Everyone kind of looks white, but when they step up to bat, their name comes up. You see Barry Bonds. I think this was Barry Bonds' rookie year. You see Barry Bonds' name and you go, oh man, that's my favorite player. I get to play as him in the game. This is one of the first times that you actually see Latinx sports figures in the game by name. So players like Jose Canseco, Fernando Valenzuela, and Andres Galarraga, like, they're there and you can literally use them as your character, which is actually really cool. And they have different stats that are related to what they did in real life. And so there's a lesson there, which is like, there's just people in the world who are Latinx who do things, and you should just represent them and not have to caricaturize them in a way that cheapens their accomplishments. I mean, these are very well accomplished people who are well respected in the sport, and they're just there, which is really cool. Okay, so we're going to jump forward a couple years. We're going to 1991, and this is also the year that the SNES launches, but we've already gone through several years of the Nintendo Entertainment System. You're getting the Sega Genesis out by, having Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, we're already on Mega Man 4, and we're talking about maybe a handful of Latinx video game characters. So we're not doing well. We're not tracking well. There are some. I'm pretty sure this is a character from Fatal Fury, one of those fighting games from that era. This is just like one of the guys you just like beat up on your way to becoming the ultimate, karate ninja person. And by this point, you've already got Street Fighter 2. So Street Fighter 1 has already run like crazy in arcades and has already made a big name for itself. And unfortunately, there is what people might consider representation in Street Fighter. I don't, but I want to call it out because it plays on this trope of Brazilian fighters, and that character is Blanca. So I have a lot of feels and thoughts about this. When you load up Street Fighter, they have the character select screen, and it's got the, when you go over the characters, it has the flags and it has like information about them. Blanca being listed from Brazil doesn't necessarily equal good representation for Brazil. I mean, Blanca is a green-skinned electric monster with wild hair and like a beast, like a literal beast, and that doesn't count for me. Okay, so we're jumping forward now again. 1993. This is a pretty important time for Latinx people, I think, in video games, because they're starting to make games like FIFA. So FIFA, the first FIFA comes out, which is called FIFA International Soccer. It is by EA, and it's in cahoots with FIFA. And although the players kind of look generic, as you can kind of see here, what's interesting is this actually kicks off another area where people can see themselves or play as themselves or play as their favorite clubs in a game, and not have that be dripped in, sort of steeped in weird, questionable tropes or bad stereotypes, right? They're the literal best at this worldwide thing. And so this kicks off a pretty cool thing that unfortunately takes a bit of time. If you look at something that people care about when it comes to FIFA, which is like box art, the first time you actually see a Latinx character is in 2003. So 10 years pass before you actually see yourself or see a Latinx person on the cover of this game and part of the marketing campaign. But the first 9 years, it's just white dudes. 93 has David Platt, and I always forget this guy's name, Piotr. He's got a very long last name that I won't say. Obviously this one in 97 is David Ginola, and then you finally see Roberto Carlos in 03 alongside other people, right? Ryan Giggs. I don't even get these photos, and then Edgar Davids with the glasses, classic. Love to see that. There was other representation. I'm pretty sure there were like 2 African American characters on or players on covers before this, but this is the first time you actually see someone from South America or from Latinx culture being represented, which is cool. Unfortunately, and actually right after this, you see this pretty cool juxtaposition that happens. I think for like 4 years in a row, they just put Ronaldinho and Wayne Rooney on the cover, like back to back, like multiple years. So they're kind of talking about English football, but they're also talking about like South American style and like the juxtaposition between those two. Okay, cool. So that kind of covers the sports thing. And I think, like I said, this kicks off this idea that like soccer is actually a really good genre of video game. And once again, they're just putting the characters in, putting their names in, and not adding any other stuff. There's no tropes. The characters don't look differently or behave differently on the field. They're just like everyone else. They just happen to be Latinx. And I consider that pretty good representation because this is the best of the best in the sport. Okay, cool. So now we're gonna jump ahead, and this is this is an interesting one, and we'll use this to kind of talk about just fighting game characters in general. So if anyone plays fighting games, there's this common trope of fighting games that include these sort of they're kind of bucketed into these smaller buckets, and this one's a tough one because King, I think, is a really cool character. And if you look at the backstory of King and kind of dig into it a bit more, he's based loosely on 2 people, like a Japanese wrestler, but then also a real life monk who like wrestled / like fought for the monastery that he worked in and for some orphans. And so there's some cool stuff there, and they kind of play into that with this character. But why has he got to have a cat head? I mean, if you actually play this game, it's not that he just put a mask on his head and then like that's what he does. The cat is actually moving, and the cat mouth moves, and it's part of the character. There's roaring and stuff, and so there's this weird thing where like you in your head canon he's Latinx, but the way they choose to represent him is by him being a cat man, which is unfortunate because this could have been a really cool opportunity to explore some lore of a real person who actually did this. They have good intentions. They're virtuous. They're selfless. They don't play into super poor tropes, right? It's like a good one of like being a good person. But then then they put a cat head on there, and the cat is like kind of real, and so you're like confused and maybe a little bit scared. But unfortunately, when we talk about video game fighting characters, you actually see a good amount of representation of Latinx characters, but they are both basically just options. They, like I mentioned earlier, they're just another character on the character selection screen. And it's really unfortunate because there's actually cool things happening in fighting and in martial arts in Latin America. I mean, you're talking about like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and the capoeira style and, like luchador things. Like those are deeply rooted cultural things that like people travel to explore and see, and they only get shown off by these like tropes in video games. And so it's unfortunate. I, you know, it's kind of a thing now where you're like, oh, it's a luchador character, or oh, it's a, you know, Brazilian character who's doing the thing. And then also you get this super, like, when you do get women, which by the way, I just want to call out, we haven't seen any actual Latinx characters that are not men at this point that are meaningful to any story or have any agency on their own. They're just fighting game characters who are hypersexualized, which is unfortunate. So yeah, they fall into these buckets, and you know, some might say it's cool to have them, and I do think they are, but unfortunately it creates tropes, right? It creates he's the Brazilian guy who knows how to flip around and do that thing, but they don't actually explore the culture of these characters or the rich history of those fighting styles. They're just like, nah, you're just another option, and you're not really central to the story at all. So yeah, like Christy Montefiero and Eddie Gordo and Laura, like, and then the characters from just all of these games, right? They just fall into these traps. And also then they get, like, there's the weird animal thing again, which is weird. So it's taking a really cool part of culture and just reducing it down to its basis form to just like add options in a game, which is sad. And one thing I want to say is, like, those cultures are really cool, and I wish that someone would explore them and actually do them justice, but no one really does. I mean, Sean is like the you know, reduced down version of that thing, not actually adding anything interesting. He's like the brown Ryu, which is kind of sad. But yeah, anyway, I will say though, I do remember playing as Eddie in Tekken and being like, oh man, this is so cool. He does the flips but still, I wish they explored that better. Also, like Angel from Fatal Fury, you know, just the, like, King of Fighters, like, if you look at her character sheet, she's just like super hypersexualized. I kind of hit it here, but like, she drinks tequila, she eats raw cactus, that's her favorite food, and then she plays soccer. But like, look at her. And she actually she could have been an interesting character because she doesn't necessarily fall into like the visual tropes of Latinx characters, but they just were like, yeah, she just happens to be from Mexico and she like literally eats cactus, which is okay, cool. So we're going to stay on the fighting thing for a little bit. So now we're jumping ahead to 1996. And this is an interesting one because, you know, wrestling games have actually been out for quite a long time. I think this is the golden age of wrestling games. And I think I put this one in here because this is actually a personal one for me where representation actually, like, I saw this for the first time. I was playing these games. So WCW versus NWO World Tour or Revenge or, you know, all of those games are arguably the best wrestling games ever shipped. And they started expanding the rosters more than they ever could. So before it would just be like 12 wrestlers and it's the most popular ones. And in these games, they are including everyone. I mean, they're including fighters from like Japan circuits, not just all the ones from these. So it was actually really cool. And by the way, sorry for the blur. We don't really talk about this guy anymore. He doesn't really exist to us. We just, yeah, not our thing. So the first time you see Latinx characters in one of these games, which are super popular, is in this game. So, you know, there's some good and bad here. So, you know, seeing Rey Mysterio and having Rey Mysterio have his moves and his style and his flair and like jumping around, like all that stuff's really cool. He is a luchador, but like, all right, you know, Eddie being in the game was actually really cool. But like, even these characters are problematic, right? Eddie's whole thing, his ring theme and the words he would say is like, I lie, I cheat, I steal, right? It plays into this like criminal thing, this sort of person with questionable morals. Rey Mysterio wasn't necessarily that, but I will say I will give them kudos for expanding the roster and including them. Obviously, WWE characters I don't think are going to be the sort of model for excellent representation of any culture that they display, but having them in there I think meant a lot to a lot of people. And I definitely played a lot of Rey Mysterio Jr. Like he was the person that I thought was cool. So that was kind of fun. All right, so this is an important one, I think. In 1998, a little game called Grim Fandango comes out, made by LucasArts, created by Tim Schafer. This game, I think, is actually a really good example, and I would be curious to hear other people's takes on this. But I personally think Grim Fandango is a good example of someone who is using, you know, lore and folklore and themes from Latinx culture, but incorporating that into some other ones, right? So it's like this is like a sort of noir, like Maltese Falcon game kind of thing, with like, you know, a lot of like saxophones and jazz music and stuff, but it's in a world that is rooted in Latinx and Central American culture specifically. And so, you know, it's an interesting one because I think what I want to sort of cover here is like, it's not a game with Latinx characters, but it is a game with Latinx ideas, and they had some big firsts in there that I think are important to talk about. So this is one of the first games that actually includes Latinx voice acting, and then also, like I said, incorporates Latinx culture, but not in a patronizing, tropey way, right? They're just like using the base material as like a thing to kind of add into another thing to make it interesting. So, you know, would I have loved for this game to be made by Latinx people? Absolutely, that would have been awesome. But for the time, considering where we were, this was a pretty respectful and interesting way to include some different culture without having it just fall into the same sort of tropes. I really liked it. So here's just listen to this and kind of like understand where I'm coming from.
That's a lot of responsibility, Mr. Calavera. What makes you think I've been all that good?
Miss Colomar.
Meche, please.
Meche. I can see it in your face and in your file here, where it says you're entitled to a first-class ticket to... nowhere? What?
Did I do something wrong?
Not according to your bio. It was spotless. At least the part I read was.
I'm not sure I like the implication, Mr. Calavera.
Cool. So it features the main characters are voiced by Latinx people which is awesome. And if you actually read more about this game and the production of it, Tim Schafer actually calls out the fact that Tony Plana, who actually voices Manny Calavera, who's like the main character, he had a bunch of creative input on like different lines and how to kind of like play them up a little bit. And I think there is some stuff that kind of like walks the line, but considering the time and considering the situation, I actually think it's a pretty cool thing to have them be a part of it and represent your culture and the accent and the whole thing in this game. And I think it's done fairly well. I think there is some issues with you know, the idea, and this is a trope that you'll run into later, of like people mixing up their words with like weird Spanglish just to sort of drive home the fact that they are of Latinx descent. But I think they do a pretty good job here, and just in their base voices, they just have the thing, right? You know that they are of Latinx descent, which is pretty freaking cool. So yeah, I'd love to hear more people's thoughts about whether this is like exploitive, or if it's okay. But I think it's more okay than it is exploitive. All right, cool. We got to hurry up now. Okay, so 1998. This one's a good one. In 1998, the Tom Clancy series is happening, and this is, I think, a pretty good example of representation. It's the character's name is Ding Chavez, and this is actually one of the favorites of someone that's on the Latinx and Gaming crew. So shout out to Juan for suggesting this one. I think it's actually a really good one because Ding Chavez is Latinx. It is a mainline protagonist in the game and is in multiple games and explored in lore outside of the game and books and stuff. And you know, it's the kind of representation that says, hey, you're just a person who is of Latinx descent, who's like good at what you do and awesome, and that's why you belong, and no other prerequisite, right? You're just like, he's just good and he just happens to be Latinx. And I think that's valid representation. Like, if you just write characters who are driven by proper motives and who aren't steeped in this sort of like tropes of Latinx-ness, and they're just like, hey, I'm Latinx and I do a thing, and and that's not everything that I am. I'm more complex than that. That's pretty good. I like that. So Ding Chavez is definitely one that feels good because he's a main character and you can actually play as him. Okay, 1999. On the other hand, there are other characters that are like this, that are play into the tropes that you don't want. So Carlos Oliveira is, in Resident Evil Nemesis, and I mean, look at him, right? Like, I think he's cool. Yeah, this is actually a jazzed up version of him. I think the original version was, there's no way you could even distinguish, but he's kind of a playboy. He's like pickup artist. He's making unsavory comments towards Jill, but he is an important character in the series. He's Latinx and indigenous. He was part of the communist rebel movement in South America, and then he gets recruited into Umbrella. So I think this initial version is like, and then the updated version was actually pretty cool. I think he still has some of the tendencies that you don't necessarily like the sort of toxic masculinity, but I think he plays a really important role in the new game. I watched a bunch of cutscenes to kind of like get a feel, and he's like a partner. He's someone that's there, who's actually like looked at as good. Unfortunately, it doesn't get a Latinx voice character. I'm pretty sure it's a white dude, but I could be wrong about that. I looked him up and it was kind of ambiguous, but so please prove me wrong on that. But Carlos is cool, but has some problematic stuff. Also, I will say though, the new design of him, right? Like, he's just a cool looking soldier, and he's got some like hair that it's interesting, but it isn't your typical tropes, right? It's just like he's got fluffy hair and he's just letting it loose, which is cool. I'm into it. All right, cool. So now we're getting into some weird territory where things kind of go off the rails. So 2001, Grand Theft Auto 3 comes out, and this is a game that I played and I didn't necessarily understand. I think I felt weird about it, but the treatment of Latinx characters in Rockstar games in general, pretty awful. I don't necessarily, I can't think of any other than, gosh, I'm going to forget his name because he's not in here. Your partner from Red Dead Redemption 2, who's in your crew, who's actually a pretty good character. In 2001, this game comes out and basically like even distills down even more some of the worst stereotypes of Latinx people. And I think not just Latinx, just like every culture out there, right? The triads. Then you have these like Puerto Rican gangs, like literally associated with countries, and they're just bullet fodder. They're just bullet sponges that you shoot. The characters that they actually use in the game are deeply flawed. They're perpetuating terrible stereotypes about drug dealers, them being drug dealers and being sneaky and criminal. The gangs actually were, like I mentioned, were affiliated with like specific countries, which is just like, and then most of the antagonists in all of these games are minority characters, and there's not a lot of redeeming qualities there, unfortunately. So there is a lot of representation in these games. Like if you just look at it kind of blankly, yeah, there's a ton of Latinx characters in these games, but not all representation is created equal. And I think in this case, it's unfortunate, not doing a great job. And that goes for the Red Dead games. I mean, most of the Latinx characters in Red Dead 1 are sneaky. You have Allende and then the other guy who you end up working with to overthrow him, and they both end up being terrible despots. And yeah, it's just not great. We got to hurry. 2006, we're already here. PS3, PS2, gone. Original Xbox. I mean, there are Latinx characters in there, but they're bullet sponges. They're, I guess the only one you could kind of call out is like, what's his name from Time Splitters, but he's like the most ambiguous Latinx character ever, and also voiced by a white guy. So like, okay. So the year's 2006, and this game comes out, and honestly, this is a big one. This is a big one for me. I think for a lot of people, when I asked about this is one of the names that pops up the most. So Dominic Santiago is a pretty exemplary Latinx character. he's a loving family man who's looking for his wife, and who's a confidant to the main protagonist. In some ways, he saves him in the beginning of the game. You know, I mean, he is what you want to see when you have like a complex character who's like driven by plot, by motives that are interesting. He doesn't say any weird Latinx things. He doesn't give you any like weird he's just like a dude who's part of the movement and has a Latinx accent and is voiced by a Latinx voice actor. So, you know, he's central to the game. He is part of a moment that we'll play in a second that is like heartbreaking and important, and I think Dom is actually one of the most exemplary characters on this list. So I'll play something.
Never thought it would end like this, huh? Huh, Maria? Dom! No!
I think the volume was kind of low, but it's a sad scene. Dom, earlier in this is the second game, but earlier in this game, he realizes that his wife that he's been searching for actually passed away, and his family hasn't made it, and he goes through this really tough time of trying to figure out what is next. And you know, he gives his life for the main characters, and not in a sort of cheap way, right? Like a lot of Latinx characters are just people of color in games. They're just like, yeah, just shoot them in the head and keep moving. They die, they get a cheap death. It's a way for like to give you some sad, but like not in any way that actually changes the story. Whereas this does. This is where this unit starts like kind of unraveling a bit, which is pretty sad. Okay, so now it's 2006. You know, we covered some female characters. I wanted to call it Isabella Keyes because Isabella Keyes also walks that line in Dead Rising where, you know, she's a super intelligent character. She actually was an antagonist and then turns into like an ally in the game, but like super hypersexualized. Every time she's on the screen, you're seeing her legs or her butt, or, you know, it's not great. But she's like a scientist who has the cure, and like you work with her. So, you know, unfortunately, there aren't many Latinx characters, Latinx female characters, and Isabella is one of them. So I want to call it out, but like, yeah, I mean, yikes. Like, there aren't a few, and I'm reaching pretty hard to find some representation for female characters that are meaningful and actually are part of the plot and aren't just like window dressing. All right, 2013. We're almost on time here. You got Mass Effect, and Mass Effect actually had plenty of different kinds of characters, and I think is a super great game. I say what you will about Mass Effect 3. It is kind of a bummer that we had to go all the way to Mass Effect 3 to see some Latinx representation, but James Vega is a pretty cool character. Hardened soldier, but like has depth to him. Has some of that weird like, oh hey, yeah, it's like, you know, it's kind of like cringy Spanglish talk, but still cool. I think a lot of people call this one out as well. He's technically romanceable in the DLC. Sorry if you didn't know that, but you should have got on that. But like not in a weird way, where he's not like a womanizer. You just like have a moment. Yeah. Anyway, and also like James's backstory gets explored in novels and comics, and like he's actually like a main character that like feels good. I like this one a lot. James is cool. Okay, 2013 now. We're just going. 2013 Guacamelee. This one I want to call out because this is actually like straight up, you know, culture, like Mexican culture and folklore in the game, plus luchadors. But I think it actually does a good job, right? Like Juan Aguacate is a heroic character who dies trying to save people. He's an agave farmer. He's a luchador, but he's like the main protagonist of the game. And so there is a way to include these sort of tropes as long as you do so respectfully and if you're exploring the area around it, right? If you're just adding a luchador to your game and it doesn't really make any sense, you're just there, that's one thing. But if you're adding an entire world that's surrounding it, that is also supporting that culture and the ideals, that's interesting. Like that's what I want to see out of Latinx games that are focused on Latinx characters. And I think they could have gone even further with this. Okay, now we're jumping forward. 2016, my goodness. Overwatch. So Sombra's an example. We're going to kind of do a compare and contrast here, because in 2016, Sombra gets introduced into the game. I like the Sombra character because you have to walk this line, and I think a lot of, you know, Latinx female characters that get introduced kind of get thrown into this bucket of like questionable morals, sultry, you know, like sexy, femme fatale, like that kind of weird thing that is like not that cool. Sombra doesn't necessarily have that. I don't think she's super sexualized, right? Like her clothing kind of hides some of her features. The character design is pretty cool. She, you know, like for considering what we were just looking at, I think Sombra is actually a pretty good character. Her background is one layer of her character. Like she has multiple different layers and motives. Her background is like she's a hacker, and she was, you know, kind of impoverished and realized that hacking could actually help her overthrow governments and learn things, but like isn't a thief. You know, maybe has some questionable morals because like worked with Reaper, but like wasn't full on just like criminal. Like you don't look at Sombra and say that's a criminal. And then also was like a huge part of marketing, right? Like she was the second character that was released, had a whole reveal thing, and everyone was really excited about it. It's just a cool character, and also voiced by a Latinx person, which is a theme here that I keep calling out. So after Sombra, I mean, the current, I'm going to call like 2017 and on kind of where we're at right now within games. And there are some other Latinx characters of note. Rico Rodriguez from Just Cause is one. I mean, not necessarily pushing the conversation forward for me as far as like good representation. I think cool to have, but not necessarily like an exemplary one. I also think one that is great from this time frame is are the characters from Life is Strange. I think Life is Strange 2 really delves into a lot of really great topics that are related to, you know, like two Mexican American kids who grow up in the States, and like, I don't want to ruin the story, you should just play the game, but I think really good voice acting, important characters that are fun, and there's some like really wonderful quiet moments in the game that are really sweet and nice, you know, brothers, like there's some really cool stuff there to explore. So I would say Life is Strange would make this list. There's the main protagonist from The Evil Within, but he's not necessarily Latinx. I mean, he's I think Hispanic actually, which kind of falls out of the purview of what I'm kind of talking about. And then we jump forward to this. So 2020 is an interesting year for characters. I mean, I think leading up to this, there might have been some excitement from myself on these characters, Reyna and Loba from Apex Legends. The problem with these characters is there's another trope that you're sort of running into, right? Which is like the sexy, hypersexualized woman who like has questionable morals, right? Like there's just something kind of cheap about that, and obviously like you have two characters kind of landing right next to each other who do the same thing. Loba's like a criminal, like literally, who like steals things, and Reyna is like super into death, and it's like very sexual. Like, I mean, some of her voice lines in game when she's killing people is like a little weird. Also the purple thing, you know, like it's kind of been done already. So I like these. In theory, in practice, they're characters who are speaking not the way Latinx people speak. They are super sexualized. They have questionable morals, right? Like they're just, you don't know where they stand, and like you know, they have to go and do the bad thing because like that's where they're from. Like it's just like, it's kind of boring to me. They do feature Latinx voice actors, which is really good, and I like that. But unfortunately just kind of like just missed the mark for me personally. Now let's talk about the future a little bit. So 2021, Far Cry, the main antagonist, it seems, is a Latinx person. Oh wait, actually he's not. He is black and Italian, and traditionally has played Latinx character, but this is already, we're not off to a great start of 2021. We're not even getting Latinx actors to play character. I mean, I'm sure they'll figure this out in the story, but feeling kind of weird based on what I know about the game, and we'll see how that changes, but not representation and not necessarily a Latinx character. So where do we go from here? The main thing I want to call out here, I think the most important part, and this doesn't necessarily talk directly to the audience that maybe was watching this talk, but we need more game developers of color. If you're hiring people, if you're in charge of putting together teams, get a diverse team. Some of the stuff that you see in games, not to call out specifically, but in the more recent titles, could have been avoided by just having people on the team who live that life, who understand it, who are going to call you out on your bull. There was that whole thing about Cyberpunk and the guy who was just like basically Googling things, and the translations don't add up when under like the literal thinnest amount of scrutiny. And so we can avoid these things by just bringing diverse viewpoints into our workplaces. As a customer, as a person who buys games, support games that make you feel seen. Support games that put you in them and make you feel good about your Latinx culture. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot of examples of it, and it's kind of sad. And then make sure those developers know that you're doing the right thing, that they're doing the right thing. The most recent example that I have of like a little thing but is super important is like character creator in Animal Crossing. I mean, I got a fresh fade in Animal Crossing, and I feel good about that. There's skin colors that like sort of match me, and I know we didn't really talk about character creators and that kind of stuff, but like the best way and the easiest way to let me be in the game is let me be in the game and give me good hair options, give me a variety of them that fit different cultures and different ethnicities within Latinx culture. I think it's super important. So yeah, I'm trying to look like me if I can. And then there like what I will say is I could spend an entire talk talking about people who are making cool stuff that aren't necessarily at the forefront of the conversation about games. Malacca is a great example of this. Created by a company called Lienzo from Mexico. They're using narration from the indigenous language. It's music that is unique to the area. It's they're focusing on a culture that is real and the folklore of it. And so I think we should be, as Latinx people and people from Central and South America, we should be taking the things that are dear to us and using those as ways to make cool stories. I think we just need more of this, and we need more people who are willing to make this stuff, and then also if you're in the industry, willing to support these kind of things. And so you should be seeking that stuff out because it's really important. Okay, questions. We can't do questions because this is pre-recorded, but like I mentioned earlier, leave the stream open. Don't leave PAX's stream. But also, I'm going to be chilling on the Latinx and Games Twitch channel. I'll post it in chat. I'll be lurking. Come ask me questions. Let's talk about this. I'll have plenty of time to answer all the questions possible. I'm ready. Let's talk about it. Call me out. Tell me the ones I missed, all that kind of stuff. If you want to continue this conversation with me, you can find me at Stay Mighty on all the platforms. It's Instagram, it's Twitter. Yeah, come hang out with me and let's work on this together. All right, cool. I think I'm out of time. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. Cheers.
Do you own a VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe, or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys.
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia. Don't forget about our Operation Armstrong level editor. Make entirely custom maps to share over your Steam workshop and screw your friends over. Alright, enough talk. Let's play.
Hello, welcome to this walkthrough of Operation Armstrong. Up here we've got the TV screen, this is where our agent is. We've got a mobile screen where I'll be doing all my hacking, and we've got the VR view where Halen is sneaking about. So let's get right into it. Let's go.
Alright.
So we're going up to door 4, I'm going to open that, get round behind the obstacle there. Yep, 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 okay. Yep, you're good, keep moving, go into the vent.
Oh no, he was a fast turner.
What? How do you... Okay, go straight there. Just go into the next vent.
Ooh.
I've got the lockdown. Or I'll mess up the lockdown. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna open door 10, releasing the crawler into the level. If you want to get round to that next next pillar across. I'm choosing when I open this door.
Yep.
Yep. Just stay there. It should kind of just wander right next to you. Why not? Just stay. Just. Okay.
Is he coming around?
Leaving you. Go.
Jesus. Alright. What's the code?
Okay. Door 9 is yellow, blue, red. Oh, don't go yet.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, alright.
Close that door in his face. I'm just going to open door 10 as well, so the crawler...
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue,
which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
In Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
we are back. Day 5 of the Jackbox play-along. Yeah, so we started off with Tim, moved on to CJ, and then we had Allard, we had Evan, not in that order though, and now I'm here today. I'm going to be writing, directing, producing, and this time acting as well. And I'm here joined with Mr. Ryan DeGiorgi. Ryan, who are you?
Hey Belia, I'm Ryan. It's nice to meet you for the first time. Actually, fun trivia about us is we have never met in person.
It's true.
Because you were hired during all this insane pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, as far as you guys know, I don't really exist.
I prefer to think that you're in our hearts like Santa Claus. You're just sort of an idea we all have gathered around. Yeah. But yeah, I'm Ryan. I am a writer-director at Jackbox, so I direct games and I do some writing on games, and it usually just means being sort of a creative person, like leading the team, but the whole team is basically the whole team sort of contributes to all aspects, so it's sort of a weird role, but I love it.
That's great. I'm glad you love what you do, because it would be terrible if you didn't.
Yeah, and I think that was pretty much the best way anyone's ever explained how they do their job, and it shouldn't be interrogated at all.
Yeah, ask no more questions about whether or not I love my job. Well, cool. We're going to start off the day the same way that we've been starting off with one of the new games from the Jackbox Party Pack 7, which is coming out. When is it coming out?
I want to say October 15th on all major digital platforms. Available for pre-order now on Steam.
Yeah, that sounds accurate to me. That sounds dead on, actually. So yeah, good job.
We would need someone from marketing to confirm it, but we don't have them here.
We've trained you correctly. Excellent.
Belia, have you said what you do?
Oh, no, yeah, so I was hired, kind of mid-pandemic here, so I'm one of the newer faces here at Jackbox. Haven't seen the inside of the office, still don't know if everyone's real. But yeah, I'm a marketing manager over at Jackbox, which means that I try to get as many people to see our games as possible, pretty much. It's a really fun job, actually. I highly recommend someone try and take my job.
I do not recommend it. Do not replace Belia.
Well, cool. We're going to be starting off, with Party Pack 7 today. This is the sequel to Quiplash, Quiplash 3. I'm really excited about this one. This one's been really great for everyone.
I code. Take it from me. Take my word for it that Quiplash 3 is actually even better. I had almost nothing to do with Quiplash 3. It's in my interest to tell you that 2 is better, because I was involved, but it's not. Quiplash 3 is the superior game, and everybody's going to love it.
Would you say it's 3 times better than the original?
No, I would never say that. I would never. Well, all right, I'll say it. Yes.
You heard it here first. Oh, cool. Just in a second here, we're going to end up getting that room code out there for you guys. I'm going to type it into the chat here so you guys can all get in on this game.
So I have my eye on the chat as well. Hey, Sock Drawer, Fantaze, a lot of names I recognize.
So there's the room code. Oh, we've got
nice.
people already. Nice.
That's quick. And you know what? Before I was gonna say it, but Division 10 said it for me. Keep your answers respectful. Obviously, no hate speech towards any individual or group, and a little light swearing is okay, but let's not go crazy.
Yeah, or else I will not be your friend.
Yeah, and that's the worst thing that could happen.
We can't be friends anymore. Cool. So we've got a full room here of players, but does that mean that people can't still play along?
No, it doesn't mean that. Thank you for asking.
So stupid.
Belia, get out! I said all the good things about you, and now you messed it up. We have fun around here. No, you can play along in the audience by going to jackbox.tv and entering that room code ZNXD, and you'll get to vote along. And the audience has a lot of power in Quiplash. Basically, you're deciding who wins. The players get to vote, but their vote is no more important.
You have arrived. This is Quiplash 3. Dial Q for Quiplash.
Collins Blakely says swearing must
My
be
name's
under 3
Smitty,
pounds.
And I provide something of a concierge service.
You must be this tall to swear.
If you didn't make it in, get yourself into the audience.
Oh, sorry,
Enter
Danny
the room
DeVito.
Code and vote.
Better luck next life.
And now, round one.
I love the
You're going to
claymation.
see 2 prompts
I
on
know.
your
God,
device.
it's so
Answer
cool.
each one with a brilliant
I mean, like with
response.
any of our
Soon you'll
sequels,
go up against
when
another
we talk about
player's
doing
answers
another one,
while
there's always
everyone
the
else
question
votes
of
for
like,
their
well,
favorite.
what's the excuse to
Oh,
do
yes,
it? Like, we don't want to
points.
just make
You
it
score
and have it
points
just be
based
new
on the
content. We
percentage
want
of
there to be a
voters who
little bit
like your
more of like a
answers.
reason
Clear
for it
enough?
to exist.
Sure hope so.
And
Let's
one of the
go.
things was like, well, what would you do with the art? How would you change it up? And Kyle Fleischer and the rest of the team had this idea pretty early on for like Clay, and it was just like blew us all away. Like we're like, we have to make this game just to see this.
Why did no one think of clay before?
I know.
That's awesome. Yeah, and usually when people are coming up with sequels, which many of the party packs do have sequels or callbacks to other games, there's kind of this process of like reinventing the game in some interesting way, so you're not just making a sequel for the sake of making a sequel, but kind of like improving on it or iterating off the idea. Yeah, what's that process been like?
It's definitely challenging. I went through that a little bit with Fibbage because I worked on Fibbage 3 and Party Pack 4, and it was definitely like, Fibbage, in my opinion, Fibbage is probably my favorite game that we make. It's a close race. There's a lot of great ones, but Fibbage is so like purely Jackbox to me, and it was like, okay, what do we do to upgrade that? And we came up with some really great, like a ton of quality of life changes. With the way that the audience can interact and the final round having 2 blanks and a bunch of fun stuff like that. But there was a lot of discussion of like, is this enough to like push it into sequel territory? And then we eventually did Enough About You, which is this whole other game mode, and that felt like very big and cool. But yeah, and then the same thing with You Don't Know Jack full stream, where we were like, it's been years and years since we've made You Don't Know Jack. We want to make another one. How do we sort of reinvent it? And Arnie, who was the editorial lead, had like 1,000 ideas about, because he had been a writer on a lot of old Jacks and was like, here's what I liked and didn't like about working in those games. Let's try to figure out a way to modernize it. And I feel like I'm just always so like enamored with like the way that the whole team sort of brought You Don't Know Jack into the modern world in a way that I think a lot of people don't always notice. They're just like, oh, it's You Don't Know Jack. It plays the same as always. But there's a lot of amazing hard work that goes in, especially the Jack attack, to making it feel good for 8 players, etc., etc. Sorry, I'm missing horny jokes. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Oh, he's horny for that, honey. The idea of a date should not be to play dead. I'm gonna say, I guess if everyone's consenting to that, that's fine, but...
I mean, if it's a bad date...
I guess so.
Just stop engaging in conversation, lie down.
Just like, tip into your plate of spaghetti at the restaurant.
It has to be spaghetti.
Without further ado, an old-fashioned curse word that nobody uses anymore.
I love the Quiplash, mold of make up a fake word.
Now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Consarn it.
Oh, consarn it.
I wouldn't know how to spell that one. Kudos.
Yeah, very good. We once played Quiplash with a team of like marketing. I realize I'm about to make fun of marketing people, but I'm talking to one. Actually, these are more salespeople. Let's just say that. So they were salespeople, and we were like, "Get it? It's Quiplash. It's fun. Let's play. We'll show you how it works." And for whatever reason, their minds were so in this literal mode that it was like a terrible thing to find in your sock, and it was like a spider. It's like, no, you have to. It has to be something wackier.
Yeah, see, my go-to is typically like, another sock, like, because that's pretty low level humor when you can't think of something.
That's a standby though. That always works.
Yeah.
Okay, what's
Meta.
next?
Yep.
What the U.S. president counts at night instead of sheep.
Ooh. This one's political.
It is. I was actually like, how bad will this get? It was pretty light.
This isn't bad. Bricks in his wall. Okay.
Oh, no.
That's a kind of literal one, I think.
Yeah. It's like that Pink Floyd video all over and over again.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Fibbage is one of my favorites because I'm really good at it, which makes me think maybe I'm just a really good liar. Maybe that it's like an untapped ability that I should take more advantage of.
I mean, like I said, we have no proof that you even exist.
Yeah, I don't even work here.
Person can accidentally add to a group text about your love life.
That's cool. Have you? What's the biggest lie? Oh wait, hold on. I'm in this one.
Decision.
Yeah, that would be pretty bad. If you were talking to somebody about your dating life and I just popped in like, hey!
Just play dead, man. It's cool.
Yeah, let me explain. Here's my tactics. I like your spouse. That's a pretty fun one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, unless it's about your spouse, and then it's just kind of nice.
Yeah, I guess so. But I want to take it the awful way.
Fair. Ooh, the audience split. Do you have
That's
a
a close
go-to
And
quick
next,
character that you go
Mother
for?
called you a
You know,
toddler tyrant when
it
you
used to be the
blinked.
Coffin from Quiplash 2, and the Coffin's in this one too, but there's so many new ones I haven't
now,
really
pick your
settled
favorite.
into a go-to yet. Also, when we play with like streamers or other people, I want to give them the opportunity to pick the fun ones. But I probably would pick the Moon, or maybe the Teardrop. I like the shape of both of those.
The Cactus is my new favorite. The Cactus replaced the Coffin for me.
Yeah, the Cactus is very good.
I just like, he's like, hey!
Yeah,
What's up?
just here,
Yeah.
being equipped.
Oh, and then someone called the Moon something like Banana. Yeah, that's what it was. They called it
Oh
Banana,
yeah.
which is pretty good.
I guess it could. I don't know. Maybe it. I don't know exactly if it is a banana or a moon.
Next on the
A
docket,
little bit of both.
your
Yeah.
cat can talk for 1 minute.
My
What do you
cat can
chat
talk
about?
for like a half hour straight.
Time to pick the one you
Wait,
like
what?
best.
You just have you not? Maybe you haven't been on calls with me where he's just screaming in the back.
Oh no, I'm well aware of Mr. Business. I got confused by how big is too big for eyes is the thing that you talk to your cat about.
Aww. When it comes to cats, they can get pretty big, I think. That's cute.
Yeah, since we've been working from home, I've gotten to meet everybody's cats, and
Yeah.
they're screaming in the background lovably.
Let's see
Yeah, a
the
lot of
next
people's
one.
dogs too.
Nobody
Yeah.
ever checks into that hotel room.
Yeah, Arnie's will
Not
just sit
since
next to him
blank.
and just sort of low key like, "Brr."
Aw.
Like it's sort of adorable.
All right, choose your favorite.
What could this mean? 1490?
Oh, that's that Stephen King book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I can't read, so.
I understand. I understand. You can only read letters or numbers. I mean,
Yeah. Those were easy.
yeah.
I know
That
that
was
number's
a-
bigger, so that person won.
Wait, we didn't really vet you very well, did we, Paul?
That background check.
Current record.
When I
Let's see the
think
scores.
about it. Should we talk about moderation a little bit? Since I think you're moderating right now, right?
Yeah, we have one moderator in this game. Yeah.
Round 2 is
go for
here,
it.
and the points.
Yeah,
are
I was just gonna. I mean,
doubled, so stop talking about
I worked on a
round
game
one
this pack called Devils in the Details, which does not have moderation because it doesn't have a lot of user-generated content. So if I get anything wrong, don't blame me. The Quiplash team will know better. But it's a really great feature that lets you log in basically the same way you would log into one of our games normally at jackbox.tv, but you go to a different address and you put in a password and that you are given by the person running the game. And then you're a moderator for that game. And for games that support it, including Quiplash, you see all the answers before anybody else does. So if something is objectionable, you can press a button. It will never appear in the game. You don't have to wait till it appears anymore. Somebody can be watching that behind the scenes. And if they're on top of it, it usually doesn't affect the flow of the game at all. They can do it while people are writing, etc. And if they do need a couple extra minutes, or not minutes usually, but a couple extra seconds, they can take that time, and the game will proceed when everything is moderated. And hopefully you'll never have to use it. But if you have to, if you want to, it's there, and it'll prevent a lot of annoyances from streamers. And you can play and moderate. You have to have two windows open. Not the ideal way to do it because you're sort of ruining the game for yourself by seeing those things first. But that is a feature you can totally do.
Yeah, it's really great for Twitch streamers, especially. You know, if you're trying to keep your Twitch stream, very PG. This makes it a lot
Time's almost
easier,
up.
especially
Use
when
a
you're streaming
safety
to
quip
just
if
kind
you're
of
stuck.
randos on the internet. Things can get kind of wacky. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
great. That in combination with the new filtration settings. So Quiplash 3 has strict filters as well as
Better
kind of
late
like
than never, I
less
guess.
strict filter, and then also no filter if you guys just want to go buck wild.
Hashtag no filter.
Let's take a peek,
hashtag
shall
no
we?
filter. We should have called it that thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's get the party
There's the sort of
started with
just filter out hate
the name
speech
for
and
a
stuff that
cruise
would be
ship
objectionable
that
to anyone,
only
and then
caters
there's
to
also
single
filter out
hands.
swear words if you want to be sensitive. Sexy C man. Oh, Sexy
Thanks for
Seaman got
showing up,
robbed by
though.
not having someone to go up against. I think you could have gotten more points.
And
Tangent
next is
if you'd had some competition.
Emergency room is so stressful. Why can't we just call it blank?
That's a good question.
All right, people, it's voting time.
I had an oopsie room. Oh man.
Does my insurance cover Choppy Choppy Cuddy Cuddy Land? Because I am bleeding profusely.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Oh, people are telling me that Secret Theme Book is 1408. So in that case, that quip deserved nothing.
They deserve nothing.
You deserve nothing, sir.
Good day. Yeah, I
Let's
had an
keep it
oopsie
going.
room. I like that one too.
An absolutely fabulous way to
3
die.
A's for fabulous.
Fabulous. Silk scarf
Now
strangle.
it gets
Nice.
real. Pick
Choke
your
on
favorite.
sparkles.
This is giving me a great idea for a horror movie about Studio 54 that I'm working on. So
Yeah, I think that both of these are pretty fabulous. I wouldn't be ashamed to have that on my tombstone.
yeah. Also, the Silk Scarf Strangler is a great.
Oh my god,
That's
yeah.
a great serial killer name.
Like white gloves and everything, for sure.
You do see him coming. He's not very he doesn't blend in. You know when the Silk Scarf Strangler is following you.
I was totally imagining a lady murderer.
Next up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
You're right.
it's fine. It's interesting.
I need to
Have a
open. I need to
stunt
open
double
my
when you-
my
Ladies
heart.
can be killers too.
I know. You're right.
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite.
Stunt double when you take your driving test. Jeez.
I like to imagine if you're visiting your parents, your stunt double crashes through their window.
Yeah. I don't think I've taken a driving test since I was like 15. Actually.
Yeah, I mean, I took mine later. I feel like I was maybe 18 before I got my real license for whatever reason. And then I have barely driven since. I've lived in Chicago long enough that I just
The
don't have a
next
car. and I don't know
goal
how to
on
drive.
Jeff Bezos' vision board.
Oh no, Jeff Bezos. Acquire
Okay,
Jet.
everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Battle Elon Musk to the death in hand to hand. A little rock, paper, scissors? A little thumb wars, perhaps?
Jeff Bezos looks like a thumb, so I think he'd have an advantage.
He just uses his whole body.
Yeah.
Well, Elon Musk used to be bald. People forget this, but...
Oh yeah, he had plugs or something.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it, Elon. Fooled me again.
And now, a reality show nobody would miss.
Oh,
The
Acquire
Masked
Jackbox was
Blank.
what that was supposed to be, but apparently it...
Acquire Jackbox.
Okay. That could have gotten more points.
He can't afford us.
A no-show, huh?
no.
Well, enjoy these big points.
The masked mask.
Ooh, a little bit of
Next
showing
we
off the
have-
fact that we have
What an
emoji
extremely
in
nice
Quiplash
bouncer
support
says when
now.
throwing people out of
You
bars.
totally use an emoji in your answer, which really will mostly just be the eggplant emoji.
All
but
right, vote
feel
for
free
the
to
one
use
you like
anyone.
best.
Remember to tuck your knees. This throws you out. I enjoy that.
I've never been kicked out of a bar.
I haven't either, which makes me think we haven't really lived.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of starting to believe. Is like now that bars are closed, I'm like all of the things I could have done.
I guess I've been kicked out in the
And here
sense
we
that I
have
closed down the bar,
What
and
the
they were like,
vision chart
seriously.
spells out for
No,
the
really,
eye
get
doctor's
out.
secret
Yeah,
hates
please
you.
pay your tab. I guess I had that experience, but that's not quite the same.
Yeah.
All right, people,
no.
it's voting
That's just still
time.
kind of nice.
Yeah, right. Have you ever gotten the, you stay long enough and you've bought enough stuff that you get like the free shot from the bartender?
Well, so I only ever went to one bar, and that's Logan Arcade here in Chicago.
Logan Arcade's so great.
Yeah, and that was my second home before like COVID times and everything. So I kind of knew the bartenders really well. So I don't do shots, though, is the other thing. But if I did, I'm sure that they would be really nice and offer me one.
It's a good policy.
All
I just
right,
think it's
let's
gross.
cap
It's
on
so why would you do
round 2
something
and
that
see
tastes
those
yucky?
scores.
I mean, that's fair, but you can say that about literally all alcohol.
Yeah. Well, what if they just like put a bunch of sugar in it and then it doesn't taste
Yes.
like alcohol?
That's true. I mean, I'm with you on that. I'm a rum
last
fan.
chance
I'm
to strut
I'm
your
very much a
stuff.
cocktail fan.
I'll be
Put
sending
some sugar
each
in
of
my
you
liquor.
a prompt that needs
That's a good song title.
3
Put some
separate
sugar in my
responses.
liquor.
That's triple the ha
This is
ha.
the new Quiplash 3 thing.
Yeah, Thriplash, which had to be done because it sounds good.
Mhm.
Yeah, the team, Warren directed this, and the whole team spent a lot of time testing possible round 3s. That was one of the things that I think we knew we wanted to change from Quiplash, have a sort of a round 3 that felt a little bit more coherent with the rest of the game, and they tried a billion different things, all of which were fun, and some of which were save that for a different game. That feels like its own thing. But this, I'm really happy with what they landed on. It's so cool. And I was initially I was do you want to make people write 3 jokes? Isn't that just a lot harder? But really, once I actually started playing with it, I was oh, it really opens up what you can do with it, to have a setup and payoff. So it's really cool.
It is really cool. I like it a lot.
The lesson, as always, is I was wrong.
I like it a lot because it kind of has the setup of a joke where it's just set up punchline, you know what I mean? So it kind of, I don't know, it really causes you to think a lot.
Yeah, it's totally true.
As someone who's very funny, I appreciate it.
And that's going to be on the box of Party Pack 7. It's your face, and there's a little quote under it that says, as someone who's funny, I recommend this.
I think you really have to have a good sense of humor to work at Jackbox.
Moderation is wrapping
Yeah.
up, and then we can see those quips.
You can see right now we're waiting for the moderator to approve all those hilarious quips.
Let's see
and
those
there they go.
thrips.
They approved it. I think you do too. I think it really
My mom won't call it
helps
a butt.
to.
She calls it blank.
In my
or
thing,
blank.
all I want from everybody I work with, it's been a long time thing. Also, no cuts, no butts. Let's really get into that.
The fun part.
But
Pick your
it's just for
favorite
to work with people who understand the full goal of the project and not just their one part of it. So it's not oh, I'm just going to work on my little cog I have to turn, and I don't really care about it. But I like to work with people who understand what we're all doing and do their best to work towards it. And everybody at Jackbox does. It's really a pleasure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
The bouncy in the rear.
Double hemispheres. I like that one a lot.
Double hemispheres is pretty good too.
I think I'm just gonna start calling butts that from now on.
Kick you right in the double hemispheres. I feel like I could come up with a couple other things that might be, though. It's a little bit confusing.
The 3
In your southern
hottest trends of the
hemispheres?
summer will be blank,
I like that
blank,
better.
and blank.
I knew this was gonna be all COVID stuff.
And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Wait, where's this other bigger sun I keep hearing about?
Yeah, we're up to 3 suns now.
I don't think we're set up for that.
We're getting those audience votes in. Awesome.
Question from the chat: are there image prompts in 3? They're not. Thriplash, as you see here, is how it always ends. It was nice to have some variety in Thriplash too, but I think this is a stronger and more consistent final round. So I think the team went for this for that reason. So it is
3
always
names
Thriplash.
a kid can call their grandpa other than grandpa.
Bouncy hemisphere.
Decisions.
Inheritance.
Choose your favorite.
Inheritance, yeah.
I don't know what Righteous Mantis is referring to, but they just say dumb, and I agree.
Dumb.
Dumb.
Whatever it is, yes.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Ooh.
Nice. Kick puncher.
The 3 things you need to be good at to truly get ahead in life. Now it gets real.
So
pick your favorite.
somebody went for the let's get a sort of a standard joke build, which is really funny. And somebody was like, I'm going to tuck in as many old callbacks as I can.
Oh yeah, you love to see it.
It's anybody's game.
Can't they both be winners?
That's the thing. And no.
No.
Let's see what kind of audience we're dealing with. Audience was completely split. The players gave it
Take
to
a deep breath and behold
the
the
acceleration
final
bit, which
scores.
I also liked. Final score time. PogChamp man, well done, sir or madam. You can keep that little clay crown as your prize.
You can keep it forever.
Yeah.
Alright, chat, what are we playing next? We can do something from an older party pack, or we can keep playing Party Pack 7.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
A lot of GGs, that's nice.
Very nice, very wholesome.
Gotten a couple champed ups. Couple blathers.
Forget the old party games, this is... PAX is now a Party Pack 7 convention.
You know what? It usually ends up that way. This is like, I've said it on other streams, but it's really like the game's not real until it's played at PAX. I'm glad we get to do it virtually.
Yeah, definitely. So we got Bother Round Chimp Up seems to be... What's Murder Death Party?
That's not a game. I mean, maybe it's a game that you're working on, and if so, we're going to sue you. It's too close to one of our games.
We will end you.
I feel like Champed and Blather, what do you think?
So one's a
Between those two.
drawing-based game, and the other is kind of sort of a charades-y type game. I want to build up to Champed Up, because it's one of my favorites. So let's go into Blather Round. This is another one from the Party Pack 7. I forget when it comes out, though.
Yeah, there's only... God, I wish I knew. I want to say that it's the month that starts with an O, and it's the day that starts with a 1 and ends with a 5. So I think it's October 115th.
Something like that. That sounds about right.
Close to that.
Yeah.
Tell you what, you know, if you go on Steam right now, or if you go to shop.jackboxgames.com, I'm sure all the information is there. And you can perhaps even pre-order it.
Okay, so just a sec here, I'm going to give you guys... That's a really cool room code. I'm excited about this one.
Oh, good room code.
Okay, so...
Let's say if you played last time, let's let other people get in on this.
Yeah, let other people get in. Oh, and they're already in. Wow.
Don't fake the funk on the nasty dunk.
The funk is with you.
Hugh Neutron. I remember Hugh Neutron. Sock Drawer got in. A lot of old friends.
They are very fast. Yeah, so for the next one though, let everyone get a chance, guys. And...
Belia, do you want to show off our read the room code feature?
Oh, quick.
You don't have to.
The code is.
Next time.
Next time, yeah. I totally forgot about that. You're right. But yeah, now you can
Welcome
get the
to
room code
Blather
you
Round.
want too.
I hope your brain is ready to get a little wrinklier.
If you are seeing impaired or
We're going
lazy.
to present a secret prompt, like
one of those.
Yeah.
You'll describe it to everyone else with sentences like this.
So Blather is
you can
great.
change
I really
some
like
of
this
these
game
words,
a lot.
but your options
It's
are very
maybe
limited.
it's like my favorite chill out
else
game
will
in the
be
pack of
guessing
like it provides a lot of fun and it doesn't ask you to be like
It's a lot like Free Willy too.
overly I don't want to say involved, but like you can relax and still get a lot out of it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
I
your
love
work
the
is rewarded.
aesthetic of
So
it
talk
so
out
much.
loud and work together.
Oh, yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
begin.
Dave Ennis really like delved into like
Round
Art Deco madness.
Yeah. I'm a huge fan.
Time to
And Art
choose your
Deco's
prompt.
pretty in trend right now. So.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Hard prompts are
Oh,
worth
man, we're
more,
finally
but
trendy.
Easy prompts take less of an emotional. Now you're going to
you guys
craft
are
a
so
sentence that describes your prompt. On your device,
Now the
you'll
audience
see
can
two
play
word
along
columns.
too.
Tap all the
I
words
forget
you
how
want
it
to
works
include in
though,
your sentence,
but I know that you
and
guys
then
can guess
tap
along.
Submit, When you're
and
finished.
you get some points if you
Oh,
help
and you can
players get
choose
it right.
more than one word in each column.
Oh, you
if
don't know what I'm
want to
talking
get
about.
Creative.
This game, I really struggle with because I didn't grow up with a lot of like American trivia or like movies and books and things, but I think I'm getting the hang of it, and I like it more and more every time I play it.
Good. I know that was a big challenge from the team of like trying to come up with a wide enough array of things, but also still making it things that most people would know.
Mm-hmm. You're the first sacrifice.
Yeah,
I mean
and I know
player.
that, and
Player
Claire
is what I
McFadden, who
said.
was the editorial
The
director on
category
this,
is
and also pitched the game,
person.
spent many sleepless nights trying to make it balanced in
They're
that
a
way.
good cloth.
They're a good cloth.
On your
Okay.
mark, get set.
Should I guess too? I don't want to
That means
ruin it, but now
everyone in the
I
audience, too.
really have to try to
Hey,
guess a little
presenter.
bit.
Well,
Time
you know,
to
when
write
you're playing
another
this game in
sentence.
person or with friends over Discord or whatever, you know, you want to kind of have that open conversation of like, what could this be?
Ragman.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that was quick.
What the heck?
Someone is
guessed
a
the
good
right
cloth.
answer.
He is. He's the best cloth. What a guess. Wow. And that's a lot for getting it so quickly. That is
Look
a
at all
lot
the
of
hard
points for
work
both
you
you guys.
did.
Mm-hmm.
Very
And
good
with
cloth.
only one hint.
The category
Yeah.
is thing.
All right, a thing. It's a hairy biology structure. Okay,
You should go
maybe
see
I
a
don't want to know.
doctor.
Yeah, I have this hairy biology structure.
It's like when you try to sound smart to impress your doctor.
Right? Yeah. Right. I'm basically a doctor. Hairbrush, hair, mammal, Chewbacca is a good guess. Wax paper, gonna say bad guess. Makes no sense. Bigfoot. I
Yeah, all
like.
of these are great except for one of you.
Right. Get
Hit
out.
the skip.
Caterpillar. It wafts the situation. Okay,
that our
I think I
audience
have
may
a
be onto
maybe a
something.
little bit of a better guess.
Kermit?
So, the great thing about Blather is you can also play it the way a lot of us at work play it, where if you don't know it, just start putting
Butterfly.
jokes in to make other people laugh.
Uh-huh.
You won't get points for it, but you will have fun.
Well, even if you think you're wrong, it helps to add in guesses, because then the person presenting can say, like, it's a lot like Cat Scratcher, or, yeah, it's nothing
Or in
like
this case,
it's
yeah.
nothing like it.
If you
How did
contributed
I
a
guess?
guess that got used, you get points.
Biology structure makes me think it's a part of the body. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
A really big talk about
Talk about scented ticklish.
Ooh, I'm jealous of that sentence.
I think I know what it is. Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I have a good guess.
Blanket.
Blanket.
Towel.
Towel.
Time is running out. Time to take some big swings.
I think someone's close. It looks like the audience got it right. Or
Oh, okay.
Someone in the audience got. I think that's what that little exclamation. point-
Exclamation.
My dad.
My dad.
Your dad.
Someone's dad.
It's got to be
Killing me.
someone's dad.
It's got it. Whose dad is it?
It has, the, same vibe as deodorant. Then I definitely know what it is.
Almost
Yes. See, okay, we're getting closer.
Armpit, right? It's got to be armpit.
Well,
yeah,
no one got
armpit.
it right, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a rewarding experience.
I feel like nose hairs was
Armpit!
almost there. Yeah.
At least the audience figured it out.
Good job, audience. I always root for the audience. Because even
Yeah.
if they
If
weren't
you saw
fast
the
enough to get
answer
into the
and thought,
game, they can still like get a bunch
that
of
makes
points from mine
sense.
sometimes.
Then hit my bad on your device.
Now, I really like this feature. I would never thought to do this. It's really smart. Is that if you feel like you should have got it, you can press the My Bad button and give them some
category
points
is
anyway.
story.
I love
Which I-
that because those are really good hints. Like having
Yeah.
the same vibe as deodorant. Like yeah, that was.
It's a
I
story
got
about a
it
mundane human
Yeah.
family.
Mundane human family. Well, it's not devils in the
Not
details. They're devils. Eliminate that. It's probably not the Addams family.
But also like I feel like they would describe themselves as a mundane human family.
Yes, that's true.
Family.
Full House.
The Wizard of
It's
Oz.
not Adam family. Full House is a good guess. Wonderful,
And a wonderful
propane,
propane
cliche.
cliche.
Ooh, I feel like I know.
The Adam and Adam's family spelled
Marley
with two
and me.
D's.
It's true.
And a wonderful propane cliche.
It's a lot like The
Oh, I think I know
Simpsons.
what it
Yeah.
is. Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
favorite
there you
cartoon.
go. I love King of the Hill.
It's so good.
I haven't seen though, because I feel like I fell off it and then like didn't realize it.
That was great.
Uh-oh.
And everyone who contributed
Oh.
a helpful guess Get some points too.
Hello.
Yeah, I didn't realize Mike Judge also wrote Silicon Valley, which is very impressive that he knows like everything about just kind of like Texas suburbia, but also like Silicon
It's
Valley.
the amazing establishment.
I know. And the ever more prescient day by day idiocracy.
Yeah.
New Jersey, IKEA.
It's the amazing establishment.
It's gotta be Jersey or IKEA.
Yeah.
The Coliseum.
Burger King.
Is there an old Jersey?
McDonald's.
Empire State Building.
Oh. That's a very good
Like
question.
in Europe's or something?
That's got it right. It's got to be European or something.
Asgardian.
That feels like
Maybe
that's
we should
probably
just
true.
submit the sentence and find.
It's where you delight in the
It's
event.
where you delight
Okay,
in the
like a
event.
stadium, maybe.
Central Park. Jail.
Jail.
Place. It's not jail.
It's probably not jail.
Where you delight in the event.
PAX.
PAX. I like that one.
That's true.
Concert Hall. Coliseum.
Madison Square Garden.
Dairy
Division
Queen.
10 says Jersey. There is a Jersey in the UK, so that must be.
It's kind of similar to IKEA.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to
Kinda
IKEA.
similar.
Movie theater.
Hmm.
Is it just Sweden?
Dinner.
And they're an amazing establishment.
Yeah.
The Swedes.
Radios.
I'm not gonna argue with that.
So much holiday.
Costco.
So much holiday.
Right, Depot.
Okay, I think I know.
Costco.
Walmart. Chuck E. Cheese.
Walmart.
Have you seen the Chuck E. Cheese conspiracy?
Costco.
No.
That
What's
they,
this?
like-
Kmart.
Don't sue me. I
Target.
don't think this is true. But the conspiracy
Macy's.
is that they like
Mall.
Christmas
whenever
tree shop.
kids eat pizza and like leave slices behind, they like
Holiday
reuse
Inn.
those slices to piece them
Oh.
together into a new pizza.
This place
and
has
kinda
a
heat it up
striped
to make it look like
architecture.
it's an original pizza. And their
I have heard
evidence
this.
is that they're not like
Submit more
completely circular,
guesses.
but just kind of like jagged edges. It kind of looks
I
like
don't know.
you pieced together a bunch of different slices.
Yeah. I kind of want that to be true.
It's a
in a weird
magical
way.
I do
version
too.
of Christmas
I also
tree
want it
shop.
to be true. I don't think it is.
Time is
though.
ticking.
Yeah.
Hurry,
Oh
hurry.
no, almost out of time. IDK.
Yay!
What? They got it in last second.
Right at the last
Down to
second.
the wire. Y'all are some adrenaline.
Now, you might have
junkies.
noticed what happened there, which is that somebody guessed North Pole, but it accepted Santa's Workshop as North Pole anyway, because it was close enough, and we have a lot of stuff in there to help you out in that way.
You can't see me right now, but I'm beaming with pride, and I look gorgeous.
Yeah, that was a real nail biter. Good job, Sock Drawer.
Yeah.
And Glenby. I feel like Glenby was giving
It's story
really good clues. It's actually
time.
surprising that it was that much of a nail biter.
Yeah, everyone but one of you did really well that
It's a
round.
story about a small hero.
It's a story about a small hero. I hope it's Stuart Little. Or the Danny DeVito story. Let's just keep racking on
And a
Danny
young
DeVito.
character.
It's a Wonderful Life.
And
That's
a young
oddly
character.
specific
A
guess.
Pub's Life.
It is.
An American Tale.
American Tale.
Why?
And
A
Man
new
Stuart Little.
figurine.
New figurine.
If you don't know what it is, throw anything out there.
Yeah, I
it
have-
can only help.
I have a guess, but it's sort of an
Alice in
obscure
Wonderland.
one. I'm not sure if it would be in the game.
Oh,
Oh, there it is.
figurine. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good word for this.
My guess was Indian in a Cupboard, because I'm 100 years old.
No, I read that book. I'm not a
Okay, good.
You did it! High five each other.
I always
Hug the dog,
that
smile
series was
politely
pretty
at them.
good, and it always stuck in my head that the kid's
You'll
name
be
was
our
Omri
last
because it was a
presenter
name
this
I'd never
round.
heard before.
Yeah, that's
Story.
true. That's
Time
nice.
to attend
Yeah.
the tale.
I think I saw the movie too.
Yeah, I don't remember if that was any good or not.
Story about a nice peppy somebody.
Nice peppy somebody.
Me?
Not you, Ryan.
Why am I never the right answer?
Romeo and Juliet.
Talk to the writers.
All right.
Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, Romeo and Juliet is a nice
Plus,
peppy
The
story.
Wizard of Oz.
And a joyful peppy singing.
Joyful peppy
There's a
singing.
lot of
The Great
peppy in
Gatsby.
here. Okay.
Yeah, peppy is really
The Brave Little Toaster.
embodying this character.
Yeah, if they want
For
to
the
get
story.
one thing across to you guys, is that it's peppy.
Hamilton. Glee.
Same
Hello, darling.
vibe as the
It
Wizard
has
of
the same
Oz.
You
vibe
get
as the
points.
Wizard
Whoever
of
guessed
Oz.
the Wizard of Oz gets points
Les
because it was
Miserables.
used to help get to the answer.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Cinderella.
audience
Meet me in
got it.
St. Louis.
It's kind of fun to see that the hive mind of the audience can get it so quickly. Like the fact that they get it before the players is always fun to me.
Mm-hmm.
Singing in the Rain.
Beauty and the Beast.
Rain. These are good guesses. I don't know it yet.
The Little
They
Mermaid.
need another hint.
Presenter, let's go.
Yeah, Chubby Panda.
So, have you heard about the panda meme for PAX Online?
I've heard about it, but I don't know what it is. I've just heard of it.
I think it was TKO. Someone drew this adorable panda on Monday. And it was so cute, and it like won everything in TKO. And
get your guesses in before this thing wraps up.
That's funny.
It was just the cutest little panda, and the slogan was something very precious, like
Mice and men.
Like
It's
be
like a
kind to
musical
each other, or
version
something
of
like super
Charlie.
cute like that. Everyone just loved it.
I wonder, here's a little wrinkle.
The hero falls in love
Was
with the mister.
was manual censoring on by any chance?
No.
Chronicles of Narnia. Some Disney
Oh,
movie,
okay.
probably.
Willy Wonka.
Then it's probably totally fine. Because, by I guess coincidence, if you censor a drawing in TKO, it
Always.
changes your what you did to a cute panda, and it puts under it some cute saying like that. But it also might be that somebody has played TKO before and just knew that existed
You were
and just
in
drew
the
something very similar.
neighborhood, but you couldn't find the house.
Or it was a coincidence. Sound of Music, I see.
Yeah, someone gave him a my bad.
Let's see how the score
My
shook
bad.
out. Look at all those
The
numbers.
hero falls in love with
They
the
certainly
mister.
mean
That's a good
things
clue. It's a
in
good clue.
relation to each other. You bet.
Round
two, just for you.
Okay, I'm gonna be
All
right
right.
back. Ryan, cover for me.
In round two,
Okay.
the points are
I'm
double.
Belia. I'm not gone at all. No, just kidding.
Here we go
Okay,
again.
round two.
Pick a beautiful new
This is
prop.
where if you are doing poorly, you want to do well this time. Because then you'll get some
Prop that
points and maybe
seems
come
like
back.
the most fun, or the one that seems the least scary.
All right. Everyone's in.
Write a sentence to describe
Great
your
first
new
sentence.
prompt. You can
I
always
am a
just
real
scroll
fan
the
of
lists up and down.
both the writing and the
You might
guessing
have more
portions.
words than you
I
think.
admit that I cheat in this game in the sense that I usually use a laptop or a desktop because I like to type quickly, which I guess is kind of cheating. But I recommend it because then you can just pop in a lot of answers real quick, and half of them can be dumb jokes that nobody
guessing
actually
a
thinks are
person.
funny, but they make
Ooh,
you laugh,
tricky.
and that's what I
It
like.
could be anyone.
All right, Chubby Panda is making us guess a person. They're a good deceased individual. So it may seem like a broad topic, but this is actually great because if you can get in whether they're dead or alive, it's going to be a great start to your clue. So like automatically, I'm not going to guess Tom Hanks. He's still with us. Drew Carey, not a great guess.
Washington.
He's still alive.
Isaac Newton.
George Washington, questionable guess. They are renowned for the sacrifice.
Again.
Lincoln, Gandhi, these are good guesses. MLK's a good guess.
MLK Jr.
Don Rickles, Gene
John Rickles, not known for sacrificing, but perhaps.
Gilda Rodman.
George what?
More famous than George what? Okay, I guess so.
Yeah, renowned for the sacrifice.
I was gonna be like, who's more famous than? Oh yeah, right.
Who's more famous than George? Who could possibly dare?
I know. Well, I guess I'm
faith
speaking
in
from my
you.
American perspective again.
Yeah. Who dares deign to challenge America's first president?
The what is aware. You're guessing a place.
This reminds me of that Brad Neely song about George Washington.
It's a colorful.
Yes. Washington.
So good. That should be taught in schools.
Yes, that's more. It's more accurate than what we usually get. IKEA gets another guess. Again, a good guess here.
Disneyland.
The rainbow. I would say Florida, not necessarily a colorful, cheerful place.
Someone got
It's
it
where
already.
you sing about your family.
And the audience? Oh well.
Wonderland.
It's where you sing about your family.
Huh. Oh, I think
Okay.
I've got it.
Pride Parade.
Okay, I am in the
Broadway.
dark.
I think.
Universal Orlando.
You sing about
Six Flags.
your family.
Karaoke bar.
I want to like write it down and then prove that I knew it.
Yeah.
You don't want to like put it in an
It's
envelope.
nothing like IKEA and
Yes, and mail it to me.
Yeah.
What a long sentence.
I think you should. No, I'm sorry, I believe.
Christmas party.
So
So much holiday.
Nothing like IKEA and Target. Interesting.
Ooh, the quiet is
Cheerful
kinda
place.
nice.
It's holiday
kidding.
related.
It's smaller than
Nursing
Christmas
home.
party.
Smaller than Christmas.
What could be
Fourth
smaller
of
than
July.
Christmas party?
North Pole.
Who dare? George Washington's Christmas party?
Holiday.
Holiday Inn.
This place has the minuscule kingdom.
I absolutely adore that sentence.
Thanksgiving Day Parade.
We're nearing the end.
Wait, I thought we already.
Yes,
Hmm.
yes.
I thought we had guessed
Birthday
what I
party.
now think it is.
A calendar store.
So I changed my answer, but
It's a small.
fictional Whoville. I was dead wrong.
Boomville.
I was dead wrong.
What would your envelope have said?
I would have said like, at first it was Olive Garden, and then I changed it to Hard Rock. Because like when you sing about the family, like with someone's birthday, and, like, the
Yeah.
family, but yeah, no good.
I really want it to have been Olive Garden.
The category is place.
That's a bug. Tell the writers.
Yes, hello the writers.
It's a colorful ecology.
I'll hold.
IKEA.
Everyone's just really crazy about IKEA.
I mean, listen, I love
I don't know
IKEA.
yet.
Or as they say in France, IKEA.
Florida.
Really?
Yeah.
I hope that's true.
They call it IKEA.
IKEA.
It's where you dive with the species.
Whenever I move into a new place, I recently bought a place, so I hopefully won't be moving again soon. But my sister and I have a tradition of she comes to visit, we go to IKEA together, and we buy a bunch of furniture. And like originally, it was a tradition rooted in the fact that like I didn't have a lot of money, but now it's like I don't know, I just like IKEA. Like I like their stuff.
Yeah, I like sitting in a bedroom and being like, this could be me.
Right. Great Barrier Reef, great guest sock drawer.
Great Barrier Guess.
Great Barrier Guess is more like it.
You can't see
Where
me
you dive
right
with the
now, but
species,
I'm giving
yeah,
you two
sure is.
thumbs up. And wearing a fabulous sarong. The category is thing.
Ooh.
All right, a thing.
It's a
Whoa.
huge thingamajig.
Huge thingamajig.
Okay.
IKEA.
IKEA, probably IKEA.
This is Swedish
Tarzan and
propaganda.
Chainsaw.
And I don't have to take it.
The Earth. It lobs
Every
the
plant
object.
is a mole.
The sun.
It lobs the object. Perhaps a
IKEA. The
trebuchet.
universe. Milky Way.
Boat. A big ball
Just
of
like saying
twine.
trebuchet. Milky Way.
It lobs the object.
Trebuchet.
No.
Catapult!
That is a bug. That is a bug. Trebuchet and catapult.
They
should be
are
close.
different, and there's an entire subreddit devoted to proving that you are wrong.
Wow. Okay, great. Then I don't have to think of it as a bug. That's perfect.
Success everywhere.
You really came out hard on that.
I am very
The
devoted to the
category is a
trebuchet
place.
memes that are out
You've
there.
all been places. This should be
Trev, you
easy.
shut up, Ryan.
It's a fun structure.
It's a fun structure. I bet it's IKEA. Yay!
Oh my god, Chubby Panda, I'm kicking you from this stream.
Okay, a lot of people in the chat are now telling me they're
Six
different as
Flags.
well.
IKEA. Playground.
IKEA again.
Bouncy Castle. Disney World.
You know, the first one didn't go
Bounce
through, but
Castle.
maybe the second IKEA.
Yeah, that was probably a bug. Let's try it again. Space Needle.
That is a fun
Chuck E. Cheese.
structure.
Central Park.
Sock drawer, we gotta get more clues out.
Come on, presenter. Just go ahead and write something.
Six Flags. Carnival.
These are all fun
Carnival.
structures. I would have
Yeah.
fun at any of these structures. It's where
It's
you
where you
construct the
construct the
childhood.
childhood.
Okay.
That's a lot of pressure for a
ball.
structure.
It is. Well, it's probably that place where they built Haley Joel Osment and AI,
Roller coaster.
County
if I
Fair.
remember correctly.
Another clue. Play
Where you
please.
construct the childhood. Interesting.
Lego. Bear.
Yeah, I mean, Lego,
Build-A-Bear.
Lego Land.
Build-A-Bear.
Build-A-Bear is a
Build-A-Bear
good
Workshop.
guess.
Is it bigger or smaller than something? Same
Social.
vibe
It
as
has
Disney
the same
World.
vibe as Disney World.
Vibe is Disney
You
World.
must have a big, juicy
I grew up
brain to
near
make a
a
sentence
place
that
called
long.
Santa's Village here in northern Illinois. I don't know if you've heard. Legoland, nice. And it was just like the weirdest kind of like knockoff Six Flags, but like very small. It like went out of business and like turned into like a petting zoo. But then in October, when I was
Solid
a teenager,
performance.
they turned it
I
into like a
respect you,
haunted amusement
and I love
park.
you.
And that was kind of where my life peaked, because I was just like going through like this like amusement park that's
This
been
is the
closed down for
last
like 10, 20
presentation,
years or
so
something.
make it count.
Wait, they did this after it had been
category is
closed?
Yeah.
place, and
Oh,
this
cool.
is the
Yeah, it was
place
really cool.
To be.
I think they're open again now. Maybe not right now, but
Are you
It's
familiar
a
with
massive,
Rift Tracks at
impressive
all?
Tourism
yeah.
structure.
Is this the same theme park where they have like a
IKEA.
couple of the Rift Tracks shorts are like the Ice Cream Bunny and stuff like that? I know that was at like a weird closed theme park as well.
that's a real deep cut. It might
Taj
be,
Mahal.
but that's a really
Yeah.
deep cut.
IKEA.
Now I have to do some research.
Yeah. Oh, that was quick.
Whoa, quick! I mean, a massive,
in the
impressive
presence
tourism
of a
structure.
guessing
Great clue right off the bat. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the Sears Tower, but whatever.
sure. Yeah, right. We still call that the Sears Tower here.
Did you buy in Chicago?
Let's see how the score
What?
shook
Did you
out.
buy a
Oh,
house
yeah.
in Chicago? Nice.
Yeah, I'm in Lakeview.
That
I mean,
means
I
the
guess I shouldn't say
winner
that on the internet, but that's roughly where I am.
Just try and find me. There's millions of us.
There's millions of Ryan DeGiorgis in Chicago.
That's it. That's the game. Sock drawer wins.
Well
Now it's
done,
time for
Sock
my
Drawer.
A very thick
A
lasagna.
good man and a
Hold
Muppet
the
fan,
noodles.
You
so
brought
he
the
deserves
funk.
the win. Excellent.
Cool. What are you gonna do next, chat?
Yeah, should we jump into, Champed Up or something? Should we take a detour to Jackbox of years past and then come back? The world is our oyster. We do want to stick with games that have an audience, so people can play
We
along,
can do
which are most of our
anything.
games. Yeah. Murder Party, Champed Up. This is such a polite chat. Everyone's GGing.
I love them. They're my children.
What'd you say?
I love them. They are my children, and no one can hurt them. They must be protected.
We should look at Ryan's baby pictures. I mean, I don't have one in arm's reach. Here, let's see. Maybe on my phone.
Alright, we got some TMP2. We got a lot for TMP2. What do you think, Ryan?
TMP2 is a great game. I would not be ashamed to play it.
I wouldn't be caught dead playing TMP2.
I would never. It's no George Washington.
Alright, let's load up some TMP2. Let's see how smart you guys think you are.
There, you see
Is that
that?
baby Ryan? Aw, he was actually born this height.
I was born this height with a bindle and a little hobo hat.
Okay.
TMP2 is great. The way they plussed that game from TMP1 is always impressive to me because TMP1 was so cool, and they made it even cooler with TMP2.
I love this game.
Agreed.
It's got like the perfect combination of like gothic aesthetic, which I obviously like, but at the same time makes me feel smart when I'm playing it.
Yeah. And, in my opinion, doesn't make you feel not smart when you screw up. Like, the killing floor as a game mechanic was such a smart idea. Like, the idea of you lost, but you can still maybe stay in the race by playing this ridiculous minigame. If you have played the last two games, why don't you sit out, let somebody else get in.
Or else.
And, or else, yeah, the Redacted will come and murder you. And otherwise, yeah.
I'm gonna turn on subtitles in case you guys have us on mute because we're so annoying.
And you are sharing the screen, just so you know.
Good cat.
If that's something you wanted to be doing.
Thanks, Ryan.
I didn't want to presume that you didn't mean to do it.
I just forgot to transition the screen here. I'm gonna do one of these. Cool. Alright, so I'm gonna type that into the chat. Several people are typing. I'll wait. You guys go ahead and get your message out there. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm in no
Well,
I don't mean to interrupt.
If this is like a substitute teacher, like, if I'll wait until everyone's quiet.
Yeah.
We're not leaving here until I finish this math lesson.
Alright, let's get that code out there. Got some people in.
That is quite the code.
Outro.
Yeah. Listen, sometimes you can't have a game naturally with your partner, and you need to go to in utero solutions to play Murder Party 2.
So the room's full of players now. So what if you still want to play?
Unfortunately, there's no way to do it. Now, we've looked into it scientifically. Only 8 people can play this game safely. I'm kidding, of course. Just join the audience at jackbox.tv. Use the room code UTRO, and in TMP2, the audience can collectively win the game. So if you're better than the players, you're going to walk away with that theoretical claymation crown.
And I think the audience is better than the players, so you have my vote of support.
They're just better people.
They're just, yeah.
Look at these awful people in the actual game. They're terrible. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, I see a name neighbor, Bella. My name's Belia.
Yeah, I had to look close to see if you'd gotten it.
Hello, name neighbor. Name neighbor is a tough thing to say.
Neighbor.
Oh man, is that Tyler in the chat? I think it might be. Yeah, it's Tyler. Hi, Tyler.
Hi, Tyler.
Tyler I know from Killer Queen.
Oh, cool.
And then it looks like, Tyler, you can actually start the game. Unless it's a different Tyler. But some Tyler is the VIP and can start the game. Press everybody's in to start. And you can do that just, you know, whenever you feel like it.
Take your time, Tyler. Let's revel in this.
We know you're intimidated.
God, do I want to start the game? Am I that kind of guy? I love this old school 70s logo.
Oh, I don't like it. I love it.
Oh, okay, great. I thought we were going to have our first fight, Belly. This intro's so good.
Again, not a fan. Super fan.
Super fan.
I felt really bad I hit Tim with that because he gave me some art asset that I really needed and I was like, Tim, I'm really sorry, I don't like this. And I just like gave it a minute and was like, I love it. And I just imagine for like a brief second he was like, oh no.
This is your wake-up call. Prepare to die.
That's great.
He's a good sport.
Welcome to
Tim's the
Trivia
best.
Murder Party. I flooded the roads myself to
Yeah, don't let him hear that I said
for
that.
your life. Only one of you will survive. And then we'll discover who the true killer is. Just kidding, it's me. It's
Now there seems to be, and maybe this is, I'm way behind the game. I'm aware of the Cookie Brigade at Real PAX.
Which of these pies does not
not that this
contain
isn't Real
animal
PAX,
flesh?
but physical PAX. But there seems to be a virtual Cookie Brigade going on, which I absolutely love. I don't know if the cookies are emotes, I don't know if they are simply fictional cookies, but I love that that tradition is still going on.
Yeah, that's great. I like, there's also one room in the server called Line Simulator, where everyone's just chatting as though they were waiting in line for something.
Oh, that's just wholesome.
Yeah, just like people, just like asterisk, like scoots forward an inch.
Oh, that's so good. Man, PAX people are the best.
The rest of you, it's time.
All right, first killing floor.
Welcome to
or
the
killing
killing
room in
room.
this case.
Oh, Tyler's gonna die.
Eggs. Sorry, Tyler.
You're going to drop down this board and try to
I remember,
avoid the
I
dead
wasn't
zones.
on this game, but I remember during production there was
Someone
some
needs to
talk
pick
of like,
which
will
slots are
pegs
death
work?
zones.
Can we do pegs? And
Hey,
you know, you may have
pick the
noticed
landing
if you're a
slots for
Jackbox
kill.
fan, our games are usually 2D. We don't usually need physics. But Ben was like, I'm gonna make physics work so that we can do pegs, and it was very impressive.
Games begin.
Yeah, this is,
Pick a spot
yeah, I
to
guess I
drop
never really
from.
thought about that,
I'm
but you're
sure
right.
everything will work out for
Yeah.
you.
Basically, this and Zeeple Dome have physics.
Ever heard of
Yeah.
chaos theory? Well, this is chaos.
Also, I love Zeeple Dome. I know that.
Zeeple Dome's great.
I know that, you know, that's a controversial take, but I don't
Yeah.
know why.
Hey, good work with
No,
the
I mean, it's
zones.
great. I think that some people were like, it's not what I want from a Jackbox game or something like that. But
That's fair.
if you get into it, it's always a good time.
And if you don't, it's because you're bad at it.
Yeah, and if you can't accept that
We're not
you're
done
a
with
bad
you yet.
person, then that's
You're
your
a
problem.
ghost now. Keep playing, and you just might steal
No,
someone
Zeeple
else's
Dome's really
life
fun.
force and win the game. Oh, by the way, the audience is a player.
That was a
now.
game
The
that Mark
whole
pitched, and
fucking
he was
game.
like, I think for the pitch, I'm just going to take in... I hope he's okay with me telling the story. He's like, I think for the pitch, I'm just going to take in a bunch of objects and a ball, and I'm going to show the ball, and I'm going to hit the
Let's try
objects. And I'm
another
like, Mark, I love you, but that's not a game pitch. We need to show how it works as a video game. But you know what?
Kinky Boots. I've never even
You gotta
heard of this.
Kinky Boots? I've never seen it, but I heard it. I've heard of it, and I know it to be a good musical. And I think I know the answer to this, but I'm not sure. The emotes are free, but we're taking money for Cookie Brigade. Great, and I assume Cookie Brigade is usually for Child's Play or some other charity, so give some money to a good cause.
Cyndi Lauper.
Cyndi Lauper, yep.
The rest of you who are still alive, time for consequences.
Time for consequences.
Bonjour.
If I ever become
Welcome
a parent,
back to the
that's just
killing
gonna be my
room.
go-to. Like misbehaving, time
It's
for
time
consequences.
for donations. You each get $500. Give some of that money to your friend. The person with the most cash at the end will die.
Hey, Lemon.
But if you give to someone and they
I
have
love
$800
this
or
game.
more,
I love
will
all the
kill
money
you
games
instead.
because there is an empirically correct way for everybody to get out of it just fine, and it's only that everybody tries to screw each other over, which always happens. Would someone give $69? Asked Tangent, and yes, someone needs to do that. Can we? We've been through so much this year. Can somebody please just give $69?
We will also accept $420.
Let's see who
Yes.
gave what to who.
300.
Ooh, that's 800.
69.
If you're overfunded, you're safe. But
Overfunded.
you spent your money unwisely.
Can you not spend anything at all? Is that an option?
I don't think that's an option. I think if you do that, you die.
Okay.
If you miss out. But I may be wrong.
Yeah, just with this game in general, I'm just like, whatever I do, I'm going to die.
Let's keep moving. What is written on the tablet the Statue of Liberty is holding?
I believe I know this.
I also heard recently that there's a tiny Statue of Liberty in France that was built at the same time, and it's facing her big sister.
Yeah, I think that is true. That's one of those weird...
I would never lie to our audience.
Yeah, no, of course.
Time to stop.
This is a fun version of Saw.
Yeah.
This.
You didn't think
Exactly.
Saw was fun?
Right.
It's just a series
Come
of
with
fun
me.
games, a fun, challenging experience.
Yeah, cut off a little bit of your own flesh, have a good time,
That's
lose
like a
some
blather
weight.
around description of
Oh, hey,
Saw.
look.
A fun,
Aunt
challenging
Mildred
experience.
is writing on this
Yes,
mirror.
that's right.
She has her own consistent...
Ooh, the
handwriting.
blood.
Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word. But so will everyone else.
Unbelievable pain.
Draw a word on the mirror, and maybe you'll trick someone into thinking it's
Pay
Aunt
attention
Mildred's.
to Aunt Mildred's handwriting.
Go ahead and
See
start
who
writing.
is really the Aunt Mildred.
Pay
who
attention
is
to the
faker.
words as they appear, and try to spot my auntie.
This is such an Arnie Niekamp game idea. Where it's just like, what if everybody wrote and you had to just watch their handwriting? I believe Arnie is Aunt Mildred as well. His handwriting is Aunt Mildred's.
So many convincing words to choose from.
A lot was
Now,
going on there.
Type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die.
So this one, I feel like you can do a little bit of process of elimination just because some of these words are spelled out fully.
Enter the right word now, or you die.
Yeah, put your designer hat on.
Yeah, pretend you're Arnie.
Did Arnie? It was one of the
please
words
stand
Aunt
up.
Mildred can type, as programmed by our designers, Bedrow.
Oh,
Hashtag pretend
that's a
you're
weird
Arnie.
mistake. It's time for you to join my Aunt Mildred.
Oh, you both beefed it.
Oh, my neighbor's dead.
Oh, you hate to see. Well, you know what the good thing is? Bella can still possibly win the game, because ghosts are not out.
It's true. You just have to retake their life force. Simple as that.
Right, you just have to absorb their being.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round.
Alright, so who's still?
Next
We have
question.
4 alive players still.
Who killed Medusa?
If Tyler wins this, I'll subscribe to his Twitch channel.
That is a lot's at stake.
For like,
What does he have? Right, okay, let's not be crazy. What does he have to do if he loses?
Oh, he has to subscribe to mine.
Good. Good, I love it.
Well, it's
And
more
it-
likely that he's gonna lose than win, so I don't know if that's fair.
Almost out of
Oh,
time.
I think it's fair.
Who picked this?
Gracias. Oof. Not looking good.
Follow me.
Tyler says deal. Nice. Okay. We're in.
Yes.
Room
Ah,
420.
the lost art of
That's
letter
the weird
writing.
number.
I'm going to dictate a message to you.
nailed it.
Write down as much of what I say as you
The
can.
great thing is I'm getting
Everyone else
Twitter
will be
DMs
typing
from people
too.
who can't figure out
And
how
if
to
anyone
chat
does a better job
on
than
the
you,
actual
you die.
chat. But hello from
And the
Ann
letter
Kern,
begins,
really
now.
great Jackbox fan and artist
Dear
who made
person
the
who's
four pillar
behind
that you
me
see
in
behind
line
me
at the
here.
coffee shop.
Right side of my
I
app
am
there.
sorry you
That
knew
was a
what you
team
wanted,
gift for you
but
and
we're
a jacket
frustrated
and
that I was
commissioned
taking a
Andy
minute
for us.
to decide. Some of us
And also she says, you still have the hat. I don't know what hat you're talking about. You're talking about this stylish Jackbox beanie? I do still have it right here.
You can direct them. We
Time's
actually
up.
tweeted from the Jackbox account.
All right, now let me get
you
out
can
my red
direct them
pen
there,
and give
that
this
will
a
have
once over.
instructions
And
for
what's the result?
Discord and everything.
But did anyone
Yes.
do better than you?
Yes, go to the Jackbox. Ann knows where the Jackbox
You get to live for now.
just being
but I'm
obtuse.
keeping my eye on you.
Wow, Tyler survived. Not looking good for my subscription.
Made a bold claim you're gonna have to live up to here.
Let's try another one.
How's the audience? I should have checked how the audience was
When
doing.
life flips you upside down and drops you headfirst into
Good,
the
I
floor,
bet.
what professional wrestling move is that?
Probably.
When life flips you upside down and drops you headfirst into the floor, what professional wrestling move? Tyler knows this one. Tyler knows about WWE. I'm sorry I picked a favorite here.
I mean, it seems like you picked an anti-favorite because you have to
Yeah.
spend money if he wins.
That's true.
I really hope the Boston Crab is just one we made up as a fake answer because that is a great name for a
What
wrestler.
would that look like?
It's sort of you have to like do
Crouch
this.
down.
Yeah.
Picked this.
Pile driver. Oh, everyone got it.
I'll have to kill my writers.
Wow, everybody.
I'll have to kill my writers.
Let's keep moving. What
The
figure
rarely
skating move
seen
involves
just
spinning
move
your
down the
partner
hall
by arm
animation
while
when
they're low
nobody
and
goes to the
parallel to the ice?
So smooth.
Head on and go. What name of a figure skating move was funny enough that we wanted to make it a question? Or thematic to the game enough.
What was that, ice skating movie about
Almost
the
out of
controversial
time.
figure skater?
Oh,
this is just
Itanya?
going around. Yeah, that's all I know about ice skating.
Picked
And you totally retained a lot because you didn't even remember her name.
Yeah, right.
I want to show you
I know
something.
it's hard.
Look, it's very difficult.
It's hard to ice skate.
That's true.
Let's play with spooky dice.
All right, Tyler's on the killing
to
floor now.
add to your score.
Now I'm just invested in
I'll kill the
Tyler.
player with the lowest score, but go over
Invested in
21 and you die instead. And don't forget.
So it's
if
sort
they
of like
roll a
Dice
skull,
Blackjack.
That adds 1
You
to
guys can see
everyone's
Blackjack
score.
box.
Oh,
Something like that.
if the Jackbox plane goes
Honestly,
down, you have to
it's
check the
mostly
Blackjack
just an
box.
excuse to use these cool skull dice.
Yeah, so if no one dies, like if everyone gets it right, eventually just random people are sent to the killing floor, right?
Yeah, I think. What is it? I think if there's 2 in a row where nobody dies, then there's an all-player killing floor.
Explosions.
Well, I
Now
think it's
that's
random because there was.
entertainment.
Oh, I don't know, actually.
I could be wrong too.
You're always wrong.
It's true.
Audience is doing super hot. They're in second place right now, I think.
Yeah,
Let's try
audience has a
another
chance at this. And do remember that if
First
the
and
audience
sometime in
wins,
prison.
everybody in the audience has to buy a Jackbox Party Pack set. That's the bet we made.
Yeah, we had this agreement.
Yeah.
Forgot.
You all agreed. It's available on all major digital platforms, October 15th. If you want to buy it on Steam, you can pre-order it now. You get a discount. Shop.jackboxgames.com.
Can't believe we're selling it at a discount. We're crazy.
Listen, we have to feed our families, but not if it means we can't give you this discount. So please,
Time's almost up.
get in now while you can. Already, let's get some love in the chat for people who already pre-ordered. Joke's on you, I'm already gonna buy it. Fair enough. Tyler, again at risk in a scratch off. I love scratch off.
Gift.
Mm-hmm.
Scratch
And who else is with them? I
$5
can't
signs
read
to live.
my particular
If you
views
keep
too
scratching,
small.
I'll give you cash for every dollar sign
Okay.
you find. But if you scratch off
remember that.
even one skull, you die.
Yeah, seems familiar. Does a discount apply in Australia? Does it, Belia? I
Yeah,
think it might
if
be.
you order it through Steam.
Okay, great.
It's upside down, so it's actually a 1% discount.
Wouldn't it feel good?
You actually
to
are paying
scratch
us
some
more.
spots?
Panic.
Oh, Tyler, no.
The contest is almost over. Ugh, lame.
Yep. Well,
You know what
Tyler
a
can
losing
still
ticket
win, but
means.
he's officially dead.
Rip.
Rip indeed. Has anyone in the chat seen the secret live-action doll deaths that rarely come up?
Let's keep moving.
They're extremely
Which of these
rare and
countries
very
has
fun.
some mountains?
Or isn't there also like once per game Easter egg, like once per downloaded game Easter egg?
Yes. I believe, if I'm thinking of the right one, there is. The escape room in the game.
Yeah, which you can only get once per down. That's crazy to me.
Yeah. Which of these countries has some mountains?
Time's running out.
Wow, I would have guessed they all did.
Doesn't every country have at least one?
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, unless it's like a rocky Eastern European area, you would think. Yeah. I mean, listen, Romania has to have one because no Dracula lives at the top of the mountain.
Too easy.
That was the obvious answer.
I think
Let's try
every
another
country
one.
deserves at least one mountain.
How
And,
many
like,
years
a
ago
nice
is
lake.
fourscore and 7 years
Yes.
ago?
Yeah, thank you. If Belia is elected, there will be a country, a lake in every country, and a chicken in every pot.
A nice lake, you know?
Yeah. For people who aren't American, do you even know what fourscore and 7 years ago refers to? I guess it's probably famous enough that you would. There is a US-centric toggle to turn off questions about the states.
You're welcome, Australia.
Who picked
Yeah.
this? I don't like seeing
What's the score?
that.
20 years?
Yeah.
This is taking forever, and I still need to hose the place down before my next guests arrive. Let's speed this
People are
up.
typing. Oh, we made it
Okay,
to lock
this is
and
a game
key. You
where
guys are really
only one
good.
person can
So I believe we made it all the way to the
survive,
10th
so-
question. And now
I
we've got to
hope you
kill
don't mind
somebody.
a little water. Only one of these keys will open the lock to your tank. Pick the right key before you drown.
Zeno Veritas says, for it to be 69, a score would have to be 15.5 years. And I think you're correct.
Smart. That's math that I appreciate.
I always mix up my keys at home too. Ugh, so annoying. Try.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that water's rising.
One last chance to avoid drown.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
You hate
There
to
are
see
worse
that.
ways to go. Unless you have a fear of drowning, then it's real bad.
I think I have a fear of drowning.
I think that's a healthy fear.
Glad to see
I would
you're the
prefer
one
not
to
to
make it
drown.
here alive. But
Yeah.
will you be the one to
Oh,
escape?
okay. Well, I'll change what I was planning for your
I'm
birthday.
going to give you a category. Scary stories.
No,
to
I
tell
think
when it's
Counting
on.
and Heights both seem like
Tell
really
each answer that fits
good
the
fears.
category,
Like that
and
could
then
happen.
press submit.
You should be worried about it.
Yeah, oh yeah, you should definitely be worried about like don't have an
Let's see the
irrational
right
fear about it.
answers.
You know, you're not gonna
No.
drown in the bathtub or anything.
You move
Yeah.
over
Reasonable.
one space for each
Yeah, I mean,
correct
come on.
answer.
My mom is not comfortable going over, say,
Well,
a bridge over
you'd be
water.
closer
Like, I
to
mean,
the
she
action
will
if
do
you'd
it, but
gotten
she's
either
not
of those
into
right.
it.
Interesting.
Oh wait, did you
Even
think
if
it was
it's a,
going to
you
be
know,
just
structurally
you?
stable.
That's cute. If a ghost catches you, they'll steal your life force. Then they can try to escape and win
Alright,
the
so
game.
Loki's in the lead.
Here's everyone's
And-
next question.
You know, I don't like
They
the
get a
chances,
third
Tyler.
chance to help them catch
If
up
I'm
to
looking at
you.
where you are in the back here.
You can pull it off, I think.
Could.
I like the audience's odds too.
I like the
Time
audience's
is
odds.
almost up.
Okay, yep, audience speaking up.
Holy terminology.
Shotgun formation.
Bad pose, pinstripe. These all seem reasonable.
Yeah. They could all be right. That's one of the fun things.
Yeah, that's-
They could all be right or they could all be wrong.
Yeah, it always throws me off when they're all wrong. It's like when you pick C too often in the Scantron exam.
Don't look back because there's a ghost right there. Picasso paintings.
Large bather.
That's what they called me in college. I don't know what that means. Oh, my cat's got something in his mouth. 1 second.
Okay.
A ghost of your life force. Don't fall behind.
Oh, Mr. Business. Always
It's
up
only
to
darkness. Oreo cookies.
Sugar-free Oreo Thins Cool Mint Cream Oreo. It's all sound like Oreos I've seen. Is there a sugar-free Oreo?
Time is almost up.
Yeah, there probably is, right? It's like stevia cream. Ugh. Hate that I said that.
Another life force swap.
Loki back in the lead, but a lot of folks on your tail there, Loki.
Roman numerals.
It was a piece of plastic. Just
Uh-oh. Crisis averted?
Mm-hmm, crisis averted.
Okay.
Roman numerals.
Yeah. No end.
Nice. Life force
Oh.
swap.
Enjoy
That's a swap.
oblivion in the darkness. Stage names.
Interesting. I
Do you know
want to
that-
say... But
Do you know that Katy Perry has a cat named Kitty Purry? I'm not making that up. I wouldn't lie to you guys.
that is ridiculous.
It's really cute though.
I mean, it's kind of... nothing but respect. That's great.
Next question. Core engine parts.
It's like if you had a cat named Ryan DePurgy.
But then people will be like, why did you name her after the Purge? The time of the year where all crime is legal. Like, no, it's like my name, you get it? I don't know what you mean, but since this is the Purge, I'm killing you and I'm killing your cat.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
These guys are doing great.
Yeah.
Common English
The audience might take it. And actually, Tyler's kind of sneaking up, too. I don't want to say anything because I'm going to give it away. I have all sorts... I like that it spells pie, though. I will say that.
I love that it spells pie.
Yeah.
Or pie, which is Spanish for foot.
Oh, okay.
More stolen life force.
Now, I think
Not so
this is
fast,
a new for
audience.
TNT2
If
thing.
you wanna
There's
break through
the
that
barrier
you
here.
more than
Now, I want to say
75% on
the
this
for the
question.
audience to get past the barrier, it's got to be like
And if
80 or
you're still
90%.
alive and wanna break through,
Right.
you have to
It's
get
like a little
all
bit of a
3
higher
answer
bar.
choices right.
Because, you know, there's a lot of different people. It'd be too easy if it was the same. So, but they might do it here.
Audience is in the lead.
Is it enough?
You're better than I thought.
I like freshman orientation. Tyler,
Yeah.
no way!
Tyler could do this. Now I'm rooting for Tyler again.
Tyler, please, my sub-bucks.
Time is almost up.
Can the audience Google fast enough?
Ooh, no dice. Oh, 1%.
No.
You have to get all the right answers to
Okay,
escape.
no luck for Tyler. Oh!
Wow. Totally
That was
unexpected.
one of the closest games of Motor Party I've ever seen.
Yeah. What was it on Tuesday? I think someone won with Mother's Wig, so we got that bonus scene. That was cool.
So good. Darth Pardo, well done, sir.
Good job. We're both
Oh,
very proud of you.
Mm-hmm. Your mother and I are very proud of you. That was great.
I want to do a drawing game.
Okay.
What do you
Is there... If only there was a drawing game in the Jackbox Party Pack 7.
If
Out,
only.
out October 15th on all major digital platforms.
Which you can pre-order today for 10% off, actually.
I'm not going to, for 2 reasons. 1, I work here, Belia. I've already got it. 2, I hear there's no drawing game in it. I won't be caught dead with a game without a drawing game.
Well, you're in for a shock and surprise. Because there is a drawing game.
What?
Absolutely, my friend. Let us
Oh,
play
you must
it.
be referring to Champed Up.
Yeah, we're out of our gourds here. We're out of our gourds here, chat. We included a drawing game in this new party pack just for you.
It's too much of a value. I don't think you are prepared for this.
Honestly, you can't afford not to get this party pack.
No.
And there's the lovely intro screen. All the balloons
Uh,
floating up.
I love it. It actually, Allard says that this is not on purpose, but it does look a lot like our sort of the neighborhood where the office is.
Oh yeah, the office I've never been to.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't know, but no, I think it's such a cool intro.
It's yeah. I remember asking him too. I was like, are we planning on doing like Chicago skyline kind of thing? And he was like, maybe.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that was kind of something that he considered.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. Yeah. So if you've played in that last one, sit out. Let other
down.
people get in. Sit down. Calm down.
I'm going to post the room code in the chat whenever I feel like it. Once you guys settle down a little bit.
Yeah. When you've earned it.
And there's the room code. I hope I typed it in right. There's a lot of lines in this room code.
Chupunga says, I'm definitely buying Jackbox 7, but I never pre-order anymore. I respect that. There's, if you want to buy it when it comes out, that's totally fine. Just in case you didn't realize, though, if you pre-order it, there's a discount. So if you want to save a little bit of money, it's an option.
It's like if you get to IHOP really early and you get like the special, and it's a little bit less expensive than if you got there at like 11.
Yes.
Is that a thing?
Or, yeah, I don't know. I believed you. I was like, Belia has a lot of IHOP hacks that I'm not aware of,
I don't
but
know if
I'm
I've
guessing
ever been to IHOP actually.
I'm gonna just agree because she would never lie to me.
We
it's
have some mods here. Lemon. We got Yuxi.
oh sweet.
Cool.
Oh, Yuxi is dangerous in this game.
Oh.
She is quite good. I would say it's also like if you go to Krispy Kreme when they're about to close, and they're just like, take another free dozen donuts. We're gonna throw these out anyway.
Yeah,
that's kind of what
exactly.
it's like.
That's a much better analogy, I think.
Well, it's not an analogy contest, but I feel like mine.
So before the donuts are in the dumpster, so to speak, head over to Steam and pre-order your copy of the Jackbox Party Pack 7, or else we're just gonna throw it away.
Couldn't have said it better.
Marketing!
They're actually taking a page out of Nintendo's book. This is a limited time offer. Them we're throwing this game away.
Scrollaceum. These talented trainers are
We spent a lot of time on it, but
to see who's the best at creating champion characters with unusual skills. Will the
perfectly
underdogs
good.
take
It's
down
old
the
but
heavy
perfectly good.
favorites? It's time to
Not
get
even scale
champed
yet.
up.
Let's get champed up.
Oh, champed up. So you'll recognize the voice of Tom Gottlieb, who also plays Cookie, hosting this game, doing a really great turn as this drawing stadium announcer.
They'll be equipped with two tools,
and well, I'll just shut
a
up because he's
pen
telling me
for
to play.
drawing and a thick marker for coloring in. Once a
I
character
love
is drawn
coloring
and named, it
the way that it
can
works in
be
this game.
submitted. The timer's
You
been
guys will
set.
see once you start
Off
playing,
we
you'll know
go.
exactly why. But it's like you draw the line and then the highlighter kind of like leaves the line. You're not drawing over the line. I'm describing this very poorly. You have to just do
No.
it. You just have to see it.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I agree. It feels like an evolution of what Patently Stupid had done, except it's a little more elegant. And it's super fun to do.
Do you have a favorite fighter?
That's the thing. It's so difficult. They're all really good.
I think it's a really easy choice.
Okay. Well, I tell you what. Before you say it, my thing would probably be Glass of Water head guy who's a boxer.
Yeah. I love
Yeah,
that.
but I know by your reaction that was not the real correct answer. Though.
That's usually the one I pick. That's usually the one
okay.
I go for, but my favorite is Giraffe Guy.
Oh yeah,
It's
giraffe.
so wacky. Imagine him running around a ring and just kind of like hitting people with his very long neck. And the little eyes. I don't know. I think it's very cute.
But then there's like Chicken Lady,
Everyone loves Cone Lady.
Cone Lady. There's just no bad choice.
There's so much fan art of Cone Lady, it'll make your head spin.
Have we gotten into Rule 34 fan art of Cone Lady yet?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, alright, fair enough.
There's a lot of fan art out there.
Let's just say this has been on my mind after we revealed the Devil's Mom.
Oh man, that's real. That exists. That's out there on the internet.
Yeah.
Oh no, where on the internet? There are so many places. Just let me know so I can go to avoid it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to accidentally type this in.
Yeah.
Just adding it to my blocked list.
I mean, to be fair, she is a very lovely devil.
She's lovely. Yes. You know what? Whatever you wanted to imagine about her is fine with me.
This music bops.
So good. It's so good. And it's like, it's Andy Poland. It's not even what I would normally think of as his like musical style, although that's in a sense means nothing because he can do any musical style. But he just nailed it. It's so good.
I wish I was 1/10 as talented as Andy Poland.
20 seconds remain.
Yeah.
Players
I feel
need
the same
to name their character.
about you. No, I'm just
Oh, we have fun. We're actually mortal enemies off cam.
Yeah, we can't see each other. No, Andy is so talented. I mean, Andy and Tim, we were talking about Tim earlier, I just feel like the old guard Jackbox are just like, can literally do anything. They're both writers, they're both, have other skills, I assume.
But not what the
Yeah, I
contest
feel like
will
everyone
be.
at Jackbox
So they
is
must
kind of
analyze their
multi-talented in a
opponent's
variety of
unique
different
skill set
fields.
to create what they hope is a worthy challenger.
I think that's the advantage of being
Let's
like a
see
small
the
company.
drama
You're starting out small.
Yeah.
It's like you have to have a bunch of utility players.
Yeah, and like I can't read and think at the same time, so, so I just don't know how they do it.
I like to imagine you spending like an hour reading a chapter of a book, and then you put it down, and then you're like, oh, then now I get it. I'm thinking separately.
Exactly. But today I'm taking on multiple. I'm producing, directing, acting like I want to be here. It's voice acting. You can hear it in my voice how happy I am to be here right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have done an excellent job all week producing this stream, by the way.
Thanks. I did my own wardrobe today too, so.
It looks great. So did I, but like legally, I'm only allowed to wear Jackbox shirts now because they've bought my licensing rights. So.
What's your car like? Is it just like all Jackbox?
Yeah. My car is a giant Jackbox head. It does not fit into any parking garage.
People don't invite me places anymore.
But yeah, no, I'm really glad. Like this stream has been so cool to watch, and getting to do the stage virtually is so cool because we learn a lot about people's reactions to the game doing the stage, usually in person, and it's so cool to be able to do that, even though the world is exploding.
Yeah, I really wish I could be at PAX this year. It's like one of my favorite things to do. I was doing it for my last job, was going to these different conventions, and it's absolutely one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah.
So I'm really sad that we couldn't be there in person, but oh well. Next year, hopefully.
Yeah. All right, 45 seconds to finish your challenger character. If you haven't played before and you're watching, then our contestants have drawn one character that is for a specific belt that they know about. Like draw the champion of being cute, and they draw something cute. And then there's drawing another character that's a challenge character to something someone else drew. They have that drawn, but they don't know what the challenge is. So they may be trying to guess based on the drawing what they're actually trying to win at. And everyone gets to draw one incumbent and one challenger. Incumbent's probably not the word that I'm looking for, but
The incumbent. Well, and also one of them's good and the other one's evil, so you can think of it that way too. That's how I like to think about it.
Totally.
It's time for the main event.
All right.
Our first opponent enters the ring.
Let's see.
And
excellent.
In this corner,
Excellent.
I like sunglasses.
These two will battle.
Yeah, but devilish as always, though.
Champion of
Champion of cool. This is a close race.
So you guys can vote along to think who you think is the champion.
I don't believe what I'm seeing.
I mean, there are arguments on either side here.
Honestly, yeah.
Oh, Sunglasses is winning. I mean, there's a flip character button so that if you draw your character looking one way but you want to flip it, you can do that. But it also, as Sunglasses has noticed, is a dance button as well.
Ooh,
destroyed.
This trainer is a quickly rising star.
I love
In
the
this
audience
corner,
sides.
we've got.
I really want
They'll
my
be
mic
facing
to like
off
come down
against-
from the ceiling whenever I like commentate
We'll decide once
on the
and for
stage
all
Yes.
who is
and have that
the
kind of.
champion of
Let's
being the
get ready.
third
Yeah.
wheel.
Oh, that's amazing.
Aw,
They're evenly matched.
Sad. Yeah, I got it.
is it John or Mark?
Oh, Nelly!
Well,
Get the ice
Well,
pack
yeah, Mark
ready.
is sad, so.
Marcus, I mean, the thing about the caption is that it really brought home the fact that
This
he's
trainer is a
sad.
fan favorite.
Audience
Now
says
entering the
Gucci.
ring.
Fuck Jerry.
One of them will be.
Trouble Kitty.
One of them
Trouble
will be
Kitty.
crowned
He indeed.
the
I imagine
champion
Buff
of
Jerry's like
making
1 inch tall.
trouble.
Oh, Trouble Kitty is just my cat.
Yeah.
Look at that smirk.
My
Yeah, that's
goodness.
a confident cat.
Yeah, that's the cat who
We're
just
witnessing
made some
greatness.
Mm-hmm. And Buff Jerry's here to clean it up.
Unbelievable.
I don't understand. Honestly, Buff Jerry takes my heart. I'm sorry, audience. You're wrong about that one.
Well, Buff
You
Jerry can still make a
actually
comeback.
feel the
Yeah,
stadium
that's true.
shaking right now.
It's not over for Buff Jerry.
Next
Thank
up,
goodness.
it'll be
Muletto.
versus.
Muletto?
Yeah. Muletto?
These two
Muletto?
are
Muletto?
facing off to see who is
Sparkle
the
Cupcake.
champion
Champion of
the
the
backwoods.
backwoods. Okay. I gotta say, Muletto seems more like he
This is
belongs in the
getting
backwoods than
drawn
Sparkle
out.
Cupcake. But maybe that's my own prejudice.
This is better planned
It's
than I
the
could have drawn.
Clash of the Titans.
Yeah, that's good.
What a whack attack!
You don't see a lot of opera glasses in the backwoods.
His eyes
This
are
trainer
haunting
seems
me.
to relish this hatred.
I just hear the banjo
Moving
playing.
on, we've got versus
Ken Duncan,
one
Atari
of
Dunk
them will
2020.
walk out as the champion of dunking.
Champion of dunking.
Ooh.
I
don't know,
mean,
this audience might be a bit young for Atari.
That's
Yeah, this is actually
incredible.
this is gonna like determine it. Yeah, this is an age
The
group question.
art of war.
Oh, it's still really close. The cat's running
I
away.
can't believe what I'm seeing.
That was a close one though.
You can see why
Good
this
job,
trainer
brah.
is so popular. Make way for
Goddess of the circles. And
only
circle.
one of them
Ooh, these
can
are both
be
very fun and
the
abstract.
champion of
Goddess of
They
the
are.
Circles is
perfection.
gorgeous.
I would get a Goddess of the Circles tattoo.
Honestly.
Yeah. Which I will do.
It's anyone's fight.
But I'm
I'll
getting
do-
a shirt.
I'll get the Goddess of the Circles
Already
tattoo
down
when
for
Tyler
the
wins a game
count.
of TMP2.
Perfect. So never.
Never.
The fans are going wild.
What's your
Here's
take?
our
Is it
next
cheating to use
competitor.
like a stylus and like an iPad or something
Versus-
to play the drawing games?
These two are competing to be
If you're playing
the champion of
If you're playing
underwhelming.
Drawful, yes, absolutely. It's cheating. Because part of it is the limitation of your finger is an intentional game
That's
mechanic in that game.
incredible.
If you're doing a game where the drawings are supposed to be theoretically good, like Champed Up,
War.
then it's still sort of an unfair advantage, but I think I'd let it slide.
I
Yeah.
tend to agree. Part of the charm of Drawful is that it's so just like
In my
fast
27
and
years
loose
of
with
broadcasting,
interpretations.
I've never seen
Yeah.
a response like this.
No eraser, no undo.
Up next,
Steve, all
versus
Oh, Steve looks like he's had a couple
One of
too
them
many minutes.
will
Oh
be
no!
the champion
I
of
mean,
2
it could be
a.m.
any Ryan. I mean, he doesn't have my beard, so it's hard to tell. But I definitely feel the emotions from Ryan,
This is a
just in the day-to-day world.
Help me.
Help!
Holy
trying to survive. Oh, but Steve the All-Nighter guy follows me wherever I look. That was a dead heat, almost.
That was really
In fact,
good
it
drawing
was.
from Lemon, too.
Yeah, good job.
Here are the
Time might be.
scores as we head
We're at
into halftime.
Wow, in the lead. So we're going to draw again for round 2. And you could make a big comeback here if you're not already in the lead.
What?
I know.
Redemption?
Yeah, not emotional redemption, but, superficial redemption.
And I'm gonna be right back again.
Okay. If you're out there watching and you just can't get enough Jackbox games, well, first of all, I understand. I agree with you. We stream Jackbox. We stream from our Twitch channel and elsewhere every Thursday, usually at 3:30 p.m. Central. So join us on Thursdays for the Jackbox. Usually it's the Jackbox Party Club, but it's been the Jackbox Party at Home Club, where me and Brooke and Warren play games, and usually it'll be your first chance to play and see new stuff. So check us out on the Jackbox Games Twitch channel. The only reason we sometimes skip is if we are so deep in production that we don't have time, but games are done, man. We're going to be streaming. And we will definitely be streaming a bunch around the launch of Party Pack 7, October 15th, and thereabouts. 15th, I don't know if October 15th is what day of the week that is, but, that week we'll be streaming a bunch. We'll probably be streaming on that day, too. That's just how we roll. Sockdra asks, I don't know if this is for me or not. Oh, hey, Stott. Sockdra says, do you think we'll ever reach a point where there are too many Jackbox games? I don't think so. I think that, I don't expect everybody to play all 35 of them, even though, some people do. But I don't think there's such a thing as too much fun in the world, Buy the games you like, and hopefully you'll like a bunch of them, and go from there. I do think there might be a point where we're like, it doesn't make sense to make Party Pack 37. We should start calling it something else. But
Jackbox Series 3.
Yeah, the Jackbox Series X.
Yeah, just completely
right.
Take on the Xbox naming convention approach. Well, I like to think of it as kind of like the kids bot model, where it's just we'll get to 40 someday.
Now that's what I call Jackbox.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I
10 seconds, name those characters.
Oh yeah, hurry up. Don't forget, you gotta submit that name. I was just saying that we will be streaming on our own channel for the launch, around the launch of the game. I don't know if we have any official plans on that we want to talk about yet, but I just said we'd probably be doing something.
Probably.
Yeah.
So now's the time when you draw your challenger.
Indeed.
I like that you don't know what you're up against.
Yeah. Sometimes you make a hard swing and you're like, well, this character's cute, so I'm just going to guess it's cute things. I'll draw a fun bunny.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was the champion of being a small sea creature. And you're like, well, screw that up. But the cool thing about round 2 is you got a tag team option where you can tag in previous drawings. And there's also there's a lot of options to use those drawings in a way that's going to make sense. Or not make sense.
Hopefully it makes sense a little bit. For some reason,
a little bit of sense.
I keep getting prompts that involve me drawing a loud person with a glass of wine is just often what I end up having to do. Every time I play this game, I swear. Which is fun because that's just Weekend Belia, baby. That's just that's an easy one.
Amazing. So it's coming from the heart.
Exactly.
It might be more of a Rorschach test, Belly. Are you sure that the prompts are different, but you just keep drawing the person with wine?
Just please, Weekend, be here soon.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you're following along, we have played 3 of the games in Jackbox Party Pack 7. We have played Champed Up, Quiplash 3, and Blather Round. There's also Devils in the Details, which is you need sort of more people that can talk to each other to really play it. You can play it on stream, but you need to be able to talk, like Discord. There was a great reveal of that game on Xavier Woods' Up, Down, Down channel on YouTube. And we also, in that pack, have Talking Points, which is a presentation game. And even if you think, I don't like presentation games, I don't like talking in front of people, I don't like talking, I don't like points, I don't like any of this. We've actually found that we tried to make it not that intimidating, and because somebody else, your assistant, is making most of the decisions for you, it can have some really fun results. So
yeah,
that's the 5 games.
Fair warning, playing Devils in the Details, like, you get to be part of a new family, because you're gonna lose your old family if you start getting too into it. It's just a lot of fun. You're just, like, yelling at each other and just, like, no, get the thing, you gotta get the MacGuffin.
Half, which means
oh yeah,
time for the
and if you have like a role as, if you're the parent of the household, you will start meting out punishments just naturally. Like, no, you don't get to get a cookie.
Yeah, we should play it. But we play it on our Thursday
Let's start
streams
things
sometimes.
off with our first 2 fighters.
In fact, there should be an archive on Twitch of us playing very recently.
Yeah, check out that VOD, twitch.tv/Jackbox Games. Plug.
VODs.
Champion of Goofballs. Aw, I like Ernest.
Hey, I just came in to see him. Hello.
What a goof.
Although, Hot Dog Man's less of the goof and more of just like, I think he's like actually inspiring confidence.
The champion of future
now, we've switched the belt. Which of these is the champion of future world leaders? And remember, you can definitely put Buff Jerry back in.
Buff Jerry!
Buff Jerry for Prez.
Oh, they're keeping Hot Dog Man in.
Yeah, they're rolling with Hot Dog Man. They think he's got a better chance. And Hot Dog Man is winning, but Buff Jerry's are so close.
Buff Jerry!
Oh, yeah, just barely. No, not barely.
Dang.
They got the undercut bonus and they won. Well, listen, Hot Dog Man, I appreciate what you've done for us. Don't get me wrong. Buff Jerry was robbed.
That's 2 titles for Hot Dog Man.
Yeah.
The ring.
Yeah, didn't even swap. Sir Hamilton. Wait, Pat Leon.
Who is the champion of
Jam the fight. Oh, bless their hearts.
Oh my god, Jam's face. Jam the funny hat man. Look at his little face.
Oh wait, I misread. It's Jam the Funky Hat Man.
No, it's funny.
Oh, it is? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a slightly compressed screen.
I left my glasses in the bathroom, but I can see a little bit.
Getting their arm stuck in a vending
Getting their arm.
machine.
I think Jam would take this one too, in my opinion.
Look at those arms.
Have a decision to make.
It's like,
yeah. He might not even be trying to get it in there. He might just be trying to get his Kit Kat out, and he gets stuck. He wasn't doing anything illegal. No swaps, though.
I hope someone cosplays as Sir Hattleton at some point.
Me too. I want to see a Sir Hattleton at the next PAX. Nice job, Shooky.
Here's our next matchup.
Musical gal.
Musical gal.
One of them will be the champion of DJs.
Champion of DJs.
I mean, I could see both of these in the club. You know
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah, the club.
Yeah.
The club that all the Jackbox people go to.
Yeah, the cool
could swing
club.
things. The champion of smelling
The Jackbox
like
Party Club, you
body
mean?
spray.
There you go. That's, yep. We wrapped it up.
Players tag out.
Okay, now, Ken Duncan definitely smells like Axe body spray.
For sure smells like the inside of a middle school boys' locker room. 100%.
He switches between Ocean Breeze and, True Sport, but he definitely always smells like one of them.
And never gets a ton of babes.
I dare
No,
you to
sorry.
name a more iconic duo.
Nice job, Onion Cookie. The audience says good bone structure. Okay.
No wow.
You will decide who
Gim.
is the champion
A
of
little
Grumpy.
abstract. Champion of Grumpy.
No wow is
don't believe
has a
what I'm
hat that
seeing.
says no.
Yeah, that's giving him the edge, and I think rightly so.
I want a hat that says no on it.
I know.
For when I want
So
to
you
be
can just
like,
say,
no.
yeah, just refer to hat.
Know
Yeah.
them. What will the trainers do?
Oh, here comes Mileto
Let's
again.
see.
Oh,
Kitty.
Trouble Kitty.
This is tough to watch.
I think Mileto is sweeter. I'm sorry.
More like a world chump.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
just saying.
Trouble Kitty?
Decisive win.
Oof. Just don't go for the belly rubs.
Is teamwork,
Yes, that's a trap.
That's a trap.
Here are the next two fighters.
Then the Broken Spring and Tangled Slinky Chan.
Champion of the Spring Break.
Come on! Come on!
Oh, that's great. Good bit. Good bit.
That's
good
a very
bit.
good bit. I hate puns, but I love this.
Now they'll be battling for this title. The champion of peeing
Peeing in the pool.
Womp womp.
Let's see, we're gonna get any tag outs?
No tag outs? Well, we're going for it.
The art. Here come the
Oh, there comes a tag out.
Oh, it's too close.
Yeah, Sunglasses knows what he did.
He feels good about it.
I know.
They're evenly matched.
You gotta keep
Doesn't
casual.
care.
You gotta keep casual, you know, just act like you belong.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was cool. I thought we were all cool with it.
Only in kids.
Oh, is this not the people? Oh. Cool.
Oh, whatever.
Moving on.
Oh.
You will
The
decide
mastermind of the
who
prison
is
or
a champion
Sleep
of
the Thief.
criminals.
Oh, they
Both?
both are criminals.
Yeah, I mean, both good chances here.
The mastermind of the prison is such a detailed drawing too. I mean, they both
Is-
are.
Is he like playing a drum kit, or does he have shackles?
Is that blood?
I mean, yeah, probably. No, it's just Prego
Political
sauce.
cartoons.
Champion of political cartoons.
Here we go.
Sparkle
Yeah,
cupcake.
Sparkle Cupcake. That feels political.
Oh, it's too close to call.
Oh, they're so close though. Oh, Sparkle's gonna take it.
What a sketchy
Whoa,
move.
that was a sketchy move.
Nice.
A tag team for the ages.
Nicely done. Onion Cookie's gonna take away.
It belongs in a museum.
Up next,
George.
The
one
Oh,
of
no.
them will be
Oh no.
the champion of gore.
Champion of Gore.
Yeah, this is what I see. This is my sleep paralysis demon.
What'd you say?
Either of these are my sleep paralysis demon.
It's the clash of the titans.
I'm more scared of George.
Now it's
Yeah, I don't
time
like.
to
I don't
determine
like George.
the
I'm just gonna say it.
champion
I'm
of
gonna be
public
brave
speaking.
and speak out against George.
What will
You
the
know, we were all
traitors
thinking
do?
it, and you actually had the brave enough to say that. So I appreciate it.
Oh man.
Holy
You
smokes!
can
Oh,
say a
Steve
lot.
has a-
Pure pandemonium.
Genie.
Get in the car. It's about.
Steve's got a lot to say, and you don't want to hear it.
Yeah. Steve definitely goes to like
Oh,
public
they're
city
pulling away
council
now.
meetings.
Mhm.
Just drags on about the state of affairs and yeah.
Where there should and shouldn't be a stop sign.
Their chemistry is off the charts.
Below the belt. Nice job, Lemon.
100% of the audience said below the belt.
Moving on,
Another Zubat.
you will decide who is
Third one.
champion of caves.
I think that one's. Oh no, they're both Zubat. Or is that Golbat? No, they're both Zubats. Golbat's like more mouth.
You know,
Then
I
is
can't
Frontier.
I can't verify that. I've never been Pokemon
Here's
literate.
the next
Oh, is that
title.
before your time?
The
Yeah, well, it's
champion
after my
of
time.
raves.
I guess. I mean, I heard about
Decision
Pokemon on the
time.
bus when I was like a little too old to be into Pokemon,
I don't
and then
know
later
what
in
I'm seeing.
life I was like, seems like I missed out.
It's neck and neck.
Yeah. It was a thing.
Nice.
Another Zubat. Yeah, so the joke here
What a
for you is
Herculean
that
effort.
in the game, the original Pokemon game, it's like you're walking around the caves and you're just constantly encountering Zubats, like to the degree where it's just like you can't move
Okay,
2
folks,
inches
that
without
was the
getting
final
another
match. The
freaking
judges are
Zubat.
tallying the final scores, and
There's a constant point of consternation if you were like 7.
we have a winner.
What? 11% of the audience predicted this winner. Wow, wow.
Wow! Wow!
Wow, wow.
Well done, Wow Wow.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, some good draw. I mean, these are some memorable drawings.
GG's. GG
Yeah.
everybody. I like this game a lot too because I don't care about the points or who wins.
Oh yeah,
Sorry. It's just like when I'm playing, I'm just like I'm having a good time.
yeah, for sure. I feel the same as I do about like TKO or any of those kind of games. Or Patently Stupid. Like the fun is just seeing people's stuff.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. So let's see. Is this going to be...
We have about an hour left.
Okay, cool. So what should we do for our next one? Should we... Let's see. We've pretty much... We could do a repeat, but otherwise, the only two we haven't played in PAX 7 aren't going to be as good with just two people who can talk. So we probably want to dip into an older pack. We could always do Quiplash again. I see some requests for that. What do people want to play? Drawful. Quiplash, Drawful. Split the Room is a great one.
We just did a drawing room. Yeah, I like Split the Room.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Split the Room? Would you hate it? Would you like it? Would you be apathetic?
Would you send a strongly worded letter?
Word Spud!
Dear everyone. Word Spud, a classic.
Not around, I say.
Happen.
Fibbage. Oh yeah, Fibbage. Let's play some Fibbage.
Oh, I'd love to play it.
This is one that Ryan worked on, so...
Let's hit it. I love Fibbage, I love Jack, not just because I worked on them, but they're so fun, and I like watching people play as much as I like playing, so I am way into it.
Fibbage. From...
Fibbage?
Fibbage.
Fibbage 3, why don't you? I've told this before, but since it's a different crowd potentially, the first conception for what the theme of Fibbage 3 would be was a weird sex party at an Italian, like an Italian horror movie, where like it's sort of, it's like, you know, like, hey, we're just having a great time. Wait, I think these people might be vampires. Are they sexy vampires? So there was some of these sort of like decor of that stayed, but eventually we moved away into a little bit more of a general weird, you know, psychedelia.
I love the aesthetic of this game so much.
I do too. Yeah, it's real good.
Too good.
Xena Veritas reminds everyone that if you play the game today, let other people get in, and I agree with that.
I second that agreement.
The audience can play in Fibbage, getting some questions about that. So in Fibbage 3, you will be voting on a lie to try to fool the other players. It'll be added in with all the other player lies, and you're basically just trying to trip them up and make it harder for them to get to the truth.
I also love the Enough About You. Which is easier if you have, like, if you're playing with people you hate. And we love each other here, so.
That's true. Enough About You is really great. It was a really fun game mode to work on. I'm glad we got to do it.
Drop this room code into the chat.
Boom!
Get in there, you wacky kids. You guys got in there so quick.
Ooh!
And
we have another Ryan. Laney Butts.
For the audience, do we have a VIP? Yeah, Ryan, if you can do the honors of starting the game when at your convenience, no rush. We're all just hanging out here.
We've had two name neighbors, except this is like a name clone.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, you guys just live in the same house, dude.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
In the same name house. I'm losing it.
Kalu Kalay.
Gang's all here. Great. And
Christopher Ali is here with us, the inevitable Count Dooku.
And they also get to guess the truth. Let's hit it.
And that darn Goose is in the chat.
This is round 1, and that means you get 500 for each player you fool.
All right. So if you've not played Fibbage before, you get money for fooling people with your fake answer. You get even more money for picking the real answer. And all of these are true. We are not just screwing around. The writers double-sourced every one of these, and these things really did happen.
How can we afford to give away so much money, Ryan?
I know. Well, that's the thing. That's why we have to keep making party games, because we give out so much money in Fibbage and You Don't Know Jack that we are nearly bankrupt at the end of every year. But we do it for you.
We're wild.
Jared Orbach of Dalhousie University of Study solving the mystery of blank. As you're writing your lies, do remember that to put on your writer hat, your Jackbox hat, these are all sort of unbelievable or wacky truths. So if you put something kind of, too plausible, like the mystery of black holes or something, that's a real scientific mystery that you would imagine people would study. Probably not something we would have written. It's not funny.
Yeah.
But if you go something crazy like the mystery of why my brother's on the toilet all the time, a little too crazy, not that believable. But you may get the likes cup.
Yeah.
Still, people like your answer. You might still win the likes cup.
Yeah, you're not necessarily trying to make people laugh with your answers. So if you just put poop like for everything, then you might get the likes, but you're not gonna fool anyone.
Exactly.
Unless the answer is actually poop, then I don't know how to tell you.
And honestly, there's at least a few where it is in this game. Is it the mystery of fridge lights, the mystery of the human compulsion to eat their toenails, mystery of El Chupacabra, wedgies, castles, Bigfoot pregnancy, dolphin vaginas, dolphins in general, the Loch Ness Monster, or the presidential murder of 1923? Presidential murders, 1923. All good answers.
All except one of them are good answers.
Okay. Will you ever reveal which is the one that you hate?
Oh no, that's painful. That's
Okay.
too mean.
Okay.
It was this one. No.
Well, great. Thanks, because we wrote that one. That's the audience lie. So basically, you hate the writers. I get it now. The audience did fool some people, though. Good job, Laney Butts. I should mention you get money for fooling the audience, too. Good chunk of people said El Chupacabra. Nope. Pedestrian. Good lie. Very good lie. That's something we definitely would have written a question about if it were true.
Ryan.
Ryan, you're giving me a bad name. It's not funny enough of a lie.
What?
Now that's the truth.
What?
Cookie may be explaining this now. I'm not hearing the game audio, but for the ones that are real weird, Cookie will tell you, give you some context as to what it actually is. I forget if that's in there or not.
Yeah, it definitely is. Please raise game audio. Unfortunately, I cannot because we're already in the game. But what I can do, maybe I can do one of these.
Yeah, that was difficult. Let me do it for you.
And do one of those.
Okay, here's your question.
Hopefully that helps.
The co-founder of
Sweet.
Earth Day and master of ceremonies at the first Earth Day rally was later arrested for
Producer
blank.
to
Co-founder-
rescue.
Enter your lies now.
Co-founder of Earth Day, master of ceremonies at the first Earth Day rally, later arrested for blank.
Capturing the Earth.
Destroying
Destroying
the
the
literal
planet.
Earth. It's kind of ironic.
Ironic answers do pretty well, I think.
It's true.
I am very good at fibbage, so whenever I play with my friends now, they're just like, "Oh yeah, it's because you were at Jackbox, you know the answers." Like I've never actually played it I've played it as much as they have, pretty much. But it's just I'm really good at lying, and you're not.
Yeah. Once again, nobody's sure Belia even exists. Belia could be a cat operating a series of holograms.
Exactly. Just one of those like very sophisticated VR streamers.
Yeah. Yeah, Belia is secretly, I was hoping that by the end of the sentence I would remember her name. The Kitane Meat? No.
Oh, Hatsune Miku.
Thank you. Hatsune Miku.
That's an easy one.
All right. Did this Master of Ceremonies and Earth Day founder?
Oh, very uncool answer there. Don't do that.
Oh yeah, that's too far. That's not cool. And also wouldn't be funny.
I love this part.
No, too pedestrian. I love that one. Good lie. Nobody wanted to be part of that.
Ryan, oh.
Oh,
Giving Ryan a bad name.
come on, man.
And I'll just
Well.
I'll just turn off the game if that keeps up. I have no problem doing that.
Yeah, for
Do
sure.
Something without UGC.
Wow, that was very persuasive.
Definitely. And a reminder that our brand new Party Pack 7 has moderation features. For just such a thing. Actually, this one does have in the moment moderation, but we trusted you, and we were wrong to do it.
It was a horrific crime, but at least he was on brand.
Yeah, he did. He did do that.
What a horrific crime.
Yeah. Yeah, not some of them aren't as funny as others, I guess.
Okay, pick a category.
All right.
I love these photos too. It really adds to the overall vibe and aesthetic of the game.
Now listen up.
Yeah.
The last letter Beatles
It's
guitarist George
it's cool to have like
Harrison
the
ever sent was
70s
the
thing
comedian
carry
Mike
over to that.
Myers, wherein he asked him for
This is a
prank.
wild one, and I love the answer.
Now.
Which is, what
Which is what I'll say now. I will say I usually forget things about the games that when we stop working on them, but I remember almost every answer in this game.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I like when I forget, which it's helpful. Like Weekend Belia with some lion playing Fibbage does not remember the answers, which is just a fun surprise for like future Weekend Belia, because then it's like a brand new question all over again.
Again, this may be related to that giant glass of wine.
Hurry, hit the live for me button if you can't think of something.
Oh man, this question gives me a headache and I don't know why.
There's a lot to take in. Not all of it that you want to take in.
All right, where's the truth?
All right. He asked, so George Harrison, famous Beatle, one of the most famous people in the world, wrote a letter, the last letter he ever sent. He wrote it to Mike Myers, of all people. And he asked Mike for a mini-me doll, a ticket to SNL, a quickie, a punch-out strategy guide, a bottle of ketchup, a good laugh, reply letter that he never got, a peach tree, or a signed guitar. I like the idea of George Harrison asking Mike Myers for a signed guitar.
Yeah, like, it should be the other way around, I think.
Yeah. I also like the idea of Mike Myers blowing off George Harrison and never replying to his letter. Wait, is it true? No, it's not true. Good job, Count 2.
I think I would not reply to a letter from George Harrison just to say that I did that I snubbed George Harrison.
But then when he died right after, wouldn't you feel bad? You're like, oh man,
I mean,
I should have been nicer to George Harrison.
That's the level of like chaotic evil that I like to live my life by. It's just like, I don't care.
Can't argue. I can't argue. What if you sent him a reply letter back and you were like, nobody likes your solo stuff? Signed Belia.
Damn. What?
It's true. It's true. He was so enamored with Austin
Sadly,
Powers.
he didn't live to see the Love Guru.
That's crazy.
I also love being so famous that the way you would check if a mini-me doll was available for purchase was to write a letter to the star of the movie. Like, he could have easily just asked somebody to go buy him a mini-me doll.
Yeah.
Doubled.
Yeah, I want to be on that level
How
of
about
fame where
some
just I can
Russian
contact
fibbage?
anyone on the planet at any time for anything.
Yeah.
What would I do with that power?
It's like if writing a letter to like the head of the like Timex company and being like, "What time is it?" It's just
Yeah.
like-
Just
you
like
know?
texting them really quick. Just like, hey.
Right. These are really fun. So in the past, we have shied a little bit away from fibbage questions about wacky translations for sayings in other languages because it's hard to determine if they are really true. Like, is the translation not meant to be literal? Is it really used in the way we're saying? But luckily, Brian Shard, who worked on this game, did all the great music. Or did he do sound effects and music, or both? I think he did sound effects and some music. Anyway, he has family who are Russian, and we're able to verify all these. So we knew that we were using it not in like a cheaty way, that this was actually a correct, trivia question.
Cool.
Yeah, so we did a bunch of Russian ones. So what goes around comes around. In Russia, you would say the cat will eventually get a downpour of blank.
All right, pick the truth.
Okay, so one of these is not okay, but it is in Russian, so I'll just be quiet.
Okay.
Mice's tears. The vodka, of course, it's a Russian question.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Classic go-to.
I know a surprising amount of Russian swears. Just, like, more than what I think is normal for someone who doesn't speak Russian, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't... Because, like, also in Russian, you can construct entire sentences just in swear words, and it would make, like, fluent sense. So you could say, like, I really
Alright,
don't
let's
like
see what
that
you guys
guy,
picked.
but the entire sentence is just swear words. Kind of like
That's amazing.
Yeah, kind of like how the English F word is very flexible. It's like that for them, but just like every word.
That's lovely.
That's a fun
I imagine there's
topic.
some. I imagine there's some great Russian poetry that takes advantage of that.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's gotta be.
A little too simple. What you deserve.
What you deserve, yeah. Vodka means little water.
Huh.
Vod being water, and then the diminutive ka suffix.
So vodka is like little. I wonder how that etymology works. Like where that is. They're just like, yeah, it's kind of like water.
I think it's just a silly kind of. I don't know. It must have started off kind of silly. Like, you guys want some little water, you know?
Maybe just making fun of how prevalent vodka is.
Yeah, right. I don't know.
Mice's Tears.
Mice's Tears, huh?
That's
I like
it.
that one. What goes around comes
Time
Mice's
to pick a
Tears.
category.
Ugh.
How do I mute myself?
We moderating Belia off the stream now.
Before he was a successful actor.
Hey, we were just talking about Mr. DeVito.
Yeah.
And before he was an actor, he worked at a morgue where his job was to blank.
And he's not tall enough to swear, I think is what we agreed on.
Yes. So it's not that. He was not a professional swearer. It's too short. I love a fibbage question where we've already said something crazy before we even get to the blank.
Yeah, that's a
where we're like,
flex.
it's not even the morgue thing. We're just going to tell you that.
That's a flex. Like, that's just the writers being like, look how wacky we can get.
Right.
You're not even ready for this. I love the writers for Jackbox. They're so funny and smart. Like they've been working on like TikToks for Jackbox, and I'm just like crying laughing at their ideas and stuff.
I'm so into it that I've almost signed up for a TikTok account so I could watch those TikToks.
You don't have to sign up.
Seek the truth.
Good.
Yeah, I didn't. I just have it.
Okay, great.
Which you can't get it after Sunday. Apparently, Sunday it's going away.
Is somebody buying them?
I don't know. It's like apparently they're just getting the Flappy Bird treatment, where like you can keep it on your phone, but you can't download it anymore. But I also have Flappy Bird on my phone still.
Now that's a flex.
Yeah. Yeah. No, people are like selling their phones with like TikTok and Vine and Flappy Bird and all these dead apps.
Right. We got a PlayStation 3 with that Guillermo del Toro Kojima game on it. What's that called? Great reference, right?
Oh yeah, the PS2 thing.
Yeah.
P2.
Yes, P2. That's
very frightening game.
Okay,
we can
let's
talk offline about that, like all of my theories about that. Trim toenails. You. That's not a job.
Hey, it's a morgue. Who knows?
Oh, is this at the morgue? This was a job at the morgue?
He used to work at a morgue where his job was to do this.
Oh.
Did not make the Undertakers laugh, although that'd be a good job. Just clean. Hey, hey, Danny, can you come in and just hose off the underside of the corpse?
No, not the top. Not the top.
No, that's for the professionals. We'll do the top. I'm gonna be a famous condemned.
At morgues, the amount of stuff they do to those poor dead people.
It's
a
lot.
It's this one. I was wrong.
It's just a really good lie. And that's correct.
Ding! Wow. Nice.
Well done. My name neighbor has clearly played this game before.
Or they're just really good at
Give me a category.
Random trivia. Yeah,
It could be very
PT,
intuitive.
not P2, you're right. Playable teaser. Yep.
Oh, PT, right, yes.
Try this one.
Thank you, Chad.
California mobster Ciro Terranova was a terror in the early 1900s, but you probably wouldn't be intimidated if you knew his nickname was...
Now this one is a great opportunity to run wild while still being respectful.
Yeah. I wonder how many people are going to say Tiger King.
The great thing would be if everybody put Tiger King in, it would be really great because our decoys would fill the rest of the board, so that you'd still have enough. But then you would get to that one where it was just like, and it was also, and it was also.
Uh-huh.
I love it when you get like 5 players to put the same thing on.
This game,
Usually,
it warns you if you have a duplicate answer, though, right?
this one doesn't.
Oh.
And I think there was a good reason behind that, and I forget what it was. It warns you if you put the truth in, though.
Okay, yeah, I remember that. Okay. So we could get some duplicates.
Okay, which one?
Actually, I think I remember what it was. At the doing checks on player answers, we would do them all at once. So we couldn't tell you if somebody wrote something else like that because we were doing all the checks on answers after they were submitted, unless it was the truth. And later, for games like Racketeering, we changed the way we do it so we could say somebody's written something similar.
Yeah, so budget constraints.
Yeah, right, yeah. We've now paid your computer to do better. All right, was Mobster Ciro Terranova the Mini Golf King, the Fling King, the Artichoke King, the Squirrel King, the Ticklish King, the Cabbage Head King, Wimpy King, Broccoli King, Puppy King, Chicken King?
I like Puppy King.
Yeah, it's me, the Puppy King. I'm gonna break your legs.
Yeah. I mean, that's the most intimidating, is like some like big badass like mobster just has like the Wimpy King or like the Puppy King. Just a kind of cute name.
Where it's like everybody knows him as that, but you're not sure if you're supposed to say that in front of him.
Yeah, but if you don't, he's very offended.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to call me the Cabbage Head King? No respect?
For it? Mini Golf King.
He just loves mini golf.
No, it's where he buries the bodies.
Oh no! They're all in the windmill. All good lies.
Puppy.
Broccoli King.
Womp womp.
Nope.
No
Artichoke
way,
King.
the Artichoke King, huh?
I don't remember why. I think he maybe had like a legit business.
It's the most adorable mob nickname that has the word choke in it.
Because it has the word choke in it, apparently.
He's just choking people all the time.
That's such a terrible way to kill someone too, because you have to stay. It's like a half hour, just like it's hard.
It takes a while, and then they could have passed out. You don't actually know if they're dead. You got to check.
Yeah.
It's not that convenient. Final Fibbage, 2 blanks. Love the final round.
This is such a good idea.
Most mammals need blank to blank.
Yeah, this is something the writers had wanted to do in Fibbage 2, I think, and it was decided that it didn't quite work. But after a lot of trial and error, we figured out that if you keep the blanks very close together so that they form one phrase, then it mostly did work. And you could display the answers all in one button as if they were one phrase. So you're really just kind of making one longer blank when you think about it. But it gives you the opportunity to come up with different jokes and different lies.
Yeah, kind of it gives me like Thriplash vibes a little bit.
What vibes?
Thriplash.
Oh yeah.
Like having the 3 answers.
Yeah, Thriplash feels like sort of the next evolution of this kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just one more.
I mean, can we go to 4? Let's find out next year.
You're wild.
Quadralash.
Hurry up, use a suggestion.
Yeah, I was thinking about how, like, what a spiritual success, or like a sequel to Fibbage 3 would look like, and like kind of what would be fun to include in it. And I think I left some notes for it as well. But it's,
cool.
It's really fun to think about, like, how you would kind of make sequels to these awesome games, right?
Yeah, I mean, that comes up all the time, and it's definitely part of our conversations we're having right now of, like, what games do we have ideas for? What games are people clamoring for? You know, how would we take certain games to, the next level and make it not feel just like it's, a sequel for sequel's sake, so.
Yeah.
All right, most mammals need sex to survive, 3 weeks to be potty trained, motivation to defecate, butts to poop, I think that's true, food to live, 21 seconds to pee, parents to be born, light to urinate, or contact comfort to sleep. So one of the challenges with Vivid is to make sure that you construct the question in such a way that other answers could not also be right, which is why you have things like this odd study in 2015. So even though it may be true that you need butts to poop, the odd study in 2015 did not prove that specifically.
Yeah, like that's just a known. We already knew that.
We kind of figured it out. We didn't need a study.
Same with butts to poop. I mean, well, I don't know. That's so weird because all mammals have butts. That's true, right?
I mean, definitely all mammals have similar orifices, for sure.
I'm getting a word from my producer. Yes, all mammals have butts.
Okay, done. Sorry.
I'm the producer. I was just thinking.
And also true, but that was not.
Species to survive. Yeah, I suppose that's true. 20
Not as an individual.
seconds to pee. What?
Boom. The truth.
Well, I'm not most mammals.
21.
So when you told me before the stream start, make sure you take a long pee before this starts, it was at least 21 seconds.
At least 21 seconds, Ryan.
Well done, Ryan. You nailed it. Who got the likes cup? Daddy!
You came back.
Finally back from cigarettes. Comes to get the likes cup. Well done.
Good job.
Cool.
Where we go next? We have about a half hour left, so not a ton of time.
Okay.
I think we have time for another blather round, though.
Oh, that'd be fun. Let's do another blather.
It would be fun.
Yeah, let's end it on another PAX 7 game. And this is also nice because the audience can guess along as well.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, good.
How do I play a game? Oh, it's updating.
Did we push to latest during the stream? That would be hilarious if we did.
Interesting timing, Jackbox developers.
It won't take very long.
It's done. Okay. It is done.
'Tis done. Look, this is how we are still working on this game. You can tell. We literally just built the game between last time we played it and now. And if you're like, how can I play this great game? Then there must be some way to transmit via data the fun we're having to you at home. Belia, is there any way to do it?
No.
Okay, sorry, that's it. We're done.
No, I'm just kidding. Of course there is. You can go to our website, jackboxgames.com. You can pre-order a game there or through Steam. Add us to your wish list if you're not ready to purchase. But if you are ready, then you get 10% off for pre-ordering your game now. It'll come out October 15th, which is less than a month away. Ryan, we're running out of time.
Oh god, I need to do a couple of things. I should have made more than just 15 minutes of Devils in the Details. Really got to get the rest of it done.
I did because I was playtesting Devils, and I liked, there were sometimes prompts where it was like, is the game out yet? Or you had little notes like that. That was great.
There are a bunch of dialogue tasks where you talk to NPC characters that we had to get in before the dialogues themselves were actually finished writing. So there was this placeholder dialogue with me about why the game wasn't done yet. But those are all out. The game's done. The game's done, mostly.
Welcome to Blather Round.
Blather Round.
What do we have here? The most outrageously
By the way, I
attractive
wish
group of
I
people I've
had
ever
the
seen.
names in front of me. I'm
Okay,
sorry I
I'm
don't.
in
But
love.
some great voice actors hosting
You're
our
going to
games in this
present a
pack, two
secret
of whom
prompt.
I don't
Live?
believe we worked with before.
You'll
Blather Round's
describe it to
voice actor
everyone else
and
with
Talking
sentences like
Points.
this one.
But they're
Now,
both
you
just
can change
phenomenal.
some of these words, but your options are very
It's
limited.
the best. So good.
Everyone else will be
I love their
guessing,
voice. It's got this a little bit of that
while
vibe to
you
it.
make more elaborate sentences.
So good.
Oh,
Yeah, and
lot like Free Willy
similar
too.
to if you liked Dictionarium from the last pack,
Moby Dick.
Claire McFadden
Be
was
fast to
responsible
win big.
for a lot of the voice of that host, the sort
And
of weird,
teamwork is rewarded.
wacky
So talk out loud and
point of
work
view that host had.
together.
And she also wrote
Let's
this
begin.
along with other writers, and the host really sells that tone so
It's
well.
round one.
So I think people are going to love this
Pick
host.
a prompt and be prompt about
All
it.
right. Pick your prompts. What are you going to try
Hard
to
prompts are worth
communicate
more, but easy
to the
prompts
other
take
players
less of an
through
emotional
only
toll.
a few words?
Can we not get everyone in?
Now you're
I
going
think
to craft a
this
sentence that describes
is bladder
your
cap at
prompt.
6.
On your device, you'll see 2 word
Shows you.
columns. Pick
Oh, yeah,
words to build a sentence
I
describing
think
your
bladder
prompt,
cap's at 6.
and then tap submit when you're
yeah, and I
finished.
do see, Lydia, that you suggested a 16
Oh, and you
player
can
game
choose
for
more than one
Turing,
word
but
in each
towards
column
the end of the
if
stream,
you
we
want
do
to get
go
creative.
back to Jackbox Pretty PAX 7 total. Just to leave you with a taste in your mouth. Hopefully that you'll pre-order. It's a little marketing strategy known as showing you a cool game that you might want to buy.
But here's the great thing. If you're upset that you're not playing Bracketeering right now, you can be playing that game today.
Yeah,
Go on your platform of choice, buy Party Pack 6.
You're
I mean,
going
sorry,
first.
Bracketeering would be 4.
The category
5?
is person.
5.
Perfect. I happen to be a person
God damn it.
myself.
It's 4.
4,
They're
that's
a
right.
deceased individual.
IKEA.
Okay, guessers, now's your time to shine. Type in
man.
guesses on your device.
Yes.
Everyone in the audience, too.
And the mummy comes back.
Hey, presenter.
Well,
I mean, the
time to
mummy-
write another sentence.
In the past
Makes
few
sense.
days,
Jackson.
like, the same answers
Gandhi.
kind of kept coming up. And
David
I think my
Bowie.
theory is because people kind
Jesus.
of kept choosing like easier prompts. And so the easy prompt pool in the early game is pretty, not limited or anything, but just kind of
Jesus.
Elvis Presley.
And
Sure.
so, they kept getting questions that where the answer was the mummy or IKEA or Gandhi, things like that. So I see what you're doing. You're trying to brute force.
They are known for the
Pay
mama.
David Bowie.
attention to
Elvis. Bob
the
Ross.
hints you're being given.
Exactly. We should make
George
you pay
Washington.
a small fee for every guess you make. That way to deter these kinds of things.
We're not?
They have the
I know,
same
we're
vibe as
leaving money on the
David
table.
If you contributed a guess that got
Um,
used, you get points.
I do have it on some authority.
She's so
that,
tragic.
even more prompts than you've seen will be available to you when the game comes out. So
Freddie
she's so
Mercury.
tragic. Same vibe as David Bowie.
They're younger
It's a
than Queen.
woman.
Well
younger
done
than
on that
Queen.
Like the
sentence.
band or like a queen?
Good
Jesus.
question. When you say
Michael
younger,
Jackson.
I assume you mean newer. Well, I mean,
Madonna.
that would mean younger than Queen. She's tragic. Same
Jonah.
vibe as Bowie.
I don't know.
They're known for.
Time is
They're known
running
for the
out.
mama? Is that
Submit
what that says?
more guesses.
Audience got it.
Audience.
They're known for the mama.
Known for the layered
Known for
anxiety.
the layered anxiety.
Someone in the audience has it
Whoever
right.
puts my name.
Keep going, presenter.
I'm leaving. I'm just gonna walk out.
You do have the same vibe as Bowie. I've always said that.
Amy Winehouse.
Amy Winehouse is a good
Time
guess.
is almost up.
Cleopatra, maybe not as good.
They're kind of similar to
Similar to
Madonna.
Madonna.
Failure on the first turn never feels great, but it's
What is
good
it?
for your skin.
Princess Di.
At least the audience figured
Princess
it out.
Di. I don't know if I would say she had a Bowie vibe.
Didn't they meet or something?
If you saw the answer
Maybe.
and thought, "Oh,
But yeah,
that makes
I would
sense,"
agree.
then hit my bad on your device.
My bads though. Yeah, these people are like they're
Okay.
known for the mama because she's the younger.
I guess
than
everyone.
Queen.
It's
I mean, her
story
mom wasn't. She
time.
married in, so that's fine.
I don't know anything.
It's a
about
story about a happy
I
protagonist.
barely do.
The Mummy.
God damn it.
It's probably IKEA.
Little Red Riding Hood. Moby Dick.
Moby Dick, Little Red Riding Hood.
Star Wars.
I wouldn't say Moby Dick is a story about a happy protagonist.
And a
Yeah,
fantastic.
fantastic singing. Okay.
Goldilocks
I have
and
a
the Three
guess.
Bears.
Finding Nemo.
Is there singing in Nemo?
Pippi Longstocking.
No, I don't think so. Or well, there's that
It's
there's
a
that
different
turtle scene. I think
genre
there's a
than Star
song, but there's not a
Wars.
lot of singing.
It's not known
Mamma
for,
Mia.
Not known for the song.
I wouldn't say it's known for the song.
Humpty Dumpty. Alice in Wonderland.
Whoa, a chilly
A
reptile.
chilly reptile.
What a marvelous sentence!
Cinderella.
A Star is
Stars
Born.
Red.
Chilly Reptile, Cinderella.
A Star is Born?
The Sound of Music.
Sound of
Mermaid.
Music.
Snow White.
Little Mermaid was my guess before Chilly Reptile.
That's a good guess.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
It's not the
Disney
same
Princess.
Jurassic
form.
Park. It's
as
not the
Hansel
same
and Gretel.
form as Hansel and
Ooh, I
Gretel.
like that sentence structure.
Land
but
Before
not the
Time.
Same form as.
Yeah,
So it's not like. Oh.
Frozen, I
Is
see.
there a reptile in Frozen?
Fantastic.
I don't know.
Someone got it
I've
right.
seen it forever ago. I don't remember a reptile.
I've never seen it. I think the last Disney movie I watched was like Little Mermaid or something.
Really? You
That
missed some
was
good ones.
Great.
Yeah, I've heard like Brave.
And hey,
Moana,
here are some
all
points
those
for
are really
everyone
good.
who contributed.
I mean, are
a
you
helpful
so you're counting
guess.
Pixar as well? So like you've not seen any of the Toy Story
Oh, I
movies?
guess I didn't realize they were different.
The category
yeah, I
is
haven't seen any of the
person.
new
Some
Toy
of my
Stories.
favorite people are person.
I had a bad childhood.
Clearly, I didn't mean to get into this, but you need some therapy.
IKEA. The Mummy.
They're a happy individual.
Donald Trump.
The Mummy's pretty happy.
Lady
Back
Gaga.
from the dead to kill
Mel Gibson.
you.
Queen.
Queen. They poke fun at the
They
eating.
poke fun at the
I know the
eating.
game volume is a
Mr.
little
Rogers.
bit down so we can
Bog off.
chat,
Hold on.
but if you're not aware, the game is reading all of these answers out loud, which is very fun in sort of a Mad vs. City way to hear a robot say Bob Ross.
Yeah, that's impressive technology.
It's real fun.
Jesus.
Robin Williams. Anthony Bourdain.
We might need another sentence here. Just one little clue. And if
Yeah.
you're having trouble, you can always skip
Gordon Ramsay.
the sentences
They're
that
nothing
you're
like
saying.
Queen and Lady
Press skip
Gaga.
and you get like a fresh new template to work with. You can also
Yeah.
pick more than one like adjective. You can pick more than one word from each column.
He's so
Yeah,
goofy.
for sure.
Sandra Lee.
So
I
goofy.
can tell y'all are good friends.
They
No
poke
need
fun
to
at
type
eating,
guesses,
they're
just
goofy.
quietly enjoying each other's company.
B.
They're happy.
Michael Reeves.
Guy Fieri. Goofy.
Goofy.
Is it Goofy?
YouTube.
Musical version of
They're a
Lady
musical version
Gaga?
of
That's
Lady Gaga.
nonsense.
Unlike Lady
Oh,
Gaga.
time is ticking.
Right.
Hurry, hurry.
Mickey Mouse.
Well, you know, Aho Round knows her for her film career.
Or maybe like musical isn't like theatre.
Yeah, okay, I see. Like a stage
Donald
musical
Duck.
version.
Muckbanger.
Theatre.
Goofy.
Sorry. The theater.
Known for the goofy spoof.
Known for the goofy spoof.
Ah yes, you know, the goofy spoof.
Snoop Dogg.
It's almost
Eminem.
over.
Maybe,
Keep guessing.
5 seconds. The audience got it.
Okay.
A version of Snoop Dogg and
Musical version of Snoop Dogg.
Weird.
Okay, you know what? You got me. They're a musical version of Snoop Dogg. That's actually very accurate.
The good
They
news
are known
is
for the goofy
success
spoof.
will
Oh,
never
spoof.
change
That's a
you.
good word too.
Yeah,
Poke fun at the eating. It
he's
doesn't
so
matter.
goofy.
But
Honestly,
what is
my
a
bad.
where? You're guessing a place.
Yeah, Weird Al, that's a good one to try and guess.
It's a wonderful, not small place.
Wonderful, not small place. Yeah,
Oh, I'm surprised no one jumped in with IKEA right away.
I really hope it
There
is.
it is.
It's where you enjoy
Ah.
the cube.
The Mummy.
Come enjoy the cube.
Switzerland.
Yes, the cube.
Germany.
I enjoy the cube.
Canada.
Pray to the cube.
Boston.
Europe.
Europe, you know, we enjoy the cube.
Target.
Disney World.
Target.
Mansion. So much stomping grounds.
We all got together and decided. We love that
I love to
sentence.
stomp in the cube as I enjoy it.
England.
Arcade.
Yes, these are things we all do,
Nice.
obviously.
Yeah, this just seems like a game where like robots are
It
trying
has
to
the
like
same vibe as
convince each
Plaza.
other that they're real.
Chicago.
Yeah, it's like a
Pangea.
Turing test game.
Hey, Chicago.
Transform the
Pangea.
planet.
Transform Planet? What was the Transform Planet called?
Zoo.
Ah,
I don't.
This place has a
chat's
massive
gonna get you
roof.
before I
Kingdom.
do.
Stadium.
The audience is gonna
Col-
get it before you do.
Yeah. Times Square!
Oh, the cube. Ah, yes, the Times Square cube. I do
It's
enjoy
where-
it.
Madison Square Cube.
You actually did it. Not that I'm surprised. I had
Transformer
faith
Planet.
in you.
God, what was it called? It's
The
gonna kill me.
Transformer Planet chat. Please help Ryan before.
They
So he
picked
stops making this face. Please
place.
help.
Please let him get back to
It's a
doing
bad
his job
place.
and stop thinking about the Transformer Planet.
It's called IKEA.
Just hearing
Las
IKEA.
Vegas.
Cybertron! Thank you, Shifter. How did I forget Cybertron?
It's where you
Alright.
load
Firefest.
It's where you load the team.
Jackbox game.
Load
Jail.
the team.
IKEA.
Jail, Firefest, all good answers. Yeah,
The
similar to Las
underworld.
Vegas.
It's kind of similar to Las Vegas.
Where you loathe the team.
River Styx.
So much independence.
So much independence.
Yankee Stadium.
Ooh,
You're right,
what
Shifter.
a tasty
I have handed my
sentence.
nerd card. I've been looking for an excuse to get rid of it.
You can make bigger sentences too. So like if you just add more words
America.
to each column, you can honestly put up to like 4 words or something like that. Boston. How'd you
A
get
lot of independence.
a lot.
And you hate the team there.
Okay, I see what you did there.
My bad.
I take it back.
Congratulations.
It's a
That
bad
would have been
place.
better if the prompt was about dragons.
I'm not gonna say Boston's a bad place, but I
You'll
will
be our
say I
last
don't wanna
presenter
go
this
there.
round. The category is story.
Sorry to all of the Bostonians.
It's a story about a not massive entity.
A not massive entity. So not my ego.
Little Red Riding Hood.
Nah. Well, they didn't say not enormous.
And a young, colorful figurine.
Young, colorful figurine.
The mummies.
And I want to say IKEA or George
Stuart
Washington.
A Bug's Life.
IKEA.
It's
Jack and the
definitely
Beanstalk.
IKEA.
Whoa, Minions. A juvenile.
A juvenile tinkle
form.
pink form.
Thumbelina.
I have a guess.
Already? Okay. Alright.
I think.
The dragon.
Okay, Ryan. Ryan, okay.
Ansel and Gretel.
Goldilocks.
George.
It's kind of
Kinda
similar to the dragon.
dragon.
and the Brave.
That sentence is a 3-course.
Oh, I was way off.
Also never seen My Little Pony. But I'm afraid that if I do start watching it, then I'll be one of those people who are like obsessed with it.
You cut out for me, what?
Oh,
Now
I'm just
that
afraid
everyone's
if I
gone
start
once,
watching My
let's
Little
check
Pony,
out
I'll
the
become one of those
scoreboard.
people who become obsessed with it.
Now remember,
Yeah.
And just
the
because
points
it's
only
unhealthy
matter
thing,
if you
now I'm on
let
web
them.
forums talking about my favorite pony.
Yeah.
Round 2.
Yeah, I
More
think
time
that's
to
definitely
make
going to
me
happen.
proud.
I mean, it's going to
Oh,
happen
I'm
one way or
just
another.
kidding.
You can
I'm
only
already proud.
stave it off for a while.
In round 2, the points are
Right.
doubled. These round 2 prompts are juicy.
All right, round 2 prompts.
Pick something your friends might be able to guess. Don't look at me. You know them better than I do.
I don't know any of you. I don't think to know you quite well.
Write a sentence to describe your new prompt. Tap a word to put it in your sentence. Tap it again to take it out. You got
You
this.
got multiple words. Well, actually, maybe not for this process.
Yeah, I think you can in this. It only lets you. There are different templates. I think some of the templates only want one word, but a lot of them let you do more.
It's your turn again.
All right, Aho round.
The category is
It's a person. Short, angry, disgusting creature.
Jenny DeVito, is that you?
The Mummy.
I have asked the writers to not put me as a
John
clue in this
Cena.
game, and they have
Mel
clearly
Gibson.
broken their promise.
Snoop Dogg. Donald Trump.
Minions.
Lady Gaga.
IKEA.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito.
They are
They're famous for the rotating occurrence. Remember that?
Ah, yes, the rotating occurrence.
Napoleon.
Ryan.
Gremlin.
The Hobbit. Samwise.
Troll.
They're kind of
Kind
similar,
of similar
to
to
Minions.
Rotating occurrence, eh?
Like, on an annual
Gimli.
thing,
Trump.
like, what comes out, it happens every year.
It's so ravenous furry.
Oh yeah, it could be.
Elvis Presley. The Penguin.
We've seen a lot of Lord of the Rings themed
Trolls.
answers, and one in particular we haven't. Which is what I would have guessed.
They're kind of
Boom,
similar
boom.
to Gremlin. Spino.
Ooh, yeah, I see where you're
Mhm.
headed at. Oh, but no.
But no, and although that might be spelled wrong. We should have caught it though.
This game's very forgiving with misspellings.
Buddies.
It is. Okay, so maybe not Gollum.
Mike Wazowski.
Mike Wazowski.
Airbud.
Airbud, of course, a good one. It's so ravenous furry. Known for the
killing a
weird
furry
furry predator.
Again, this
Sure.
has got to be Ryan.
The Grinch.
Listen, I have been taken off that list. I'm officially not a weird furry predator
You
anymore.
haven't got long left.
It was a
Big bad
misunderstanding.
Pikachu.
Pikachu's a good
That was
guess.
a good guess. Cartoon
They're a
versions
cartoon
of-
version of Ryan. goblins.
It still seems like it really still feels like it's Ryan.
Time is almost up.
They're famous for
Bill
the spiral
Cosby.
hair.
And they are famous
Oh, I
for
do
the
have a guess.
spiral hair.
2 seconds. Hmm.
Gargan.
That's it.
Well,
Some of the
actually,
others got it, though.
Okay, what was that? Tasmanian Devil.
Spiral. I see it.
Spiral, sure.
Don't feel bad.
Ravenous
Yeah.
People just don't know
Famous
stuff,
for the rotating
and that's
occurrence.
okay.
Yeah, it's there. I wouldn't call them similar to Minions, but I'm slicing hairs or whatever.
The category is person. It could be a
Spicy hairs.
celebrity, a fictional
I wonder
character,
if it would have
anyone.
accepted Taz. T-A-Z.
Yeah, I wonder. I bet.
They're a good fictional human.
They're a
IKEA.
good fictional
The Mummy.
human.
John Cena.
If you can say whether they're fictional
Donald
or whether
Trump.
they're alive or
Gaga.
dead up front, it's a great place to start. And so this
Lady
is
Gaga.
now a lot of people are
Princess
guessing real
Diana.
people, so it's not helping.
Ryan.
We already had a
Uh,
Princess Di one.
We did.
Belia.
Joan of Arc.
Hey,
They
movie
are in a
about the
movie about the
occurrence.
occurrence.
Belia is fictional.
Harry
though.
Potter.
Cookie Masterson.
can't prove I'm not.
Bubbles.
They're kinda similar to Harry Potter.
Okay.
Harry Potter.
Bob Ross.
Movie about the occurrence. I'm gonna guess Mark Wahlberg in The Happening.
He's so out
Christopher
of this
Dumbledore.
world.
Ooh, that sentence is a beauty.
Tom Cruise.
Katniss.
Feels like a
Sabrina.
sci-fi. Sabrina.
Sailor Moon.
Get off.
I'm thinking like Star Wars universe.
Percy Jackson.
Yeah.
Sirius Black.
Do you like Star
Frodo
Trek? or
Baggins.
Star
Alien.
Wars?
I liked them both fine. I am much more into Star Trek.
Me too.
They're nothing like
Samwise.
Lady
Predator.
Gaga.
I've been
Luke
watching a
Skywalker.
lot of Deep Space Nine lately.
Yay.
Darth Vader.
Yeah, almost done with it.
Nice.
I've not
Percy
seen.
Jackson.
I've never seen
Luke
the end of it,
Skywalker.
so I mean I know a little bit of spoilers, but
Yoda.
I'm excited to see how it wraps up.
Yeah, I've only seen Deep Space. Everyone's gonna kill me. Deep Space
Ryan.
Nine or the original series.
Known
It's
for
like
the
all
fictional
stuff
rogue.
feels like way too like 90s techy. I was right. It was something to do with the Star Wars.
It was the Star Wars. So wait, sorry, you cut out a little bit. You've seen what and what?
The original series and then Deep Space
You
Nine.
did it!
Oh, I really
High-five
think you'd
each
like
other.
Next Generation.
Hug the dog.
Yeah,
Smile
I
politely
tried
at the
once
cat.
and then gave up, but I will try
okay.
again. Because
I will
don't
say-
leave my apartment ever again.
The first
Story.
season is
Time
real
to
rough with
attend
Next
the
Generation. You could
tale.
start with the second. But anyway, I do enjoy Star Wars, but I've never been a huge Star Wars guy.
It's a story
IKEA.
about
I
the
get
poor
it,
vibrant
though.
journey.
I
The Mummy.
understand the appeal.
Yeah.
John Cena.
IKEA, that is a poor, vibrant journey, I suppose.
Little Red Riding
Little
Hood.
Red Riding
It's a
Hood.
great vibe.
Lord of the Rings.
Avatar.
Well, poor is in like you're a college student.
Peter Pan.
Oh, okay, yes, now I see. And a sweet,
Hansel and
glorious
Gretel
gift.
and a
This is
sweet,
the story,
glorious gift.
Okay. A
Titanic.
journey and a gift.
The Lorax.
The Lorax.
So then the audience got it.
Journey.
How are you guys doing that? This could be anything.
It's like a real hive mind thing.
Yeah.
It
And
has
again,
the same
Three
vibe
wise
as
men.
Robin Hood.
same
Jesus.
vibe as Robin Hood, so maybe
Bible.
kind of classical feeling. Medieval.
Horton here's a who.
Sweet Glorious Gift is kind of throwing me.
Yeah. Sweet. Candy. Maybe is it that kind of sweetness?
Whoa,
See?
Rumpelstiltskin disastrous Grampy.
An eccentric
Ooh,
disastrous
I'm jealous of
Grampy.
that sentence.
Hansel and Gretel.
Frozen.
Canterbury Tales.
Canterbury Tales. It's a
Some kind of like kids fairy tale. I still think
Sweet
like
Candy. Cinderella.
Candy has something to do with it.
Candyman.
But I guess Hansel and Gretel. Try. Okay.
yeah, well, you were totally right.
Yep. Same
Totally.
vibe as Robin Hood. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, that was way left field.
This is really special. Let's savor the moment. That's enough.
That's enough.
She's great. I love her.
Yep.
The category is
All right, a person.
This one can't be IKEA.
They're a humongous
you know what?
bad
It's gotta be
fictional
Velia.
person.
Well, as long as it's fictional, yeah.
Who's evil and tall?
They are
They're known for the jumping.
Buzz Lippman.
Evil and tall.
Who?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Sora.
Gru. Because like someone did like
Troll.
like a size
Godzilla.
analysis and he should be like 8 feet tall.
Voldemort.
It's really stupid.
Maleficent.
I love that.
Gru.
Maleficent.
Godzilla.
Cthulhu.
Voldemort.
He's so roly-poly, though.
He's so roly-poly.
What a sweet
Humongous
little
fictional.
sentence.
Bad person. Okay. Yeah, King Kong. Let's see King Kong.
Does Godzilla roll up?
No, not on purpose.
Human caterpillar.
Sonic.
I don't know,
They
maybe he
have the
has.
Same vibe as
Edmund.
Bowser.
I was gonna say
Same vibe as
What's the
Bowser.
hold up? This is blather round. Do some
I
blathering.
wonder if I know. In fact, I know I know.
The giant.
Known
Oh
for
wait,
the
maybe I
horrible
don't.
secretion.
That really made me
Godzilla.
less confident.
King K. Rool.
They're in the same genre as Bowser.
Yeah, I would
Dr.
guess.
Wily.
You must
I
have
would
a
guess,
big, juicy brain to make a sentence
Somebody
that
in the
long.
Nintendo canon here.
Or Sega. Yeah, people are guessing Dr. Eggman, who's also
Dr.
known as
Eggman.
Darth Vader.
We're nearing the end. Guess, guess,
But
guess.
he's also roly-poly and furry, right? Didn't they say that? Did they say furry, or is that just me?
Well, Sonic is really.
Yeah, but he's not bad though. He said bad, unless they're just bad as in like I hate him. Oh, see, now Donkey Kong was going to be my guess, so maybe I'm wrong. I mean, Donkey Kong was at least bad in one game.
I'm similar to King Cool and Donkey
They're kind of similar to
Jurassic
King
It's got to be a
K. Rool and
Nintendo
Donkey
character
Kong.
or a video
Only
game
a
character
few
of that era.
seconds left.
If only I knew video games.
Wreck-It Ralph.
There's no way to know.
Oh, time's up. Who is it?
Who was it?
Mario.
Uh,
Why?
You were
Easy
in
going.
the
Like
neighborhood,
rotund. I
but
guess
you
I can
couldn't
see.
find the house.
yeah, now I see it.
Known for the jumping, platformer. Same vibe as Bowser. Yeah.
I mean,
My bad.
The category
I guess he is known for the
story.
horrible secretion in WarioWare. There's a lot of questionable mini games.
It's a story about a young human.
Okay, young human.
Like the youngest one?
The literal youngest human.
Another sentence here.
Story about a baby.
And an imaginative specimen.
Imaginative specimen.
IKEA.
Can I have a guess?
Little Red Riding Hood.
Hansel and
Hansel
Gretel
Gretel.
IKEA.
The Mummy.
My guess is Spielbergian.
Maybe like a spooky
Peter
story.
Pan.
You know what they say?
A little
Better
bit.
done
Someone
than
in the audience
perfect.
got it. You guys are freaks. In a good
Guys,
way.
you guys are freaks.
Buster's Home for
You
Imaginary
belong in a museum.
A weird cardboard computer.
A weird cardboard computer.
Princess.
Maybe I don't know.
SCP containment.
Oh,
It's a lot
okay.
like Foster's Home
Inside
for
Out.
Imaginary Friends.
Little boy.
A big
Me too.
sentence from a big mind.
Adventure Time.
Adventure Time's a good guess.
Wreck-It Ralph.
Mo.
Emo. It has to be a story, not a person.
The hero
Courage
embodies
the
the
Cowardly
childhood.
Dog.
Hero
Reanimated.
embodies the childhood. There's a cardboard computer. There's an imaginative specimen.
Oh, I wonder if it's.
Fairly Odd Parents.
Oh,
Shark
what was
Boy
that
and
one
Lava
where all
Girl.
the kids are like spies, and there's like.
Uh-huh.
There's a cartoon. Do you know what I'm talking about? And they live in a treehouse.
Time is running out. Time to take some big swing.
Not the same form.
It's not the same form as Foster's Home
So,
for
not a
Imaginary
cartoon.
Friends.
Why not a cartoon? Oh, it's got a game.
Striped feline.
Cartoon Network.
Is this the hardest way to get around to Garfield?
Time is on.
Calvin and Hobbes!
Yeah, the straight
Good.
Oh, you got it.
That was a good
And
hint.
not a moment too soon.
Wow, the audience getting that early is impressive.
Yeah, after like two, I think it was like the second prompt that came out.
I'm over the moon.
Imaginative specimen. Yeah, 'cause
The hero embodies the childhood.
it's true. It's all
This
true.
is the last presentation. so
Now,
make it
Bluey
count.
4411 said that they
Ring-a-ding-ding,
picked a
you're
hard
guessing
one,
a thing.
and we're wondering if people are going to get it. So this is a challenge.
It's a fun.
Okay,
Fun
we have
thing.
1 minute, so.
Yeah,
IKEA. The Mummy.
definitely IKEA. Good openers.
Classic opener. Classic opening strategy here.
Class. This is
Your serve.
yeah,
A Thing.
known as the IKEA Gambit.
The Thing.
No, this is
The thing.
not a story.
Vibrator.
But the thing is a fun thing.
Massager.
Mousetrap.
It is used for the
for the
individual.
individual.
Bouncy castle. Moon shoes.
Yeah,
Please.
this can still be a massager.
Firework.
Close your door.
Skip it. It's a lot like ball pit.
A lot like ball
Arcade
pit.
game.
Skip it. It's a fun thing for one person. Ball pit. Talk about stretchy.
Talk about
Toy.
stretchy.
Okay.
Stickers. 2.
It's kinda quiet out here. Y'all okay?
Pinball.
Fidget spinner.
It has the same
Can
vibe
buy
as
this
toy.
toy.
Slime.
I wonder if Fidget
No.
Spinner made it into this game.
Putty.
Shark pit.
Someone in the audience got it. Wow, nice job.
It
It is the glue.
It's the goot, silly buddy.
Those are good hints.
Yeah, good hints. Yeah, Bluey, I think you did good on that one. I do wonder if Fidget Spinner is in here.
Here's the part
Points.
competitive people like. The scoreboard.
I am a very competitive
And the crown
person.
goes
I don't know if
to...
anyone's told you about this, but I'm all about it.
Congratulations!
I mean, you are a Killer Queen expert, is that
Thanks
correct?
for playing.
A professional killer.
Now
queen
it's time
player.
for
I've
my
been paid
dinner.
to
A
play
rotisserie
once,
chicken I
so
found.
That's it. I'm a pro now.
I would say Killer Queen is an incredibly
You're
competitive
back?
game.
I barely...
Alright, so I think that this kind of brings us to the end of our slot. We're gonna say our goodbyes and then let you get on with your PAX experience. I hope that you guys had fun with us this week. We're not coming back tomorrow. Today was the last day. But
Not
don't
coming back.
worry, you can bring us home forever by purchasing the Jackbox Party Pack 7, available for PC pre-order, PC Mac pre-order right now on Steam or through our website. If you pre-order now, you get 10% off, and the game will be released in less than a month, October 15th. So we hope you enjoyed the games today, and we hope that it forces you to pre-order our games as well, so that we can, get paid and stuff.
Do it. Or if you've already pre-ordered it, buy it for a friend that might want it.
Mm-hmm. Or for
There's-
an enemy that you're trying to trick into getting them to be your friend.
Yes. And then when they get close, you crush them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, cool. Do you have anything to plug, Ryan?
I should say this before we leave. I worked on this. I spent a lot of time this year on it. What was it? The Jackbox Party Pack 7. It's out October 15th, and you should definitely get it now through pre-order. Other than that, no, nothing really to plug. I'm on Twitter if you search for me, but mostly just buy the game.
Just buy the game.
Buy the game. It's fun.
Just buy it. Or wishlist us on Steam. That'll give you updates every time we have a sale or anything like that. But yeah, we hope you guys enjoyed. We will see you around on the internet. Follow us on all of our social media channels, and I'm going to put all of those up here on the screen in a bit. I think that's everything. That's it for PAX for us. We're done. We're done here.
It's so fun. I'm glad we got to do this virtually, and have a great rest of your PAX, you guys.
Yep. Now smile and wave. Bye.
Do you own a VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe, or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys.
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia. Don't forget about our Operation Armstrong level editor. Make entirely custom maps to share over your Steam workshop and screw your friends over. Alright, enough talk. Let's play.
Hello, welcome to this walkthrough of Operation Armstrong. Up here we've got the TV screen, this is where our agent is. We've got a mobile screen where I'll be doing all my hacking, and we've got the VR view where Halen is sneaking about. So let's get right into it. Let's go.
Alright.
So we're going up to door 4, I'm going to open that, get round behind the obstacle there. Yep, 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 okay. Yep, you're good, keep moving, go into the vent.
Oh no, he was a fast turner.
What? How do you... Okay, go straight there. Just go into the next vent.
Ooh.
I've got the lockdown. Or I'll mess up the lockdown. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to open door 10, releasing the crawler into the level if you want to get round to that next next pillar across. I'm choosing when I open this door.
Yep.
Yep, just stay there. It should kind of just wander right next to you. Why not? Just stay. Just Okay.
Is he coming around?
Leaving you. Go.
Jesus. Alright. What's the code?
Okay. Door 9 is yellow, blue, red. Oh, don't go yet.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, alright.
Close that door in his face. I'm just going to open door 10 as well, so the crawler...
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half using the...
I'm Scott.
I'm Rim.
And we're the hosts of Geek Nights. Geek Nights is a podcast. This podcast
We've been doing this crap for like 15 years.
Too long, and we've been going to too many PAXs. So if they have a PAX online, of course we got to show up at the PAX online, so here we are. If for some reason, over the course of the next hour or so while watching this on the internet, you enjoy what you are seeing, you're in luck. You are sitting at a computer, and at that computer with internet access, you can see all of the Geek Nights content that we've made for the past forever. Podcasts, YouTube videos, and whatnot. If for
there
some
are literally
reason,
like 50 of our PAX videos on YouTube right now.
That's right. If for some reason over the course of the next hour or so, you do not like what you see, first of all, stop watching. You're not at a convention. You can just leave really easily. And
just slide over from PAX 3 to PAX 2 or maybe even PAX 1.
Make sure to write down Geek Nights. Write that down so that when you go and complain to PAX and say, hey, who are these guys? Don't let them come back to PAX ever again. You'll get it right and you won't accidentally complain about somebody else. All right, Geek Nights. All right, today we are going to talk to you about where is the finish line? Designing game endings. Right? Every game, every single game has an ending. Right? If it doesn't end, it's not a game. It's a trap. Right? Games are like a little virtual, world. They're not the real world, right? You can leave them very, very easily, right? But when games don't end officially, right, saying, this is the end of the game officially according to the rules, then there's sort of this psychological trap they put the player in where the player feels like they're still in the game world. They haven't officially been released. And leaving a game when you're not supposed to according to the rules can sometimes be burdensome or sort of coercive in different ways.
I mean, many of you might be in one of these chats right now playing a game with some people at PAX, and you might want to bail on that game, but you don't because you're a good person. You feel that pressure. You are, in fact, trapped with those people.
Yep. So if you're making a game, right, you have to write a rule that says the game ends when such and such happens, right? And if you write that rule poorly, if you do a bad job of writing that one rule, when does the game end, right, then that could actually ruin an otherwise good game. There are plenty of good or even great games out there that because that one rule is designed poorly, the game ends up being a disappointment. Even though the rest of the game, it's like I was having so much fun, but the ending rule of the game just ruined the whole thing, right? That can happen.
Yep. Now, the opposite rarely happens. It is almost impossible for a game to be terrible, but for the end to somehow save it. Like a good end to Monopoly is not going to make Monopoly fun. But
right, well, it'll make it significantly better, but it won't.
I think just ending sooner would fix that problem.
Sure. All right. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk to you all about the different ending rules for games, right? And mostly, if we're designing a game, how do we come up with the best possible ending rule so that we don't ruin our otherwise well-designed game with a bad ending rule? And if you're not a game designer, right, you're not making games, this is still very, very helpful information for you because you'll be able to recognize in games you're playing, this is a great game, but the ending rule is bad. Or, wow, this game could really be improved if we ended it such and such, right? So yeah, let's go ahead. So, first, right, we talked about what is the best ending. Well, best for who, right? There's all kinds of people involved in any game, right? Games have spectators, right? Some ending rule might be better or worse for spectators. Games have players, right? Players are involved. They might say, this ending rule is better, right? Some ending rules might make a game more or less fair, right? It would be more fair to end the game now, right?
It would be more fair if the blue shell couldn't prevent the end of the game and delay the end and the victory and then cause me to lose.
Sure. And some ending rules would make the game will be more fun, right? It's like, if we end the game later, it'll be more fun. If we end the game sooner, it'll be less fun, right? So you have to take all these things into account when you're writing your ending rule, right? Now, you really have to take all these things into account when writing any game rule, but we're in luck in that when it comes to endings, most of the time, a good ending rule will be good for everybody, right? Other rules in a game, tend to have to favor one over the other. This crazy random explosion makes the game a lot more fun and it better for spectators, but it makes it way less fair and worse for players. The players have a worse experience. But when it comes to ending rules, usually, not always, but usually a good one is good for everybody, and a bad one is not as good for everybody. So we're in luck there, but we do have to pay attention to this because it's not always true. Okay, another disclaimer here. We are only talking about designing ending rules for ortho games, right? A game where there's winning and losing is the only thing we can talk about today. If we're talking about some like D&D where no one wins and no one loses, there's no right or wrong time to end it. There's no method you can use to figure out when's the best time to end my D&D session when you're running out of soda.
In fact, D&D should use... Yeah, same with single player. We're not talking about single player. You can just stop playing Skyrim whenever. No one's forcing you, at least I hope no one's forcing you to keep playing Skyrim.
Right. Competitive games are the games where we can actually mathematically somewhat figure out a right or objectively-ish right or wrong time to end. Okay, so let's talk about all the different ways in which games end. This is not a 100% exhaustive list, right? But this list of game endings covers the vast majority of all games. It is actually quite difficult, but not impossible, to come up with a game that doesn't have one of these types of endings. If you think of one, please tell me, because those are usually really interesting games people like to learn about. But yeah, it will be slightly challenging to think of a game that doesn't have one of these types. So let's go through them.
Yeah.
Okay, the most easiest type of ending ever. Just let the players decide. Hey, players, I'm a lazy game designer. End it when you want. End it when you want to end it.
Yep, when all players agree. Now, some games will bake that in, but it's not actually that common in like modern games that people, especially tabletop games, very few games have a rule that says when the players all agree that someone has won and the game is over, just stop. Except weird games that come in weird boxes. A lot of war games have stuff like that in them.
Right. So the positives of this are that, game designer doesn't have to do a lot of work, right? Players will end. Players won't really be dissatisfied with when the game ends. The negative is that it only works well when players are very high skill, for example, in Go, right? Newbies at Go will often keep playing well after the game has already been decided for no reason because they don't have enough skill to recognize that the game is already over. Or
now imagine the two horrible ways that can go. You're playing Go. You're an expert. You're playing with someone someone who is still learning and they don't think the game is over and you can't convince them otherwise.
Yep. Or worse, an unskilled player ends the game early, right? When there was still more to do. So this can be good, but used sparingly and wisely, usually in games where you're going to have high skilled play. Right, and lazy designers. Okay. The most basic kind of game ending you've ever seen. Everyone knows this one. First past the post. There is some event, right? Usually a player's score, something like that. And as soon as someone reaches that point, we have concluded, right? So a race, Usain Bolt, he gets past the finish line. That's the end of the race. Yeah, they count second and third place, whatever, but it's basically over as soon as someone crosses the finish line. But not just races, also something like this, right? You play Pong until someone has 10. As long as someone has 9 or less, you keep playing. It could be 1 to 9, and Pong keeps going. As soon as someone gets 10, immediate game over, right? Very simple. The positives of first past the post is that you keep playing as long as the game is meaningful, right? It's like, as long as everyone has a chance to win, we're going to keep going. And we're going to end immediately as soon as someone does win, right?
Yep,
so,
to avoid a lot of the problems of the game ending being in the wrong place or the game ending deciding something different from what you intended, because it's subjective. Either you won or you didn't, and until the game ends, you can literally, you could win.
All right, this is really popular game ending lately. Last player standing, right? So we're going to eliminate players over the course of the game. This is going to start with some number of players. It could even be 2, right? But that's similar to first past the post when there's only 2. And players will lose. And after everyone has lost, except for one player or one team, then that team would win and the game will end, right? So the positives of this is that people who can't win stop playing. They leave, right? They could go play another game or something. The negatives, people who don't do well enough can't keep playing the game. If they keep losing early, they don't get to experience anything.
This can even cause a weird cycle, not so much about the ending of the game, but because the ending for poor players is so early, poor players never get a chance to play the game long enough to be able to get better. It causes like a meta snowball.
All right. But this obviously is the problem with Monopoly. All right. This is, of course, going to come up we're going to try to bring it up as little as we can, but you can't ignore it in a panel like this, right?
And that is a real version of the game too. Like that is not a joke.
Yeah, no, they publish this. You can buy it if you want. Don't play it. It's just a joke. But Monopoly isn't a great game by any stretch, right? We always make fun of it. But the ending rule of Monopoly is its worst aspect. If you fix that rule and make the game end sooner, and perhaps by a different means, then its fun level will go way, way up. And actually, it might become like, instead of awful, it might become like okay or mediocre at least. It might, most people, when they do play Monopoly, they play until they start to feel the pain and then they stop. If the game officially stopped then, people wouldn't be so upset with it, right? And it's because...
In fact, Monopoly almost turns into players decide. The players all agree, we're bored, you've won, just let us leave.
Yep, because the last player standing ending condition for Monopoly is the wrong choice. Okay. Game clock, really basic one. You have a literal clock, right? A timer, and you're going to keep playing this game until that literal real world clock runs out of time. You might stop it and start it again at different points, right? But it's always going down. It goes back up only when there's like something you have to redo, very rarely. Right? Positives of the game clock. You know exactly how long you're going to be playing, right? How many times has someone come over and it's like, how long is this game going to be? We don't know. It might be 20 minutes, might be an hour, depends, right? This game of hockey is going to be an hour on the game clock, at least. Right? We know, if you don't have commercial breaks, if you're playing hockey locally, right? 3 periods of 20 minutes. We know exactly how long we're going to have to play for, right?
But this is really important to like spectators, really important to advertisers, to the people running the games.
Yeah, to people who are running the arena, right? They know how many hours they have to work, right? They know how many beers they can sell, right? There's so much going on with clocks. They're super, super important. Even in Street Fighter, you could play with a timed clock if you want. That's, super important. Same thing. All right, but in addition to game clocks, literal clocks, there's also resource clocks. A resource clock is very similar to a game clock, and that there is some number that is counting downwards, and when it hits 0, the game or runs out or hits a certain number, then the game will end, right? So in Race for the Galaxy, which we're going to use an example a few times in this panel, in Race for the Galaxy, one of the ways the game can end is there is a pile of victory point chips, and over the course of the game, players are obviously taking those chips as they score points. If that pile of chips runs out and there are no more chips remaining, the game will end. Right, so that's very similar to a real clock, right? It's the thing that is ticking down. It's simply that the rate at which it ticks is somewhat controlled by the players, right? So that's really good because it makes the game very interesting, right? It's like, ooh, not only, right, am I trying to win, I'm also controlling in some small way when the game ends, right? But it could be bad because now players are controlling when the game ends, and that might make the ending happen at the bad time.
Yep. This is really common in tabletop games. Like, think about most of the tabletop games you play. You'll see a lot of rules like when the 12th Baphomet is built or when 4 towers have collapsed. There's always like specific conditions that players can interact with that cause those games to end. It's gone really out of fashion to have games end after a set number of turns recently.
Mm-hmm. All right. Until you can't play anymore. So this is pretty rare because you have to design a game where this is even a good fit, right? But Jenga, you play Jenga until you literally cannot play anymore because the tower fell apart, right? Blockus, nothing falls apart, but what happens in Blockus is eventually the board is so full that no player has any legal moves remaining. So usually this happens a lot in abstract games like Jenga, Blockus, whatever, right? Where there are, a strict set of moves that players can make, and there are simply no more, or the playing space has filled. In Tetris, right? You play until the board is full and you can't put any more pieces. Similar shapes to Blockus, right? Tetrominoes, whatever. Yep. So this is a great way to end a game because it means that players can completely exhaust the play space. It's annoying because you have to design a game to get this kind of ending, and that's quite difficult, which is why you see it so rarely.
Yep, you often see it not so much in designed games, but in historic games, like stalemate rules in chess. Some abstract games have rules like if the players make the same actions too many times in the row, the game ends. Those happen because while the pieces haven't run out, the things players can do have run out, and anything players do will cause a big circular loop to get them right back where they started, and no one can force the game to actually end. So detecting that condition ends up being the thing that ends the game.
Mm-hmm. You also see this sometimes in games like Warhammer or Magic the Gathering, where you play until you just don't have any money anymore, right? And you just literally can't play anymore. Okay. Oh, escape hatch. So escape hatch isn't necessarily a type of ending. It's usually one of the other types of endings, but it's notable in that a game will have a default way of ending and then another different possible way of ending. So it's like, okay, most of the time the game ends when this happens, but in a once in a blue moon, the game ends when this other thing happens, right? So it's different. Some games have multiple ending conditions, like play until someone has 100 points or end the game after 10 minutes, right? Whichever happens first. That's two sort of side-by-side endings. Escape hatch is when there's a main ending that happens like 90% of the time. Like that is the way the game ends. But in rare instances, there's another way to end, right? So this is really a good thing to do in a lot of games because if a player doesn't think that they have a chance to win and the real ending is far, far away, they can stay involved in the game by aiming for that escape hatch, once in a blue moon kind of ending situation.
Yep, and ideally, by aiming for that escape hatch, it's well designed to the point that by interacting with that, the losing player will not be messing up the board for all the other players who could still win. We'll talk about that more later on.
Yep. Okay, so another thing, multiple finish lines, right? So we talked about, two different finish lines is like, oh, you could end with A or B. But what I'm talking about is a finish line followed by another finish line, most famously implemented in the Elam ending. You may have heard of this, right? So this is my fellow bald friend, Professor Elam over there on the side. Professor Elam said, man, sometimes basketball, just the ending is not exciting. But when the ending of basketball is exciting, that's awesome. Right? How can we make the ending of basketball more exciting, more often, and better for everybody? Right? So he came up with the Elam ending, and the way the Elam ending works is that, you play basketball for a set number of minutes, just like normal. But when the game ends, right, when the clock runs out, you wait until play stops naturally, right, like a whistle, and you say, okay, the time ran out and there was a whistle was blown. Let's check the scoreboard. Okay, Team A has 90 points, and Team B has 85 points. Well, we're going to take the higher scoring team's number and we're going to add 8. So Team A is ahead with 90. We're going to add 8. That's 98. We're now going to play basketball with no clock. We are going to have the shot clock so you don't just pass forever. Right? But we're not going to have a game clock. We're going to play, and whoever reaches 98 first wins. And this is...
Now think about what this does. You get a lot of the benefits of a timed game. You have a pretty good sense of how long the game will go because only the last bit is untimed. So you can get a lot of those benefits while also making the end more fair and not running into the one ball thrown at the very end that determines that after the whistle was blown and the clock has run out.
Well, you still can get that, but the benefit is there's no way to have overtime with an Elam ending, right? Someone will hit that score of 98, even if it's like, oh, the other team has 97, one team has 96, the 96 team scores a 2-point shot, boom, immediate game over, right?
Yep.
The game always ends on a score, right? You never have a situation where, like basketball, a lot of times the game will just end while someone's dribbling and the time runs out, and that's boring. In Elam ending, the game always ends with the ball going through the hoop, and that's great. Okay, so obviously
we talked a lot about endings so far.
Yeah, we have talked about endings. And we've also talked a little bit about winning, right? Because there's this sort of unavoidable attachment between the victory conditions of a game and the ending conditions, right? They're not the same thing. The rule that says player A wins if, and the rule that says the game ends if, right, are not necessarily the same rule, but they are often tied together very strongly. So we have to address this, right? Okay, so sometimes the game ends when someone wins, right? Like we talked about, tennis, right? Someone gets to match point, and they might lose even if they got to match point. The game keeps going. Then they hit match point. Okay, the game immediately ends. Over. GG. Right?
Yep, you don't go into the third phase of tennis where they do an extra scoring round and then reveal the hidden points or any nonsense like that. The game's just over.
Right. If we're going to play 5 sets and I win the first 3 sets, we don't play 2 more sets for no reason. Right? The game ends when someone wins. The game ends then someone wins, right? Okay, the game ends when this happens, then we're going to tally up the score and figure out who won afterwards, right? You see this happen a lot in games where the score is like a secret. Players are hiding their score behind some sort of shield, and then everyone reveals at the end. Okay, game over. How many points does everyone have?
Or you might see it in games that are complex where it's not clear who has won until a bunch of calculations are done and the final board state is determined.
Poker, right? It's like, okay, no one's raising anymore. This is who's in. Everyone's done folding. There's no more betting happened. Reveal cards. It's over. Reveal cards. Find out who won, right?
Yep, there's no post-card reveal action you can take in a poker hand. At least not that any poker variant I know of.
Yeah. Right? Okay. So if you have that situation, right, with certain types of endings, especially the timed ending, right, the winning might not happen at the ending. You might need to do even more playing. And, it's arguable that, technically the ending rule hasn't been met because no one was winning. You're going to keep playing. But you get the idea, right? Depending on your ending rule and your victory rule not being aligned, you may have to introduce some sort of tiebreaker or overtime or additional stuff to figure out who won after it ended, possibly with more play.
These are crucial if you've ever played a board game where everyone's tied at the end, and then someone flips through the book to figure out what the tiebreaker is, and there is no tiebreaker, you know how unsatisfying that is. A hockey game that just ends in a tie, at least in the days when that could happen, really unsatisfying. Even the shootout's pretty unsatisfying, to be honest. Football, ties are kind of weird in football. But, like, playoff hockey, play until someone wins, because time is not a problem. Fairness is what they're trying to solve for in the Stanley Cup Finals. So they'll just keep playing hockey until someone wins, even if it takes almost 9 innings of hockey.
Yeah, but, like I said, this can be a good thing or a bad thing, right? You might like one period of overtime hockey with an exciting golden goal finish. You're not going to like 9 extra innings. Right? In a baseball game.
I will. Yeah, in a hockey game, I want 9 more periods. I'm good with that. But you know what I recognize? Because I have, the empathy of a human. I suspect the players are not super jazzed about that. I expect the people who work in the arena are super not jazzed about that.
All right. Okay, so we talked a bit about player elimination, but let's talk about it a bit more. It tends to be a taboo a lot because of just the social ramifications, especially just, for people playing games with their friends, right? It's like Counter-Strike. I remember when that came out, people were super upset. Luckily the rounds are short, right? So if you die and you're eliminated, you get back in pretty quickly in the next round. But if you got 4 people over your house playing board games and someone's eliminated and there's no one else to play a game with, that person who got eliminated too early, what do they have to do? Chill out and do nothing? They're not at a convention like PAX, right? Like we are now. What are they going to do? Player elimination really sucks for them. But it's good in that you don't have players who can't win a game still playing a game.
And that is key, because if a player is still in the game, but the game is not over and they can't win, they are trapped in garbage time. You've all been there. This is probably the worst part of tabletop gaming. But it affects all games. We use a lot of tabletop examples. I've seen garbage time in hockey before.
Yeah, garbage time is when a game is still going. The ending condition has not been met, but the victory condition probably effectively already has been met. So players are playing for no reason at all. In sports, this could risk injury, right? Why am I still playing this dangerous sport for no reason? But even in non-sports, it's like, yeah, why are we still playing this for no reason? It's already been decided. The ending rule is misaligned with the victory rule, and people are just playing a game for whatever. And especially the players who cannot win anymore. There's still, in garbage time, you might have a situation where, okay, 2 of the players can still win, 3 of them can't, and that leads to king making, right?
Yep.
So,
if I am behind, I cannot win. Scott and Joey Jojo are both like duking it out for first place. I'm in last place. I am mathematically eliminated. There's nothing I can do to win the game, but there's no escape hatch for me to go after, and there's no way for the game to kick me out, and there's no way for me to quit. I get to decide who wins now. You've played in games where third place decides who's in first place. Maybe I'm mad at Scott because he beat me at Root last week. So I mess Scott up so that he loses and Joey Jojo wins. Right. And now we've made the game less fair, but I had more fun.
Right. Sometimes king making is intentional. If you've ever played a lot of Bomberman editions, we'll set it up so that when a player dies, they will become a ghost on the side of the map who can then haunt and throw a few bombs into the playing field to try to attack the player, probably the one who killed them, and maybe even get a chance to come back into the playing field. It's a whole nother discussion.
Probably less fair, but a lot more fun.
Yeah, king making can sometimes be intentional, but if you have a game that's seriously competitive where people care about winning and losing, then it's usually a negative. You should try to avoid it, which means you should also avoid garbage time, and that's all based on having a good ending rule that is in alignment with the victory rule. All right, we talked about this a little earlier. Here's Race to the Galaxy again, right? Player control over the ending in regards to victory, right? A player who is winning a game or believes they are winning a game is going to want to end the game quickly, give less time to other players to catch up to them. A player who is losing a game wants to extend the game. It's like, well, I'm losing right now. I could win if I had like 5 more turns to catch up, right? But the game might end before then. Right? So if you have an ending condition, such as in Race for the Galaxy, that allows some amount of player control over the ending, that is something to be very, very aware of, and you absolutely need to calibrate it very perfectly.
Yup, because you could get into a situation. I've been in this situation in, let's just say, poorly designed games that I might have seen on Kickstarter, where a player can cause the situation that ends the game, but that player is not winning. Meanwhile, the player who is like 99% likely to win can't actually do the thing that ends the game right away. Or you get an even worse situation where a player is losing. There is something they could do that might give them enough points to like have a chance to get ahead, but because the way the game's set up, if they do that, that will end the game immediately and then they lose. So the player's choice is do the thing that guarantees I lose, or do things that also guarantee I lose.
Mm-hmm. All right. So in a lot of games out there,
the eternal struggle.
Most famously in CCGs, but also in plenty of other kinds of games, there are usually this dichotomy of aggro strategies and control strategies, right? Aggro strategies, aggressive strategies, are where players try to score a lot of points very, very quickly in the game, expend a lot of resources very early on, and hopefully end the game quickly, right? Control strategies are all about surviving. Assuming that other players are going to be playing aggro, you just need to not lose and not let the game end. And as long as you can succeed at that and get to the later stages of the game without the game ending, the aggro players will have expended all their resources. They're all out of gas. They just, they shot all their ammo out of their machine gun. Now they're empty, right? And now you're in control. You can play big cards that cost a lot of mana. You can cast a big magic spell, right? And the other player can't do anything about it. And all of this is going to be very, very important for your ending rule. If you have an ending rule, especially one that allows player control, but even without, if your ending rule ends the game early, aggro strategies will dominate. If your ending rule ends the game late, control strategies will dominate. So if this dichotomy exists in your game, your ending rule has to take that into account and make sure to balance for whichever one as a designer you want to favor. Do you want both to be viable, or do you want one to be more viable than the other? What it really comes down to, right, is people love close finishes, right? With any kind of ending you got, in any kind of game you got, a close finish is better for everybody.
Yep, imagine if the curve of the aggro player running out of ammo and the control player build themselves up. If the game ends right at the moment they could cross each other, mwah, chef kiss. That is just a beautiful game right there.
Right, so the close finish is totally dependent on that alignment, right? The victory, right? When are the players who are winning and losing as close as possible to each other, right? And then end the game right then, and that will be the most exciting and the most fun. If you end too late, if you end too early, right? Do not end a game too soon. This is hard to do. It's really hard to think of games that end too soon, but it is possible. Games that end too soon are games where players didn't have a chance to play with all the toys in the game, right? So
right.
if a game has 20 different, think about StarCraft, right? It's like, okay, the game ended from infantry. I didn't get to build any big giant spaceships, right? All that fun stuff is in the game, but I never get to use any of it because the game ends too soon.
Yep, big point salad, German style Euro game, and you're building stuff, and there's all those big stone buildings that do something crazy and cool, and no one gets to build them. Anytime you play, no one ever builds them. The game always ends before then.
Right, Voltron went in to go for a fight. One lion showed up and beat all of the bad guys. They never formed Voltron. They never used Blazing Sword. They just won right away. It's like, that's too soon. And this rarely happens.
Not only does it rarely happen, but it's not that bad, because if the game ends too soon, you'll be unsatisfied, but also you're free. The game's over.
Sure. This rarely happens, though, because I think most game designers can recognize that all of the fun toys that they've built into their game, when they're not being used, that's like, you don't need someone to tell you that you need your game to go longer, right? What you really need to worry about is games going long, right? Ending early is better than ending late. If you end a little bit early, right? Okay, people only got to swing the Blazing Sword of Voltron twice. They still got to swing it once, good enough. They want to swing it again, they can play again, right?
Ended too late. I've been swinging Voltron's sword for 3 hours now.
Yeah, gets boring, you fall asleep, right? People are playing in garbage time. It's a Monopoly situation. It's always better to end early than to end late. Okay, so with all these things in mind that we've learned about game endings, different types of endings, and how they align with victory conditions, we are going to go through an unproven, but still, I think, decent method for if you are designing a game and I need to come up with a rule, right? I'm writing the rule book for the game. The game ends when this happens. How do you write this rule? A specific procedure for doing so. Let's go through that procedure now. Okay, so to go through this procedure, we're going to need a game to do this with, right? So I came up with this game. I'm probably not the first person to come up with this incredibly simple game, but I chose this incredibly simple game because it is very convenient that with this game, the math we're going to do later becomes very, very simple and straightforward. So here's the game.
Or even possible in some cases. A lot of games, you can't actually math them.
True. So here's the game. It's real simple. It's the D6 game. Everyone gets one D6. You can have any number of players you want. I don't care. Everyone rolls the D6, right? Whatever number shows up, that's your score. Then you roll it again, and you add that number to your previous number, and you keep every time everyone rolls the same number of times, and everyone adds up all their rolls together. Whoever has the highest total number across all rounds is going to be the winner. If there's a tie for first, then no one wins. That's a loss. You have to be ahead by one to be winning. And
look at this lazy game designer up here, not actually designing a tiebreaker for this game.
Right. But also, most importantly, we don't have an ending rule for this game. When does it end? We don't know. We're going to design. We're going to figure out when should this game end, right? How many times should we roll the D6, right? How many rounds, right? Let's come up with a rule. So to come up with that rule, we do some math. Here's some math. This is, by rolling D6, the percent chance to win based on the current relative score. So just to understand how to read this, right? Let's say doesn't matter what round we're in, I'm ahead of Rim by 3 points currently in the game. That means if there was only 2 rounds left in this game, it was going to end after 2 more rounds. I'm ahead by 3 now. My odds of winning after 2 more rounds are 76.08%. Right?
Not bad odds.
Yeah. So obviously, because this is such a simple game based on only probability and nothing else, I was able to calculate this entire chart.
On the left of this thing, you see it's all ones and zeros because that is 0 rounds left. If we got to the end of the game, there's no more probabilities someone won or someone lost. There's nothing else to look at whatsoever.
Right. And obviously, in most games, you're not going to be able to calculate these numbers so perfectly. That's why we're doing this with the D6 game. In fact, it's like as Rim said, it might be impossible to calculate these numbers at all, if not incredibly difficult.
In fact, you ever look at a football game and you see that graph of percentage chance of winning over time of the two teams? Those graphs are insanely complicated to make. They use a lot of math and a lot of statistics, but also they involve a lot of subjective analysis, and they involve looking at a history of football games in the past to determine what percentage chance someone had to win at every given point.
Yeah,
but it's not objective math. That is not a law of the universe. That is experts eventually just making an educated guess. That's why you can see a game go 90%, 0% suddenly when something crazy happens.
They're using lots and lots of statistical models, big computers, and vast troves of data. Here, I'm using a D6 to figure this out, right? It's basic basic probability. So looking at these numbers, right? When should we end this game? What should our ending rule be, right? We could play a set number of rounds. We could say, we'll play 4 rounds. But what if after 4 rounds, the players are still really close, right? Then sure, we'll get the close ending that we want, right? But is the player who wins really deserving? Are they truly luckier? Are they luckier enough, right? We should sort of maybe wait to end the game until someone breaks away. If someone breaks away, right, we want to end the game immediately. Right? If somebody rolls on the first roll, if I roll a 6 and Rim rolls a 1, right? It's even if we were to play 5 more rounds after that first round, my odds of winning are still 79.5%, even if we play 5 more rounds, right?
So a decent rule might be once a player is up by 5, then either the game ends or the game has a set number of remaining rounds before it is actually over.
Yeah, not even 5. If you look at these numbers, right, it's like there's an argument to be made to end the game immediately if someone's ahead by 2 or 3, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, if I'm ahead by 3, even if we play 3 more rounds, I still have a 72% chance to be ahead after 3 more rolls, right? Why waste everyone's time with the 3 more rolls? As soon as we've determined you're the winner, the likely winner, right? Just call this thing off and we can play again and put the person who's down by 3 out of their misery. They only had a 20% chance to win if we played 3 more rounds.
See how easy this is once we actually look at some numbers?
Yeah, so you don't have numbers, so what are you going to do? Because your game is not this simple and straightforward, right? You're going to play test with no end, right? So when I say play test with no end, I don't just mean play test a whole lot, which everyone
You got to
should
do that too.
You
got to
gotta know
play test
that.
1,000% more than you think you need to, and you're still not going to play test enough.
Yeah, that's obvious, right? We're talking about playtesting with no ending rule. You didn't design the ending rule yet, right? So don't put one in as a placeholder. Just playtest and don't end the game. Let everyone just keep playing and don't stop until, it's obvious that you should stop, right? At some point,
Yeah,
they'll be
maybe
like,
your
"All
players will
right."
start quitting on you because it's been 4 hours.
Right. You'll feel it in your gut, like, okay, there is nothing more to be done here. And that's your ending rule. I guess that is an ending rule, but the ending rule is everyone collectively decides,
I mean, not many games can get away with the designer watches you play and says, okay, stop. Now that person has won. Like, there aren't many games that can accommodate that.
Yeah, if you do send the game to playtesters far away and the playtests happen without you, set the ending rule to just be end when you want, right? And then have the players report to you data so that you can then figure out the ending using the method. So here's the method, right? You're going to take one step back, right? You did these playtests. You saw when people thought the game, like they had enough, right? We had enough on turn 5 every time. We had enough after 10 minutes every time. We had enough as soon as somebody built that thing, they became so strong that we couldn't beat them. So as soon as someone builds that, we've had enough, right? Whatever that thing is, and make your first draft of your ending rule to be one step earlier than whenever that thing is. If people got tired of the game in 5 minutes, say, all right, my first ending rule for my next set of playtests is going to be end the game at 4 minutes. Right.
Yep. Oh, you're almost like frame by framing the game to find the exact moment that someone really won, or the exact moment that you, as the game designer, wanted to be the pivotal moment, the deciding moments.
Yep. All right. So now you moved it earlier. You're going to obviously keep playtesting with your now first draft rule, right? But you're also going to start collecting a crap ton of data. You can't calculate the probabilities for your game like we can for the D6 game. So you're going to collect all your data from all your players, and you're going to try to make graphs where the x-axis is time, right? Or, the course of play, whatever that means for your game. And on the y-axis is going to be some metric that you're trying to, end the game according to, right? So here we go. We've got chance of winning over time. I generated this graph with random data. I just put a random function into a spreadsheet, and that's why it looks the way it does.
It's a pretty swingy game looking there. Though, look, this game actually, it's funny. This is random data, but the graph shows something interesting. It appears that this game is very swingy, and then toward the end, if it goes on long enough, the players sort of converge.
Yeah, so you can see here
it always gets closer.
On the x-axis, we have turns or time, right? That could be minutes, turns, whatever. And on the y-axis is a % chance to win. That's why you can see, there's only 2 players. So that's why you can see them sort of, being very symmetrical, right? If one player's % chance of winning goes up by 10, obviously the other player's chance goes down by 10. And you can see here, the game sort of converges, twice, right? But really the final convergence seems to be around turn 17, 18, where kind of finally stabilizes. The blue player is on top, the red player is on bottom. This is only, of course, one playthrough of the game, but if you were to build this graph averaging together several playthroughs with several different players, you might notice those convergences happening around the same time period, and you'll get a really good idea of where your ending spot should be.
You can also get a lot of interesting subjective data from these kinds of graphs. Like that end bit almost implies that the game gets to a point where players have sort of built or done all the stuff they can do, and now they've plateaued, neither one of them has a win more mechanism to like force a victory. So even though blue is ahead, blue is not ahead by as much as blue was at other points earlier in the game. So there's a lot of subjective data you can get out of this beyond just figuring out exactly when the game should end. It can also tell you, have you let people play with your toys, or do people run out of toys?
Yep. Also, percent chance of winning is, even if you can calculate it somehow or estimate it somehow,
which you probably can't.
Right. If you change your ending rule, that will change the chance of winning. If we change the rule for this game, right, this game looks like it ends after 25 turns or so, right? If we change the rule and say this game ends after turn 5, that actually changes the graph. Right? Because if there was an aggro and a control player, if we decide the new ending rule is turn 5, suddenly the aggro player's percent chance to win is going to be way high, and the control player is going to be way low.
So every time you figure out an ending rule or tweak your ending rule, and then you want to get more data, you got to throw out all your old graphs, make brand new graphs with that ending condition, because it's a completely different experiment now.
Right. But you don't have to make new graphs if you make a different one on the y-axis. For example, total score over time. So here's a 4-player game where players can only score points and never lose points. And it shows score over time. And again, this is random data. So if we play tested a game, and this is the data we collected, and the 4 players, right, we're using 4 different strategies, right? What would we conclude? We'd conclude that the players using the yellow strategy, maybe we want to fix something in the game relating to that strategy. It's clearly not a winner.
Or it might be more that in a 4-player game, there are only 3 like strategies that are viable. You see this in a lot of games, like Settlers has this. Green might be playing Settlers and doing like the brick and wood strategy. And then Red's like, oh, I'll do the city strategy instead. The third player is like, oh, I'll do the stiffy cards and the sheep strategy. The 4th player, what the hell are they going to do? Those are the only 3 strategies in Settlers. They're just like making do. They've already lost from the beginning of the game.
Yep. But what can we learn about the game ending from this? Well, we might want to consider, if we don't fix the strategy divergence, we might want to consider some player elimination. Why is yellow still in this game? They pretty much never had a chance to win or come back, right? Set them free. We also see that even though red was able to hang, red sort of fell out early. It was between blue and green. Green could sort of keep up with blue, but was only able to overtake barely and wasn't able to maintain that overtake. We probably should have ended this game around, turn 5, maybe, right? In between the 4 and the 6 there, right? Blue overtakes green. You got your correct same final ranking there. And all those turns from 5 to 10, nothing really changes with regards to rank, except for that brief moment green is ahead, right?
Which might be that blue ran out of things to do.
All right, why did we play those final 5 turns? That was a waste of time, right? The closest ending, most satisfying for all the players would be turn 5, and maybe fix whatever's up with the yellow players' situation as well, which might not be related to endings, right? All right, let's look at another graph, also random data, right? Here's total score in a game where score can go up and down, right? Players can lose points. And on the x-axis, rather than time or turns, we have the wheat remaining in the game, assuming it's a board game where wheat is a resource that is limited, and over time, players are taking and eating the wheat somehow. The wheat supply is decreasing down to 0, and the game ends when there's no wheat left.
You can see right away, right around when there's like 7 wheat left, it's almost like Dutchy panic time. You've got wheat panic time, because suddenly you see the yellow player skyrockets up in victory points as the wheat is running down to 0. Mm-hmm. Something happened there with the wheat.
Yep. So yeah, you can see that that's going on. So the game does seem pretty exciting. Players going up, players going down. Yellow, who ends up obviously winning, wasn't really in the lead at any point during the game, right? It's up to you as a designer to decide which of these strategies the players were using you believe is the one that deserves to win, right? Maybe you believe that the red player played the best and they should have won. You might want to decide your ending rule should be at turn 10. Right? Or maybe even, not turn 10 wheat remaining or 13 wheat remaining, right? Just take 13 wheat out of the game.
The other thing, you might recognize, like you said, remove some wheat, because you see the game's pretty stable until when the wheat starts to run out. Make the wheat run out sooner to force the conclusion more quickly.
Yeah, you would get, if you just took 5 wheat out of the game, so there's 25 wheat in the game, and I guess they runs out to 0, just remove 5 wheat, change your wheat supply to 20, end the game at 0, and you'll see, we had the same ranking when there were 5 wheat left as when there were 0 wheat left. So we basically didn't change anything, right?
Yep.
So
now there might be confounding variables. You'll have to do this with all your resources, because wheat might be a red herring. It might be that the wheat runs out because the players who are losing are desperately trying to buy wheat to catch up to the winning player, or it might be because the winning player is consuming the wheat through some thing they got in the game that ends up being a win more that lets them just dunk on all the other players for a while, even though the game's effectively already over. There's no way to know. That's something you can't know from the graph. You're the subject matter expert here. You designed the game. You should know what the significance is of the wheat in those last 5 wheats.
And this is why you need to overlay, right? When you've made all these graphs, you need to take transparency sheets or virtual digital transparency sheets, draw a red line on each graph individually, like a vertical line, and say,
sheet? Who at the audience of PAX Online has ever seen a transparency sheet? We're older than a lot of
I don't know. Draw a vertical red line on each of your graphs, indicating like when that graph indicates the game should end, and then put all those graphs on top of each other. Make sure the x-axes are in alignment, right, with each other, which could be hard to do. Like, okay, there were 5 wheat left on turn 7, so you need to line that up, right? And then they'll probably see the red lines bundling up together, right? When you start to have a good ending rule, right? If the red lines are all over the place, you need to work on the game a bit, or at least pick one, maybe. But when you get a good ending rule, you'll start to see those red lines sort of come together, right? It's like, I like the game to be 10 minutes long. I like the game to go until this, 20 wheat as a good starting supply. It should be about a 20-turn game. And when you see the lines lining up, you're onto something, right? If they're far apart, need some work, right? Overlay.
It also gives you a nice subjective piece of information around where might be the most interesting parts of your game. When things cluster in an area, that's almost like a critical moment in the game. It's worth it to step back and figure out what that critical moment is, because basically you'll eventually determine, like, there might be 4 critical moments in your game, and then your final decision is which critical moment should end the game.
All right, so we can't stress this enough, but aiming for the photo finish is the key, right? In the real world, in most games, photo finishes are kind of rare, more rare than they should be. And when they do happen, in any kind of game, at any level of play, from the ultra professional down to, 2 people in the backyard, right? A photo finish is exciting, right? People who lose close are not as upset as people who get crushed. Spectators love to go see their team. They'd probably rather see their team win close than win by a lot. It's more, it's more emotional.
I mean, I'll take it if the Rangers win like 10-0. But
but still, you get the idea, right?
But if they win at the last second in a really close game, I'm actually happier, but I'm only happier after they won.
Photo finishes usually mean that not only is the game more fun and more exciting for everybody, but also that the ending was correct, right? In that we didn't play any extra, right? We figured out who was winning at exactly, okay, they're ahead by 1 point, and we can tell that they're going to win and they deserve to win because we're the designer. We decide what deserving to win means. It's up to us. It could be whatever we prefer, right? The person I prefer to win was winning by 1 point and the game ended exactly then. Perfection, right? Aim for that photo finish, all right? Like I said, let the right one win. You say, right, if you are ending at a good time, and some other player is winning, and you say, I don't like the way that player is playing, right? Why? But they keep winning every time, but I hate how they play, right? You're probably ending at the wrong time, right? The player who's playing the way you like, right? Employing the strategy that you believe deserves to win, your game is ending too soon or too late for them to be effective.
Yep, because if you're a game designer, really the core thing you're deciding here is what does this game reward? What behaviors are rewarded in this game? And if you want the game, like you make some sort of political intrigue game and the player who just assassinates everyone wins every time, one, you've probably got a degenerate broken strategy. Two, the game's not doing what you wanted it to do. And three, the game is probably as a result unsatisfying because no one plays with all the actual diplomacy tools. But at the same time, you have to decide maybe you want the game to be that way. It's entirely subjective. You get to pick what your game is or isn't.
Mm-hmm. All right. Eliminate sad players. We talked about player elimination a lot, but people don't like it, but it's actually quite beneficial when appropriate, right?
But you got to decide when and how. How do you eliminate players? When do you eliminate them?
The point is, we've emphasized this several times, but it bears repeating. Players trapped in a game that they cannot win is bad for those players, usually almost all the time, and almost all the time bad for the players who are in the game who still can win, right? The longer someone is trapped in a game, you're just being rude to them as a designer and making their life not fun, right? Do not do that.
And then when if they start trolling or griefing or king making, all those types of they're not seeking the utility of the game anymore. They're not trying to win anymore. Can you blame them? You trapped them there. You put them in a play box and said, don't play. So they're going to start team flashing until you kick them out.
Right. So if you don't want to eliminate individual players, end the whole game. Why not?
Yeah.
Right.
Just we play these 18xx
as soon as somebody
games, some
can't
of those
win,
games.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of those games, if one player goes bankrupt, the game is immediately over, score. That's it.
Yep.
So then you get to a point to where some players might actively assist a player who is bad at the game to prevent them from being eliminated to keep the game going so they can win. You'll have your players almost rubber banding the other players. That is difficult to pull off, but I've seen games that do it.
All right. Create the escape hatch. So we talked about the escape hatch early on, right? But escape hatch might be hard to design, but it can save you from doing that individual player elimination if you really don't want to end your game in its entirety, right? Okay, I don't really want to end my game so early. They haven't played with all the toys yet, right? But this player can't win now. Create for them some sort of escape hatch. If you're playing hearts and you take the queen of spades, that's 13 points. Why keep playing hearts? You're just going to lose this round. You've taken too many points, right? You don't care anymore. But in hearts, you can shoot the moon. There's an alternate victory condition. It's not a different really ending condition, but it is an ending condition. Yeah, because it's for
a hand, not the whole game. But
the victory and the ending are sort of in alignment there, right? Where they happen at the same time in hearts. But the point is, you've taken the queen of spades, right? You can't win, but you keep playing because you could, once in a blue moon, shoot the moon out there in space.
Or potentially Tatooine. Think of it this way. If a player can't win the game anymore, they're eventually going to grief and troll and cause problems. They're going to mess your game up. Give them something fun to do, and they won't do that anymore. But it's actually more nuanced than that. If you give them something that technically, mathematically could win, like the dominance cards in Root. You could win with it. You're already in last place. You're not likely to win. You're basically giving this player something to do and also tricking them into making the game more exciting, because if they succeed and start to get close to that weird escape hatch victory, suddenly all the other players are invested and have to deal with that, and suddenly the game gets real exciting in a hurry. Like the birds and the cats are tied and the game's approaching 30 points, and then out of nowhere, the otters are just like, I'm going to get that rabbit dominance, and then the whole game blows up. That can be super fun.
All right. Allow quitting, right? A lot of times people feel really bad for quitting a game. Create an official way to quit your game that is within the rules to free people from that psychological trap. If you couldn't design some other way for the game to end perfectly every single time because your game is too complicated, right? Allow a legitimate way for people to forfeit or quit or escape that doesn't make anyone upset because it is official and within the rules, right?
Yep,
now,
especially longer games. This is so rare, but the longer a game is, the more likely it is that someone will want to quit. Maybe they have to poop. There's a lot of reasons someone might want to quit, but
maybe
the
they gotta
reality of
poop a lot.
tabletop games, is that even if they don't actually flip the table, as this vibrating gentleman is about to do in the slide, If you quit most games, you metaphorically flip the table even if you are polite, because by leaving, the rules have no way to resolve that situation, and it's almost impossible to continue most games when even one player quits. By letting players quit, you avoid that problem. The player can quit without flipping the table metaphorically or literally, and while not ruining the fun of the players who still want to keep playing. It's literally a win for everybody.
Mm-hmm. All right. Rinse and repeat, right? Take all those things that we just learned, right? And play test without end, right? Keep making
Just
those
forever
graphs.
forever play testing over and over.
Keep
and however much
aiming.
play testing you think you need.
Yeah, keep aiming for that close finish, right? Consider player elimination, right? Do it again. Change your ending rule, do it again. Change your ending rule, do it again until it's feeling pretty great. And now, if the rest of your game is good, the ending rule will not ruin the game, hopefully. If the rest of your game is bad, even your great ending rule isn't going to save it. I'm sorry. Okay. So, TLDR, right? We want to make a really good ending rule for our game, right? Every game has to have an ending rule. Right? Ending earlier is usually better than ending late. Don't let your game go on too long. Right?
When in doubt, if you cut a little bit off, you're probably better off. Just like in movies. A movie that's edited a little more, even if it's a little shorter, more likely to be better.
Like this panel is going to be edited a little bit shorter because we've gone over time a little bit here. Okay.
Yep.
Close finish, right? Aim for the close finish to happen like every time. Could you imagine if a horse race actually had a photo finish every single time instead of just sometimes, right? People would love horse racing way more than they do, right? And a bad ending will ruin the rest of your game. You might have designed an amazing game that's super fun, and if the ending rule is messed up in some way, if it goes too long especially, that could, turn a game that would have otherwise gotten a 10-star perfect review into like a 6-star, because it's like, yeah, the game was super fun in the beginning, but then everyone got bored, right? It's like,
if you're unlucky enough, your game might end up having its own, like, if you Google for the name of your game, it is famous for its bad ending.
Right. If you had just ended that game that was super fun at the beginning, right before the bad part, everyone got bored. This game was super fun the whole time I was playing it. Right? Don't let the bad ending rules spoil the whole game. All right? Thank you for watching this panel. You got time to sit at home and watch PAX because you didn't get to go to PAX. Yeah, that's how this year is going to roll for us and you. If for some reason you enjoyed what you watched over the course of the last hour-ish, you can photograph this QR code here to access
or just type that word. Just type that word into Google. It'll find all our stuff. It's 2020. We're past the point of having to give you a URL.
Yes, or type that word into an email to PAX telling us that this panel was awful. It's up to you. Right? We are Geek
You
Nights.
have the power.
Yes. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, a first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Love Dies, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we wanted to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp, creative director of Atomic Mass Games, back at you again with some painting and some fun for PAX. I hope you're all having a good time. I know we are. So, of course, painting miniatures, you got to paint the face, right? It's an old adage, you got to paint the face, you got to paint the base. So, I want to talk about painting faces. And we're going to do a very cool, very quick paint, face paint with not quite washes, but we're gonna have fun and we're gonna let's just get to it. So let's try it out. So as you can see, I got a Black Widow here. Now I left the arms off so that because her arms on the miniature come straight out and gets in the way of the camera. And the next step I want to do, and this is what I normally do, is I take some of my base color, that base skin tone, and I mix a little red into it. I usually find like a nice brickish red, and I thin this down with a little bit of water, but this just adds that nice warmth that we like to see in faces. Now any skin tone you do, I would you want to follow a lot of the same rules I'm going to be talking about here. So even if I were to go darker, I would still add a red undertone. If I was going to go lighter, like a very light tail skin, I would still add a bit of a red undertone. There's no one recipe to painting skin. Now I'm going to mix some water, and I just got a little palette over here. And this time, I'm going to use a forest green, like a nice olive. I'm going to mix that once again into the base color that I chose. Now while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to take the green and the red without the base tone, mix them together, and I'm going to make like a really nice brown. Just a nice red brown. If you don't feel it's dark enough, you can add a little red, you can add a little green. Nice. So all that did was define those deep recesses. But now I want to define the top. So I'm going to take a little bit of my off-white. I like good off-whites. I don't like pure whites typically, unless I'm highlighting white. So I'll take off-white, mix it into my base tone, and I'm just going to pick out some highlights. Right there where the hair part meets, tip of the nose, just under the lip where the chin is, just to give it a little highlight. This just defines the face much better and sharpens all those features. And once again, I'm just using the tip of the brush. Let me see if I can focus in just a little bit. There we go. So very quickly, I was able to achieve a great face to get on the tabletop and just to get playing. So hopefully that was helpful and informative and something that you can practice and try at home and get your miniature painted up and get it on the tabletop. So thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you later. Keep having fun at PAX, and we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
My name is Brendan Groom. If you don't know me, I'm the host of the Pass the Controller podcast. And for the next hour, we are going to talk about games that should have gotten a sequel. Joining me on this lovely panel of amazing people from across the country is the Waluigi Queen, the Fall Guys Queen, Lily Zaldivar. Lily,
Hello,
how are you?
everybody. I'm good. I'm so glad you went with that intro. Yay.
So the question I'm going to ask everyone as we introduce ourselves is, since this is a panel about games that we wish got sequels, what is your favorite sequel of all time?
Sly 2 Band of Thieves.
Okay. I can get down with that.
It's
a good pick.
Thank you.
Never played it.
Really? Oh, I'm a big fan of Sly Cooper, but I think Sly 2 is the best one.
Keeping this train going, we got Grayson Morales, the features editor from Twinfinite, the host of the Positive Players podcast. Grayson, how are you?
What's up? I'm pretty good. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us. What is your favorite sequel of all time?
Oh man, I think I'm gonna have to go with Pokemon Gold and Silver for the Game Boy Color.
Is that your favorite Pokemon game?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, just the way you have Kanto and Pokemon Red and Blue, and they literally just gave you an entire new region to explore, as well as go back to the older regions, which was never done before in a mainline Pokemon game. So it kind of just like was a perfect example of how a sequel should be.
Do you like Gold more or Silver more?
I played Gold when I was a kid, so I mean, to me, they're kind of like the same game. I don't really care too much about the exclusive Pokemon. So
Right on.
Pokemon.
Next up, Odell Harmon Jr. You may know him from the Game Fanatics or the Full Circle podcast. Odell, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, hanging in there. It's going to be a nice hour, a fun hour, I think, an entertaining hour, I hope.
Hour of fun. You're correct about that.
But the same question I've posed the two before you. What is your favorite sequel of all time?
Ooh, that's gonna have to be Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, one of the best games ever made.
Is the best Metal Gear game?
Yeah, no, it's the best Metal Gear game. I'm not gonna even try to argue on that. Thank you, Grayson.
I know a few people who like 5 more, and they might come for you after this. I don't know.
If you would have said 4, I'd have been like, yeah, I mean that makes sense. But 5, the unfinished Metal Gear, okay. Take all pikes. Take all pikes.
Odell's like, all right, let them come to me.
Better close those DMs. They're coming after you.
Also joining us on this lovely hour-long festivity is Jesse Vitelli, writer at Twinfinite. How are you doing tonight, Jesse?
I'm doing great. How are you? You holding up there?
I'm doing okay. I could use another glass of water, I think.
Okay, well, you should get that when this is done because
yeah, probably. That's true. What is your favorite sequel of all time?
All right, so when you asked me this question, I genuinely did not have an answer, and I was about to say I can tell you what my least favorite sequel is, which is BioShock 2. But then it dawned on me. My favorite sequel is Guitar Hero 2.
Hey!
Okay.
Oh, shit.
All right.
Wasn't expecting that.
Banging soundtrack. Absolutely banging soundtrack.
Now, are you Guitar Hero over Rock Band? Is that where you're planting your flag?
No, I would say Rock Band is great for like when you have a group of people over, but like if I'm just gonna sit down and like dig into like a rhythm game, I'm just gonna bust out Guitar Hero 2.
Yes.
Because
the
soundtrack rules. The Xbox 360 Gibson Explorer guitar, I think, is like one of the better made plastic instruments. And yeah, just get Freebird on going and Trogdor, you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some good songs in Guitar Hero 2. And rounding us out on this lovely sequel panel is one of my co-hosts, Dominic 40 from Pass the Controller. Dom, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. What is your favorite sequel of all time?
I'm gonna go Mega Man 4.
Mega Man 4. Is that your favorite Mega Man game?
I think so.
Who's your favorite boss from Mega Man 4?
Skullman?
Okay. I'm not familiar with Skullman.
Does Majora's Mask count as a sequel?
As a sequel?
It should.
Then I'm gonna go Majora's Mask instead.
Okay, sure. I mean, you could have stayed with Mega Man 4. I don't think people are mad about that.
I'm easily persuaded.
All right.
They're both.
I mean, I stand by the statement that you helped me during PAX East make Majora's Mask #1. So
It's true.
I mean,
it's one of the few Zelda games that's a literal direct sequel. So
yeah. Except for Breath of the Wild 2 when it comes out.
Yeah.
There's not many. I mean, there's a link between worlds is a sequel to A Link to the Past.
Spirit Tracks too. Well,
y'all heard it here first. Breath of the Wild 2 is actually a prequel. Just trust me on this. Y'all think I'm lying, but then when it comes out, I'm be like, remember that panel? Told you.
It is August 20th, 5:21 Pacific time PM. Let it be known. Remember it. Remember it.
I don't hate that. I really honestly don't hate that. So now that you've met these lovely 6 individuals, let's get it going. So we are going to talk about what we think are games that deserved sequels. And we're going to kick things off with Dom. Dom, what is the game that you wish or think deserves a sequel that we've never seen?
I'm going to go back to the N64 with my Majora's Mask pick, and I'm going to go Donkey Kong 64.
Okay. All right.
I want another non-platforming Donkey Kong game. We've gotten plenty of Donkey Kongs since then, whether it be the Conga games or Donkey Kong Country Returns or Tropical Freeze, but Returns and Tropical Freeze are in that Donkey Kong Country line. I want a non-platforming Donkey Kong game.
Now, you want like that same group of Kongs coming back? Like, was it Tiny, Lanky,
I would
and
love
Diddy?
to see. I would love to see the return of the 3 forgotten Kongs.
What was it? Tiny, Lanky, and Big Boy? I forgot. Big
Dixie
Boy.
in there
Chunky,
too?
Chunky, right?
No.
Yeah.
Which
Chunky
is the Kong
was,
that runs
Dixie
on-
was not in that game.
It was her little sister, Tiny.
Tiny,
Yes.
yeah. What's the Kong that runs on his hands? Is that Lanky?
Lanky.
Is he a Lanky-tan?
Lanky.
Oh, okay.
We need more
Yep.
Lanky Kong.
Bro, then we got to bust out the
Oh,
DK
yeah.
rap.
We do. That's right. We need a new DK rap.
We do need a DK
Yeah,
rap.
Grant needs to make more music for
Yeah.
Donkey Kong.
You think they'd get Grant back? I think Grant would do it. I think that would be
I mean, why not?
no
Easily.
problem.
At this point, it's illegal, right? It should be illegal.
Well, Grant did the music for Mario and Rabbids that had that DK expansion. So like, yeah,
Yep.
he's still-
Yeah,
That's
he did
true.
it.
Yeah.
Alright.
I have a feeling in his contract it says if Donkey Kong is in the title, I must be a part of it.
You know what would be interesting actually is Nintendo is like pretty open to letting people work on their IPs now. I mean, you had Ubisoft do Mario and Rabbids. You had
You had
Brace
Ubisoft
yourself
also
game.
do Starlink.
That's true. They had Star Fox content. And then you had Brace Yourself Games do Cadence of Hyrule. So what if Playtonic did Donkey Kong 64 too? That,
They
does-
did
Yeah,
ukulele,
They did
right?
ukulele, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I mean, they have experience. Obviously, if it's any people from old Rare days, they have experience with Donkey Kong. But if they, with ukulele, they have experience making those types of games.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'd be down with that. I'd be down with the Donkey Kong 64 too.
I think the biggest problem that comes with Donkey Kong 64 is that the N64 had like terrible draw distance, and that game suffered for it for a lot of reasons. So like an updated DK64 would actually be pretty rad.
Yeah, I'm not even saying the same
Right.
exact idea. Just like in the same vein, like Galaxy and Odyssey aren't really sequels to Super Mario 64, but they're in that same.
They have the same realm.
vein,
They're in the
I
same
guess.
realm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
You want another action adventure Donkey Kong?
Exactly.
Yeah, on the Switch, would be
Non-platforming.
cool.
Yeah, Donkey Kong needs more love.
That's right.
Yeah, it's the
He's always
truth.
showing up in other things, never his own stuff.
I like how we're starting things off here. So let's kick it next to Grayson. Grayson, what is the game you want to see a sequel of?
So one of my favorite PS4 games ever was The Order 1886. Well, maybe not one of my favorite games, but definitely one of the most underrated games I played. So it was developed by Ready at Dawn. It was pretty much a third-person cover shooter, but I got a lot of flack for really not having that good of a gameplay or a good combat. Really, it was so cinematic, and so visually impressive for the PlayStation 4. It was kind of like a showboat for like, hey, this is what this console is capable of. And it was a pretty short game, but I was so intrigued in the story and the presentation, the visuals and stuff. But I think a sequel just would have been so incredibly well done. But the thing is that studio, they're not with PlayStation anymore. They're making Oculus games. So this game will probably never get a sequel, but it's just like that idea of like, I think it's like neo-Victorian London kind of thing where it takes place in the past, but it's also in the future. And there's like you meet like weird famous people, but the story will be twisted or something. I don't know. It was a really fun game. And I would love for that to come back in some way because it was a PlayStation exclusive, and usually PlayStation exclusives will get like sequels and stuff. But yeah, did any of you guys play this?
I did not play this game. I don't know if
I
anyone
did
else.
not either.
The game.
Wow.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I'm not
awesome.
gonna lie. I was gonna play it, but the bad reviews kept me from it. And that's why I was laughing when you're like, it's one of my favorite. You're like, wait, nope, no, it's not. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah,
not opening the
it's
door
a
right
good
there.
The price hurt it.
So
It's
is
about
this
werewolves, right?
Yeah, you fight werewolves, like, but the game barely has any combat in it. It's like just mostly cutscenes. It's almost like you're watching a movie, and then sometimes it'll let you play. Like that's how like cutscene heavy it was.
I have a
if I
feeling
remember
that
correctly.
this game would do so well nowadays because we have so many cutscenes in video games now that
It was kind of ahead of its time.
good. It was ahead of its time.
A little bit.
Yeah.
See, I'm in the same boat with Odell. I like this game. I only knew it as like kind of a joke. Like it was like it had like meme videos made about it in regards to like how it was super cinematic and there wasn't a lot of gameplay and stuff. So that's like my only interaction with this game, unfortunately. But if you're loving it that much, I should probably. I mean, I would imagine at this point
It's always like pretty cheap too. I don't know how much it costs right now in the digital store on PS4, but it can't cost more than like $30.
I paid $5 for it. Like that game gets really cheap on the PlayStation Store.
Yeah.
And for $5, I cannot recommend it enough. Like totally worth it.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend.
I can't talk about too many cutscenes, so I'll check it out.
So sequel wise, would you want it to be like VR, or would you want it to be like on the PS4, PS5 coming out?
Yeah, I would want it to be a more traditional like cover shooter experience. Okay. Obviously, this needs to be more fleshed out, like the combat and stuff. Because I remember that game having there are moments when you get like these really really cool weapons that like can kill, like destroy buildings, like kill a whole bunch of enemies at once. But you'll literally use it one time in the story, and then it goes away forever. And I'm like, well, I want more of that. I want more of these like cool combat scenarios. I think Tesla, like the guy who, I'm very bad at history, but you know what I'm talking about?
Tesla?
Yes, like he's in the game and he gives you this big ass like electrical like gun.
Tesla
that's
cannon?
really cool. Sure, yeah, that sounds right. But yeah, a more traditional like sequel.
Okay.
Not VR, but
I mean, that
I don't know
sounds
who would,
pretty
I don't know who would make it, but you know, Sony studios are pretty busy at the moment. I'm assuming.
What if Ready at Dawn made it exclusive for Xbox Series X? Would that make you upset?
I probably wouldn't buy an Xbox for that game, but that would just be insane.
What would you call it? Would it be the Order 1887?
Yeah, I think that's like the best choice. Right?
That's fair.
I mean,
yeah, I guess we should probably.
It wouldn't be like 1886 2. That's just dumb.
That'd be really funny though.
1887.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 1887 makes sense, but 1886 2 would be very funny.
Or it could just be a prequel and just take place in whatever year they want it to be.
1885.
There you go. Yeah, I mean,
the 1800s. There, we just cover all our bases.
You might just put it at 2020. Screw the 1880s.
Yeah. 2020.
But yeah, that's a game that a lot of people don't talk about, and yeah, that's my pick.
You could just call it Order 66.
Hey, I was about to say.
I think the game would go in a drastically different direction if that was the name. I mean, it would have to.
Let's do it. Stormtrooper shows up. Let's go.
That game could have been a Star Wars game for sure.
Oh, could you imagine a werewolf with the Force? That'd be cool.
Yeah,
let's make that happen.
Cool.
That'd
be so much better than having.
There was a Wookiee with the Force.
Like
Nikolai Tesla shooting.
Wait,
Sith
was there really?
lightning.
Nikola Tesla as a Jedi.
No, but he's going to be shooting Sith lightning.
Oh,
oh yeah.
The Sith.
This game writes itself.
No, Thomas Edison would be shooting the Sith light since he took the creation away from Nicholas Tesla.
There you go.
That's why it became evil. See,
These
he's
are
a
all
big brain.
We're storyboarding. Get a whiteboard. We're gonna
We got to copyright these immediately.
Lily,
Listen.
put the date down again and the time. Quick.
All right, it is.
Wait, so you want to
August
copyright
20th,
Star
5:30
Wars,
Pacific
Thomas
time.
Edison?
Star Wars
Yeah,
1886.
Trademark.
Reddit Dawn, Sony, Nintendo earlier. If you're listening to this right now, listen, you don't just give us some credit. Just give us some credit, throw us in the credits. That's all we need. That's all we need.
Wait, it makes sense because Star Wars happened a long time ago, like around 1886. Oh,
That's true. That's true.
I think we just discovered something.
Every
my
time it says
God.
a long time ago in Star Wars, I always go, but it's 2020 and we're not flying cars. So how are we forward? Okay, never mind. Anyway.
It also
in
happened
the
far,
game.
far away.
Yeah, far away.
We're just not close enough.
And a whole different
We're
universe.
just not close enough for the flying cars yet.
Exactly.
Dang it. Dang it.
Before we move on to the next one, we should probably double back and say, Dom, what would you call Donkey Kong 64 2?
I don't know. Donkey Kong Adventure.
Electric.
You can literally just give it something.
Nintendo would probably just call it New Donkey Kong or something.
Oh,
Yes.
that's true, actually. New Donkey Kong 64.
You know they
Donkey
would.
Kong Returns.
Super Donkey
Yeah.
Kong 64 because they like
Oh.
super.
Super Donkey Kong would be cool.
Throw
I
the
don't think
word
there's a game
deluxe
called
in there. They love
Donkey
to-
Kong 4K.
featuring
Donkey
Cranky
Kong
Kong.
World.
Or
Funky mode.
Ooh, I like that.
Donkey Kong 64 Final Remix because they always just,
Featuring
This isn't
Dream
a
Drop
Square Enix game.
yeah, but it could be. You never know who's gonna make it at this point. Rare could be like, hello, can we borrow this title?
Donkey Kong 64 over 352 over 6 days.
Wait, I got it. Donkey Kong, how the Kongs got their groove back.
Yeah.
I like that one.
I mean, that goes in line with the
Yeah.
theme of DK64. I'm down with that. So, moving on, Lily, what is the game that you desperately think needs a sequel?
Okay, so I thought about this. It didn't take me that long to decide this one. It is a Square Enix game. It is a fantastic game that got ported to the Switch. The characters were only in another game called Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, which is absolute bull. And it's The World Ends With You.
Oh my god.
Because it rightfully deserves a sequel. I will hear no arguments in the chat. I will hear no arguments on my Twitter because everyone knows that game deserves a sequel, hands down.
So good. I don't know how I didn't think about that one.
The World Ends With 2.
Wow.
I can't even write a title better than that. But yeah, I was really sad that Neku and all of the characters that are in this game were only given the opportunity to be in a Kingdom Hearts game. And granted, there is going to be an anime adaptation coming out in 2021. So the possibility of a new sequel coming out is, it's up in the air. You never know. But the fact that it came out in 2007, it's 2020, the year of utter chaos. So the fact that we haven't gotten anything that involves like the future of The World Ends With You really saddens me. So I'm hoping that because if the anime adaptation does really well, maybe we'll get The World Ends With You 2 Electric Boogaloo. So
What if it's The World Ends With 2 and then underneath it's like 020?
The World Ends With You Dream Drop Distance Final Remix. Well, the final remix was made with the Nintendo Switch version. So, but yeah, I think it's a game that a lot of people really liked. The music was great. The art style was fantastic. So I would be really saddened to see it never get a sequel. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe we'll get one.
Would you want the sequel to be like similar controls where it's like touchscreen stuff?
Well, the way so the Nintendo Switch had a really cool system that I'm really glad they kind of figured out a way to do with the Switch and the iPad version. But the Switch version had, where you control one character at the top and one character at the bottom. And that was really fun. I think that the way they adapted it would be fine to play in the new game. So I wouldn't have any complaints over that. I do think, however, and this might make people upset, that I don't think Neku should come back. And if he does come back, then he's an NPC. because I think his storyline finished at the end of The World Ends With You. But they did have at the end of it this whole storyline called A New Day, where they did have the characters, but another new character showed up, and that character didn't really get fleshed out. So I'd like that character to be, and I'm being very vague because if people haven't played the game, I don't really want to spoil anything, but I would like that character to be the main character if possible. So,
okay. Yeah. All right. I'm on board with this. I should probably play the first game, but you know.
You haven't played the first game? Okay,
No.
if you can, I would tell people if you can play the game on the Nintendo DS because it is the best and most authentic way to play. If you can't play it that way, then by all means play it on the Switch. If you have an iPad, it's available on the iPad. So there are ways to play it, but I would say if you can find it on the Nintendo DS, play it that way.
Grayson told me that at some point, but it was on sale on the Switch, and I was like, I'm just gonna buy this. So it's on my Switch currently sitting there.
I mean, that's totally fine. I just think it's also very story, like you're reading a lot. It's very Persona based in that way that you read a lot of words. So
Persona.
I didn't even know it was on the Switch. I'm about to go like download that.
Yeah, please play.
It's so good. It's so good. Like
story.
I'm hoping this anime does kind of bring more life into that. I want to say franchise, but it's still just one game.
It's just
no, it's going to be two. It's going to be 2 games now.
Yeah, The World Ends With 2.
Yeah, I hope the anime helps people realize how good of a game it is, and we get a sequel soon from Square Enix.
I'm hoping so. I would be very excited if that got announced either when the anime came out or maybe next year, because it's supposed to come out.
I would also want like new characters as well. I think.
Yeah. But RFP, you will always be my first anime boy crush. Just kidding. Yeah. Inuyasha takes the cake on that one. But video game wise, Neku, you're great.
All right.
Don't shake your head, Odell. Don't you do it to me.
Well, you can shake your head back in a second when we move on to Odell and he gives us the game that he thinks deserves a sequel.
All right, so I think someone's gonna like this. What the game that I believe deserves a sequel, because one, it will make so much sense on the Switch. Like everything else in the world, Nintendo at this point, like if Nintendo is just like, how about we just make these games? They haven't got to be good. I mean, we'll just buy them. But so the game
is how well Super Mario Party sold. I mean, things on the Switch.
Oh God.
I'm like, can y'all just give me some DLC? Just like new boards, like make a new board like every 3 months, and then boom, like that's all I want. Nintendo, why don't you like my money?
Nintendo doesn't want our money, apparently.
Apparently not, because they didn't make Donkey Kong Jungle Beat 2.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. 2 Donkey Kong games.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
So for those who remember,
not expecting that.
There was a Donkey Konga, you know, the Guitar Hero with bongos. I don't know what to explain it. Then they made a 2, and then that 2 was great because Donkey Konga's kind of like not good, but then Donkey Konga 2 was actually good. And then it came out Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, which was an adventure game that you play with the bongos. You like visually for the GameCube, it looked amazing because you were kind of on rails. So I guess they gave them, so you had to like jump and clap and do crazy stuff to like platform your way to the boss. And then it had these legit boss battles where you had to like block, beat the crap out of the boss, and do all these crazy things. And I mean, it was fun. Like, and I'm like, man, rhythm-based adventure, good music,
I like
graphics. So I mean, give me a Joy-Con in each hand and just.
We'll put the Joy-Cons in the new bongos. My.
Yeah, you get a new peripheral.
New peripheral.
Yeah.
They sell Donkey Kong hands made of Nintendo Labo that you can just
No, could you imagine like bongo Joy-Cons, like your Switch just having 2 giant bongos on the side of it?
I mean, they make it. It's possible. Like you use the Ring Fit, right? And all you do is just add the Joy-Con to the ring or all this stuff.
True.
It's totally possible for them to just, you put the Joy-Con either on the side or you clip it in. Boom.
Yeah, and people don't believe me when they always say like, "What's the best rhythm-based game ever made?" Like, it's like adventure. I'm like Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, and they're like, "No, being for." I'm like, no, for real. Like, if you played it takes both parts, the music and how that translates into the gameplay, extremely seriously. And I'm just like, so the next Kingdom Hearts mainline story game is going to be a rhythm-based game. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's cool.
Oh, dumb. Sorry, I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, it is. And then I remember the first thought when I saw that was like, where's Donkey Kong Jungle Beat at? It reinvigorated my love for that. And then for this, I went to go watch videos to see if I was looking in through rose-colored glasses. And the 33 comments was like, damn, man, this game was like the best game ever. And I'm like, man, yeah, YouTube user 66 vicious_dark angel, you are right. Hit me up.
Wrong time to take a sip of my drink. Wrong time.
You gotta get him on your podcast now. He's gotta come on full circle.
Yeah, he's got to come
You're
there.
literally handing Nintendo just ways of printing money. Just absolutely brilliant.
So think about it. We get Donkey Kong Adventure or Donkey Kong How the Kongs Got Their Groove Back. And then we get Jungle Beat.
At this point, it's like the year of Donkey Kong.
The year of the Kong, yeah.
Yeah, we gotta have the year of the Kong and just announce like 4 new Donkey Kong games at once.
And that's
like if the year of the monkey is next year, I don't know what it actually is.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
It's time.
We got this.
or if it's the year of the donkey, you can get it either way.
Oh yeah.
Is there a donkey?
There's a horse.
There's a horse.
There's a horse.
I only know this
Donkeys
because
aren't
of
monkeys.
it's only
There's a
because of
rooster.
Fruits Basket. Fruits Basket has told me a lot. Back to anime.
I
I'm
only
not gonna
know
lie. Jackie
because
Chan
of Overwatch.
Adventures got me into the Chinese Zodiac. I don't know if that's like offensive, but it did.
No.
If there was a cartoon that needed a sequel, it's Jackie Chan Adventures.
Oh my god, yes.
A little bit more like, aware of its stuff. But yeah, totally.
It's a whole another panel right there.
Yeah, just
There you
so
go. The
Nintendo, give me a
next
Donkey
PAX Online.
Kong Jungle Beat
PAX
2.
East.
But no, I mean,
I'd be down with that. I mean, I don't remember Jungle Beat that well. I actually liked Donkey Konga a lot, but I don't remember a lot of Jungle Beat.
We also got a racing game, right?
It never came out.
yeah, the Donkey Kong Racing never saw the light of
Did
day.
it never come out? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was a screenshot on the back of the GameCube box.
It
I
is.
actually remember the picture.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh
he was
my
riding
God, I
like
know
an
exactly what you're
ostrich, I
talking
believe.
about.
Donkey
Yeah.
Konga was weird because you were in this like Donkey Kong universe playing songs like 1 week by the Bare Naked Ladies and like nothing made sense. But it was like a great rhythm game, and I was like, all right, this is a cool gimmick. And then Jungle Beat came out, and I was like, all right, this is it. This is
Yeah.
Okay,
And I'll
so
tell you-
This is what we were working towards.
I played Donkey Konga like recently, like within this
Oh.
year. Like not with
jealous.
the bongos. I played on a controller because I didn't have the bongos, which
Aw.
is not fun. But I was like, all right, let me go through this soundtrack, and like Smash Mouth is on there. The Bare Naked Ladies is. It's a weird game to look back on.
Sick.
So fun story about that. So most of the songs aren't censored, and I don't know who's in charge of like picking the song list, but it's random. And an old school 90s song called Hit 'em Up in Style is on there, which is about a lady whose husband cheats on her, and she's like, all right,
By
ladies,
Mary J.
let's go
Blige.
shop them. Yeah.
Yeah,
She's like, let's
Mary
go
J. Blige, hey, ladies, if your man can get up, wow.
Oh yeah, I love that
Yeah,
song.
and so I was playing the game, and my mom comes in, and she's like, what radio is this on? And then I'm like, it's on Donkey Konga, Mom. I need you to stop.
Now,
And, my
what
mom's
would-
singing along, and she's like, yeah, spend all his money. And I'm just like, I don't know how to
Oh
feel
my
right now.
god.
So that's my story of the day.
What would a Donkey Kong Jungle Beat sequel be called?
Jungle Booty.
Hey, I'm into it.
I mean, I'd buy it. It'd be day one purchase.
Especially with those bongos. Hell yeah.
I don't know
Same.
what did the young kids say nowadays?
Donkey Kong Jungle.
Donkey, what's it called again? Dab?
Donkey Dab?
Donkey Dab?
We're really
Sounds
doing
dangerous.
ourselves. We're really,
Yeah.
we're really
I can't believe I forgot what that's called.
Donkey Kong TikTok.
It'll be called Donkey Kong
Oh, that's
Jungle
good.
Beat. It's lit.
Oh,
Donkey
That's a good
Kong
one.
TikTok.
Now, if you could have any
Works on a lot of levels.
recording artist, any musical artist come in and help
Mm.
do the soundtrack for Jungle Beat 2 with Nintendo, who would it be?
I don't know. I'm gonna go with. Does it have to be like an actual producer or anybody?
No, just go with an artist, my guy.
Anything.
Grant Kirkhope has to work on it if it's Donkey Kong.
I want WAP on there.
So Grant Kirkhope and who?
J. Cole or Dr. Dre, preferably J. Cole.
Logic.
I'm down with that.
He's the voice of a generation.
I'm on board.
I want Cardi B. I want every Drake.
Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, WAP bongo time.
This is gonna be an R-rated Donkey Kong. No kids
You know
allowed.
what? Honestly, if Drake was on there, I feel like it would just be fun. Because like Drake exists in so many different worlds.
Oh man.
You know, let's get like Kids Bop on there. Let's get all the Kids Bop version of all our favorite songs on there.
Kids Bop.
I'm not opposed to it. So Jesse, what is your sequel that you desperately need someone to make?
All right, let me take you on a quick story. It's 2001. Game comes out on the Sega Dreamcast. I do not own a Dreamcast, so I wait until 2002 when the PlayStation 2 releases Fur Fighters Vigo's Revenge.
What?
Yeah. All right.
Fur Fighters?
Fur Fighters.
Like
FR, Fur Fighters Vigo's Revenge. Now,
furry game?
Well, I know what you're thinking. But Jesse, it was re-released. Isn't that technically a sequel? No, you're wrong, because Fur Fighters was an updated version from the Sega Dreamcast. Now, this is a third-person shooter in which you control different stuffed animals. Now, there is a dragon named Tweak. There's a kangaroo named Bungalow. There's a penguin. I don't remember the penguin's name. There's a dog named Rufus. And basically, it's like this guy Vigo comes in. He's like a polar bear in a suit. This game is bizarre. Yeah, there's Juliet.
I didn't know the name immediately. It's incredible.
It's a cat with a gun.
Yeah,
Hell
it's a
yeah.
third-person shooter, and this guy Vigo comes in. He steals all of the babies and your spouses from this animal world that you're living in. That's like kind of like a zoo. I'm not really sure what's going on there, but everyone's got their own little like habitats, and so the kids band together with guns apparently to go take back the people that were stolen from them. And so there's all these different weapons and these crazy levels, like there's like a construction level. I don't know if you guys have played like Destiny or anything, but there's like the whirling saw blade and like the mining areas. Like there's one of those. There's like a big skyscraper level where you fight. So the other thing is Vigo has taken the animals' parents and spouses and turned them evil. So all the boss battles you're fighting against your like either your significant other or your, in Tweak's case, mother. And so there's like a big mecha dragon battle on like a skyscraper, and you're just this like weird stuffed animal with a revolver or like a laser cannon or a rocket launcher. And they all have different abilities. So like Rufus can dig in certain areas and get to like other levels. Bungalow can hop really high. And so like all the levels are super exploration heavy. And yeah, the game never got a sequel. And it's a bummer because Fur Fighters Vigo's Revenge rules.
This sounds dope. Like, I need to go, like, is it on eBay or something?
It's like $50 for the PlayStation 2 copy. It's a lot of money.
eBay.com.
Or I saw it on Amazon, actually. It might be cheaper on eBay.
eBay.com. Keep going.
So hear me out.
Okay.
You get a sequel. You call it Fur Fighters 2. Did nothing clever here. I just it could be as low effort as possible.
I was like waiting for something
no, just
really incredible and groundbreaking. I'm like, what is he gonna say?
So one of the big problems, the reason this game never got a sequel, is one, it was published by Acclaim, which doesn't exist anymore, and it was created by Bizarre, which is that company that EA took. They made like Project Gotham Racing and a couple other games, or forget what. But basically, EA like bought them and then did the EA thing where they like shut them down like a couple years later. So the company that made the game and the publisher no longer exist. So the chances of this game ever getting a sequel are pretty much slim to none. It also like didn't sell super well. Like it wasn't like very profitable. You know, as you can tell, nobody on this panel knew what this game was.
I recognize the cover.
Yeah, I think I might have had it for the Dreamcast.
The cover has a lot of attitude, like a lot, and the game itself doesn't like outside of the shooting. Doesn't really have a lot of attitude. It's like more charm.
So you said you're stuffed animals, right?
I think that's the lore because like when you shoot the enemies, they don't bleed. They have like stuffing come out of them or something similar to that. I think it was like to
So-
get around the violence aspect.
Oh, to get a lower rating, maybe.
I think that's kind of what ended up happening there.
So I don't know anything about this game either, but could it somehow take place in universe with Five Nights at Freddy's? Isn't that like stuffed animals?
They're
No,
animatronics.
they're animatronics.
Oh, yeah, they're
Could
like
it-
Chuck E.
could
Cheese
it-
characters.
Also,
Could it take
Nightmares
place
are made
in the
of.
Could it take place in the Ghostbusters universe where Ghostbusters 2 is Vigo?
I was gonna say, could it take place in the world of Conker's Bad Fur Day?
That's what it reminds me of.
Because
No,
Conker's
no,
Bad
no,
well, Conker's Bad Fur Day had not the Conker's side, but there was a mini game where you played as stuffed animals, and then the other side was I think squirrels or something. But there was like a capture the flag type of idea, but you played as stuffed animals in that. That's what I was thinking. Not the
That could work.
Conker, not the Conker's Bad Fur Day side, but
I get what you're saying. There was multiplayer in this game. There was like team deathmatch, as weird as that sounds.
This could be the next popular like battle royale stuffed animal. Look, there you go. It sells
Oh,
itself.
I
I
didn't
have
even
100
mention-
stuffed animals in an arena.
I didn't even mention the best part of
And-
this game. The weapons
What?
level up like they do in Ratchet and Clank. It's like the more you use them, the more powerful they get, and they get like different abilities and stuff.
Ah.
So
wow,
like
this game sounds amazing.
this game ruled, and it like I mean it did all right. It's like 7-8 range review wise.
It's pretty good.
But, like, come on, THQ Nordic, you're buying a lot of stuff. Just go buy that one.
Yeah,
THQ
totally.
Nordic, if you're listening.
What
I
What
just
happened to
want-
Biomutant? Wait, is that still a thing?
Fur Fighters would do way better than Biomutant.
I believe
Okay,
that.
well, I just bought the game, so
Did you really?
Oh my god!
yeah, I did.
Like you bought a physical
No.
for
Yeah, I
the
did.
Dreamcast or
No,
for
there's a PS2 copy.
PlayStation?
Yeah, I
Oh,
bought it.
PS2,
I
okay.
bought it. I bought it. I did it.
How much was
And
it?
it was in total $13.35.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
so
wow.
it is pretty cheap.
Cheap.
And one quick other thing about this game. I got it for Christmas because my cousin had it and I played it at his house and I loved it. And I remember I was really sad on Christmas because I opened a couple of presents and it wasn't there. And that was like the only thing I had asked for. And then my parents were like, wait a minute, there should be something else. And it was hidden under the couch. And
Hey.
Oh,
Classic.
it was
That's a
good
classic
gift from,
trick.
like 2002.
So I just want to point out to the viewers, and if there's any game developers out there and you get some pocket change and you want to buy up an IP, Lily just bought this game
Fur Fighters.
because Jesse was talking about it. So if you're telling me you can't make a sequel, that we're not going to all buy it right now? Everyone in the chat that's watching this right now isn't going to be like, Fur Fighter sounds like my jam. Like, I need to buy this.
I mean,
I
low
just
key,
bought
I
it
kind of want to go buy it right now.
I bought it. I have a PS2 just waiting for me right over there. So when it shows up, I played it.
Fur Fighters.
I have no idea if this game holds up from a gameplay perspective because
It
I don't
probably
know.
let's be honest with each other. It probably won't, but that's not the point.
Right.
Because I played the SpongeBob SquarePants movie recently, and that does not hold up mechanic wise. It's very hard.
Thanks. But anyway,
Yeah.
Fur Fighters.
Yeah.
Can I give my name title real quick?
You
I
got
thought
one.
it was funny. It's probably
it.
not. But I want to say it anyway.
Do it.
So in this one, the main bad guy in part 2 is a kitty named Kitty, but like spelt not like Kitty, like the people like the strippers named Kitty. And the name is gonna be Fur Fighters 2. Kitty with the gat go barata tat tat.
Hey!
It sells itself.
Yeah.
It sells itself.
Hell yeah.
If you're watching this right now, you can't tell me you're not buying this. This isn't a day one purchase. You didn't just pre-order that and get the exclusive PlayStation Spider-Man skin. You know what I mean? Like, you definitely just did that.
I want this game so bad.
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Let's start a Kickstarter. We don't know who's making it. We're just gonna start the Kickstarter, raise all the money, and then we'll just shop it out.
You're gonna see me on Shark Tank pitching this to Mark Cuban.
I mean, is it a bad idea? I didn't think it was.
It's a great idea.
We all just pitch in and buy the IP from someone, whoever has it.
Yeah, find out how much the IP costs.
Genuinely,
It's like $5.
I've thought
I
about
will
it.
sacrifice all of our ideas to make that one happen.
What if Lily just accidentally purchased the IP and not the
For
game?
$13.
On eBay?
I did. Oh boy.
If I
That's
owned
awesome.
the IP, I would teach myself how to code just to make it just to make it cool.
I mean, again, we're dishing out ideas. These are just paychecks for all these companies. Like, this is free money. We're making the games for you. So I guess that brings it to me and the game that I really think deserves a sequel. And I'm gonna probably get a little flack from you guys for this. I might get some flack in the chat for this, but Link's crossbow training.
What?
No, I'm definitely kidding.
Oh,
not Link's crossbow training. Actually, I didn't hate Link's crossbow training, but
I don't even know what that is.
That's my one joke.
It came out for the
joke.
Wii. You had to buy like this stupid peripheral, and you know the Gerudo training grounds from Ocarina of Time.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, and it was just basically that, but just
a full game.
Endless loop.
This idea sequel better be good, because with that joke, boy, you gotta watch yourself.
The actual sequel
Jump
that
Rope 2.
We're gonna take it back to 1996. A little game called Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars.
Oh my god.
Now, you might be saying, well, wait, Brendan, there's Paper Mario games and there's the Paper Mario and Luigi games. And yes, those are spiritual successors to Mario RPG, but they are not sequels to that game. The characters the characters they introduce in that world never come back. There's so much there. I mean, it literally spawned 2 other series for Nintendo in Mario and Luigi and Paper Mario. I know I'm not the only person in the world that wants, Geno in Smash or another game in that storyline. I mean, Mallow as a fantastic character. He's a little cloud guy that can control the weather. You have Geno, who is like a alien. He's like a star that inhabits a puppet in the Mushroom Kingdom and aids Mario on his journey. There's like so many crazy characters. So this was co-made with Squaresoft at the time. Square Enix didn't exist because Enix was his own company. This was like basically Square's way of trying to get Final Fantasy games to sell better in this side of the world. So they did that with Mario, and obviously Nintendo wanted to dabble with Mario being in an RPG. But I think if they brought this back and made a sequel, obviously they can bring characters back like Geno, like Mallow, and give them like fresh life. But with the way that like the current Paper Mario is going, which I still love the new Paper Mario game, that game's fantastic. But with the way that they're going with that series, it's like they're not making many special characters anymore. Like Toads are just Toads, and like Goombas are just Goombas, and Bob-ombs are just Bob-ombs. They're not like
whoa, Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby, dude, don't you come into this house.
Listen. I stand Bobby.
Don't you just said
Bobby has zero personality. I said it.
The disrespect in this house. Unsubscribe, deleted, blocked on Twitter. Don't come for Bobby.
I mean, Bobby at his moment of glory, that was but he was just like, to your credit, he was just a bum. Like,
yeah,
he had nothing to set him apart. He didn't have a steering wheel on his back or a braid for his little the thing you like fire on, which I can't think of the name right now.
Yeah. He barely attacks during battle.
Yeah,
he doesn't do anything. But then again, Paper Mario, come on now, guys.
Yeah, they definitely have like taken the Paper Mario series in like a more experimental way in a lot of different aspects, which is fine because I like these games still. But you could take a sequel to Super Mario RPG, make it a little bit more of a traditional turn-based RPG with the stuff that makes it Super Mario RPG. Obviously, the timing, combat, and other fun stuff that's in there. But you can revisit all these characters. And I think the thing that could make this really interesting is find a way to get Square Enix. Well, Waluigi, no, hands down, should be there. But find a way to get Square back on board with this.
Oh,
and
that'd be so
cool. Go full Kingdom Hearts with this. Make this the Mushroom Kingdom and Final Fantasy places cross over with this. Because they kind of hint at that in Super Mario RPG. There's Culex, who's like an optional boss that you can get to, who's like supposed to be representative of like Final Fantasy type characters and villains. So like there's definitely that stuff there. And like Culex refers to being created by the Dark Mage, who's not a Mushroom Kingdom character. That's definitely like a reference to Final Fantasy stuff. So listen, I'm just saying, Super Mario RPG 2, throw in some more Final Fantasy stuff in there. it would basically be like an exclusive Kingdom Hearts for Nintendo.
Yeah, and
But
not
with-
only, sorry, I was
No,
gonna
go.
say not only the because since now Paper Mario is way more action based, it's not so focused on RPG elements anymore. It sucks because the developers who make the actual Mario and Luigi RPGs, they got bankrupt last year, I think, earlier this year.
Alpha
So,
Dream, yeah.
Alpha Dream. Yeah, so who knows when we'll actually be getting a proper Mario and Luigi RPG. So I feel like that would be a great option to have like a new, Mario RPG on the Switch.
Absolutely.
It's probably
What would you
like, yeah, what would you call it? I was gonna ask you that too.
Ooh, I don't know. I've been asking all of you this whole time, and I didn't
Odell?
even think about that for mine.
Odell, please come
New
up
Super Mario Brothers. New Super Mario RPG.
No, please don't do that.
Super.
I think
Extra super.
Extra super.
I think you could go with, depending where the story wanted to go. I mean, this one is called The Legend of the Seven Stars. Your quest is to like get the 7 stars.
Eight
so
stars.
maybe I don't know. I just really want
So
more
it'd be
Gino.
Super Mario RPG, something.
Yeah, just give me Gino, give me Mallow back. I need those characters, and then give us some new characters like a puppet.
Like Bobby.
Is not a like
Like
Bobby.
Waluigi.
Like Bobby, yeah.
I
Let's
mean,
get
Waluigi-
Donkey Kong in this game too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the year of the Kong. I'm fine.
that'd
with
be cool.
Grant Kirkhope has got to be on board now. That Donkey Kong.
Yep.
Don't you end up with Peach and Bowser on your team too? And-
Yes,
and
so
Super Mario
you're-
RPG? Yeah,
you're-
so cool.
you're-
Like,
Yeah, it's great. It's such a great game. I mean, clearly great enough that it spawned again Mario, Luigi, and Paper Mario. But give us that Super Mario RPG 2 that we all want. Everyone in this panel wants it. Everyone in the chat right now wants it. I know everyone wants it.
To be in a game, no matter what.
Listen, I'm make him a party member too. Give him the time to shine.
Make him the villain again.
You want him to be the villain though, or make him be the?
Yeah, I do because he was only in the villain first Mario Dance Mario Mix or whatever. So
Hold on then. What if the villain? What if the villain of this game is Waluigi and he teams up with like Sephiroth, and it's the two of them, and Cloud shows up? I don't know.
Could you
This is
imagine
crazy.
one winged angel playing, and instead of Sephiroth come out, it's Waluigi.
That's it.
My mind can take it. My mind
Super
can
Mario,
long ass sword.
Super Mario RPG 2, the real one-winged angel.
two winged angel.
No, wait, the one winged angel. Come on now. Cash the check, Nintendo. Cash the goddamn check.
I gotta go. I gotta get out of here.
So before we get to the end of this amazing 1 hour special on sequels, I know that Lily had a bonus sequel that she wanted to address. So Lily, what is that second game you want to see get a sequel?
Okay, gentlemen, let me take you back to 2003 when we had the beautiful PS2, the Xbox, the GameCube. We had a wonderful time with a game called The Simpsons Road Rage. But I'm not talking about The Simpsons Road Rage here. I'm talking about the beautiful Grand Theft Auto-esque The Simpsons Hit and Run.
Hit and run.
Now,
I'm all on board.
now, I'm just saying we had a brief moment, I think, last year where The Simpsons Hit and Run was mentioned briefly at E3, but it wasn't because of The Simpsons Hit and Run. They were just talking about the games and The Simpsons in general, and we all thought, oh shoot, The Simpsons Hit and Run 2, it's happening. Well, it should. It should happen. I don't know why it hasn't happened. It's been 84 years at this point. I don't know what year it is because 2020 is a blur. So I don't understand why we don't have The Simpsons Hit and Run 2. I think it'd be brilliant. Why don't we have it?
Does one company have the video game rights to The Simpsons right now? Does anyone have it?
Well, now that Disney owns The Simpsons, I'm sure that gets cloudy.
Yeah.
Marvel Simpsons Hit and Run. Got it.
Marvel Simpsons Hit and Run. It could be also in the Kingdom Hearts world, where you go there and it's
Hey, that Kingdom Hearts is too convoluted as is. We gotta.
Homer Simpson is the one winged angel.
But it's such a great game. I can't say for everybody, but I personally think that game was so fun for what it was trying to achieve, and it was very unexpected. So I would love because I'm not, I don't play Kingdom Hearts. I don't play Grand Theft Auto often, but I think I would love to do the Simpsons hit and run. If it were definitely like Grand Theft Auto 5, like a bigger world, if they did multiplayer or like, where we could all be, characters in the world itself and cause a bunch of mischief and mayhem, that would be so cool nowadays. I think it would be possible given the amount of power that the PS5 and the Xbox Series X are going to have. Like, we could do anything. We could literally destroy the world of The Simpsons. It would be incredible. I'd
be down with that. I mean, that sounds like another game that the check writes itself. I mean, that's just money on the table.
I'm just really surprised that it hasn't even been created. But then again, it's like, what would the story be? Because the first one was like everyone was drinking cola and it made them go insane. So what would this one be about? I don't know, but anything is possible. Also, I still remember the cheat codes that you can do. Like, there's a cheat code that you can do on the PS2 where you like slightly tap a car and then all of a sudden it explodes. It was great. I loved it.
I think
maybe
the story
we didn't get a
could
sequel.
simply...
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll say maybe we didn't get a sequel because I know the people who made Crazy Taxi actually sued them for
road rage.
Yeah, for road rage. So
Likeness.
that might for the likeness. So that might have dampened any
idea.
Hit and run sequel chances.
But Hit and Run came after Road Rage, didn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm pretty. Didn't the same people who made a Hit and Run make a Road Rage? Weren't they the same people?
Oh, maybe. I mean, that's possible that they were the same. Let's see. Let's look.
But after being sued for one, Simpsons game,
it was developed by the same people. Yeah, maybe they were afraid, but at this point, someone should make it. Or at least, you know what? If I'm not going to get a sequel for it, at least remaster it. Please, for the love of God, remaster this game.
THQ Nordic.
That's a THQ Nordic remaster right there.
Yeah. THQ, it better be watching this panel.
So write that down.
Get it now, hurry.
For Fighters. Lord can get remastered. Anything is possible.
So we got so much good stuff in this recording, right, guys? Like gold mine right here.
Listen, Matt Groening, if you're listening, just get in touch. Get in touch with somebody. Make this game happen.
I mean, it would be cool.
Do it.
It would be very cool. I mean, like, it's possible. They did, what was it? Scott Pilgrim versus the World. The game has been like briefly mentioned on Twitter all the time. So maybe someone will start talking about The Simpsons Hit and Run. If I'm not going to get a sequel, I'll burn the building down, but it's fine. I'll take a remaster.
We'll get it trending on Twitter.
Yeah, let's get it.
Again,
what's the hashtag that it needs to be?
Free Simpsons Hit and Run.
Free, yeah, I was gonna say that too.
We're direct competitors to Fortnite now.
Fair enough.
I don't know what the name would be, honestly, because all I could think of is 2, and that's dumb.
Yeah.
Hashtag First Fighters 2.
Hashtag First Fighters 2. I mean, I'm on board. Jesse wants 2 things in this world, and it's Bug Snacks to come out now and Fur Fighters to get a sequel.
If you don't think I'm in that Bug Snacks,
it took almost an hour for us to mention Bug Snacks. That was impressive, everybody.
I have the Bug Snacks
combining with Fast and the Furious.
Right now.
The Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, since Fast 9's getting ready to come out, there you go. Like,
oh yeah, that'd be cool.
I'm down with that.
Too fast, Two Simpsons.
Do a couch gag with Dom, and he'd be like, familiar.
Yes, I mean, there you go. It's just these things are just selling themselves. I'm excited. I'm spending all my money on these games that don't exist yet.
Now I'm gonna pull out. Oh wait, I do have it here. There it is. Oh, The Simpsons Hit and Run. Look at it, and it's all.
You have it sitting there. It looks so good too.
I have it on the GameCube and I have it on the PS2, but it's like a really nice in good condition.
That looks new. That looks brand new.
I'm so jealous that you had that ready to pull out because I had Super Mario RPG ready to get pulled out for my Super Nintendo, but I accidentally took out Super Metroid, so I don't have the correct game in front of me.
I have the World Entity right there.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's all blurry, but ta-da!
So Lily's an actual gamer, and all of us are clowns and frauds, and there you go. I mean, we've been exposed to the millions of people that are watching right now.
I have a cell phone. Any video games.
Well, no, but I own the Simpsons Run, the original, the PS2 game that I originally bought when I was a kid back in 2003. I still have that version. It's like in pristine condition and everything. And I
still have my yellow cartridge of Donkey Kong 64 somewhere in the house.
True gamers.
Where's that expansion pack though?
I mean,
I don't have the expansion pack.
Where's
You
my
can't play the
Joy-Con?
game.
I can't play it.
Yeah, but you have to take the gamer chair. I didn't think so.
Do you have 32,
That's true.
32 crowns in Fall Guys? Because Jesse
Yeah,
does.
I have 32 wins in Fall Guys. See if you can come at me. By the time this airs, it'll probably be even more.
Double that. Double down.
64. Donkey Kong 64 wins in Fall Guys.
Change your Twitter name better be that come the time this panel comes out.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Now, before we get to the end of this panel, if anyone has speed round sequels they want to throw out there with like very to little explanation, now's your chance to get it into the ether.
I got one more. All right. Take you back real quick to a time before now. I don't remember the date exactly. However, you think about great games like Viva Pinata, and then it got a sequel. And then you think of another game that got a sequel. And then you think of Cameo Elements of Power, which never got a sequel, which should get a sequel because that game rules. It had a sequel in development, and then it got canceled because they were going to go work on the Kinect. Project Natal, baby.
All
Yeah,
right,
Cameo Elements of Power. That's all I got.
Phil Spencer, I know you're watching right now. I know you're enjoying this, and you're like, what can we get on Game Pass? What can we launch on the Series X? Cameo 2.
All right, I got a speed round for you. So I lied on we provided a list of games, and I put Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, and then I realized that game actually sucks. So no, that doesn't need a sequel.
They just did a DDQ run of it yesterday.
and then I realized, you know what? I should just be funny and be like, you remember Sonic Shuffle? Of course you don't. It was
I own this game.
You own Sonic Shuffle?
Is it in shrink wrap?
I think
No, this is a game I have played.
It is a Mario
More
Party
than once.
clone except with Sonic characters, and that also sucks, so it doesn't deserve a sequel. But if it got one, I would play it anyway because I love Sonic.
I would too. I would definitely.
But the real game that deserves a sequel, there was a game that I remember reading in Tips and Tricks magazine because that was my favorite magazine growing up. And the Circuit City by my house was going out of business, and the games were like $10. So my mom finally agreed to buy a game she thought was stupid, so she never bought it for me. But she bought it for $10, and that was Mr. Mosquito. And that's one of the best games ever because you're a mosquito. You go around sucking blood from people in this family. You terrorize a family and then force them to like move out of their house because that's how good of a mosquito you are. And that game never got a goddamn sequel.
This is awesome. This is
Mr.
basically
Mosquito.
No, see, you're cancel culture because the sequel will obviously be Mrs. Mosquito.
Mrs.
It is
Mosquito,
correct.
obviously.
That's true. I just
So,
want to.
everybody Google that real quick because like it is an amazing game, and like you have to hit pressure points on the people like you're what's the people that put needles in people? I can't remember.
Acupuncture.
Yeah, you acupuncture their pressure points so they get relaxed. So you get that prime. So when you go bite them, they don't try to hit you. They're all like, relaxed, and you suck that blood.
This is horrifying.
This is the prequel to Untitled Goose Game that we didn't know
My
existed.
God, this game is expensive.
Yeah, that's like if you don't own it, it costs hundreds of dollars to buy it. So
Yeah.
if you've never heard of it, look it up. Mr. Mosquito. I'm not selling you my copy. Ha 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 ha. Great game.
All right, we are about to run out of time, so we should take this moment for everyone to plug who they are, where people can find you, so that all these lovely people watching can get in touch with all of you. Grayson, we'll start with you.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Grayson Morales, and you can find my work at twinfinite.net. And then you can also follow the Positive Players podcast on Twitter at Positive Play Pod, and then on Instagram at Positive Players Podcast. Yeah, that's it.
Lily, what about you?
You can find me on Twitter at CoolCatLilyZ. You can find me on Twitch streaming Fall Guys every now and then, and probably Samurai Jack soon at twitch.tv/LilyXYZ.
Odell?
Yeah, you can find me at Odo Harmon Jr. on all social media except TikTok because I don't have a TikTok. And you can find my work at The Game Fanatics, that's YouTube, and then the website. And I freelance for a lot of people, so just in the ether that is the internet. And you can listen to my personal podcast, Full Circle Podcast, anywhere podcasts are found, and the Twitter for that is FC Podcast 23. But if you follow me at Odo Harmon Jr., you'll see it. It's there.
Jesse?
You can find me on Twitter at Jesse Vitelli. Simple, easy, clean. You can also find my writing at twinfinite.net as well. And yeah, I mean, I stream occasionally on Twitch, TERFER, Jesterfer, and that is about it.
Dom.
You can find me on Instagram. It's a Disney account, PTC_1little_spark. I will, once this craziness is over, I'll get more into it. I work at a hospital, so it's been tough.
You're doing great work.
Yes.
I
Thank
really
you very
appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
And you can find me at BGroom, and you can find everything that I do at Pass Controller on all social media at passcontroller.io. And thank you all so much for joining us for this hour.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX Online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX Online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18+ species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single-player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200-player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single-player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX Online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pandura, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathoftitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp here from Atomic Mass Games, makers of Marvel Crisis Protocol. And we're going to do a little painting, hang out with you here and enjoy PAX Online. So one of the things I love about painting miniatures is putting a little glow on them, and get a lot of questions about that. So we're going to talk about how to add a little glow to your miniature to make it pop on the tabletop. So let's just go ahead and get started and see what we can come up with here. Switch it over to my handy cam, and I've got Ultron. And I thought it would be kind of cool. I'm gonna do like blue glow on him. And you can use the same sort of process that I'm gonna do for blue with pretty much any color you want. What I do is I paint an off-white. Now I don't use a pure white. I use like a very yellow. And then the color of my choice, I thin down with a little bit of water, and I just carefully paint over the off-white. Now what the off-white does is it kind of gives a nice light foundation to work from for your glows. Now if I want this to be hot red glow, I'd use like yellow at this stage. I would put a yellow in there, and then I'll talk about each step as we go along. I'm gonna let this dry. All right, once that's dry, I'm gonna switch to an ink. Now inks are very thin, very highly pigmented paints, and I'm going to use a turquoise. And if I was doing, say I was doing hot fire, this is where I'd add my reds. If I was doing green, I'd probably start with a yellow and then add like a really dark green. Purple, I'd probably start with pink and then go with the purple ink. Like I said, any color you want, you can use the same philosophy. Kind of paint the base white, add a light color that's kind of your main body color, and add a dark ink. I'm going to put a little bit of my base blue. This is a very light blue, nice soft blue. And I'm going to put a little bit of that white in there. I'm going to sharpen my brush. I sharpen my brush by just twisting it. Just put a little line right where we want the glow to really read. Very quick, very simple. Just to give that heat, because things radiate heat from the center, at low point, and the hotter it gets, the whiter it gets. Just reframe it just like that. Now we got a nice, simple, quick glow on our Ultron. So remember, you can use that technique, you can use that same philosophy on any type of glow you want. Red glow, yellow glow, green glows are always fun to do. I like a good green glow, and blue glows. Just lay down a nice white foundation, put in your main color, use a little ink. Might be something new to you, but it's a really fun thing to play with. Really pigmented, real powerful. And do the dark outline, and just put that little bit of hotness right back in the center. So I hope you found that enjoyable and informative, and keep enjoying PAX. And until next time, we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you, manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Welcome everyone to Don't Yuck My Yum, a debate on the value of evil alignment. My name is Jared Kilmer. I'm a licensed psychologist and the director of counseling services at Game to Grow. I've had the opportunity to run therapeutic tabletop RPGs among various populations, including children's advocacy centers, private practice, and the Veteran Administration. Game to Grow is a 501c3 nonprofit organization founded on the idea that games of all kinds have the power to improve people's lives. We also believe that power is increased when we play games with intention, and the capacity can be maximized when games are facilitated by a trained professional. We at Game to Grow run therapeutic gaming groups to help individuals become more confident, creative, and socially capable. Many of our participants have diagnoses of autism, ADHD, anxiety, depression, PTSD, or something else that may get in the way of them fitting in and making friends. Today, we are here to talk about evil. And to kick this thing off, I'd like to introduce our panelists.
Hi everybody, my name is Elizabeth Kilmer. I am also a psychologist at Game to Grow. I am the Director of Education and Training. I've run tabletop therapeutic groups with children and adolescents and adults. My age range goes from 8 to 86.
I am Nate Caldwell. I am the consulting DM for the Spoon Conservatory. I run a few games, I play in a few games, and I am actively playing an evil character currently.
Hi, I'm Jamie Fleckno, Rosie Online. I am the founder of the organization Roleplay Lead. I work with teenagers, preteens and teenagers ages 11 to 17, and I do social skills DMing, social skill groups for the kids.
And my name is Adam Davis. I am a founder and executive director of Game to Grow. I'm trained as a drama therapist. My master's is in education. I've worked in a school setting. Most of my work is with teens and adolescents. So I've done a lot of work with late childhood as well. So therefore, I have a rule against evil characters.
Thank you, everybody. In all settings?
Evil is something I don't want to encourage in my young players. So I oftentimes with young players, I say, here are my rules. You can't be evil, and there's no alcohol. Pretty much.
Yeah. How do you find kids define evil as a rule?
That's part of the problem. That's part of the reason why I don't. Is they say, can we be evil? And I say no. And then I say, what do you mean when you say evil? Because oftentimes when they're trying to be evil, what they're really trying to do is test boundaries and see what the game can do for them. That's most of the time when young kids want to say, they say, I want to be evil. What they mean is I want to basically explore the world, being mean to people, and killing random NPCs, and oftentimes burning buildings down, stealing from people. It's really just your classic sort of murder hobo kind of game style, which I'm not opposed to that categorically as far as the game to play. But I find that when people say, I want to be evil, what that often means is they don't want to play a game that has a story. They want to play a game where they're like playing Skyrim and they just run around and go into a town and meet a bunch of people and go, cool, I'm going to make this town empty now, and then kill all the NPCs and loot all the buildings and then travel on to the next town. Classic, like the game doesn't matter, none of the NPCs exist. That's oftentimes when I see people wanting to be evil. They want to not play the game as a character, they want to play the game like a video game where they want to like just test boundaries and destroy things.
That totally makes sense. Oh, go ahead, Jimmy.
I was gonna say, I often find I ask my kids the same question, like, what do you really mean by evil? How do you want your character to behave? And more often than not, it is boundary testing or this desire to steal from. I mean, literally the first session that my last group would play with me was, it was in this small town, and this person was like, this innkeeper was literally handing yesterday's bread to a line of people who couldn't afford food, and they're like, I'm gonna go steal from this innkeeper. And I was like, really? Like that's the pace we're setting right now? This person who's handing out food to the folks in town who can't afford it, and your goal is to steal from her. Okay, well, let's see how that plays out. And then, you know, I guess maybe I've been lucky or fortunate that the other kids are like, listen, we don't want to associate with somebody who's going to do that. Let's talk it through. Let's talk through what your goal is and what you're trying to accomplish. Yes, good. Thank you.
let's focus on that planning skill, right?
Right.
Absolutely. I think for me, a lot of the groups that I've run with adults, I've run a lot of groups with veterans that have various diagnoses, including things like depression and PTSD, as well as some adolescents with depression and anxiety. And oftentimes what we see associated with those diagnoses can be kind of this really low sense of self-esteem, these feelings of worthlessness, these feelings that we're unlovable, or that we're bad. We're bad and we're wrong. And so I find that it can be incredibly powerful in games. If that's what your player is coming in with, if they come in and they really think that they're a bad person, I should also clarify, I haven't met a client yet that I think is actually a truly bad, unredeemable person. Maybe I'll meet one of those people someday, but I don't have a lot of expectation that will happen. When that happens, it can be incredibly powerful to have someone come in and say, well, my character's evil because I'm worthless, or I'm evil, or like no one should be around me. And so obviously my player or my character is going to be that way. And I think that when that happens, when you have someone who walks in and they really think that they are a waste of space, or they think that they are worthless, or they think that they are bad, it can be really, really powerful to say, okay, fine, your player is evil. Because typically what then happens is you give them the opportunity to save the kid that's been kidnapped, or to go rescue the town, or whatever it is, and they leap on those opportunities. Because these are people who inherently want to connect with others. They want to feel like they're worth something. They want to have genuine, real relationships with other people. And then you have the opportunity to challenge that. Like, I get to say, that's behavior doesn't seem super consistent with your character being evil. Has your
Elizabeth, it sounds like that character is not actually evil, though.
No, that character's not actually evil.
They're saying they're evil, and then they're not actually
But
evil.
if I say,
So-
no, you can't play evil characters in your game, then, like, we get to not have that. And I think that it's very, like, when we're talking about therapeutic RPGs, we are talking about implicit learning, right? It's not me telling you, okay, this is how you're going to be better at social skills. So if I just tell this person, oh, well, that's not really evil. In some context, right? If all they want to do is murder hobo, that's one thing. But if I'm going to the person, I'm saying, all right, sure. Yeah, you tell your person evil. Then I can challenge that later when they have then shown me that their behaviors are inconsistent with that self-belief. If I tell them beforehand, oh, I don't think you're really evil. I don't think you're really gonna people shouldn't be able to trust you, right? I don't know them. Maybe they are really untrustworthy. Maybe they shouldn't be around other people. But having that experience to then do something right or do something pro-social, I can then turn around and say, hey, this behavior that you exhibited right in front of me, I saw all of it, is really inconsistent with your character being evil or your character being bad. Did you do a bad job of playing your character? Has your character grown? What's going on there?
So what you're doing, though, sorry, Nate, you go ahead. Jump in.
Sure.
You play an evil character. I don't know how your character is
I
evil.
do. See, I don't think evil necessarily means antisocial or unable to work with people or is a murder hobo. The way I think of evil has basically an evil character thinks of themselves to the exclusion of others' benefit, whereas a good character thinks of another's benefit to the exclusion of their own. So there can be some nuance there. Like the evil character I play works really well with the party because the party is benefiting him, which then leads into how he interacts with the rest of the world.
I agree. We haven't started yet due to schedules and adulting and awful things, but we're starting a new campaign. My friends and I also, like Nate, have picked a character who has just grown up. Well, in this case, she grew up in like a cult and doesn't know that she's evil, if that makes sense.
That's
she doesn't,
awesome.
Yeah, so she does sort of now because she's been out of it, but in her teen years when she was growing up, she just assumed that everyone behaved in this way, like everyone's home life was like hers. And after she left, she realized like, oh, my people were hired for money to kill people or steal or do something like that. That's not okay. And so what I was going to kind of follow up on what Elizabeth was saying was this idea of like, can our characters grow? So just cut, and I use this with my kids as well. I've given out an evil alignment. I had one child, no lie, cows were being butchered and killed, and like the farmers weren't doing it. And he went to the butcher shop, assuming the butcher was the guilty party, rolled a natural 20, slammed the butcher against the wall, and snapped his neck. And I was like, okay, now you're evil. You didn't talk to him. You didn't ask questions. You just assumed. So now your alignment is shifting, much as it can shift back the other way. So once this particular child started behaving in a good way, cared about other people, put other people before him, I allowed his alignment to switch back and move towards good again, in this concept of like, there are consequences for murder hoboing or, behaving in this negative way, but that doesn't mean you're not redeemable.
So it sounds like you were really tying the alignment to the behavior. It's not like the core of you is now rotten and evil and horrible. It's these behaviors are more consistent with this kind of box. Because I think oftentimes when we're talking about alignment, it gets really squishy about like, are we talking about behaviors? Are we talking about the core of the person? Like what's happening there?
this is a philosophical conversation about like the fundamental nature of the human spirit. This is what I love about the conversation so much. So the this is one of these things. A lot of the participants that certainly in Game to Grow groups, we're wanting to help them build cognitive flexibility and non-dualistic thinking. So good evil is reductive, both to how the spectrum of the game works, at how the narrative works, but also how the universe actually works. Someone is not evil, someone is not good. Someone might exhibit some selfish traits, like Nate's character, and I think there's characters who do that are totally interesting characters, and I encourage players to make like dynamic characters that have their own concepts, because there's nothing more interesting in a game than like, my character wouldn't do that. Well, why do they do it anyway? Right? There's like some interesting points where, yes, your character is super selfish. Then the building's on fire and someone says, help, help, and you run inside. Why? Is it because you want the glory? Because you want to feel good about yourself as a helper? So it's not really altruism, right? It's like, because I want to feel like I was the savior who ran in there and helped somebody. All of those things are just like, maybe there's a concept here we can explore about like the utility of good for selfishness is still good because it's helping people. There's an interesting conversation to be had around this, around where we value this and how openly we have this conversation with our players around what is good, what is evil. Is there some platonic sun we're all leaving the cave to get closer to? These are the kinds of conversations we have at my teenage tables sometimes, as these conversations of good and evil turn into philosophy.
How do your conversations of good and evil tie into like the x-axis of the alignment chart? So from the spectrum of like lawful evil to chaotic evil.
I throw the whole thing out the window. Mostly because I find it reductive. I think that I think this is true in general. Like I think of sort of a character with the same way that I would interact with a human being, which is like a lot of intersectionality. There is like a whole rich fabric of the human experience or the elf experience or the dwarf experience or whatever, and I want that character to sort of represent that. And so there are definitely times where I, in my personal life, will do things that like I regret, that hurt people. I don't think I'm a bad person, and I like feel like if I was to say that I'm evil, then it kind of takes away that journey of redemption. The cool thing about the world of D&D, though, there are deities that like come down and talk to you. So there is like a little bit of a way to align that in a way that doesn't exist in our world, to my experience at least. Where I had a player who was a cleric, and they were a cleric to, you know, what we trying to make up our own pantheon, but they were a cleric, and then sort of like what you were saying, Jamie, this player saw a guard that was guarding a well they needed to sneak into, and he just totally sniped that guy from a distance. Didn't inquire anything about it, just wanted to get him out of there, so just sniped him. And then his character was lifted from this plane and then into a conversation with his god that was like, hey, that guy had a family. He was just working at this warehouse. He didn't know that there was evil stuff going down in the well. He was just standing guard, and now he's dead, and I'm not gonna let you cast spells anymore because that's not in alignment with your the vows you have sworn.
That's
as
amazing.
Yeah.
And so he had to go back, and I set the whole story up as a voyage of redemption after that, where he had to make a personal sacrifice. He had to like jump on the proverbial magical grenade and then didn't die and came back, and the guy was like, there you are. That's my boy. And then kicked him back. That's a journey of redemption. You know?
I think also, and maybe this is just my mindset, because I do struggle with really the description in the official like handbook about alignment versus experience. But I kind of almost, this is terrible, I kind of look at almost at like a Grand Theft Auto. Like, you know, when you steal a car, like you get a little bit like wanted, and then you like murder some people and you get more and more wanted. So I almost look at it as like, this is how everyone is looking at you because of your behavior. You might still align with good. You might still want to put other people first or whatever the case is. But in this particular instance, you killed this innocent butcher who had nothing to do with this. And now the city guards are looking at you as evil. Your party doesn't really appreciate your behavior at this point in time. So there's that other conversation, this other conversation of like, no good deed goes unpunished, or whatever the case might be. Like, this is how other people are looking at you. And it's important to see how you stand, but it's also important to see where you fit into what other people's viewpoints are. we might not want to care what other people think about us, but you now need access to potions, and you can't get into the potion shop because there's a big drawn poster with your face on it and a cross out over it. So what have you done? How does that impact the world?
I think that's a really interesting way of looking at it. I use the alignment chart kind of as like a loose tool. It doesn't have any impact on the mechanics of my game. It will have narrative impact sometimes, which doesn't have any impact on the mechanics. And I think that it's really powerful to look at, like, what is my view of self versus how do other people see me, right? Because you might have a player who's playing this cleric who from the light domain, who like only does good deeds, but still sees themselves as inherently flawed and broken. And so like getting to play with, okay, well, what if this is coming from you? Where are we getting these messages, right? Something that I talk with clients a lot is like, we learn a lot of lessons from ourselves, from other people, from the media, and we often kind of absorb those as truth. And so understanding, like, where did you get this message that like you're broken? Where did you get this message that no one likes you? Where is this coming from? How true is it currently? How true was it ever? Can be a really, really powerful thing to play with. I had some players in a game recently where one of the players had a lot of experience with D&D, and so he created his character and he brought it in, and this particular character was this pompous lordling, and he was so annoying. He was so annoying. And when he first started playing, I was like, oh no, like, is he just like, is he trying to push boundaries? This is an adult. I was like, is he trying to push boundaries? Is he just trying to like, is he not ready to engage in therapy? And so this is like his way of engaging. And to be totally honest, I don't actually know what started the creation of this character, but what happened was the way the party reacted. So this was not a character where he explicitly said, I'm evil, but I would have described him as incredibly selfish. And he cared a lot about his family and the way people viewed him, but he didn't really care. The character didn't care that much about how he actually was with other people. It was that appearance was the most important. And the way that the rest of the party reacted, they could have turned around and been like, you're a jerk. We don't like you. You keep calling us peasants. This sucks. But instead, they were like, oh, you know what? This is a game. Like, we can lean into this. That sounds kind of fun. So they started, like, they were like, yes, Lord, yes. Like, they started asking him. They're like, okay, well, we can't make any decisions until you tell us what to do. Like, we can't act of our own accord. And so the way that the party responded to this kind of obnoxious, really selfish character was to kind of pull him in and set him up on this pedestal. And then he realized he was up on this pedestal, and he looked around and he was like, I don't like this. I feel wildly uncomfortable with this pedestal. I'm starting to care about these people, and I don't know how to interact with that. And it created this incredible vector for dialogue that we got to have around, like, why was this character doing this? Why was he pushing everybody away? Why was he treating everybody like crap? We had an amazing conversation about microaggressions that wouldn't have been possible. It would have been possible to some extent if I had played an NPC that was similar, but because he was actually a party member and he was another player around the table, he was able to speak for what his character was thinking and feeling, I think in a way that would have been way more powerful than if I had done it myself. And so I think having those experiences, especially if you have a character who is willing to have that redemption arc, can be incredibly powerful. Whereas if I had just said, like, I don't want you to play that character, we wouldn't have gotten that.
Sure. Circling back to what you said way earlier at the beginning of this, is that there isn't necessarily a mechanical implication to where they fall on the alignment chart. And that's something I really enjoy about 5th edition. Previously, if your alignment shifts, you lose your paladin privileges, etc. But that can also kind of reinforce some behaviors I wasn't super fond of. So I was running a one-shot for a character who was, of course, a rogue. It's always rogues. Who decided he was a chaotic evil character, and he wanted to lean really hard into that. And as a result, the party is going through town finding MacGuffin, whatever it was. And he's like, this guy has it. And the party's cool. We're going to go talk to him tomorrow morning. We're going to try and persuade him to give us the next step. So he's like, cool, that's fine. Later that night, he wakes up and rolls like a 25 for stealth because rogue things. And he's like, I want to sneak into the guy's house. I'm like, cool, he's just going to try and steal the thing. This will be fine. He's like, cool, I'm going to sneak upstairs. Cool, fine. I'm going to sneak into their child's bedroom. Oh no. I'm going to murder the children in the sleep. Aha. And then I'm going to bar the parents' bedroom. Great. And then I'm going to set the house on fire. Cool.
No.
Yes.
Why?
No.
Because I'm chaotic evil. So it's like leaning too hard into that just because of the mechanical benefit is something I'm really glad has been stripped out of 5th edition, because people will, especially the kind of people who are like, I'm going to turn every screw and min-max my character, which fair, I'm guilty of sometimes, especially when I was younger. Removing that incentive, I think, is really nice about 5th edition.
I think that also brings up a really good point around like consent and being on the same page as everyone. Like, I don't want to be in that campaign. Like, absolutely not. If that's happening, like, I don't want to be at that table. And which is not to say there may never be a place for that, but like, I think depending on the context that you're in, there are going to be certain behaviors that are allowed and not allowed. And there are going to be certain themes that are going to be allowed, right? Like with my group of veterans between the ages of 40 and 75, we're going to be exploring different themes than with my group of girls between the ages of 9 and 15. Like those groups are going to look really different. And even in my own personal campaigns, right? Like if I'm playing a game for fun, I don't want to explore the things that I'm anxious and stressed about. I don't. Because I'm playing a game for fun. I want to be loud and a little annoying and use a lot of lightning. And so I want to play with a group of adventurers. They're doing fun things. Adam, I'm seeing your face.
No, I think what this is getting at that I'm sort of curious about is like the underlying motivation. I'm sort of taking a psychological lens on this, but the underlying motivation for doing that. It's not about the sneaking in the house and killing people and barring the walls or whatever. It's about power. It's about like control. There's like underlying motivations there. And that's the kind of thing that if that is the drive, then there's probably other ways to make that incentivized in the story. Like you were saying, Nate, like 5th edition takes out a lot of the incentivization of that kind of like evil behavior. Like in the Fable games, like you have to like eat a few like baby chicks to become just evil enough to get in the right doorways or whatever. It's like incentivizes that and makes it interesting. 5th edition takes a lot of that away and makes it more narrative. So it doesn't necessarily incentivize that in the same way. But thinking about it in the context of being a game master and seeing someone want to do those kinds of like overtly horrifying things is probably about having a little bit of power and control over the like temperature in the room a little bit. Like, I'm gonna kill the children, and then look around and see how everybody responds, right? A little bit of like having a little bit of control of the narrative and the feelings other people have, or even like knowing that your choices make an impact on the world. A little bit of boundary testing there too. I had a player who was a necromancer, so look at me having an evil character. I was the game master, and I let them have their necromancer character. So I guess I was sort of letting them say they were evil, even though I didn't really think they were actually evil, Elizabeth, to be perfectly honest. But this player, to realize what they were actually wanting out of being a necromancer was control, right? This player wanted to, had a lot of trouble making friends in the real world. So how convenient as a necromancer, you can summon friends. And then when they become annoying, you can dismiss them. It is entirely about control. You don't have to make a friend. You can make a friend, right? That the character had like an undead dire bear or something like that named Mr. Waffles that he just loved having around. And my goal as the game master was to get it to forget about, where is Mr. Waffles? I forgot where he is, was my goal, because I wanted him to be more focused on the actual human beings in the game. And the only way to do that is to like not make necromancy like evil bad, right? It wasn't so simple. It was understanding what the purpose is. And I think that's I'm kind of rambling a little bit because I think it's interesting about like looking at when someone is trying to do evil stuff in the game, right? Understanding, is it because of a self-image issue, or is it because of like the consequences that they're hoping to gain from that? I mean, you play an evil character, and so do you, Jamie. So like, are you? What does it look like? You're not the player, Nate, who's going to burn buildings down and trapping people inside, right?
No, that is not me. Yeah, as a rule, maybe a little child murder, not too much. No, the character I play is evil in the sense that he doesn't care about the party as much as he cares about him. So there have been times where the party's like, hey, we're in trouble. And he's like, yeah, but you're too close to the trouble. He's a divination wizard, and being able to play with kind of the traditionally like seer divination stuff and kind of twist that into I can see what may happen and I don't like it, or it's not comfortable for me, so I'm going to go the other direction to actively avoid things that are even vaguely dangerous or harmful or even just uncomfortable for me. So yes, he's an evil character, but he works with the party fairly well in the sense that there's more benefit to him being with the party to being out in the world.
Sorry. I had two. Oh, go ahead. Do you want to?
Oh, I'd like you to go first, Jamie. I'm trying very hard to stay in the background.
Okay, let me say two things. Back to way earlier when we were talking about like people being at our table and having some behaviors that cause us to take a pause. One of the things I do, and again, this is partially because of the age group I work with, is we do community guidelines. So on the first day of class in the group, we all agree to a handful of rules, like everything that happens in character is in character. We don't take that into the person aspect of it. If we do, then we feel we need to talk about it. Things like we don't curse at each other, we don't say anything to each other, even in character, that we wouldn't want said to ourselves as well. So kind of like this layout of like, we're here for fun, no electronics at the table back in the day when we didn't have to do it on the computer, like that kind of stuff. And that helps a little bit because as the leader, the GM of the game, I can refer back to that if we get to a moment where I can see that something might come up that will affect the group, and I say, hey, these are our guidelines we agreed to back in the day, remember? So that's kind of one way I help mitigate sometimes. The other thing that I do often is, and I say this to all my groups when we start, your character can have whatever backstory that guides them, but remember you're playing a group game. So if you're reluctant to join the party on the first day, that's okay, be reluctant. You've picked the personality trait that I don't trust people quickly. Great, I understand that. But I need you to, again, find some sort of internal motivation, whatever it is. Hey, you don't want to travel alone on this dark road, and you can just hitch on this bandwagon for the, 5-mile journey that it is or whatever. And that often goes even with the evil. If you want to pick evil, okay, but let's talk about what it's like to steal from your traveling companions. Is that going to make the game enjoyable for anyone? So those kinds of conversations of like, I'm fine if you want to think about yourself first. That's great. That's a thing that happens to us, right? We often get selfish in moments. I can relate to that. But if you're going to grab all of your party's coin purses and then try to run off, what are you accomplishing? So that kind of conversation.
I am mindful that I am trying to be the moderator and not a panelist, so I don't want to speak too much, but I am compelled to just comment on a few things that I've heard throughout, and I don't even know where to start anymore, so I'm just going to jump around. But I have noticed the conversation move from evilness as a characteristic trait to evil as a set of behaviors that can be good or bad. And then watching that kind of shift into, Adam, I think you spoke to this, what is the function of a behavior? Is a behavior that harms other people meeting a certain need for a player? And can we find a way to replace that behavior that we would argue might be evil in something that is actually more of a adaptive pro-social behavior that meets the same function? I'm also hearing a lot that an evil behavior may shift tonally in the context in which it is enacted. And then, Jamie, you also spoke to how other people perceive evil behaviors and how we've got social capital built up in our groups based on how we are behaving, and we're going to be perceived based off of more or less the aggregate of the behaviors that we are engaging in, and not necessarily a single behavior.
One of my favorite things to do in games is make the good guys turn out to be the bad guys. Of course, there's no such thing as good and bad, just like no good and evil. But there's some nuances here. But I was pulling a storyline sort of inspired by the Unbreakable movie with Mr. Glass and whatever. The Justice Society of Imagica, which was a play on the Justice League. The rumor that we were playing with our sort of storyline was that the Justice Society of Imagica is holding tryouts where you can join the Justice Society of Imagica. How cool is that? So players all wanted to go join the Justice Society, and it turns out to join the Justice Society, you go into this arena and have to fight a werewolf. But they're given fake weapons that break when they try to attack the werewolves. Werewolves scratch them, and then the werewolves are put down by the Justice Society, and then they get taken injured and chained to a wall, and then they get watched to see if they become werewolves. The point being here that the Justice Society, Justice Society is trying to figure out who's immune to lycanthropy, and then figure out how to use that and weaponize that to destroy all the lycanthropes. So my heroes, my team of adventurers are like, what? The Justice Society is like doing some like really shady, problematic utility of its fan base to turn them into, maybe werewolves. But then the players naturally escaped from this because, that's how the story works. And then they escaped, but they were now werewolves. And so they're now the ones being hunted by the Justice Society, who are the good guys, who they know are bad guys, but really they're werewolves, and werewolves are like categorically bad in the way that the world sees them. So they ended up going on this whole like reclaiming lycanthropy thing, where they wanted to like figure out the source of lycanthropy, connect with the wolf spirit, and get the like wolf spirit to forgive them for the ancient like original sin that prompted lycanthropy to begin with, and then went on a crusade to like let the world know that we're here and we're lycanthropes, and like you should accept us for who we are. And that was a whole flip of the script. And then they had to go defeat the Justice Society and be like the outlaws, who are the werewolves. And that whole storyline there is like, what you think is true is not always true, and sometimes you have to realize that there's nuances to the good guys and nuances to the bad guys, and maybe not every werewolf needs to be assumed as evil and put down, because they could be someone who's really just trying to make their way in the world.
I love that. That's an amazing story, and I will steal that storyline. I'm gonna tell you right now.
What was so cool about that storyline is that it became a concept about it like was a totally accidental mindfulness lesson. It was like totally, one of the players was like, I know how to control my werewolf self. I'm gonna tell myself that I'm not angry, and I'm gonna take all the anger and I'm gonna bottle it up. And then I will not turn into a werewolf, because I'll take all my anger and I'll bottle it up. And then I won't have to worry about it at all. And then I was like the elder druid underneath the world tree who was like, it could be that maybe your wolf self has something to tell you. And the player was like, wait, my anger is trying to tell me something, and by listening to it, but without activating it, I can like understand what my needs are.
Yes.
I was like, yes.
That's the point of everything.
Better myself. yeah.
That's amazing.
Mr. Miyagi moment.
Yeah, I went. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say I have this year I've started a new thing where I'm doing a storytellers campaign and asking the parents to the best of their ability based on situations to commit to like a full school year of doing this, and then we do like a week-long, like 25 hours of camp to finish the campaign, which is sort of what we accidentally did last year, but I'm intentionally doing it this year. And I can't give away too much because I know my kids are gonna watch this, but we have I've kind of set it up where they grew up in what's called the royal domain of this continent, and they were told stories about the history and the war and all of this stuff with the orcs and how they're evil, and they've been pushed to the north and all of this, histories told by the winners, right, kind of conversation. And throughout the course of this campaign, they're going to make their way up north and discover who the orcs really are, which are my favorite people in the entire campaign. I'm super excited about it. But this whole concept of like really working on critical thinking, this group that I'm with, their parents and all of us, we have a pretty solid relationship, and so they trust me to push their kids a little bit further than I would in some of my beginner groups or some of my newer kids groups. This group is solid, And so I get to really push this idea of racism, of stories we're told, of even though you're talking about the orcs being evil, that's because that's what you're told when you read your history books, and let's kind of pursue what it's like when you actually meet them and what stories they tell you. And I've spent a lot of time reading orcish dictionaries, and I went to Alaska a few years ago and learned that the indigenous people of Alaska were fighting to get Mount McKinley back to Denali because that is their name for it. So I've changed the entire continent to all like Elvish stuff, when it all has like orcish names and things like that the kids get to learn over time. So I'm really excited to kind of push that concept of not just evil in my characters, evil in the players, but the concept of good and evil, or whatever it is we determine it to be within society.
I love that.
I
That sounds
have
amazing.
so many opinions on specifically like NPC and creature alignment as they are presented. There's a whole separate discussion to be had on like where that comes from and how it relates to basically everything to one degree or another. And it's really interesting to hear the way you guys push that with kids, because none of my groups involve kids. They're all your kind of traditional, like 18 to like 30 have been playing D&D for the past 5 years or longer. Like I've been playing games since I was 15 years or so, give or take. So it's a very different dynamic as far as how I approach evil with NPCs and with characters as compared to the way you guys would have to. Like as far as like evil races are concerned, like you've got your fiends and fae that are traditionally evil to the point of like being enumerated as such in the books, and canonically they've been fighting demons for eons or some such. But playing with that idea of it not necessarily being evil, especially with fiends and fae, I really like the idea of kind of contractual magic. So like with the devil, or you make a deal in the moonlight with a fairy, and like with fae in particular, you've got your like read your fine print or else. And I really like the idea of that not necessarily being evil fine print as much as an unexpected fine print. So yes, fae are traditionally evil, but maybe they just want you to, yes, go save the forest, but also the fine print of that is, oh, also you have to go get the kids who are stuck there, whatever else.
I really love playing with that idea of like, is this evil, or do we just not understand what's happening? And so it either makes us uncomfortable or it makes us scared, or like also where did we learn that lesson that like if I don't understand it, it's probably scary or wrong.
Mm-hmm. And we perceive this as evil, but do they perceive this as evil, or is this just kind of a regular occurrence? It's a pragmatic issue.
Do we perceive this as evil because we do not understand the context of what's happening at all? We just came in with our understanding of the way our world works and then assumed that's how everyone's world works?
That is the plot.
Do we also though like descend into moral relativism? Like is there a good? I mean, to take it away from whether evil exists, like is there a good, a platonic ideal for the good life? What are the values that we claim are part of that, and how do we lift those up, or do we choose to lift those up? Those are like the greater questions around like you go to a place and you don't understand how they work, or how they don't understand how you work, but like do we get to say what is good? Right? These are the conversations that this like interactive story can let us have, to let us have our own values clarification around what is good.
I think oftentimes sorry, go ahead.
No, you let me go last time. It's your turn.
Okay.
I'll go after you.
I think I might pull us off in a different direction, so feel free to pull us back. Like, I think oftentimes what we're thinking about is predictability. So one of the other ways that I really like to play with alignment in my games is like setting people up to work with NPCs that might be chaotic or might be lawful, right? And like oftentimes my players, especially players that are a little bit more rigid, have a lot harder time trusting. Like they are way rather going to work with someone who's lawful evil than they are to work with someone who's chaotic good, because the lawful even person is predictable. They don't trust them very much, but they know exactly how far they can trust them and where. Whereas the chaotic good person, they know there's that general good intent, but who knows how it's going to come out. And that can be really overwhelming or really scary for individuals who feel like they really need to control their environment or control everything around them to stay safe. So I think dealing with like talking about the predictability piece is a cool thing to bring in as well.
Yeah. For me, I was kind of gearing towards this idea of critical thinking, which I find that a lot of the kids who come through my door struggle with a little bit. This idea of being told, mom, dad, teacher, some person in their life who is of greater influence will tell them what to think or do or believe in a particular situation. And a little bit during my last campaign with my particular group that's been with me, we explored that. But my goal for this one, since I'm planning it in advance instead of winging it like I did last time, is to really push this idea of, you're going to go to the monastery, the library, wherever, and gather information. You're going to meet people who you were told behave this way, and they don't behave that way. What can you critically think? Like, how can you put the pieces together? And to answer, or maybe not answer, but to play off of Adam's question of, is there good and what is it? I get to give these kids all of this information from all sides if they choose to explore them, and they get to decide what good is or not. And that's kind of, then I'm like, all right, let's have the final battle based on your decisions.
That sounds like such a cool campaign.
I'm really excited. And like the kids played into it really well. You know, I have what did we say? Always rogues. I have a rogue who is with like the underground group of good/evil doers. Like, they're trying to keep the balance, I guess. And they picked that particular character, and it played really well into the story and this whole concept of, if you're raised this way, does it make you evil, or is this just all you knew? And now you leave this particular space and see that other people interact differently.
Mm-hmm. I think that we talk about moral injury sometimes, right? This idea of like, I've been in a position that for whatever reason I did things that are really not in line with my morals or not in line with my values, and that, how do I deal with that? How do I walk away from that? How do I continue to live my life? How do I kind of pull those things together? And so I think one of the really valuable things about addressing some of those things in D&D is you can provide and create as much context as you want, right? We can look at it from so many different angles. We can have, from one event that happens, I can speed up the time, I can slow it down, but I can also tell that story through my character's eyes. I can tell that story through my player's eyes. I can tell that story through any of the NPC's eyes. I can tell that story through the world's eyes. I can tell that story through the god of this particular area's eyes. And I think kind of building in that understanding in that context can be so valuable, because oftentimes what we're trying to do is we're trying to push from this it's either one or two kind of thinking, and talk about like what is the squishy area in between.
Yeah. Nate, I was curious. I obviously mostly work with younger kids, and then my adult friends who are, as Elizabeth was saying, I don't really want to think about the stress. We just have fun when we get together. But I'm curious, kind of your experience, how you said you have to approach evil differently, or you choose to approach evil differently in working with older folks. What kind of approaches have worked? What kind of approaches have, I don't know, backfired, or at least given you a learning opportunity as the GM to kind of reframe that particular space?
I think a lot of it comes back to your session zero, right? So, please have a session zero for everything. But a lot of that comes down to setting the expectation for what the world is going to be putting you into versus what the party is going to be getting into. Like, it's not just character building as much as it is world building and what is or isn't okay with both the human behind the character and the character themselves. As for experiences that work better, obviously it always works better if you do that. But the kind of specific example with that, going back to Elizabeth, where is it the character that's evil or it just did evil things? I had a character who really wanted to play a warlock, which I love. Like, the idea of warlocks and patrons and the way those interact, it's super fun, especially for me as the DM, because I get to kind of turn all those screws. And they really wanted to play like a good person who had like a fiend patron. So what is the intersection between that look like? So yeah, generally the sessions that work better in terms of throwing evil into it, evil being air quotes, is the way that human defines evil as an act. Like I tend to prefer my way of thinking about it, where it's intrinsic selfishness as opposed to external altruism, where characters who think, hey, I'm just going to murder a hobo my way around and murder children, less so. So usually it's having a conversation with that player ahead of time, and kind of by extension reinforcing that behavior in the world. So like one of my campaigns is a horror campaign where there is a lot of air quotes evil around, but kind of subverting some of those expectations. So another warlock that the party ran into has a pet spectator, which is a mini beholder. Stereotypically super evil. The spectator in her case is the guard to the library, where she does a bunch of research, and the party like walks around the corner and sees a spectator. They're all ready to jump on it, and this NPC who they've loved so far is like, oh hey, that's mine. And watching the head spinning is entertaining for me.
I'm picturing Slimer from Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
That's fair. It's very cool.
I want to check in real quick. Like I have this last question I want to pitch before we start getting to a wind down part of this panel, but I've heard a lot of benefits to observing and critically thinking about problematic behavior and how that the world reacts to a player when they engage in that kind of action. But have any of y'all run into a situation where problematic or evil behaviors have happened between players? This is more of a PvP issue. And what do you do around your table to intervene?
So I, at my table, for my therapeutic games at least, like, I don't do PvP checks or PvP kinds of things unless everybody at the table agrees that it's going to be like interesting and fun and adds to the experience. If not, if the players aren't consenting to it, like if someone says, I want to stab him in the back or I want to steal that thing from him, cool. That's not going to happen unless everybody agrees that this would be an interesting way to move the story forward, and we trust that we're all capable of kind of holding and handling this. And so if we don't think that that would be fun for everyone, or we don't think that like that's going to enhance our game, which could be it's going to be challenging, but we think we can do it and get past it, then we're going to talk about other ways in which we can kind of talk about and solve these problems. Because oftentimes we aren't good at conflict as humans. Like we aren't good at talking about our problems and talking about why we're upset. And so PvP can become a proxy for I'm upset with you, but I don't know how to talk to you about it. So if that's what's happening, I tend to not allow that in my games, and we'll talk about kind of why I don't want that to happen and talk about other solutions. And I will often challenge my players to be like, how do we think we can handle this? And they're usually pretty creative.
I had a really difficult group last year, and I had siblings in the same group, a brother and two brothers, and they were Nade's version of evil. Very, very, very out for themselves. Anytime magic items or a coin was part of the win, they would fight over items they couldn't use. I had a wizard who wanted a shield. I'm like, you can't use a shield. Also, you're a gnome, and this is a huge shield. It's like you literally can't carry it, or halfling, whatever, small race, he couldn't carry it. And I was like, you just don't want the player who can benefit from the shield to have it. I just trying to understand. And before I learned the lesson on PvP, they often would fight each other for different things. So they were given, I am very generous with health potions because no one plays a cleric. I don't know if you guys have that in your groups as well, but literally no clerics. And so I'm generous giving out health potions because I'm tired of resurrecting everyone. And so they were fighting over who got the health potion, and one of the kids was like, I'm going to steal it off this one's belt. I was like, okay, go ahead and roll a dexterity check. He rolled like a 2. I was like, okay, you drop the one on your that you're holding and the one on the belt. You drop them both. Now they're broken. So this moment of the rest of the group kind of being really irritated with this particular decision-making process. So I set up an NPC, an old wise druid. I guess Adam and I think about old wise people as druids. I don't know. But basically having this conversation of, hey, so you're trying to save the world from an evil god being brought back. Is it beneficial for your particular shield to be on your back when your paladin could be using it as protection? Is that still benefiting the group, even if it's not just benefiting you? So this idea of magical items or coin or whatever helps the whole group, even if you're particularly not the person holding it because it's not the right item for you. I always pick out items that are particular for my group. I don't just throw a sword out there if nobody can wield a long sword. You know what I mean? So kind of having that conversation, and often my conversations come through NPCs. Just this idea of, let's sit down and talk about it. It got a little better. I'm not saying that was my award-winning moment. That was a rough group. But.
It sounds like some of the answers to that question kind of boil down to group norms, the culture around the table. A lot of that would get set up maybe in a session 0 or something that gets maintained throughout. Does that seem fair?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Totally.
Especially if it's a group you've been with for a while. Like one of the games I'm in, we've been playing for a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. And we have a druid and an artificer who are both good aligned characters, but the way they interact with the world is very different, considering they're basically opposite ends of the spectrum as far as the way you interact with things. And one of the more recent sessions, my artificer started getting into it in PvP with our druid, and the DM just kind of sat back and watched it happen because it was an interesting story beat, because there'd been tension building between those two for a while, and that overflowing in a way that was interesting and timely as far as the story was concerned was really fun, and watching the party react to that was really interesting too. Like how does that split happen? Does the paladin hang out with the artificer? Does the sorcerer hang out with the druid? And like kind of forcing that discussion via PvP was something that worked really nicely for that group, but it's also because we've had that trust built after playing for so long together.
I don't allow my players to engage in oppositional actions towards each other without consent from the other person. So when they want to steal from somebody or trip somebody or cause someone else to fail at something, I always say, is that okay with you for your player to fail at this? And then they can decide whether they want to roll for it or just decide what the outcome is. But then I have had players want to fight in character, and I tell them, how is this fight going to end? One of you is not going to die at the end of this combat. You need to end this combat narratively, still working together towards our mission goal. So how does that scene end? And they will tell me, we're going to end our fight realizing that we shouldn't have done that. Okay, great. And then they played it out, like back and forth. And I just told them, when someone gets knocked unconscious, they will be brought back. There's no concern. So do whatever you want to do. And then they role played their character combat. And there was tiefling and elf, subtle racism going on in their combat. There was you always do this, you always do that, this kind of thing. And then it resulted in the bard character doing Thunderwave and slamming the other character into a tree and knocking them unconscious. And then in character, they were like, oh my gosh, what have I done? What have I done? And they run over there and they do the healing. And it ended up becoming this moment where those two players who were sort of manifesting their sort of personal conflict through their characters had the actual resolution that they then needed, which was the combat is our tension is real and our tension is authentic, but really we care about each other. And that was how that sort of played out.
Yeah.
I have had other ways that I made mini games sort of like that, where they can play in opposition to each other. Like you are kidnapped and put into a battle arena called Battle Realm, and now you have to fight monsters, and then surprise, the next round you have to fight each other. What are you going to do? How are you going to fake fight each other? So then you're still rolling and describing my sword swing and so on and so forth. And one of my favorite mini games is when the heroes were interacting with, or there was worry that there was an Oni somewhere around, which is a shapeshifter. I handed everyone at the table, because we were in person at the time, I handed everyone a 3x5 card that said, you are not an Oni.
Awesome.
But
everyone knew that everyone got a 3x5 card that said something, so they were like,
who is it?
what did we do yesterday? to see if the other
Right.
party members would know what they all did. And it was great.
So I want to acknowledge the time. We are at that point where we need to say goodbye. But one thing I do want to just summarize here is this is one of my favorite topics. We could talk about this seemingly for hours. Evil is not a simplistic concept. When you really start digging in, it is infinitely complicated. And it sounds like much the way we interact with that concept at our tables and make it appropriate for the players that we are serving is acknowledging that complexity. As we say goodbye now, does anybody want? I just think we should go around, tell everyone where people can find you if they want to reach out and ask more questions.
Yeah, so you can find me online, both of us. We're at Doctors Kilmer on Twitter, because having multiple accounts is hard. And you can also find me at Game to Grow. We have a training program if you're interested in learning how to run therapeutic tabletop RPGs. We have our training opportunities are ever expanding, but our kind of comprehensive training program is launching October 3rd. So if you've not seen that already, you should go ahead and check that out. You can also join our mailing list. We offer groups all over the world right now. So check out our website, sign up for our mailing list, whether or not you're interested in participating or running a group.
Cool. You can find me at TechSoup on most places in the internet. I'm also a player in the ongoing Treasure Tuesday campaign that you can watch on Twitch. That is at like Seven Spoons channel. I am also a co-DM on the Broken Vein campaign, which you can find at the same place. And you can sometimes find me with Game to Grow, where I'll be doing some webinars here and there.
I am at Rosie_games on Twitter. You can find me also at Roleplay Lead, which is my organization, roll with 2 L's, like rolling a dice. And yeah, I'm also working with Jasper's Game Day. If you guys haven't heard of that, they're an organization that raises funds to help with teen suicide prevention and awareness. We do all kinds of events online, and should we ever get together in person again, we'll be at those too. Yeah, feel free to reach out.
And you can find me, my personal Twitter is at Sparks4Sharks. And you can also make sure to follow at Game to Grow. And like Elizabeth said, we are offering groups worldwide now. So wherever you are watching this video from, make sure you see if we have a group that is a great group for you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
So hey, wouldn't it be cool to make a game about shadow puppets?
As in like dim lights, paper cutouts, janky movements with rods kind of shadow puppets?
Yeah, it can be about this little girl getting into trouble with all sorts of interesting characters that she meets.
Oh, and she could visit other legendary shadow puppet stories. Go to really cool places like Indonesia, China, and Turkey.
Right. But she'd also need a cool game mechanic to go with that.
Oh, what kind of mechanic?
Well, as Shadowpops, I was thinking about using a light source.
What, as in to light your way around?
Yeah, but more than that. See, the shadows are physical platforms.
Oh, you mean like I can walk on them and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. The light cast shadows, which are physical platforms which you can use to solve puzzles and traverse the world.
And she would only use this newfound power to do good deeds.
Yeah, not a troublesome child at all.
Well, it sounds cool. I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, me too. I hope other people think this is a cool and unique idea.
When would I get to see it?
It'd be later this month, September 29th.
Evelyn, I keep running out of HP. How do I keep my health up? From Unconscious in the Underdark. Unconscious, thank you so much for your question. I'm so happy to try to help. I've really been working on my mentorship skills now that I'm taking care of the new C-Team recruits. But I have to admit, I wasn't sure what HP was. I asked my totally platonic friend Paulton what HP was, and he laughed at me. But he said it has something to do with, like, not dying? So I assume it means happy and healthy peace feelings. Well, I definitely have lots of those because I am a servant of the Morning Lord, Lathander. Have you heard about Lathander? If not, let me know because I would love to tell you about him. But anyway, you said you keep running out of HP. Well, I can't honestly say that's something that happens too much to me as a 12th level paladin. Well, theoretically, if it was hard for me to keep my happy, healthy PCs up, I would probably invest time in some good, old-fashioned adventurer self-care. Having sworn the oath of the ancients myself, I like to go looking for rejuvenation in nature, especially in the morning. Oh, when was the last time you watched a sunrise? Oh, that's what you need for sure. The sunset this morning was amazing. The Morning Lord really outdid himself. I mean, if that's even possible, which it isn't, but just every morning I think it is because it's so gosh darn beautiful. And okay, yeah, but the sunset this morning was amazing. Oh, but you know how love is like a flower, like a sunflower. Oh, one time my professional acquaintance and pen pal Omen once sent me a pressed sunflower in a letter, and I thought about how love, like sunflowers, always bears fruit or seeds. And from those seeds grows new life, and new life is just like the dawn, like Lathander, the Morning Lord. Isn't that amazing? Everything comes back to Lathander. Lathander.
experience the essence of role-playing by being a game detective in a cyberpunk world.
Hello, my name is Krzysztof Wojdyła and I am a PR specialist at Unsure Studios. I would love to share more details about our game, GameDeck. GameDeck is a single-player, non-combat, cyberpunk isometric RPG based on a book series under the same name, written by Marcin Przybyłek. As a private detective, GameDeck, players are solving crimes committed inside virtual worlds. Every decision player makes will have consequences, alter the character traits, and impact the game's course. We are currently knee-deep in production, and a lot can change before the game's release. We are using Unreal Engine 4, and the scheduled release window is Q4 2020. We've recently announced the Nintendo Switch version of the game coming in 2021. GameDeck emulates the nature of tabletop RPG by focusing on multiple, choice-dependent character-building scenarios. The game adapts to the player playstyle. We want to celebrate the creativity and individuality of our players and offer them as many options for each quest as possible, as well as use those in-game decisions to engineer the character of the player's avatar. Let's take a quick look at the game setting. Once again, our primary reference is a GameDeck verse, the world created by Marcin Przybyłek, in Warsaw City, the 22nd century. The world's natural environment has mutated and become hostile to humanity, and humans are forced to live in the cities fortified from an aggressive ecosystem outside. But in the fight for resources, the trapped population is divided into the haves or have-nots. Many chose to escape into Virtualia, virtual games that enable them to forget the world's horrors and fulfill their fantasies, however dark they may be. The idea of virtual worlds in GameDeck allows us to create various settings for our cases. For example, players will explore the recreation of the Wild West farm stylized as a free-to-play game called Harvest Time, or a dark and kinky world filled with intrigues and not entirely appropriate activities, twisted and perverted. Thanks to our successful Kickstarter campaign, we will add the world based on a 7 The Days Long Gone game made by Fool's Theory and AMGN Pro, or a Cthulhu Virtualium based on Lovecraft's novels. So, how the gameplay look like? As you can see in the video, the player gets a case to solve and heads to virtual reality using couches. Inside the game, the player needs to interact with NPCs and other player characters to interrogate them and gather information. Exploration is a huge part of GameDeck. Clues can be found anywhere in the game world. Access to a dialogue option depends on the player's previous choices and acquired knowledge. The Codex is a holistic map that links NPCs, companies, locations, and other case-relevant objects. It contains a deduction field mechanic where a player can unscramble facts and evidence to conclude a case. An essential part of a deduction in GameDeck is the absence of a fail state. Instead, case revelations present moral dilemmas. Players can base their conclusions on personal ethics, lawful integrity, or a sense of poetic justice. A GameDeck will remain neutral to their choice. However, the character within it will respond to the player decisions according to their own ethical and personal beliefs. The character will be crafted through a series of questions at the beginning of the game. It will allow the game to choose the most relevant aspects and backgrounds for a character. Those will have an influence on the early steps of your investigations but are not set in stone. Players will be able to choose their own playstyle and further define the detective using aspects and professions. It's entirely up to you how the story will unfold. Remember, you are the sum of your choices.
some!
Hi, welcome to PAX Online, and I'm your moderator, Tanya DePass. Today we're going to revisit a fun topic called Queer Quests, Buy Battles, and Terrific Transformations. And we get to do it virtually this time, which is a little weird. I get to hang out with people I like and friends and talk about being queer and the games that got us there. So, for the only time ever, I'm going to read something to an audience, and that way you know kind of what you're in for, and then we will dig into it with everyone introducing themselves. So today's panel is about both video and tabletop games that offer us thousands of experiences. You know, we want to know if you've ever explored an entire virtual world just because you could. Have you ever played as a different gender or sexuality? Because games not only offer us a glimpse into fantastical universes, but they allow us to experiment with our own identities. This can be especially influential and meaningful for LGBTQIA+ folks. Join GamerX and friends in a retrospective of queer quests, sapphic stories, buy battles, and terrific transformations that helped us discover who we are. And to share those stories, the panelists are going to introduce themselves, and I will go last. So we're going to start with Amanda. Who are you? What do you do?
Hi, I'm Amanda Stevens. My pronouns are she, her, and I have spent the last 6 years working both in gaming and in esports. I wear a lot of different hats, both as a content creator, a host, a pundit, and most recently I've switched into the diversity and inclusion consulting part of esports. You may know me from the Trans Lifeline tournament that I did back in June, where we raised $10,200 for Trans Lifeline. And when I'm not doing that, I'm playing a unhealthy amount of Magic the Gathering and Final Fantasy XIV.
All right, Chris.
Yeah, hi everybody, I'm Chris. I'm an on-camera host and also a content producer. I am known for being on BuzzFeed, Nerdist, Funimation, Freeform TV. I also was recently on Saving Throw, which I was super proud of. I host and produce the Not Safe for Weebs podcast with Emma Fife about shipping. And I also recently became a writer for fandom. I'm very proud of that too.
And Sharang, who are you? Because I know who you are, but many more people should know who you are.
So I'm Sharang Biswas. I'm a game designer, writer, and artist. I'm mainly freelance, so I do a lot of freelance game design work, either on my own, like show and galleries and things, or freelance work for clients, various clients, kinds of clients. I most recently co-edited Honey and Hot Wax, an anthology of erotic art games, which it just released like 3 weeks ago from Pelgrane Press, so do check that out. And I'm the co-editor of the upcoming Strange Lusts, Strange Loves, an anthology of erotic interactive fiction, which is going to be published through Strange Horizons magazine next year. It's going to be super exciting. We're kickstarting in fall, so check that out.
And I'm your moderator, Tanya DePass. If you've seen I Need Diverse Games Anywhere, that was me being literally mad about video games at 6 years ago. And in that time, I Need Diverse Games is its own entity, but also I stream on Twitch. I do a lot of writing. I used to do a lot of game review and writing. Now I do RPG development, editing, creating, working on the RPG based on N.K. Jemison's series, starting with the 5th season, which that whole series won a Hugo for Best Novel 3 years in a row, which is a first. And, you know, I do a lot with GamerX. I do a lot with OrcaCon. I do diversity inclusion as a job. And when I'm not doing that, I mean, when I am doing that, but I'm also like professionally queer, I guess. We all are, because it's part of what we do. But, you know, we didn't all start as professional queers. We are pros at this. So I want to talk about, you know, all of our own queer quests, battle transformations, because all of us, I think, have a game that helped us explore our queer identity, even if we didn't realize it at the time. Who wants to go first?
I can go first. I grew up in the United Arab Emirates, right? So I'm not Emirati, but I grew up in this like country which has like Muslim law, which means it is illegal to be gay, right? And I was also not very wealthy, so I didn't have a ton of video games. But I remember when I got, this is a random, strange story, but I remember when I got Neverwinter Nights, right? That's actually how I got into role-playing games, D&D, because I saw Neverwinter Nights. I'm like, wait, this seems to be based on another rule set. Like, what is going on? And, that was cool. But there was one moment in Neverwinter Nights that, like, middle school Sharon was like, ooh. Because at that time I was like, I think I'm gay. I'm not sure. That's a terrible thing to be. Like, what is happening? And there's a bit in Neverwinter Nights, which is silly, where you enter this, like, brothel. And there are these like mini silly moments where you can like talk to one of the sex workers and and then they say some like vaguely flirtatious things, and then screen cuts to black, and then you wake up and you're only wearing your underwear and you gain 1,000 experience or something, right? But there was a moment because one of the sex workers was a dude, and I remember being like, no one's watching me play this game. And I'm like, let me flirt with this male sex worker. And he was like flirty and whatever, and then cut to black. So like, it isn't anything explicit. It isn't anything descriptive at all. He just says something like, ooh, let me teach you things. And then you wake up and you gain experience. So you learn things. And that was actually that tiny moment that's not connected to the plot. That's not even very long. But that tiny moment really influenced me. I'm like, whoa. And I don't think it did anything specific, but this fact that, I just like hooked up with a dude in the game, that's so cool. And if I remember well, and I haven't, this is so long ago, I think I saved game right before it in a save slot so that I could do it again if necessary. I don't think I did do it again, but I think I remember saving it and being like, I wish to be able to do this again if needed. And that was a interesting moment for me.
Nice. Chris or Amanda?
So for me, as a trans person, I didn't really have a lot of game experiences that allowed me to explore my transness. Instead, I think it's when I started online gaming that sort of gave me an avenue to be more myself without having to like deal with people, because you can just type to people, right? Like, oh, hey, I'm a girl, and that's all you need to do, right? Unless there's a voice chat. So I think it's more like when I started playing games on Steam, when I got into college, even though I was already out as trans, that gave me more of a way to like feel like I could be a girl without having other people project anything onto me that I had to deal with in my everyday. Because like when I came out, I had all these different voices telling me what I had to do to be a girl and how I should present myself and how I should act and how I should do things. But it's like, all right, cool. Well, now I'm booting up playing Left 4 Dead or something, and it doesn't matter. I just can say if I want to or if not, and I just can feel like I'm being myself without having to deal with anybody sort of projecting anything onto me.
Awesome.
I started playing Final Fantasy X. I think that might have been one of my first video games. Yuna and Colette from Tales of Symphonia both helped me discover that I really like sparkly things as a gay person. I have a lot of thoughts. I really hope to write a piece eventually about how there is a type of unintentional queerness about JRPGs and the type of women that are depicted in them with this, also I really like magic. I always play mages in D&D. And I also feel like, I think the first time though that I actually got to experience, I'm playing a male character because I know that there is a gay romance option for me is Dragon Age. So yeah.
Awesome.
I don't know if you know that game, Tanya.
I get that reference.
Never heard of it at all. What is this I can just speak of? And for me, it was, at least for analog games, it was D&D, because I could actually do what I want to do in a game. I could, as long as people weren't weird at the table, I could romance a character, or I could play a dude if I wanted. And because I'm not very stereotypically femme, I don't do makeup very often, or at least not to the level that a lot of my friends did at the time, where we are at gym class at 8 a.m. Why do you have on a full So with tabletop games, it was definitely D&D, early games I played. There's a game called Underground that was very post-apocalyptic. I don't know if people remember it. It feels like I'm the only person that remembers this game. It was post-apocalyptic LA. And then for video games, you know, there's not a lot until like the first Dragon Age, definitely the second and third ones. Because a lot of the games growing up for me were like very much you get to be straight white dude that saves like the skinny blonde white girl. That's it. It's like, I don't want the skinny blonde white girl. I want the short brown skinned girl that looks kind of like me because she's cute. So where's the game giving me that? We still don't really have those, just so you know, people watching this who make video games. But that's a whole other panel. And we all touched on this a little bit, but is there a game you want to kind of expand on briefly that really helped you cement who you are as a queer person?
I guess for me, in a sort of really roundabout way, and I guess this is just because I'm a trans person, there's not a whole lot of transness in games, right? Your way to experience being trans in a game is usually playing an MMO and just playing your gender, and making a character reflect you. But in a sort of roundabout way, magic. And this is just because that's where people got to know me, right? Like I used to be a semi-competitive Magic the Gathering player. I was a Magic judge that was very active in the Northeast in Canada. I wrote Magic articles. I ran a Magic website. I had a Magic podcast. And so that's where I got to, you know, really feel more comfortable in my skin as Amanda, because I like talking. I like people paying attention to me. Any of you who've ever seen me in the diversity lounge at a PAX knows that I like being the center of attention. I can't help it. But so getting to be a personality to an extent really helped me become more comfortable and battle hardened, because when you become a personality, you get to deal more with everybody's opinions, right? And so it really helps harden you to like really be comfortable with who you are, because you're going to spend a lot of time with people judging who you are. And so if I hadn't become a content creator, which started with me doing a lot of Magic content and becoming, you know, a semi-professional player, I don't think I would have been able to develop the same sort of wherewithal and sort of in comfortableness I have with my transness that I do today.
Like many gay men, especially many gay men of color in Manhattan, I often have like body image issues and like, am I attractive? I don't look like the skinny white Twinkie guys in Chelsea, right? That happens a lot, right? And so LARP has actually been a great way to combat that. Suzanne Vedemo has a really great article on NordicLARP.org where she talks about playing to lift, right? Where in LARP, the purpose is we are affirming each other's belief, right? I think Marcus Pijola calls this inter-immersion, or is it Michael Pijola? Yeah. So this has been really interesting, because I remember when I went to a New World Magiscola for the first time, and that is a 360 LARP, so that's like a full 3-4 day long LARP where we are staying in a college pretending that it is Magic University, right? It's like loosely themed on like the Magic School fictions, many of those that exist. And the first time I went, I had tickets from someone else because they couldn't go, and they're like, Sharon, I have the extra ticket. Do you want a ticket? Just pay me half price for ticket. And I'm like, oh, great. So I didn't work with the character designers to make a character. I was assigned one, and the character I was given was, you are very flirty and attractive, and people like flirting with you and chatting with you, and you like hitting on folks a lot, whatever, was one of my main character traits. And I'm like, okay. And it was really interesting because in the way Nordic LARPs work is you, most of the time at the start of the game when you're chatting people, you tell people like, my character is very hot, and the other people are like, great, we're going to treat you that way. Or similarly, my character is very smart, so whenever I say anything in class, just assume it's correct, right? So people are telegraphed. People telegraph what they want to do and how they want to treat you. So I'm like, so my character is really cute and everyone's going to flirt with him, and people are like, great. And so the whole game for 3 days, it was, whenever I talked to anyone, they'd be like, oh, hey. And I'd be like, oh, this is a nice feeling. And that was actually really, I mean, because, you know, obviously we all know we're we're LARPing. So at one level, I'm like, this is people interacting with character, but at the same level, the bleed was real. So bleed is a term that Emily Carboss popularized, where your real life emotions and your in-game emotions collide. But so like the bleed of like, oh wow, people think I'm attractive and cute and stuff was real, and it was actually very good for my self-confidence as a queer man who of color who has body image issues. I'm like, oh yeah, I can be attractive. I'm just saying. So and that's happened in multiple LARPs since then, and that's so I recommend everyone play attractive characters in LARP. You will feel better about yourself.
Chris, what about you?
Yeah, I guess besides Dragon Age, because I when I said Dragon Age, I meant like the original Origins Dragon Age, but it progressively got better, and I definitely started seeing, oh, they're actually writing a character that I really identify with in Dorian in Dragon Age 3. Also, I was looking through some of the old games that I've played. I also think that Persona 4, but I know that it's not perfect, but I was appreciative that they explored sexuality and masculinity versus femininity in kanji. Also, I mean, Dream Daddy is a pretty easy one. Gone Home, I think. Yeah, Gone Home was pretty important. Like for me, Gone Home actually, I was able to, I think I played it like 5 or 6 times, and each of them was with a different person sitting next to me, which was really fun.
Sure, and I believe Amanda was raising her hand to add on to that.
Yeah, so I'm so used to doing digital games, I keep forgetting about analog, but I forgot about LARPs. And something that Sharang had said is very true for me, is that I used to do a LARP in the Northeast called Dystopia Rising, and getting to play a character, again, having that similar experience of, you tell everybody your character is a cis female, and people will just treat you that way. And so bleed sometimes is talked about as like sort of a negative thing in the LARP community, about sometimes not being able to like disassociate, things that happen in game with the people and the people that do them to you with what happens in real life, right? Where I have more of a positive experience of bleed, where it's like, again, a nice experience to have a whole weekend where like people don't misgender you or like question anything about you or ask you weird things that, I mean, you get weird questions in LARP, but they usually have to do with zombies trying to kill you and not what are your genitals. And it's, what, like if you're gonna ask, like, it's like, zombie survival LARP, and nobody cares about what's in between my legs. This is nice. I mean, sure, zombies want to nom on my head and there's these radioactive raiders, but like, you know what? I could live in this world. This seems like a great place to be.
It's Fallout, but without, misgendering.
Yeah, it's great.
It's interesting because, like, we've talked about all these games, and, Chris already hit on Dragon Age, which for me, and the Dragon Age series has spanned a lot of years now that we think about it. And the first game is by no means perfect. When you go in a brothel, it's like, ooh, that's cringy. That's so cringy. But they fixed it. Actually, listen to the community. But the first Dragon Age, and also Mass Effect, because even though you couldn't be a male shep and romance a dude until the third game, I could be a femme shep and romance a woman for all 3 games. I could get my Blue Asari fix on if I wanted to. But that makes me think more about our next question, which is what's the game that we all found more engaging when viewed from a queer perspective, be that actual in-canon queer romance, a headcanon, etc. And I'm going to take moderator privilege and talk first for a change. Well, I don't moderation style is like, I'm here to facilitate.
Fake shock. It was fake shock.
I know, but it's like people watching that may not know, like, who is this rando being a weirdo? Microphone. But for me, playing Mafia 3 from a queer headcanon perspective, and then playing a DLC where the developers leaned into what the fans have been doing. So for those that have never played it, It's a very serious game. You're playing Lincoln Clay, who is returned from the Vietnam War. He's actually mixed, but everyone reads him and he presents as a big black dude that you see walking around in fake New Orleans. And one of his contacts, like one of his CIA buddies, oh God, I'm totally forgetting his name, but my friend and I call them murder husbands. Because they've got that. We've been through the thick and the thin. They've survived Vietnam together, and fandom ships them, including myself. And there's great fan art, there's everything else, and so the devs actually leaned into that really hard on a DLC of there's just in any other context it'd be super flirty dialogue between them, and you could read between the lines because the jungles are lonely and they're two dudes being dudes, so we don't know what happened in the jungles of Vietnam or on the long flight home. Who knows? And I've always played that with that queer headcanon in mind of John and Lincoln being together, but it being very cognizant of they'd be a mixed couple in 1968 America. There's no way they'd be out everything's behind closed doors. To the point where I did write one fanfic and actually Googled when certain lubricants were invented, so it was very
historically accurate fanfic, yay!
Historically accurate gay fanfic, yes. But that Mass Effect, even though I'm not a fan of Caden, he is a romance option in 3. So yeah. But what is everyone else? What game have you found just to be super engaging when you either put on a queer filter that isn't there, or if there actually is queerness canonically in the title?
Well, I'm going to give a quick cheat answer and then a better not cheat answer. Is that the quick cheat answer is that all tabletop role-playing games are better if you throw queerness into it, right? I really like the idea. I mean, when I GM games, I always, if I'm GMing a module that's published, I always make extra queer characters. I'm like, oh, these NPCs are now bonking, right? I have to be like, oh, PG-13, what word can I use? For example, in Curse of Strahd, I'm like, great, some of the major NPCs you meet, they're bonking, right? And this becomes a plot point, blah, blah, blah. So that's the cheap answer, because everything. But the other answer, and I'm going to reference Dragon Age again, because I think I feel we are, the four of us are close in generation in some way. For our generation, Dragon Age, I think, was one of the first major AAA, well-known fantasy RPG things that had a lot of queerness represented in it, right? So I read it a lot when Chris talked about that, because I remember so I'd started playing it briefly at my friend's place. I'm like, oh, this is a fun game, I might get it. And then I did research. I'm like, wait a minute, you can be gay and have gay romance options? Oh my God, what? And then of course I fell for the jock himbo, because jock himbos always so I'm like, yeah, Alistair. And then I'm like, wait, you can't romance Alistair as a dude? What? And then I know what you're going to say, Chris. Then what happened is that I did research and found all these fan mods, right? And I actually
Chris keep
right, and I actually talked about this on another PAX panel about your favorite sex scenes in games. Is that there are fan mods that let you romance Alistair, and I didn't install them because I'm kind of a purist when it comes to games. I never do fan mods. I have this weird purity complex, no, that's adulterating the designer's vision, and I'm a game designer, I can't do that, which is silly, but I'm silly. But I really appreciate that fan mod exists, because in addition to slaking the gay thirsts of those who want to bang the jock himbo, I also think it's a symbol of queer resilience and versatility, right? That regardless of anything, queer thirst will prevail. We are going to put this romance option in this game, damn it, and you can't stop us. And so that whole lens of queer people exist and make we're here and we're queer, that whole angle is very potent, I feel, and very cool. And so Dragon Age is made better for that mod existing, even if you do not install that.
I actually have like been so my gears have been turning since I read this question, because I generally play a lot of esports titles and story doesn't really matter to a lot of them, right? Like there was a point in time where League of Legends lore mattered, and like there was the Journal of Justice and there was all of these events they would do in games so that you could feel like you cared about the story. And then Riot just said, no, the story's optional, right? Like we'll give you some pieces here and there. But a few years ago, Riot made a really interesting change to a character named Varus, where Varus, they invented a term. So Varus is from Ionia, which is supposed to have a lot of Asian themes to it. And they basically made the backstory for this character, which used to just be a guy and a demon in one body, to a guy, his somewhat dead boyfriend, and a demon all in one body.
There's a whole comic about it, right?
Yeah, there's a whole comic
story.
and a music video, and it's very cool. But for me, and the reason why this is really important is I date someone who's non-binary, right? Like my fiance is non-binary, and in the lore now for League of Legends, they have Ionians refer to their partners as heartlights, and it's a gender-neutral term. And so just having that sort of experience with a game that lore doesn't matter anymore, it doesn't affect anything, right? Like Varus being three dudes having an orgy in one body, like doesn't matter to how the character plays in the game, right? It's just there. But just anytime that Riot does things similar to that in their backstory, like into the lore, is just really important, I've found, for both myself and a lot of other queer people that play the game, because you know, it's this thing that you can think about now, right? Like before you don't have anything, right? Like all these lores are very surface level. But for me, I've really found that just like having that little bit of snippet, right? That little thing, the word Heartlight, has really had such a strong impact in a way that I didn't think about until I started dating someone that's non-binary. Because like it gets kind of boring to say partner all the time. And partner doesn't tell people, especially when you're trans, partner, people might think, oh, well, this person looks masculine to me, so partner, they're just talking about their boyfriend. Or partner, so you say you're a lesbian, so partner just means that you're dating a girl. So I'm going to say Amanda's fiance, she goes to this school. And it's like, nope, that's not it. My partner's non-binary. These aren't their pronouns. Please stop assuming them. And so having the ability to use something like Heartlight, even though people don't know, not everybody plays League of Legends, not everybody knows this little weird snippet about Varus, it stops people from just immediately gendering my partner.
Right. Yeah.
And it's just, it sounds really, it's really, sometimes it feels really silly to talk about out loud, but like when I think about this question, it's like, well, this one piece of queer lore in a game where lore doesn't matter has had more impact on me than any game that actually has queer characters, that actually has trans characters, or, you know, anything I've ever done in a LARP or a tabletop, because it's giving me language to express my love for the person I'm engaged to.
That's so cool. And I was thinking while everybody was talking, and it's not one of our slated questions, but it made me think about derivative media and what fans will do in order to queer up settings, because there are a lot of times where there'll be queer characters, but it's not explicit, it's implied.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I want to throw this out there before we get to our last question is, you know, of us here and of people who may be watching this at home later, how important is it to either create that derivative media so that either your headcanon, what you'd love to see, or tease out more of something we may just see of a character we get one or two things about? Because what I've seen, at least in fan spaces, is, you know, the random character that you encounter once, it's a side quest, you never see this character again. People will write 20,000 word fanfics about this one random character, and there's their husband, if they're a dude, and, you know, how they were trying to just get bread and medicine. And I'm like, okay, I get it, but what is it about these either minor characters or even the main characters where the queerness is not explicit? And what's the value of either creating that for yourself or finding where other people have done it? Because Sharon was talking about mods, and I'm sitting there like, So this is why my game of Dragon Age doesn't run right anymore, because you're there, because I can't make mods. I don't have that technical skill, but someone out there did, and it's like, that means I can be Alistair and bang the dude warden if I want to. You know?
I mean, what I'm hearing is that I need to play Dragon Age.
And bang the dude warden, yes.
I think for me...
you'll be getting a Dropbox file after this recording.
You're a little outnumbered here.
I think for me, especially as a trans person and not getting a lot of real trans representation in games, I used to be like, mods or people making their own backstories for things. That's dumb. Like, just stick to what the game is. But as I've started talking to more queer and trans people, I've started to realize that like it's really important for people to be able to have that sort of inspiration, right? Even if they, you know, my new favorite thing is in comics is everybody's been talking about how Peter Parker is a trans man. And that's why this is a thing that started popping up in Civil War. A lot of people were saying on Tumblr that Peter Parker's a trans man because he's so adamant that he's not a boy, that he's Spider-Man. And people kind of read into that, and that's what they started to say is like, oh, yes, like he's a trans man. And I was like, I'm gonna let people have their fun. Like it gives them a character that they can relate to better. They see something that I don't see, but if that makes them feel more engaged with the media, then that's amazing, because as trans people, we don't get characters, right? Like, I remember getting really emotional. I mean, this is the game, but I got really emotional watching Sense8, right? Because for the first time, I saw a trans character that has similar backstory to me, who is also a lesbian. And I was like, this is everything I need ever. I'm sated I'm sated in a way that I never thought I needed to be. And so I'm so happy for people when they play digital games that they're able to they're able to create these narratives for themselves off of maybe throwaway text that the developers didn't think would make people think a character is trans, but like the communities take it and they run with it. And I think that that's great.
So I want to make this point that I really like what Amanda said, and I stand by what I said about this mods and things. And I think it's very important for people to be able to add their own layers, perspectives, stories to the things. But at the same time, I don't want our audience who might be game designers and developers and writers to think like that's enough, right? I don't want you to think, oh, we don't need to include any queer stories in our games because people just added themselves. So we're going to be non-controversial and make everyone bland and assumed heteronormative, right? There's a great tweet Eric Mersman, who's a big LARPer, said a little while ago, which he's like, it's the 21st century, like understated subtext of queerness is no longer enough, right? And he was talking about Deadpool, where the creators flirt with this idea that, oh yeah, in the movies, he means, Deadpool is bisexual, because in the comics, I think he is canonically bisexual.
Yeah, he's very queer in the comics.
But in the movies, they just wink to that a bit slightly, right? And he's like, so the movies are trying to cater to the queer audience, like, look, he can be bisexual. We're never gonna say it, but he might be. That becomes like the Dumbledore effect, right? Mm-hmm. I mean that opens a whole can of worms of J.K. Rowling, but whatever. Ignore that I said that, maybe. But this whole idea of we're gonna just put subtext so that a queer audience can then take it if they want to, and an audience who is threatened by this won't take it. I don't think that's cool anymore, right? We're in the 21st century. It's high time that writers write about the rich experiences in humanity and put explicitly queer people in their stories. And then if fans want to do what Tanya was talking about, add more queerness through random side characters, give them like 7 husbands and a harem, great. I want 7 husbands and a harem. Sounds so fun. Also a lot of work. Anyway, but I want to make the point strongly that it is still important to put diversity explicitly into the games. This is not just queerness, even though our panel is about queerness, all kinds of diversity, but actually put queer people in there and don't just hint at it and don't just make them villains, right? I think it's very important. Sorry, I felt very strongly about that and had to speak before Chris. Sorry.
No, it's no problem. Yeah, I'm just gonna echo everything that you said. J.K. Rowling can go to hell. And yeah, I mean, I think it's very beautiful that we have developed this ability to be creative and to use original IP to create our own worlds and to make them our own. And I definitely think that it's a great mode to explore our desire, because that's also something that's very difficult for queer and trans people to explore oftentimes in a heteronormative world. But yeah, I definitely agree that the only reason why we have to do that is because of scarcity. So I think that's really important for people to keep in mind.
Yeah, and you know what? And a lot of people get really mad about it, because when Sharon was talking, I was thinking about the flip side of the mod conversation, because unfortunately there are people who made mods to erase Dorian and Sarah, them being strictly queer romances and making them bi, because it's like, oh, it's not fair that it's like, no, because we finally get a very explicit, no, Dorian's gay. He's gay as can be. Also having a journey of understanding who he is and understanding that it's okay to be who he is, because, you know, spoiler if you've never played Inquisition, the whole backstory is his father basically tries to conversion therapy him, and that's part of why he runs away and joins the Inquisition. So that just negates his whole backstory, because if Dorian was bi, he would have just done what many people have done throughout history, which is done what his family wanted and then had his boyfriend on the side. So it's not like this is somehow making the game better. You're just mad because you can't romance Dorian with your special snowflake lady or Inquisitor. And same with Sarah. It's like, Sarah's a lesbian. That's on purpose. Leave that alone. So it's a weird line for me to straddle of, these characters were made, we finally get very explicitly gay characters, don't change them, but also these characters are not explicitly gay or bi or pan, and it'd be cool if I could date them as the gender they're not designed to date. Yes, Amanda.
I think there's a big difference between taking queerness away from a character versus adding queerness. And I think it's because it's something we've all touched on multiple times on this panel and probably on past panels and in our daily conversations, which is that queer representation is so limited that when you take away the queerness of a character, you're reinforcing, whether you mean to or not, all these different things about queerness and how, and like making it invisible and erasing it. Whereas like adding queerness, we all understand to an extent that like gender and sexuality is fluid, right? And maybe at the point for Alistair in the game, he was you know, a normal straight dude, but you know, in this mod, he's learned that like there's a different side of life that he wants to experiment with.
He's opening his mind and his butt. Anyway.
But yeah, right? Like, so I think when you add queerness to a character, you're also sort of promoting that idea to an extent that being queer, being trans, gender and everything is fluid. I remember a time when I said that I was just a bisexual male, right? Does that negate any experience I had in high school and middle school as a bisexual male? No, that's who I was at that time. That's not how I am now. And I think that there's a big difference in creating queerness versus removing it.
Yeah, I mean that's a good way to think about it, because I know that was a argument I saw a lot in various spaces, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna go with my mods and leave y'all alone. But in the interest of time, since we threw in something extra, just give me a name of a queer game or a game story that you might consider a guilty pleasure, and if it's not a guilty pleasure, that is totally fine too.
There is a visual novel. I went straight to this answer, right? There's a visual novel called Coming Out on Top. That's right. Sorry, it's really famous in the gay men's worlds because it's about this like college student who just came out in the last semester in college, and then it's like a romance sex porn game. It's very explicit. It's very explicit. So much so that in the sex panel, I was not allowed to show that video because I think this is too explicit for PAX. Check it out. It's really fun. It's also really fun. And it's very gay, and there's a lot of sex, and they're like diverse representation to some degree. Yeah, awesome. Coming Out on Top.
I don't have one really. I do have a story that's not mine that I'll share, which is that somebody used in Final Fantasy XIV, so you can Fantasia a character, which means that you can completely change what your character looks like. Costs a little bit of money. And when they wanted to start exploring their transness, they changed their character to a girl. And since they do also roleplay while they play Final Fantasy, they just transitioned. And that's why I kind of like MMOs. I used to be super anti-MMO because I like the concept of paying for a game and then keep paying for a game. But then I remember that I LARP, and that's essentially the same thing. So, so I got off my high horse.
You got off that saddle. You got off that saddle.
Real quick, let the horse ride away without me.
Chris, did you think of anything, or did Sharang really steal your answer?
Sorry.
He kind of legitly did, but I have more. Not wanting in that department, really. So
guilty pleasures.
Yeah, so I would definitely say that I want to give a shout out to The Sims, obviously, because I think they've been very important in this space. I also want to give a shout out to Sailor Moon because, like, from an academic standpoint, I really do think that that show was ahead of its time in how progressive it was, with Sailor Uranus and Neptune, and also the Sailor Starlights. And also, I'm out of scarcity, I am going to claim this as a queer game, Kingdom Hearts, because I think that Riku and Sora are totally gay. Like, the whole thing about Sora liking Kairi, who barely even has a personality, unfortunately, like, I don't buy it one bit. It feels very shoehorned in.
Awesome. And for me, you know, beside The Sims and Dragon Age and Mass Effect, I'm going to throw out a nod to Blue Rose because its queerness is built into Blue Rose RPG. Being straight is not the norm or the standard. Like, wait, I can be queer and that's the standard? Yes, give me more. And it's not guilty as in I don't ever feel guilty for playing it, but it's like this game does not apologize for how queer it is. I love that. And my Sims are always like, because I think with the pet expansion, you actually get a gay couple with like their stereotypical big dog. And they and I'm like, okay, so because I think they actually are listed as like husbands, so I thought that was really cute and cool. And my Sims are always like gay as gay can be, or poly if I can find a poly mod that is stream friendly. Because yeah, the one poly mod I know of is not stream friendly. But I think that's a fun, neat thing to go out on. And, you know, thank you all for joining me. Thank you everyone who winds up watching this later. So we're going to go in reverse order so that I close this out. So, Sharang, who are you? What do you do? And where can people find you on the internets?
So I am Sharang Biswas. I'm a game designer, writer, and artist. You can most easily find me on Twitter at Sharang Biswas. The spelling is right below us. Yeah, you can probably also check my itch page, which is Astrolingus. I think it's linked from my Twitter. And watch out for in September the Kickstarter of Strange Lust, Strange Loves, an anthology of erotic interactive fiction.
Awesome, Chris.
Yeah, you can find my Not Safe for Weebs pod everywhere where podcasts are found. We just completed season 1, which I'm very, very proud of. And I'm everywhere on social media, including YouTube, at One Winged Chris.
Amanda.
I'm Amanda. I'm on Twitter at Amanda T N Stevens, and then I'm Sage Gnosis everywhere else. That's SAGEGNOSIS. If you search that on YouTube, that's where you'll find my FGC podcast, The Neutral, which is also on Spotify. And when I'm not doing any of that, I'm just rambling on Twitter about being Black and trans in America and how great it is.
Awesome. And I've been your moderator, Tanya DePass, Cypher of Theater everywhere online, CYPHEROFTYR. So say hi, follow along what I'm doing with RPG stuff. And, you know, I always tweet there first when I'm doing new and fun things. So come in, hang out, and, you know, say hi. And that has been our panel.
Queer Quest by Battles and Terrific Transformations is a production of GamerX, a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to celebrating and supporting LGBTQ+ people and culture in the world of gaming, with a focus on video games. You can find us at gamerx.org or GamerX on Twitter. Post-production for this panel was provided by Christopher Lamb.
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then, in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of Suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There's a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to answer, to try and answer some of the research questions that we have, ultimately with the ultimate view of trying to improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients.
Incoming. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Gladiator versus the Bombardier. Viewer event Spin Doctor. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. The boss approaches. Room incoming. Entering the cell block. Trap kill. Room complete. Kill. Room complete. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event Spin Doctor. Room complete. Room complete. Viewer event nuked. Victory.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders, and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time. The Korean hwacha, rocket launchers, and fire oxen, inspired by Chinese siege warfare, are all options for players hoping to breach enemy walls and thin out an attacking siege force. When it comes to infantry, players will be able to recruit all new units including fire lancers, disciplined samurai, Mongolian bowmen and heavily armoured imperial troops. Combine these with your siege weapons of choice and players will have all the tools they need to break enemy lines and defeat the enemy warlord. Whether you become the greatest lord through fear or admiration, military might or careful diplomacy, players will journey from 3rd century BC China and Vietnam all the way through to the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate and the coming of the Mongol Empire.
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then in 2016.
Hi everyone, and welcome to PAX Online, and drink this how to create game-themed cocktails you'll love. Shout out to my backup dancers, Nika, Anya Combs, and Jerry Bellick. I suppose I could have given you guys a better introduction, but I could just let you do it yourself. Nika, you have great moves, so I don't want to interrupt you, but how about you go first?
Woo, hi, my name is Nika Noor. I'm the executive director of the IGDA Foundation, where we do all things diversity and inclusion related. We support aspiring game developers around the world. And this year we support game developers in over 14 countries in a virtual conference. Am I talking about my game stuff? Are we going there?
You can go there, absolutely.
Are we
Give yourself
going there?
a little
I'm so
bit of props.
excited.
Come on.
I'm here, yeah. I don't know why the backup dancers decided to stop when I started. Thank you. So the deal today is that anytime someone introduces, we are backup dancers because we are getting the energy on this panel. I'm super floored because Lynn has asked to come in and we're gonna make cocktails on whatever drinks. My aspirational game inspiration, I don't know how to use words because it's a pandemic and I'm tired of using my words on Zoom, but is Ori and the Blind Forest. I love Ori and the Blind Forest so much because I just think it is like one of the most beautiful, amazing games that were ever made. I ended up playing Will of the Wisp when the global pandemic first started and just cried a lot, but I don't want to give away the spoiler, so boom. That's my intro.
Awesome. Let's just keep going clockwise then. Anya, you're next.
Hi, I'm Anya. I'm the director of games at Kickstarter. I'm based in New York City. I'm nervous and excited because I'm lightweight, so it doesn't take a lot for me to get slightly tipsy. I picked Dragon Age because like so many of us, that game means a lot to me. It's a beautiful exploration. It's challenged a lot of things and that I've thought about myself and about games and about interactions with NPCs and things like that. So I like spice, and Lynn picked something that is very, very spicy for me. So I'm quite excited to create this concoction in front of me.
Yay! All right, last but not least, Jerry.
Hello, I'm Jerry Bellick. I'm an alternative control game designer and experimental game designer. I also make escape rooms and design weird interactive experiences. So the game I picked is called Control. Maybe you've heard of it. It's bureaucracy wrapped in new weird supernaturalness. And I think that's a very delightful combo. So Lynn has made a very interesting beverage that I'm quite excited to make, and I'm so happy to be here. Yeah, let's do it.
Hey. Thank you all for being here. I'm Lynn. I own a company called Awkward Nerd Events. I almost got my own company wrong. Awkward Nerd Events. We do pop-up game-themed events, everything from small to large. Our biggest event that we're known for is Yule Ball. And I freaking love cocktails, and I love basing them around the fandoms that I'm very passionate about. So this was a really great opportunity to connect with all of you. And share some of that love through a online medium. This is not something PAX would have ever let us do in the past. So I'm super happy that they said, okay, you've got the green light. But yeah, so let's get started. Let's make some cocktails. And also stop dancing because I'm so tired.
Oh, it's so hot. It's so hot.
So hot.
Yeah.
Wearing the house slippers too, so my feet are
All right, so we're gonna start with Nika's cocktail. Nika's cocktail is actually a mocktail. So for anyone who is interested in abstaining from alcohol, no judgment on our part. In fact, we'd like to welcome you to a new world of really exciting, wonderful cocktails. So
I'm your sober fun person today. I will drive you anywhere when it's safe to do so. Just all right. All right, Lynn. What am I? All right. Yay.
get started with Nika's.
Showing them the weird blue flowers. Can I eat these, Lynn? Like, if I just ate them?
Did you smell them?
Can I eat it?
I'm hungry. Oh.
Why would you do that?
Actually, they're not bad.
So these are the blue ice cubes that I'm showing from the top down right now. And Nika is enjoying her. Your teeth are going to turn blue, woman.
A fun, healthy snack for everyone.
Is it? Oh, it is. It is blue.
Oh, wow.
How come everything you have is fancy and I've got like Ziploc bags and random pickle jars that I've turned into mason jars?
No,
Nika, the Ziploc of class.
This is exactly what you should be doing. Like, cocktails is not about being as fancy as you possibly can. And I know a lot of people get very intimidated by, oh, well, I don't have this, fancy strainer, or I don't have this exact thing that I want. Add to your collection little by little. These bottles that I'm using for simple syrup came from the dollar store. So, I mean, you can absolutely put things together. I'm really happy that you got creative with this and you use things that were in your kitchen, because that's all you have. Nobody can expect you to go out and spend hundreds of dollars on this just to make a couple of cocktails. So.
Yeah. So I put the ice cubes in here and then I smashed them with a shoe, like a big shoe, and then I put it back in there. But then there's like holes down the Ziploc. So I've got like blue liquid all over my desk.
Nika, do you have boots that are made for stomping?
I have boots that are made for walking and mocktail making. You're welcome. By the way, I recommend putting your stompable Ziploc baggy ice in another Ziploc after, otherwise you will get blue liquid all over your technology. So this is a really great situation over here. Also, the flowers are very tasty, so for what it's worth, they are edible.
I thought they smelled kind of funky, to be honest. I was like,
they taste better than they smell.
Okay, well that's good. I was like,
Ain't that always the way?
I've used these before, but I never smelled them before, and I was just like, ooh, they're a little bit tart smelling. I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
All right, Nika, you ready for this? We're gonna build your cocktail.
Okay, what do I do?
All right, so you're gonna take a glass, any glass, doesn't matter.
I've got a few options. Which one do we prefer? The
Whatever
olive
is-
jar or the jar, the thing with the bullet in it?
How about the taller, thinner one?
I don't have a thin glass, so all right.
The one
olive
in this
jar.
hand. Yeah. Out of the two options, I mean the taller, thinner one. Yeah,
I wish
perfect.
I could be taller. I don't really need to be thinner.
I wish I was taller. I wish I was a ball.
All right.
All
Ben's
right.
like, can we please make these cocktails?
This PAX panel is gonna be 7 hours long.
Yeah. Yeah, especially I got this blue stuff drip. It's like the whole, like, it's not really.
Remember that you're gonna put regular ice into the bottom of your cocktail glass. So you're gonna fill it up about halfway with regular ice. And then you're gonna put, and then you're gonna put your blue ice on top of that. If you are making this cocktail for someone else, I highly recommend not using your hands. But since I'm the only person who's going to drink this,
You could use gloves. I mean, that would be okay.
Yeah, gloves are a great idea. And don't dress up for this either.
I wasn't able to get the tea in time, so I have blue food coloring.
Well, that must be nice.
Alternative one? Is blue food coloring a good alternative one?
no, actually. So for this, you definitely want to use the butterfly pea flowers, and you can see the mess that I've made now. Because there's a special
Looking
ingredient in them that actually is going to allow them to react with the other ingredients that we're putting in and color change. So that's why we use this specifically instead of blue food coloring.
Yeah, mine definitely will not taste good.
I need to
but-
put blue ice on top of this ice. Okay.
Yeah.
I have another question, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. So reaction, right? How is there a reaction in terms of alcohol versus non-alcoholic for this specific drink?
No.
Or I'm gonna no, but
you can absolutely make this drink with alcohol. So you could add vodka or gin, or you could add whiskey. That might be a little bit strange. You could add tequila for this cocktail. I would stick probably to the light spirits, because basically what we're making is like a lemon fizz, sort of. And we're building it in the glass, and the lemon is actually what's going to interact with the blue color of the pea flowers and make it churn colors. And you'll see that in just a second once Nika's done adding her
really
ice
bad
cube.
in this bag. Like, I'm not gonna lie. What's frozen? So I'm trying to find the smaller chunks because it looks like I didn't stomp it appropriately. So I got these massive chunks and then these weird chunks. All right. Should I fill it like two? Is this two fill?
No, that's perfect. That looks great because you're like right at the top, right?
Sure.
Perfect.
All right, hold on. All right, don't worry, I'm back. And apparently the earth has also revolved once. All right, what's next, Lynn?
All right,
I'm on task.
Next, we're gonna do an ounce of simple syrup. Now, this cocktail is definitely to your taste. So if you're the kind of person, I know Anya mentioned when we were talking about making her cocktail that she doesn't like very sweet cocktails. So if you're that kind of person who doesn't like sweet, I'd just say dial it back a little bit. You don't have to exactly follow this to the T. It's very
How much are we putting?
We're gonna do 1 ounce.
Is this an ounce? It's like one shot glass count as an ounce.
We'll call that a part. A lot of times shot glasses are not exactly an ounce, but as long as you're consistent, that'll be fine.
That doesn't feel right. So you're saying some bars are jipping shot buyers?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know. My bad.
What I'm saying is that the shot glasses that you buy in the store, especially the ones that are like Dallas, Texas, or like, Boston, like they're not 1 ounce, 2 ounce shot glasses. A lot of times they're more than that. What?
That's
But I've never been there. So anyway, all right. It says Philippines on it. So I just pulled this out of my quarantine buddy's cabinet. Okay. Now what do I do?
Okay, now you're gonna take your lemon juice and you're gonna watch this. So I'm actually gonna change to our close-up camera here. so that everybody can see it.
Camera?
What?
You're fancy. I'll just go back to my mole people stance. Hold on. All right.
All right, so bring it as close to the camera as you can, and you're going to pour your lemon juice over the top of it, and we're going to see a color change. And I'm dripping
And I'll
everywhere.
readjust my camera. I'm just here to do the camera work of the people, you know, like what people who aren't fancy and unable. Oh, I can multitask. All right, see how that like blue goopy ring?
You
gonna ruin all
can't
my.
see it from the camera. I'm looking at the camera. It's purple in the middle, and at the bottom, and I can't. Yours is better.
What do
How
I
much
do?
lemons?
1 part.
Okay. Yup. 1 part. Do it.
Do I do it? Should I do it like this?
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, I hope I don't spill this on my keyboard. Ew! Oh, shiz! It chizzles color!
Mine didn't change.
What? Because you're not using butterfly paper? That's so cool! Oh, look at that! Oh, can you see?
it a little bit better.
I really wish I had real stuff.
That was awesome. That was blew my mind. It's like a weird Rick and Morty experiment, but it's, you know, we're already in the blind forest. Okay, am I too excited about this?
No, I'm loving your excitement.
Reactions are. I mean, oh.
I'm sad because you can't see it on the camera. It all just looks blue. It is very purple on yours.
Lost my marbles. I honestly was not ready for that.
You thought I was just gonna be like, oh, you can see this tiny little thing. No, like it's really different.
And I was like, well, it's a pandemic, and where else am I going? Who else am I showering for?
Oh my God.
I know, it's really sad. But that's so cool. Okay, but it does. It looks like a cool science experiment. And now what do I do?
Now you're gonna top it with either Sprite or soda water. It's your preference. Oh, and actually, okay, I wonder if you guys can see it with a little bit better now, because it's got more space for the colors.
Lynn, how much would a drink like this cost if we were to just like order it at a bar?
$34?
I mean, this is a mocktail. There's no alcohol in it, but you know, the pea flowers are kind of like, if I was running a bar, I'd be like, oh, I don't want to order this stuff from Amazon all the time and have to make it, and there's work associated with that. I don't know. I would probably, in Milwaukee too, things are cheaper, so I'd probably charge around like $5 for something like this, $5, $6. But if I was in like, I don't know, New York City, where you're fancy from, I'd probably be like, look at this color-changing cocktail, $20, please.
Yeah. I would anticipate $22 for something like this in New York City.
Yay!
Do I mix it, Lynn?
Yeah, swirl it around a little bit. Because you want to get the flavors all throughout the entire drink.
I took a sip of it and it was really sour and like, uh-oh.
Yeah, you probably got all of the lemon juice.
I did.
And remember, you can also add more simple syrup too if you want. So
this was so cool. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good lesson in appropriate ingredients. 'Cause this is terrible. But I made it really wrong and I didn't use pea flour.
With this blue food coloring
This
drink.
tastes good too. It's weird.
I'm glad you like it.
What is
I
it?
want pea flour now.
What does it taste like, Nika?
Great question. So it tastes like
No, close your eyes and tell me.
Okay, hold on. I can't do it that way.
Imagine you're in the blind forest.
So
You're in the
it tastes like it tastes like you know those like sweet and sour jelly candies, but it doesn't taste candy-esque. Like it's not like it's a candy. It's like the first taste of it when you put a sweet and sour candy thing. That's the dummy ones in your mouth. But before all the things that happen after the moment.
That's a really good description. I like that.
Okay, right?
I know exactly what you're saying. So yeah.
Yeah, like before you bite into it, just like right when it's in your mouth. But then it's the feeling that stays in your mouth for a lot longer.
Yes. Nope, I'm totally with you.
This is refreshing.
Is it a nice umami?
What's a umami?
Umami is like, it's It's usually used for meat, but sometimes in cocktails. Like that. How do you describe umami?
It's like, because you got what? Sweet, sour, bitter, old, and umami.
Something borrowed, something blue.
Something, yep, something, yeah. All the flavor quadrants.
Are your lips turning blue? Are my lips turning blue?
I got a straw.
Breathe.
I got a straw first, so that goes like back of the mouth.
Perfect.
Avoid all teeth, vessels, you name it.
I wonder if it turns your pee blue.
Tune in for our second panel where we do a follow-up.
You're like, here's what's happening on the desk live.
Yeah,
Live from the desk. It's just because I'm not a fancy bar person, but this is happening right now. So,
oh, that's a mess.
Yeah, so if we want to move on to the next cocktail, we're gonna get I'm gonna be cleaning up in a minute.
Buddy.
All right.
You want to donate to Nika's new desk budget?
Right.
All right.
Venmo me at Nika-Nor. Thanks, Jerry.
All right, so we're gonna bring up the ingredients for.
I think maybe if we go through them together, because I did a couple alterations, so I can kind of explain kind of my thought process behind, like, I wasn't able to get this, but I was able to get this instead.
Cool. All right, so, and yeah, if you don't have the ingredients that we're looking for in this, Anya's going to show you kind of like when you watch a workout video and there's like two people doing different modifications. Yeah. These are Anya's modifications of these cocktails. So, all right, so we are doing a twist on a Paloma. So it's going to be a very spicy Paloma. We both, I think, have the jalapeno infused tequila. Am I right?
Yes, this is mine. It's turned quite green because I used very cheap Trader Joe's tequila that has been with me for 8 years in about 5 different apartments.
That is like commitment. You are committed to taking that bottle from apartment to apartment.
It's like this weird thing that's just been with me for a really long time, you know?
That's fine. Well, today we get to use it, so I'm happy for that.
I've only been able to find these Minnesota jalapenos. so I mean, I did soak it, but I don't know how much it added.
Jerry's over there making not a Paloma, but a Bloody Mary, actually.
Basically.
Oh my god.
Mine did not turn nearly as dark as yours, Anya. I don't know where you got your jalapenos, but mine, I did it for about 24 hours. It's still pretty easy to see through it.
I don't know. Maybe it's like a mirage effect or something. I also just, in terms of like reusing things that are in your apartment or in your vicinity, these are old. I save all the glass jars that we buy, right? So like all of these. I save everything because I don't want to buy extra storage. Like I don't want to have to spend the money. I'm like, well, I have them. Why not just save all of them? So I have like, I don't know if you can see, but even here, all my tea is sort of in like little glass jars that I cut up the bags and then throw the bags away because the tea bags actually have plastic in them. So the whole thing.
That's awesome. That's very earth friendly. I love it.
I tried.
All right, so our next ingredient is grapefruit juice. Were you able to get grapefruit juice?
So I was not able to get grapefruit juice, but I know that the recipe also calls for club soda. So I feel like I found a second best alternative, which is actually grapefruit club soda.
Yes!
Pamplemousse.
Dangerous game you're playing.
I'm playing a very dangerous game.
I'm just happy because I love grapefruit club soda.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got grapefruit club soda. All right, fine. I will admit it. I wasn't able to get grapefruit juice either. I don't know. Is there like a shortage on grapefruits right now? Leave a message down below.
That's the last one.
Yeah, Jerry, can you transfer your juice through the?
Give me.
We're right in here, Jerry. Right there.
Yeah.
Squirt.
So I'm actually going to use some mango juice, which has a little bit of tartness to it. So we're going to make all sorts of things today. This is going to be exciting.
Does her drink gotta change colors too?
No, yours was the only one that did change colors. You were special. This one has lime juice and simple syrup. Do we have
I have this because I couldn't find lime at my local grocery store, but they just have the little lime thing. Yeah. So, and then I do have simple syrup. However, my neighbors and very good friends are big into cocktails. Actually, Sarah's filming a cocktail video right now. She's been doing cocktail videos for all of quarantine called Quarantinis. Her out on YouTube. But she made this lemongrass simple syrup. So I thought this was kind of an interesting flavor profile too. So this is gonna get real weird, and I'm really excited.
Anya's store has run out of grapefruit and limes. I've got questions.
Are we surprised? Like, with what's going on in the world, we're like, oh, there's no more grapefruits anymore. Okay, well, yeah.
The new recipe for quarantine cocktails is whatever.
It's what you have in your house.
You can make your cocktail at home with none of the ingredients listed.
Is it edible? Sure.
Maybe. We'll find out if I'm alive tomorrow.
I love this though, because like usually when like your friend, I do cocktail videos, and usually when I'm doing them, I try and give suggestions, but you never know what people are just going to find in their homes and be like, I'm going to use this thing instead. And so now we get to see how this is going to turn out. This is fantastic.
I'm so excited. I also have this spicy tagine.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. Yep. Oh.
I have curry powder.
What is that? I quit.
Oh my god.
This is perfect. I love Jerry's participation in this.
Sorry, I'm still trying to save the desk, so I will not be participating in this round.
That's fine. All right, we're going to start with whatever glass you have lying around, and we're going to rim the glass. If you want to get fancy with this, one thing I've learned, I saw this on another YouTube cocktail video, you can take a little bit of simple syrup and you can paint down the side of the glass, like straight down, and then you roll your glass in it, and then like it just looks really fancy in cocktail photos. So if you want to do that, why do I have the sudden feeling like Jerry's going to try and like make art on the side of his drink, and it's going to be like this beautiful disaster of curry powder.
So how do I actually rim the glass? Do I have to put liquid around it, or?
Yeah, so there's several ways of doing this. You can take a lime wedge, you don't have that, that's fine. You could put lime in a small like dish, like this, and then take your glass and then just kind of touch it to the top. With the lime juice coating the top like portion of it. Okay. This one, what I'm doing is with the paintbrush, so you could even just paint it on the top of the glass like so. Like this way you could do more exact where you want it.
I have an idea what to do here. So since I have this, hold on.
I had curry powder, I guess, clumped at the top, so there is a lot of curry powder.
I'm just gonna eat my butterfly pea flowers as a snack while I watch Jerry try to use a celery stick as a jalapeno.
This is a beautiful disaster, and I am so here for it.
And I'm gonna put the
potato chips. Let's pay attention to Anya, because that window seems like she knows what she's doing.
Anya's gonna do exactly what she needs to.
Okay, I'm gonna take the glass.
Yep.
Ooh.
Okay.
Is that curry? Did you use curry powder to rim the glass, Jerry?
Yeah.
I thought you were joking. That's disgusting.
Is it?
Yeah.
You did it.
See, Anya, that looks beautiful.
I made it work.
This looks beautiful.
No, Jerry, get out of here. See, do what Lynn's doing. Go get some glassware from the internet.
Jerry is trying his best. Let's be nice to Jerry. He's out there on his porch in the sweltering heat, putting curry powder on a glass just so he can be involved. I am so okay with this.
I get the participation ribbon, whether you like it or not, Nika.
The rest of this segment is Nika picks
You're
on
sitting there
Jerry.
just eating, like, pea flowers like they're corn nuts.
It was $30. It's gotta have some like awesome situation for you.
You're gonna start a new hipster snack trend.
Literally, I mean, it's this stuff better make my skin glow.
Or turn blue, one of the two. All right, so next step for our cocktail for Dragon Age is going to be to grab something to shake with, anything. So I'm going to use a 2-part shaker. Jerry's got a Boston shaker. All right, Anya's got one. If you don't have this, protein shaker, you know, like with the lid, that works good too. Or a mason jar, whatever you can find. And then we're going to start building our cocktail in here. So the original recipe calls for 2 ounces of tequila, so let's start there because I know we have that ingredient in common at least, and then we'll deviate from there.
Okay. And so I have my little skull shot glass.
Yes.
And so 2 of these.
Yep. Hold on. While Anya's doing that, I'm going to bring up our ingredients. Really.
Not so simple, is it?
Keep going, Jerry. Mas. A little bit more. I mean, what's it gonna hurt?
Jerry, I have the same one. Buddy!
Don Julio,
Yeah.
the tequila of cheap kings.
Like, only a tiny bit left. Well, no, it's fine.
That's fine. Use what you got.
Perfect.
Perfect.
That's what Anya's doing. Makes sense.
Got it. 2 in here.
All right, so then we've got 1 ounce of grapefruit juice, or I would hold off on yours. Because yours is going to be, let's do the rest of it, because you're going to shake this part, and I don't think you're going to want to shake the soda water. You're going to shake all the bubbles out of it. So you're going to skip this one. I'm going to do my mango juice.
I have just a tiny bit of lime juice left, so I might just put it in there.
Okay, just toss it. See what happens. We gotta see you doing it though,
grapefruit.
Anya. You gotta bring your camera down and get under your table like a squirrel and just hope everyone can just.
This last grapefruit on Earth is very good.
I'm sure. Are you hand squeezing this? Like, Jerry's really doing work here.
Yeah,
That's
Jerry's doing work.
awesome.
He's also using a celery as a jalapeno. For the viewers at home, please don't use celery as jalapeno.
That's a Minnesota jalapeno. We can't handle the spice. We're
All right,
we're
then we're gonna
gentle
do.
people.
Once Jerry's got his actual cocktail, like technically Jerry's gonna be the closest to the cocktail.
Mine has chunks in it though.
No, he's using curry powder. We don't support this.
3/4 of an ounce of lime juice is our next ingredient, and Anya's gonna end up doing a little bit more because you added the other lime juice. So add more lime juice to your lime juice.
That's probably fine.
Exactly. If you don't have a measure, just kind of estimate. And then the next one is going to be 1/2 ounce of simple syrup. If you're using like a regular shot glass, just fill it halfway then. All right. Then
Lots of chunks.
we're going to take this and fill, if you're using a 2-part shaker, what I like to do is take the other side, fill it to about here with ice, and then dump this one into the top of it.
So how much ice? About here?
Yep. Perfect.
Let me, sorry.
I think I drank too much pea flour.
Are you feeling this?
Yeah, it's feeling kind of like, I don't know.
We're going to find
Anyway,
out what pea flour does to people in large doses now. All right. So then once you've got your ingredients together in your shaker, You're going to take that top part and you're going to slam it down into it. And you should be able to actually pick up, Jerry, this won't be true with yours because yours is a 3-part. Yep, you're going to want to keep your hand on that. Okay, Anya, same thing. Keep your hand on it and then just shake the heck out of it. We have some bartenders in training over here. This is amazing.
Gary's doing it one-handed, and so I've got, I don't know.
Ryan, can you help me?
Can you not
I'm
open
just
it?
bringing in a celebrity guest.
Bringing a celebrity in.
Do you need sound effects for the shakers? I'm happy to chime in. Okay.
Can you get the
If your shaker does get stuck, or if your camera happens to fall off of where you had it anchored to the ceiling, you can just hit it on something.
I'm done.
Or somebody walks in and forgets that there's a live recording.
I got no shirt. I got no shirt. I got no shirt, but that's okay.
People
They
don't wear
can't
pants.
serve me in restaurants, but I can't go to them anyway.
Accident happened. We're in the house. We're shaking stuff, and there's a mouse. Ding,
Okay,
ding,
so can I pour this in here?
You're gonna, you're gonna pour it into your glass, and then you're gonna add a little bit of ice. And then top it with your fizzy water of choice. Where did I put my fizzy water, you guys? Oh,
Who's got it? Yeah.
Who's what?
And if you have a straw, probably a good idea to give this a spin before you go and drink it. And that's it. So, spicy Paloma, called the Well of Sorrows. This is definitely a sorrowful drink.
My metal straw.
I'm looking at, I'm looking. Are you using the celery as the straw?
Technically, it isn't celery tubular.
Ooh, that is spicy.
Yeah.
Is it? I'm jealous. Yours looks good. Not Jerry's. Jerry,
So
there's no spicy.
It's hot.
Lynn's looks beautiful.
Thank you. Yay.
Anya, yours looks like the one I would want to drink.
I think the curry's fine.
It's delicious. I like
You're not even tasting the curry. It's on the rim. You're
I'm
drinking from
licking
the straw.
the rim.
Use the shovel, your Minnesota jalapeno, and scoop it out. Just scoop it out. There you go.
fantastic.
Do it.
This is
Scoop it
awesome. I really like
it out.
I really like how the salt on the rim kind of balances out how spicy it is. Because you've got a lot of flavors going on in here.
Yeah.
I don't know how this would be without the little bit of sweet. So I mean, but Anya, you said you didn't like sweet drinks anyway.
Really sweet.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's got a little salty, a little spicy. I don't taste any sweet, so it's perfect for me.
Yay.
I would say that, like, I'm curious to know how it tastes with the mango, actually, because I feel like that's a relatively sweet fruit, so.
It didn't come through a whole lot because I was trying to recreate about the acidity of grapefruit juice, so I added a little bit of lime juice to it. So it's kind of like a background noise flavor, where you can taste it, but it's not overpowering. So I like it. Jerry, oh, he went away. I want to know how the
I'm still here though.
How did the curry powder work out? How does curry powder balance out this drink?
I think curry is delicious on everything. I think it's great on steak, on fish, on ice cream, on drinks. What isn't it good for?
Gary, where'd you go?
Oh, I'm getting this special ice to prepare for my
Oh,
thing.
yeah, I'm going to pull up. I want to see the ingredients list. I'm going to try to participate in Jerry's, where I will run back and forth from the kitchen and also use ingredients from around the house.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pull a Jerry, but I'm gonna put it in this special glass. It's gonna be awesome because I feel pretty sick from my drink. Mostly because I kept eating pea flowers. It was not a good idea. Note to people at home, don't chomp on those. It's corn nuts because you get a bellyache. I wonder if my insides are blue.
So let's see. I want to see how your ice cubes turned out, Jerry. Jerry and I
see
did.
'em? All right. Dun 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 dun.
I should point out, you actually can't see it now, but this is the Layers of Fear 2 cup.
Ooh.
That's appropriate video game.
I love it. Oh wow, yours are very red.
Oh yeah.
All right, so what Jerry and I did was, mine didn't quite freeze all together. So we made, I have half an ice cube here with a cherry in the middle. We made cherry ice cubes. I made 4 of them though, so one of these other ones maybe turned out better. Some of them I added extra cherry juice to create more of a red effect. Some of them I did not. I just put a cherry in the ice cube.
Yeah, I forgot to do just that. I used a lot of cherry juice in each one.
And that looks really cool. So your effect is probably going to look better than mine did. But these are melting super fast. I know you are outside, so let's try and make your cocktail as quick as possible so we can show it off. All right, so Jerry's cocktail calls for 2 ounces of gin. I just got to dump out my cocktail shaker here. Normally I would rinse this out, but I'm in my basement, so I don't have that ability.
All right, Nika.
I'm going to participate in this one now that, and I'm still reusing my blue ice.
2 ounces of gin.
Yep, 2 ounces of gin.
Do we have to shake things in this drink too?
You will have to shake things, yes.
Okay, I'm going to use a different type of shaking mechanism.
Perfect.
A leg?
Oh, I forgot sugar.
I bet I could hold a shaker with my feet and shake it. Do we all want to see
Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, Lindsay.
Yes.
Yes, yes. It's cool.
All right.
Half an ounce
Remind
of lemon
me
juice.
when we get to that. Half an ounce?
Half an ounce of lemon juice.
Have the eye of the lemon.
Jeez.
We're gonna do half an ounce of not grapefruit juice.
Hold on, I'm still on the lemon.
Can I substitute with pomegranate molasses? Yes.
Sorry, what was the question?
Can I substitute grapefruit juice, since it's out of stock all over the world, with pomegranate molasses?
Yeah.
Why not?
That seems like an obvious fit.
I mean, I'm just here to do what Lynn says.
The cocktail person in me is like, that's nowhere near as close to it, because that's going to be a lot sweeter. It's going to have a totally different flavor to it. But the person who just wants to see what happens is like, yes, do it.
This is Farsi for those who are interested in other languages.
Amazing.
Great. What else is next?
All right, so we had your grapefruit juice, your lemon juice, half an ounce of each.
On the lemon still. All right, that feels like a half an ounce now. The first one, I just didn't feel like I got there.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm just squeezing lemons until you tell me to stop.
Oh, goodness.
Keep going.
Okay. All right, second, here we go.
For everybody else that's moving on, we're going to do 3/4 of an ounce of Saint Germain.
Can I stop squeezing the lemons? Or?
No,
I don't know how much. I can't tell how much you've got there.
absolutely not.
All the lemons that were left in my kitchen. And now we will have a lemon shortage.
I'm just going to sit
Oh my
here
god,
and
this is
drink.
a juicy grapefruit.
Anya, can we see your drink? How's yours coming along?
Yeah, I poured a little more in.
Oh, she's still enjoying her cocktail. That's fair.
Also, good tip for making cocktails like this, have a finger bowl.
Oh, that is a good tip.
That is. So you're not so sticky all the time?
Yeah. Why do you just have a finger bowl laying around?
Because I'm the kind of person that always got sticky fingers.
Can I stop using lemons or?
No.
I'm still.
Do you have a half an? Oh my gosh, yes, you can stop using lemons.
Stop
Right,
listening
so
to
we're done
me.
with the lemons.
Okay.
All right, I did grapefruit.
Perfect. We've got, so going back down these, we have 2 ounces of gin, half an ounce of lemon juice, half an ounce of grapefruit juice or pomegranate if you're going to use pomegranate, 3/4 of an ounce of Saint Germain.
Yes.
I'm substituting alcohol with this energy drink I found in my fridge.
Hell yeah.
Amazing. This is a thing I found on the internet.
Is it a Celsius?
It is. It's a Celsius.
Those are so good.
Are they? Okay, well that's my alcohol.
I like to drink those before I work out.
Do they actually give you energy?
A little bit.
Hey,
Not
I'm
like a-
ready.
Yeah, sorry, back to Jerry's.
Jerry's like, all right, come on, I want to drink my cocktail. Then we're going to do 1/4 ounce of simple syrup, so just a very tiny amount.
I'm running out of mine, so I'm going to put more pomegranate molasses.
Perfect.
Do it.
Right.
Then we're up to the bitters. So this recipe calls for orange bitters. If you don't have orange bitters, you could try using Angostura bitters, which tends to have a lot of orange notes to it. Otherwise, you could just take the orange peel and you could put that in there. That'd be okay.
How much bitters? Ounce?
No, God, no, please don't put an ounce. Bitters is like spices. You want to add just 2 to 4 drops, depending. 2 to 4 drops, depending on your level of what you
Nika,
like.
count me out.
Okay.
1,
Good.
2, 3.
Should we stop or do we go all the way to 4?
It's your turn, so you have to have a good drink. I'm substituting. I don't have bitters, so I'm substituting.
I'll take 3.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, I'm
Great
substituting
rainbow.
my bitters with lime juice and then using bitter energy as I pour it in. So I'm mad at somebody. Boo. I don't know.
Or you should find like a bitter author and dip their book in it.
What?
Anyway, what's
All right. So then in the other side of your shaker tin, you're going to do that same thing with ice up to about here. And then you're going to pour your other ingredients, shake the heck out of it.
I will be using a blender bottle.
Yay!
Oh, shit. Don't do that. Don't. It's fizzy. It's not good. It exploded.
We're at the top.
Oh yeah,
There it is.
Nika, you added energy drink to yours. I don't recommend that you shake anything fizzy ever.
Hold on, this is not good, guys.
Really? Bet it could use a little curry powder.
No. Yeah. Oh, it's exploding. Don't. Yeah. I'm not gonna open this.
Is anyone else watching Jerry?
Yes. Oh, we are.
The good thing this chair is springy.
Hey, so do not shake carbonated beverages in blender bottles.
That is very good advice.
Woo! I'm here to learn everything the hard way. Then.
All right, what's now?
Now
We're
you're going to
put the ice in.
strain that into your cocktail glass over your beautiful ice cube, which I forgot to add in until the last second, so I'm going to end up dropping that in.
All right, so I'll put that in first.
Put it over the blue stuff. Blue cubes back to business. Gross.
So,
You got blue all over.
okay. All right, so I've got my glass with my special bourbon cherry ice cube.
Oh, that looks great. That really does.
Look at it dance.
Yeah, that does look good.
I'm really loving Jerry's presentation on this one. This is fantastic.
And
a straw. Look at you go.
Pro tip, if you are squeezing lemons, don't forget the lemon seeds.
see, look, it's just like Control, where everything is kind of hazy and weird, and then I'm a hiss. Ooh.
How many lemon seeds do lemons have?
8.
I think there's more lemon seeds in this other mocktail.
That's because they're stealing from other lemons.
They are.
Have you tried it yet, Jerry?
Oh, I just did, like, forgetting that
What does yours taste like?
was supposed to be. And it's quite nice. I'm a big fan of elderflower, actually, especially with gin. There's a number of different cocktails I like making with it. So I think it goes really great together. And I'm actually really excited for the cherry syrupy ice cube to melt a little bit and zap it with a little change in flavor.
You're a wizard, Jerry.
Actually, and the grapefruit is quite nice because I'm not big on sweet either. And I really love the flavor of elderflower, but it is very sweet, so you have to kind of be careful with the amount and balance it with other stuff. So the citrus, lemon's really good, and actually I'm a fan of bitter things, and grapefruit has a nice bitter note to it. So
I'm glad you like it. Yay.
Yeah.
I love this. This is a really good, it's nice to hear these things from other people. Elderflower, for anyone who's not familiar with it, is the main note in Saint Germain. This is often referred to as bartender's ketchup because you can add it to just about anything and it will taste good. But like Jerry said, you absolutely need to be very cautious about how much you add because it is a very sweet note. So again, we only used, what was it, like a 3/4 of an ounce, not even a full ounce of it in here. I agree with you. I think it complements things really nicely. I wonder if once your cherry ice cube melts, will that make it more, make it too sweet? You know, if so, you might. It is already changing colors a little bit.
It is. It's getting pink.
So cool. It changes color.
Also, for the budget conscious, there's it's not Saint Germain brand, but there's another elderflower liqueur that has a less fancy bottle, but tastes almost the same and is half the price.
Yeah.
So if it's something you want to keep around and stuff, I go for the cheaper stuff. It's almost identical. We did a side-by-side taste test once, and you could tell, but to me it wasn't enough to care about.
That's like Bailey's too. Everyone buys Bailey's because it's the brand name.
Yeah.
And not, I hope PAX is not sponsored by Bailey's, but I think it's highly overpriced.
I make my own, alcoholic chocolate milk or whatever it is.
Yeah. Yay. And for the other ingredients that we used, if anybody's interested, I used Hendrick's. What kind of gin did you use, Jerry?
I used some Bombay Sapphire.
Perfect.
So let me get
very clean, very nice gin. Hendrick's is very cucumbery. It's got a very refreshing flavor. I'm not huge on the flavor of cucumber itself, but I do think that Hendrick's works very nicely with good cocktails.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Anya's tequila.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. I have never seen that one before.
From Trader Joe's.
Well, and yours
Getting
was...
very red.
And for my mocktail friends at home, just pop open a club soda and tell people it's gin.
We had two color changing drinks.
And we didn't even, that was like bonus color changing. We didn't even expect it to.
Color.
I do want to show this bottle my husband just brought home. He works in wine and sometimes they have liquor. But this is a rosemary and lavender flavored vodka.
Ooh. Oh, wow. You could put rosemary and lavender in your club soda and call it vodka.
My wife and I make rosemary simple syrup.
Oh.
And that with gin and fresh lemon juice. It needs to be fresh lemon juice, none of the plastic bottle stuff. So good. It's so good. The rosemary is such a great herb, or herb if you're from the UK.
Lemons.
For I forgot what I was saying, but it's really good.
My neighbor's
She makes a lot of infused simple syrups, and she's making one right now, which is a Szechuan pepper infused simple syrup.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, so we're gonna probably use it in a couple days.
Love it. Yeah, and for anybody who wants to make a simple syrups are 1-to-1 sugar to water ratio, or you can do 2-to-1, so 2 parts sugar, 1 part water, for a more sugary kick to it. I tend to use the 1-to-1 ratios, but then you can add whatever flavors you want. One of my favorites is lavender. You can buy lavender petals, food grade lavender petals on Amazon, or from your local, like maybe like a Whole Foods or more high-end grocery store, or you could just grow them in your backyard or in your flower garden, and you just take those and you make a tea out of them, just like what we did with Nika's cocktail, and then put the sugar into it, dissolve, and there you go. Simple syrups are highly underrated in day-to-day use. You can add them to coffee, you can add them to soda water, you can make a very weird mocktail with your energy drinks. But yeah, absolutely, you can do a lot with them, and I think a lot of people at home can find new fun ways to do things like that, like your friend Anya, who's doing, who's making, I'm sorry, what kind of pepper was it again?
Szechuan pepper.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and then this is her lemongrass. So.
Awesome. Any last questions before we wrap up? And
I don't recommend using 3 lemons in your drink.
I didn't realize you were using 3 whole lemons.
Let me know when to stop.
I challenge Lynn to come up with a drink where a curry rim is delicious.
With a curry rim with 3 lemons and a Szechuan.
With 3 lemons.
No.
And a Szechuan, what was it?
And a spicy celery stick.
I could probably use all of those ingredients, but not in the amounts that you are calling for.
And that's the challenge.
Okay, this is not, this panel was not, what is that cooking class where they give you like a pile of really bad ingredients and they're like...
Rachel Ray.
Stop.
All right, well, thank you all for being here, and thank you for making cocktails with me. I hope that we were able to bring some of the flavors of your game together, and I hope that you enjoyed them. So, or learned something.
Yay!
Yeah,
Thank you. This is super fun. Look how red it is.
Follow along with what we're doing, and I hope everyone was, got a lot of great ideas on things you can do without grapefruit.
Cheers, everybody.
All right, cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn.
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary, glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in The Invisible Hand.
Hi, I'm KA, Community Manager at Milky Tea, an indie game development studio based in Liverpool, UK. I'm here to introduce you to our most recent game, Hyper Brawl Tournament. The universe's greatest heroes have been summoned to compete in a showdown for the ages to find the next protector of the universe. Smash, brawl, and score your way to victory in relentless, high adrenaline PvP arena battles from 1 to 4 players. What does all that mean? Let's take a look. Before each match, players must choose their perfect loadout from 12 unique heroes across 3 different hero types, as well as 8 unique weapons that all allow for different tactics and styles of play. Every match plays out in a best of 3, with each round lasting 90 seconds. Your objective is to outscore your opponent, and if there's no clear winner when the time is up, the match goes into sudden death, and the first goal wins. You've got a number of tools to help secure your victory, but it's all about how you use them. Your most basic move is your throw. This is fused with an ability called Hypercurve that gives you complete control over the ball, allowing you to change its course mid-air. You can also pass the ball directly to your player or AI teammate, which allows you to quickly move the ball from one flank to the other. You're also able to perform a dive, which is ideal for intercepting the ball. Next up is combat. Beyond being able to knock out opponents by throwing the ball at full force, you're also able to both punch and kick. The punch allows you to attack in place, which is handy for trying to steal the ball at its current location. The kick, however, allows you to travel across the arena as you dish out the damage. Hyper Brawl is an arena-based sports brawler that you can play either alone or with friends. For new players, we've got 3 different training modes. The Trials teach you the core mechanics, the Advanced Trials test your skills and everything you've learned, and Free Play lets you practice without constraints. In Arcade mode, you can jump into heart-pounding local multiplayer matches from 1 to 4 players. On top of that, the party system allows you to invite your friends into private matches that let you take your rivalries online. If you want to play alone, the single-player campaign lets you build your own team to compete in league and cup tournaments to become the greatest team in the universe. If you're looking for a real challenge and want to show off your skills, you can take on the world in the online Blitz mode, where you face off against friends and strangers alike, build your win streak, and brawl to top the worldwide leaderboards. Hypercurve is one of the game's core mechanics, and it lets you control the ball mid-air. Using this ability, every match becomes considerably less predictable and allows you to score a goal from pretty much anywhere in the arena, especially if your opponent didn't see it coming. The Hypercurve can be used anytime you throw the ball and allows you to control the ball's trajectory around obstacles and players alike. Think of it like a superpower that keeps your opponent on their toes. The more power you add to your throw, the less control you'll have over the Hypercurve itself, so you must carefully consider how and when to use it. Times where the match may not be going your way, you can channel the Hyperforce, which gives your heroes superhuman power and the ability to launch their rivals out of the arena to help ensure a last-minute comeback. To acquire this ability, your heroes need to take damage, either from being attacked by an opponent, hit by a weapon, or knocked out by the ball. Once a hero has taken sufficient damage, they're able to activate the Hyperforce at a time of their choosing. If you would like to learn more, head on over to hyperbrawl.com or check out our social media channels. We'll be sharing additional Hyper Brawl deep dives in the weeks to come, leading up to our launch this fall on Steam, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. See you in the arena.
We challenge you to a Swabette showdown!
Oh, yes! You are now inside the world's only live-action video game, activating, pre-show bullshit. We are about to play a game that is super easy, like your mum. The rules are simple. Rule number 1, yes. Now, bearing in mind, this is a 1980s video game. If you've ever played a text-based adventure game, you know there are 2 words that shouldn't have been in that sentence, and they are adventure and game. The rules are simple. Rule 1, find the light switch. Rule 2, find your family. Rule 3, escape the dark room. If you escape, you'll be reunited with your beautiful, fabulous, unmutilated brethren and win this glorious flamboyant potato. But if you fail, you die, you die, you die, you die. And now, you are now inside the world's only live-action video game. Activating graphics. Ooh, 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 ha! Disappointing. No! If you are alive, and it doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter if you're in the PAX 3 Discord. Ooh, how exciting. Imagine Discord. It's like an internet forum, but someone's made it an app. What a fucking genius. It doesn't matter if you're over in the desolate area of PAX 3 Twitch. Yes, where the chat is subscribers only and thus silent as fuck because no one wants to pay for this bullshit. It doesn't matter if you are a genuine grandmother sitting there on Facebook. Facebook only exists so your racist elderly relatives can share QAnon memes. It doesn't matter if you're sitting there on YouTube Live wondering why you don't know how to use a fucking actual computer. Indicate to me that you are alive. The nerds in the Discord are talking to me and they're fine. Look at them go. Look at them fucking go. They are alive. Show me that you are alive. Nothing from Twitch? Nothing whatsoever? No, it's fine. It's fine. You have to pay $4.99. Why the fuck would you bother? Nothing from YouTube? Because no one's fucking using it. I look eagerly forward to seeing a VOD with 7 fucking views. Now, if any of you were born, yes, show me you are alive. And if you were born ever, let me know. Tell me when you were born. Give me your personal details. I want you to look at a series of pictures of bridges and let me know which ones have bridges in them. Philip K. Dick was right. He just didn't live long enough to make the money. Now then, go. You were born, if any of you were born, in the I don't know. If any of you were born in the 1970s, let me know. Nintendo fan has just said, I was born in 1994. We can fucking tell your name is Nintendo fan. Oh, look at you. I have a Game Boy that is older than you, and I like it more than I like you. If any of you were born in the 1980s, let me know. Show me. Tell me when you were born. You were born in the 70s, Sam Street. Well done. 70s, yes. Madcap, oh my God, is most of your name written just the number 4, making up the letter A? How fucking elite of you. Amazing. 2007's called. No, wait, it hasn't. It's just texted. You kids get anxious about phone calls. 80s, babies. Now then, I am from the glorious 1980s. And back in the 80s, our video games didn't need your fancy graphics or fun. We had text-based adventure games. And if you have ever played a text-based adventure game, then you know that pain is coming. Now then, what I want right now, one of you, in fact, any of you in the Discord, or over in the deeply unpopulated $4.99 to go, deeply unpopulated Twitch, or the, well, I was just thinking that maybe he's got some good ideas. I don't know, the letter Q dropped me some ideas. There on the Facebook, or perhaps on the YouTube of, I don't even know, what is this? I've never used such a thing. What I want right here, name for me your favorite video game. Go! And I suspect it'll be the people of the Discord. And what a joy, may I say, it is to speak to the people of PAX. Not just a sea of elite gamers, but the kind of people who will look and go, hey, you know this indie game I'm playing? Yeah, you know, it's just a teddy bear crying while somebody plays a bit of piano behind it. Hey, you know how it's shit? No, man, it's got value. Like all shit has value, man, because it used to be food, man. Think about it. Now, Diablo 2 is your favorite fucking game? Fuck off it is. Bullshit. You're wrong. Mass Effect 2. I did a fucking Mass Effect 2 earlier in the toilet. It was a wonderful day. Banjo-Kazooie. What, were you not loved enough as an actual fucking child? Really? Gee, I wish I was a bear. I wish I was a bear with a fucking friend. Tomb Raider. Maybe don't fucking loot people. Hey, maybe the indigenous peoples deserve to keep their fucking treasure. Prick. Now then, Katamari Damacy, very good choice. Great game. Love it. Now, if any of you were born out of sweet interest in the 1990s or the 2000s, just show me. Actually, the 2000s kids, don't worry about it. Chances are I'll have seen you on your fucking TikTok. If you are a member of Generation Z and you haven't gone viral on TikTok, you have no worth. Now, also get into TikTok because it's banned in the US on Monday. Now, friends, we are going to play a text-based adventure game. And what that means is this. 4 options are going to appear. 4 options around. Yes. When you want to pick one of those 4 options, all you need to do is write down the color that's next to them. That's how it works. Up here is blue, the color of autoerotic asphyxiation. Up here is yellow, what happens to your body when you've autoerotically asphyxiated yourself. Down here is green, the color of when you pick your nose. And here is red, the color of when you pick your nose too much. So, this is how it will go down. You do not get to pick an option yet. And bearing in mind, again, if you are sitting there on the Twitch going, but why can't I participate? Go to the Discord. Now then, if you are there on Facebook Live, what is this? I mean, I look, okay, I was just sharing a meme where the writing was really big. Why is it racist? I don't get it. What do you mean? Just go to Discord. You won't know what that is, but you're sowing it in your own society. And if you're there on YouTube, oh, it's fine. You meant Pornhub. Hey, thanks for following, mate. Thanks. That's actually a notification from my channel. Thanks, mate. That's very fucking kind. Thank you so much. I should have turned those off, but I'm leaving them on. So, gang, let's begin. I'm going to say the words. You awake to find yourself in a dark room. And I want you, whatever form of tippity-typey you were using, type it down. Also, since this is being hosted on Twitch, I do apologize. You nearly saw nipples, which is enough to turn the stream off forever. So, let's do this. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much there, Lister. Oh, Mr. Lister, sir. 1, 2, 3. You awake to find yourself in a dark room. Write those words down now. Show me. I see that Pizza Mom has just written, ha, ha, ha. Good, go. Thank you for the follow. Now then, what do you want? It is blue for why, yellow for sleep, green for find light switch, and red for go north. Tell me, We would normally have a bot doing this, but the bot is broken. So, show me. I will literally be going off what I can see the most of. So let's see. At the moment, I can see the phrase, you wait to find yourself in a dark room. Good. Red, green, yellow. Red. Nintendo fan likes yellow. Of course you fucking do, because it's the color of Pikachu. You're a fucking stereotype. Red, green. Green! You have selected find light switch. How will you find the light switch? You're in a dark room. You need the light switch to see. Do you see? Now, go. Pick an option, friends. Pick an option. Go, now. Show me. Show me what you've got. I will give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have selected, I see. Bullshit, you see. You're in a dark room. Now, pick an option, little friends. It occurs to me that some of you are more than a 5-second delay behind me. This is 5. Have 10 seconds. Yes. Behold, this is the exchange rate. Don't you understand, Americans? Your economy is so bad that even your units of time don't mean as much as they used to. So, I'm going to give you 10 British seconds, which is roughly equivalent to about 3 American years. And of course, if you're in Texas, well, about 10 American years here, everything's bigger in Texas, including our prejudices. Now, let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have selected touch wall. You caress the wall. It's indifferent to you. What now? What now? Go! What now? Faster, you bastards! What now? What now? Oh, for fuck's sake, don't write gently caress the wall. Now's not the time to write fucking fan fiction. Fuck off home to Tumblr if you're gonna be like that. You have selected touch other wall. Now the first wall is jealous. Pick an option. Oh, sorry. Once again, sorry, Twitch. Sorry. Little nip-nips, nearly apparent. Terribly sorry. Got out the boy milkers. Now, thank you very much for following. You're very lovely. I can't quite read your name because I'm an increasingly old man. Oh, light speed stream. Amazing. God, I love speedrunners. Hey, you know that game you like? Imagine if you didn't bother liking it, but you just finished it really fucking fast. What a great idea. Now, you have selected yellow. Apologize. They don't care. They're walls. Pick an option. Now, once again, also Jeb Dash over there in the Discord has had a fantastic idea, showing me blocks of color. That's brilliant. I will, however, also take words. Thank you so much. It is all good. Now, let's see. Will it be find light switch, touch yet another wall, smell room, or weep? What will it be? What will it be, people of PAX? And you are an intelligent group. Show me. I mean, I've been told you're an intelligent group. Don't prove the marketing wrong. So, what's coming? What's coming? Let's see. I'm seeing red. I'm seeing green. I'm seeing red. I'm seeing green. I'm seeing red. I'm seeing green. I'm seeing red. I'm actually colorblind. It's a miracle. I can see both of them. Red and green and red and green and red and green, red and green, red and green, red and red. And the word has come in. And the word is shum. Red. You have selected weep. Shum. Stop what you are doing. Cease with your coloration. Cease. Cease now. This is you. This is all of you. Oh, I'm in a dark room. Sorry. This is you. No, pick an option. Pick an option and go. Show me your prowess. And may I just say a quick note, thank you for the people who are watching this, because otherwise you could be watching Xavier Woods from the WWE. That's right, not even fucking Big E or Kofi. Yeah, the shit one from New Day. Yeah, the one with the trombone. Trombones are only cool if William Riker from Next Generation plays them. Everyone knows that. Now then, you have selected, also, hello, Dr. Worm. They call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? I'm Dr. Worm. I'm interested in, you have selected yellow, find light switch. How would you find the light switch? You're in a dark room. You need the light switch to see. Do you see? And a big shout out to the people in the YouTube area. And the user mostly using the YouTube is called the Old Librarian, which makes a lot of sense, to be fair. Oh, I love it. I love getting on the YouTubes. That's where the children find the videos. I'm so old. I remember when MySpace was how we made friends. No. What's it to be? What's it to be? You have selected blue. Check pockets. Yes. Congratulations. Your pockets were made in the Czech Republic. It doesn't help you escape, but it's lovely to know. Now, you don't write down a color this time. Convince me. Will I ever be kind to you? Convince me. Convince me to be kind to you. The Old Librarian has just said I miss MySpace. You were not in my top 4. I don't miss you. Convince me. You, Sly Captain Flint, New Fantasy, my Pizza Hunter. Convince me. Now, Claire has said check here. Check here yourself before you wreck here yourself. Don't come to me with your bullshit. 71 Autobug says, no, we're not worth it. Survey says, no. I love an audience with a low self-esteem. I love an audience whose self-esteem couldn't be fucking lowered. I was about to be deeply kind to you, but no, you have convinced me. You know, there are young people in Japan. They are youths in Asia. And you have convinced me that you people require youth of fucking Asia. I have no choice but to inform you. You die, you die, you die, you die, you die, you die. And the lives go from 5 to 4. You have half an hour remaining to escape the dark room. And now, for your viewing pleasure, dun, 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 dun. Star Trek, The Next Generation, starring John Robertson as everyone. Episode 2, everyone is screaming. Ah! 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 I will not scream. I do not have emotions. Ah! Dun, 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 dun. Now, we will play again. Join me. Join me. And now, you have earned yourselves a different map. Now, before we begin this round, let's get a little bit weirdly indie game about it. Let's get a little bit indie game, and let's pretend that the game is affecting your emotions. It actually is, but let's put that on the fucking marketing. So, we are going to test your morality. Join me. Foom. You have 2 dogs. Will you poison the dogs or not poison the dogs? Tell me. Tell me. Thank you very much for that follow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Will you poison the dogs or not poison the dogs? Select the color. Select the color. Poison the dogs or not poison the dogs. Have 5 more of your American seconds. Your government are seconds. It makes a lot of sense. I've never seen an entire fucking political party made up of placentas before. No wonder they're so resentful of actual people. So, you have selected yellow. Don't poison the dogs. They are chihuahuas. You could have done us a fucking favor. They are very annoying. But okay, fine. Fine. You have not poisoned your dogs. Now then, you have a keyboard. Will you poison your keyboard? Or not poison your keyboard? Tell me. Tell me. Also, use a bad cat over there in the Discord who said, no doggy poison. You're not much of a bad cat, are you? A bad cat who'd want to poison the dogs. Mr. Pizza Hunter says, can I change my mind? No, you can't. You can't hunt a fucking pizza and you can't have a pizza my ass. Now, what's it going to be? You're going to poison your keyboard or not poison your keyboard? Have 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are selected blue. Poison keyboard. Congratulations. Most of you will be watching this show on a computer. And now your keyboards are poisoned. The poison leaks into your fingers. Not many people die before the game even starts. But PAX found a way. I have no choice but to inform you. You die, you die, you die, you die, you die. Lives go from 4 all the way to, oh, I don't know. What comes after 4? What is it? Oh, yes, 3. So, let us play again together. Now then, 1, 2, 3. You awake to find yourself in a dark room. Show me. Show me in the chat. Go. Go. Yes, thou shalt count to 3. Yes, not 4 or 3. Now, will it be blue? Why? Yellow for sleep. Green for find light switch. Or red for goeth. Goeth. What a thrilleth. Now pick an option. Pick an option. You have selected red for goeth. Oh! How unnecessarily fancy. How unnecessarily fancy. Well then, jerks, put on your jerkins. Oh, look, everyone. A carriage. And that's not just a short man. He's probably enchanted in some way. That pointy-eared fellow's not a Vulcan. He's an elf. Pop on your stockings. Hey, tell you what, get the women some armor that doesn't cover them up. It's time for high fantasy mode. Getteth, fucketh, peopleth. Jesus Christeth. Righto. Whither wilt thou goeth? Whither wilt thou goeth? You're already in a fucking dungeon. Doesn't have a fucking dragon in it. Come on. Where will you goeth? Whither wilt thou goeth? Showeth meeth. Showeth meeth, huh? Where will you goeth? What will you doeth? How do you be it so shorteth? That was a reference to Homestar Runnereth. Now, what is coming? What is coming, friends? I tell you what, at this late stage, I'm getting excited. I may as well fucking be. So come on. What have we got? What have we got? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are selected green. Hark, goeth west. But what is this? Everything else had just been written in normal conversational English, but this was written in unnecessarily ye oldies ways. So then, oh no, we must roll a dice. Oh, let's see if you manages to goeth. This is a, oh, what is that? Fuck it, we'll get to the other one. Oh, look, a D6. Right then, if you get higher than 3, you shall goeth west. If lower, then thou faileth, and thou shalt dieth. Let us begin. Ho-ah, 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 hoi! Shit, oh shit, oh fuck, fuck. Thou hast rolled the number 5. Yes, folks. Oh, you cast inspiration, do you? Fuck you. Roll for charisma. Yes, that's right. The thing is, God decided you would never even be allowed to have the die on that turn. Yes, friends, you have decided. And you have rolled the number 5. You can't see it. There it is, 5. Fine. You proceedeth in a direction you believeth to be west. You goeth west! Life is peaceful there. Is it? Is life peaceful? Is life peaceful in the west? Is life peaceful in the west? Show me. Show me. Is life peaceful in the west? Your husband just showed up. He's very confused. Well, for fuck's sake, kick the other man out of bed then. Now, is life peaceful there in the west? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have selected no. No. Life isn't peaceful there in the west part of the dark room. Then why the fuck did you go there? Why the fuck did you go there? You walk into the west part of the room, and congratulations, you have trodden on a landmine. Don't worry, you're not just west in the dark room anymore. You've hit every compass point. The walls will have to be cleaned and sterilized. You'll get nothing, sir. Good day. You die, you die, you die, you die, you die. Lives go from 3 down to 2. Now then, dun, 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 dun. Star Trek: The Next Generation, starring John Robertson as everyone. Episode 2. Why is chat so determined to die? Well, I don't understand it. I mean, it's the 24th century. People are meant to wish one another well. For instance, Counselor Troy, I wish you well. Thank you, Captain. I'm an empath. I can feel you wishing me well. Thank you. And I've also said that I'm wishing you well, so that gives you double wishing well. Thank you, Captain. Please don't throw coins at me. I'm not that much of a wishing well. Ha, 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 ha. You know, I see no reason for anyone to hate anybody else. Shut up, Wesley. Dun 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 dun. Now then, friends, we will now play again together collectively, and the rules are so astonishingly simple. I will count to 3. 3! I will count to 3. And what I want is everyone on the count of 3 write down the words, "You awake to find yourself in a dark room." That is all I want. Then write the color. So let us do this. 1, 2, 3. You awake to find yourself in a dark room. Go, go, go. Why not 5? Because you're not really? 5? You're not fucking King Kong Bundy? Now, that's right. Show me. Show me, people of the chat. Bless your hearts, you beautiful folks. The beautiful people. The beautiful people. Da-da-da. They're in the Discord. They're in the Discord. Now, friends, congratulations. You have played so badly. I will not look you in the eye. You have now unlocked Muppet mode. Right. Now, let us see. What shall it be? You awake to find yourself in a dark room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have selected why. Why? Because it's dark and a room, and you're awake in it. Now then, pick an option. Was Muppet mode too hard for you? Do you require the arrival of Olympic baby mode? No, wasn't that fun? Didn't you all have a lovely time? No. What will it be? You have selected sleep. Fine, you sleep, you dream. In your dream, a friend appears. No. Did you enjoy your sleep? Tell me. Tell me, chat. Did you have a lovely sleep? Have you had enough sleep? Do you need more sleep? Tell me. That was the flamboyant potato gimp. Do you need more? Do you need more sleep? Do you need more sleep? Do you need more sleep? Sleep has ended. And when sleep ends, you awake to find yourself in a dark room. Do not fuck with me a second time. Now pick an option. Go, go, go. Now. Thank you very much. Oh, that's very nice of you to follow. Thank you, McBroys. I love going down to McDonald's, getting myself a McBroys burger. You take some bros who are also boys, put them together between some patties. Wonderful. Now what is coming? What is coming, friends? Much in the way of red. Careful, Americans. If you all vote red, the FBI will chase you down. You have selected red. Go north. You proceed in the direction you believe to be north. How can you be sure you're in a dark room? And how will you go north? Tell me! Tell me! How will you go north? Show me! Nintendo fan has just said, let's go to Canada. Really? They don't want you. Now, how will you go north? Vote with your colors. Vote! Shit, if I had a Red Bull here the entire time, wonderful. It's empty. What the fuck is the point of life? Now, go. What's it to be? What's it to be? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have selected carefully. You proceed in the direction you believe to be north. And you do it so carefully. Every single inch earned and felt out, licking your finger, holding it up to the sky, seeing where the wind has come from. You have been upgraded. Welcome to Scoutmaster class. Now, what will you do? Make your choices. Make your choices. Do you wish to continue north? Yes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shoom. It's blue! You've decided to rub two sticks together. Well, friends, let me ask a question. Come here. Did I mention there being any sticks to rub together at all? Or was that just the idea of the action of rubbing two sticks together? You don't know how long you've been in the dark room, and the only sticks available are your sad, malnourished ankle bones. And you rub those sad little bones together. Yes, friends! And you know what? You've been in here so long. Why, it's like you're a cricket trying to sing its little song. But instead, you rub your tiny bony ankles together, and they cause a thing that I believe scientists call friction. And a fire is made, but the fire burns. Oh, hang on, what am I? You! Yes! You die! You die! You die! You die! You die! You die! Jesus Christ, PAX. Christ almighty. 2 becomes 1. A Spice Girls single most of you are too young to even remotely appreciate. Fine then. And now, friends, we will now, yes, Join me. Join me. Friends, the time has come for our final round. Our final round together. You have one life. One life. There are 4 lights, but 1 life. So, test your agility. Tell me, how agile are you? Can you do a backflip? Can you do a forward roll? Can you do a sausage roll? Or parkour, bitches? Tell me. Why are you so bad? I myself am very confused. Isn't this PAX? Isn't this PAX online? Like, potentially, literally, we have some of the most creative goddamn thinkers in the gaming community around the world, and you're still dying. Well, I mean, you will. I mean, we're all going to die. Now, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have selected... I can do a sausage roll. Fantastic. Yes, you can. Here it is. Enjoy yourself. You have got the Australian delicacy, a sausage roll. Lucky you. Yum, 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 yum. You just eat that up. You're having a good time. Well done. Now, how strong are you? How strong are you with your sausage roll? How strong are you? Are you strong like wolf? Strong like big wolf? Strong like 2 dogs? Strong like ant? How strong are you? Yes, that you tell me how strong you are. Tell me how strong you are. Tell me how strong you are. Zandriel, don't come at me with your... Or British, we also have sausage rolls. Oh, don't come at me with your imperialist bullshit. Yes. For fuck's sake, let the Australians have something. What else do they have? Think about it, really. What do the Australians fucking have? Anything? Is it the climate that's trying to kill them? Even the sun's trying to fucking kill them down there. Leave the Australians something. Now, come on. Let's see what we've got. You have selected stronger like 2 dogs. The dogs are chihuahuas. That means you are deeply, deeply weak. Fine with me. How fast are you? How fast are you? How fast are you? How fast are you? Can you dig it? Tell me your speed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have selected faster than a stationary bullet. Most things are. The trick is the stationary bullet isn't moving, but well fucking done. Well fucking done. Right then, join me now. Join me. I am going to count to 3. I'm going to say the words you awake to find yourself in a dark room. I want you to type that down in whatever chat you're in. Then, if you die, feel free to write down the words, you die, you die, you die. I know you can. I know you can. This is the internet. What is it for except loathing yourself? And if you've got time, other people. Now let's begin, friends. 1, 2, 3. You awake to find yourself in a dark room. Show me. Show me. Now. Go. Yes. Good. Good. Now then. And now. Oh. The torch died. Fan-fucking-tastic. Right. Now the room I'm in is darker than I thought it would be. So what's it going to be? Wise, thief, find lights which will go north. Decide. Motherfucker, that's not even mine. It belongs to a bouncer. Now, here we go. Let's see what we've got. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Press F to pay respects to Torch. Thank you. F in the chat, please. F in the chat for the Torch. Right. You have selected red. Go north. You proceed in the direction you believe to be north. How can you be sure? You're in a dark room. And how? How will you go north? Tell me! Thank you very much, everyone who's paying respect to the torch. That's very nice. That's very nice. You're very nice. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you. Thank you. But no! Enough of this respect for the fallen torch. It broke! Here! The man has come to get his torch back. Now then, friends, what's it to be? What's it to be? And remember, folks, tonight's stream is not sponsored by Red Bull, but fuck, I'm drinking a lot of it. Now, you have selected jump. Really? Jump. Jump? Really? All right. You leap. You leap in the air and... Congratulations. Congratulations, PAX. Congratulations. There is a window. And you, yes, you jump through it. It is made of glass. You are made of human. And you have escaped the dark room. Well done. Well done. Jesus, that only took 45 minutes. Well done. Well done, everybody. Well done. Come on, get happy. Yes, there was a window. It was painted black. Well done, everybody. Well done. Oh, I can't. Amazing. No, amazing. Oh, God. Oh, incredible. Incredible. There is a small problem, which is that the dark room is 55 stories in the air. You plummet to the ground. You shatter your head on the pavement. I have no choice but to inform you. You die, you die, you die, you die, you die, you die. Lives go from 1 down to dead. And you know what? Boom. G'day. Hello, folks. Hello. Hey, gang. Hello, everyone. How are you? As it turns out, I was Australian the whole time. G'day. G'day, friends. Yeah, hello. Hello. Hello, one and all. Welcome. Welcome, people of PAX. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Underneath a Pub. Welcome to Underneath Rule Zero Pub here in London. G'day. G'day, everyone. Yeah, g'day. Yeah, a bit of g'day. Hello, folks. Hello. Normally, if I was doing this on stream, I'd take off the costume, but let's be fair, I've committed at this point. G'day, folks. So, that was The Dark Room, world's only live action video game. Happens every Friday and Saturday over at twitch.tv/Robotron. The Twitter handle's Robotron. My name is John Robertson. Hello. You are a beautiful group of people. And friends, I'm not going to lie, leans in, and just quietly, I thought to myself that maybe the good people of PAX might take longer than 45 minutes to use up all their lives. But I was wrong. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much. EP Vember. Thank you. Yes, I quite often, when I need an EpiPen, I do declare it the month of EpiVember. Friends, what I would like right now, if anyone has any questions, we will now do a Q&A. But first up, just quickly, I'm going to do one of these ones. Hope you had fun. So, and thank you very much there. Pause and patches. Wonderful. Wonderful. I did take a little pause and there are some patches in my hair. That's what age will do it. So, friends, any plans to tour again once if possible? Absolutely. Thank you very much there. Immortal Len. And to be fair, folks, no one in Australia has been called Len since 1938. So you may as well at this point be immortal. Thank you. Will I come to PAX Australia again? Oh, fucking absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you very much there. Atronics for coming in. Wonderful. Wonderful. I do believe I own a bunch of cassette games you people made in the 80s. That's an old publishing house. No, you're breathtaking, Lightspeed Stream. Thank you very much. They call them Dr. Worm. Good morning. How are you? You're Dr. Worm. Now, show your man milkers. No, I don't think I will. I think PAX 3 needs to continue for another 7 days. Thank you very much there. Hadenolith, very nice. Always nice to be talking to somebody with the name of a minor Final Fantasy character. How minor? It's not actually one. Now, let's see. Want to come to PAX? Any US one? I would love to come to any US PAX. What's my favorite color? It's black. What's your inspiration for this game? How terrible 80s text adventures were. Do you ever do this with multiple actors? I do a lot of people ringing in. I'm sorry, the person who just followed my channel, I didn't get to shout out. Sorry. Yeah, I do it with a lot of people who, like people ring in and have fun. Is the video game finished? No, it's not, but we are talking to different people. Just so you know, folks, hey, thank you very much there. Anonymous Nim has now followed. The giveaways, you say Nim at the end. Just so you know, I do have, if you write the dark room into Steam, you can get level 1 of the Steam game I've made of this. Thank you very much. Also, thank you very much there. IRT Suki. Very nice indeed. I also really taste Suki all the time. It's a particular flavor that I enjoy. Thank you so much. I'm glad you had fun. Are you sweaty under that armor? I'm sweaty outside the armor. I'm sweaty all the time. John Parsons 83 says, why are you in London? Oh, please don't tell me you've asked that because I've got a foreign accent and you're upset I'm here. No, I'm here because I make money. It's a lot of fun. Now, thank you all very much. Yes, flamboyant potatoes for all. Are there any plans for a COVID edition of the Dark Room? This is the COVID edition of the Dark Room. Oh, thank you very much, Sir Psycho Break. It was very nice of the Queen to try to knight you, but of course, hard to knight you when you take the sword off and then kill her. We got 15 minutes left, so ask all the questions. We do have more. If anyone wants to ask questions, do you ever do the Melbourne Comedy Festival? I did it once in 2013. I'd come back again. Has anyone ever managed to beat the Dark Room? 2 people have beaten it live, and the chat has currently made it to level 2 over on my normal stream. Let's see. Oh, thank you very much, my old computer password for following. That's very nice. Now, let's see what else we got. What is different if you do this live? Me climbing through the crowd and picking people individually. It's a lot of fun when I do it. Also, sweat. Don't underestimate how bonded we are if I sweat on you. Is this usually done in person? Yes, it is. Do you ever take pity on your audience? Constantly. But indeed, I mean, they have already paid to see me, so that is pity. How many levels are there? There are 5 levels. Oh, I should just tell you. Hi, guys. Also, my name's John Robertson. Nice to meet all of you. There are 5 levels of the Twitch game, and and you have made it through none of them. Well done. No, it's bloody amazing, bloody incredible. Not even anywhere near through level 1. What a fucking joy! Thank you. Oh, there are plenty of videos of live. Do you ever change the answers on the spot? No, I don't. I change the answers when I'm just fucking with people, but the ones that are on the screen, no, I don't. Such success. Oh, level 0 for the end. Oh, baby, we're in minus world. So, yeah, no, well done, PAX. Absolutely well done. So, oh, no, you really achieved something. Oh, you showed those guys from EGX. Well done. Well done, gang. So, what's the name of the game? The game is called The Dark Room. Thank you very much there. Pie coffee, damn fine coffee and hot. Thank you very much. Yes, I could move this up, but you'd see my Twin Peaks. Now, then, Twitch might David Lynch me. Now, let's see. We're going for the completionist run to get all the Death Knight costume. Who made the costume for the Guardian? eBay made my fucking costume. So, tell you what. You want to do one more round? Folks, do you want to have one more go? Why is the room dark? Because it's a room and it's dark, mate. So it's been a heck of a year. Can you blame us? I can, and I do. So if you want to have another roll, you want to have another go, let me know. Tell me. Yeah, sure. Yes. All right. One more go. All right. Let's do it. Right. Now then. Let us begin. Join me. Join me. People of PAX. You're weak to find yourself in a dark room. Now, pick an option. Go. Go, 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 go. Will it be wise? Sleep, fine lights which will go north. Decide. Acting mode on. I was acting before. I'm not Australian. Now go. God, imagine being that Australian dickhead. Now, let's go. Pick a color. Pick a color. Oh, thank you very much. Metropolis. How wonderful. How black and white. Very nice. You have selected go north. You proceed in the direction you believe to be north. How could you be sure you're in a dark room? And how will you? How will you go north? Tell me now. Tell me now. How? How will you? How will you go north? Tell me all about it, baby. Also, if any of you are gifted with the ability to screenshot things, do it now. You have selected. Quickly! Quickly is the nature of your going. It is indeed a speed run. And congratulations, you have run headfirst into an inhabitant of the dark room. Shh. You are not alone. You have run headfirst into Mr. Spike, the 10-inch meat spike who lives in the wall. He pierces the front of your skull and goes straight through your brains, which doesn't take long. Let's be fair. He turns you into a sweet, downy shish kebab. I have no choice but to inform you. You die! 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 Ah! Whoa! Ah! Fuck's sake, people. Right. Friends, you have been a beautiful, beautiful bunch of people. My name is John Robertson. Over on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/Robotron, ROBBOTRON. Twitter is same thing. And if you just write Mr. John Robertson into Google, I'm in there somewhere. Friends, you have been a beautiful bunch. Thank you so much. Americans, I hope to one day get to come out to your beautiful country. I say this with genuine love. Please have some bits of it still be there by the time I'm able to get there. All right. Look, you look after yourselves. And from a bomb-proof bunker here in London, I say to you all, good night, goodbye. And I'll have myself a little bow. Why the hell not? Look at it, it's so big. Good night. I think, yeah, we're gonna. And then the
G'day, I'm Evan from Chironex Studios and I'd like to talk to you about our game, This Starry Void. This Starry Void is a science fiction dungeon crawler in which you drive a cute little robot around a series of dark and dingy and cool and flashy spacecraft, fighting off hordes of tentacle beasts, chitinous insectile creatures, and just plain weird stuff. This Starry Void is very heavily influenced by my experiences growing up in the 1980s and 90s and playing RPGs on the computers available at the time, and the sense of real wonder and strangeness that as a child I experienced playing these games. And it's been my goal to imbue some of that sense into this game so that when you play it, you can feel that too. And I hope that we've done that. The three pillars that we wanted to focus on with this Starry Void were combat, exploration, and contemplation. Combat is pretty self-explanatory. This little robot is designed primarily for salvaging duties or rescue operations, so initially you'll be equipped with some pretty kind of basic weapons like a disc saw, maybe a blowtorch, and as you progress through the game you can modify this robot, upgrade those to bigger and better versions or more militarized perhaps equipment. Exploration comes in two kinds. There's exploring the physical locations of the ship, from greenhouses to engineering rooms to flight decks and barracks, and then there is a kind of temporal exploration where you are uncovering fragments of a narrative that stretch over a period of time for which you are only coming in at the end of this, and then you are piecing them back together to work out what has happened and how we've come to this point. The third pillar is what I call contemplation, and this is the unspoken questions that are at the heart of this Starry Void. So we want the player to be asking questions of themselves and of the world as they play the game. If that all sounds good to you, then please check out the demo, carve up some tentacle beasts, hopefully save a few people, and maybe think about the nature of existence while you do it. Thanks very much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamatzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it, or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one, that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
Enchanted is a co-op adventure where you discover magical potions, serve otherworldly guests, and pacify monsters. Gather your party and journey on a quest to overcome the evil wizard, who just happens to be your landlord. Running a magical inn can keep you busy every day and every night. During the day, work as a team to cook food, brew magical potions, and serve your customers. Just remember to watch out for those pesky monsters, or they'll scare the guests away. At night, make meaningful choices to impact the future of your inn. Do you unlock the secrets of alchemy or revive the spirits of the land through music? Developed for a simple, accessible pickup and play experience, Enchanted can be played in any style you want. Can you work together and save this magical inn?
G'day, I'm Evan from Chironex Studios, and I'd like to talk to you about our game, This Starry Void. This Starry Void is a science fiction dungeon crawler in which you drive a cute little robot around a series of dark and dingy and cool and flashy spacecraft, fighting off hordes of tentacle beasts, chitinous insectile creatures, and just plain weird stuff. This Starry Void is very heavily influenced by my experiences growing up in the 1980s and 90s playing RPGs on the computers available at the time, and the sense of real wonder and strangeness that as a child I experienced playing these games. And it's been my goal to imbue some of that sense into this game so that when you play it you can feel that too, and I hope that we've done that.